Opposite the Quai de la Grève, young men armed with muskets installed themselves in the houses of some women for the purpose of firing. One of them had a flintlock. They rang, entered, and set about making cartridges. One of these women relates, "I did not know what cartridges were, it was my husband who told me." One cluster broke into a curiosity shop in the Rue des Vieilles Hautetriates, and seized yataghans and Turkish arms. The body of a mason who had been killed by a gunshot lay in the Rue de la Perle. And then on the right bank, the left bank, on the quays, on the boulevards, in the Latin country, in the quarter of the Halles, panting men, artisans, students, members of sections read proclamations and shouted, "To arms," broke street lanterns, unharnessed carriages, unpaved the streets, broke in the doors of houses, uprooted trees, rummaged cellars, rolled out hogsheads, heaped up paving stones, rough slabs, furniture, and planks, and made barricades. They forced the bourgeois to assist them in this. They entered the dwellings of women, they forced them to hand over the swords and guns of their absent husbands, and they wrote on the door, with whiting, "The arms have been delivered." Some signed their names to receipts for the guns and swords and said, "Send for them tomorrow at the mayor's office." They disarmed isolated sentinels and National Guardsmen in the streets on their way to the town hall. They tore the epaulets from officers. In the Rue du Cimetière Saint-Nicolas, an officer of the National Guard, on being pursued by a crowd armed with clubs and foils, took refuge with difficulty in a house, whence he was only able to emerge at nightfall and in disguise. In the Quartier Saint-Jacques, the students swarmed out of their hotels and ascended the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe to the Café du Progrès, or descended to the Café des Septembre Billets, in the Rue des Mathurin. There, in front of the door, young men mounted on the stone corner posts, distributed arms. They plundered the timber yard in the Rue Transnonain in order to obtain material for barricades. On a single point the inhabitants resisted, at the corner of the Rue Saint-Avoy and the Rue Simon-Élie-Franck, where they destroyed the barricade with their own hands. At a single point the insurgents yielded, they abandoned a barricade begun in the Rue du Temple after having fired on a detachment of the National Guard, and fled through the Rue de la Corderie. The detachment picked up in the barricade a red flag, a package of cartridges, and 300 pistol balls. The National Guardsmen tore up the flag, and carried off its tattered remains on the points of their bayonets. All that we are here relating slowly and successively took place simultaneously at all points of the city in the midst of a vast tumult, like a mass of tongues of lightning in one clap of thunder. In less than an hour, 27 barricades sprang out of the earth in the quarter of the Halles alone. In the center was that famous house number 50, which was the fortress of Jeanne and her 600 companions, and which, flanked on the one hand by a barricade at St. Mary, and on the other by a barricade of the Rue Maubuée, commanded three streets, the Rue des Arcis, the Rue Saint-Martin, and the Rue Aubriel-et-Boucher, which it faced. The barricades at right angles fell back, the one of the Rue Montorgueil on the Grande Truanderie, the other of the Rue Geoffroy-Langevin on the Rue Saint-Avoy. Without reckoning innumerable barricades in 20 other quarters of Paris, in the Marais, at Mont Sainte-Geneviève, one in the Rue Menilmontant, where was visible a porte cochere torn from its hinges. Another near the little bridge of the Hôtel Dieu made with an écossaise, which had been unharnessed and overthrown, 300 paces from the prefecture of police. At the barricade of the Rue des Ménétriers, a well-dressed man distributed money to the workmen. At the barricade of the Rue Grenétat, a horseman made his appearance and handed to the one who seemed to be the commander of the barricade what had the appearance of a roll of silver. "Here," said he, "this is to pay expenses, wine, etc." A light-haired young man, without a cravat, went from barricade to barricade, carrying passwords. Another, with a naked sword, a blue police cap on his head, placed sentinels. In the interior, beyond the barricades, the wine shops and porters' lodges were converted into guardhouses. Otherwise the riot was conducted after the most scientific military tactics. The narrow, uneven, sinuous streets, full of angles and turns, were admirably chosen, the neighborhood of the Halles, in particular, a network of streets more intricate than a forest. The Society of the Friends of the People had, it was said, undertaken to direct the insurrection in the Quartier Saint-Avoy. A man killed in the Rue du Ponceau who was searched had on his person a plan of Paris. That which had really undertaken the direction of the uprising was a sort of strange impetuosity which was in the air. The insurrection had abruptly built barricades with one hand, and with the other seized nearly all the posts of the garrison. In less than 3 hours, like a train of powder catching fire, the insurgents had invaded and occupied, on the right bank, the Arsenal, the mayoralty of the Place Royale, the whole of the Marais, the Popincourt Arms Manufactory, La Galliette, the Château d'Eau, and all the streets near the Halles, on the left bank, the barracks of the veterans, Saint-Pélagie, the Place Maubert, the powder magazine of the Dumoulins, and all the barriers. At 5 o'clock in the evening, they were masters of the Bastille, of the Lingerie, of the Blancs Manteaux. Their scouts had reached the Place des Victoires, and menaced the bank, the Petits Paris barracks, and the post office. A third of Paris was in the hands of the rioters. The conflict had been begun on a gigantic scale at all points, and, as a result of the disarming domiciliary visits, and armorers' shops hastily invaded, was, that the combat which had begun with the throwing of stones was continued with gunshots. About 6 o'clock in the evening, the passage du Saumon became the field of battle. The uprising was at one end, the troops were at the other. They fired from one gate to the other. An observer, a dreamer, the author of this book, who had gone to get a near view of this volcano, found himself in the passage between the two fires. All that he had to protect him from the bullets was the swell of the two half-columns which separate the shops. He remained in this delicate situation for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile the call to arms was beaten, the National Guard armed in haste, the legions emerged from the mayoralities, the regiments from their barracks. Opposite the passage de l'Ancre a drummer received a blow from a dagger. Another, in the Rue du Cygne, was assailed by 30 young men who broke his instrument, and took away his sword. Another was killed in the Rue Grenier Saint-Lazare. In the Rue Michel Leconte, 3 officers fell dead one after the other. Many of the municipal guards, on being wounded, in the Rue des Lombards, retreated. In front of the Cour Batave, a detachment of National Guards found a red flag bearing the following inscription: Republican Revolution, number 127. Was this a revolution, in fact? The insurrection had made of the center of Paris a sort of inextricable, tortuous, colossal citadel. There was the hearth, there, evidently, was the question. All the rest was nothing but skirmishes. The proof that all would be decided there lay in the fact that there was no fighting going on there as yet. In some regiments, the soldiers were uncertain, which added to the fearful uncertainty of the crisis. They recalled the popular ovation which had greeted the neutrality of the 5-3d of the line in July, 1830. 2 intrepid men, tried in great wars, the Marshal Lobau and General Bugeaud, were in command, Bugeaud under Lobau. Enormous patrols, composed of battalions of the line, enclosed in entire companies of the National Guard, and preceded by a commissary of police wearing his scarf of office, went to reconnoiter the streets in rebellion. The insurgents, on their side, placed vedettes at the corners of all open spaces, and audaciously sent their patrols outside the barricades. Each side was watching the other. The government, with an army in its hand, hesitated. The night was almost upon them, and the St. Mary tocsin began to make itself heard. The Minister of War at that time, Marshal Soult, who had seen Austerlitz, regarded this with a gloomy air. These old sailors, accustomed to correct maneuvers and having as resource and guide only tactics, that compass of battles, are utterly disconcerted in the presence of that immense foam which is called public wrath. The National Guards of the suburbs rushed up in haste and disorder. A battalion of the 12th Light came at a run from St. Denis, the 14th of the line arrived from Courbevoie, the batteries of the military school had taken up their position on the Carousel, cannons were descending from Vincennes. Solitude was formed around the Tuileries. Louis Philippe was perfectly serene. Chapter 5, Originality of Paris. During the last 2 years, as we have said, Paris had witnessed more than one insurrection. Nothing is, generally, more singularly calm than the physiognomy of Paris during an uprising beyond the bounds of the rebellious quarters. Paris very speedily accustoms herself to anything, it is only a riot, and Paris has so many affairs on hand, that she does not put herself out for so small a matter. These colossal cities alone can offer such spectacles. These immense enclosures alone can contain at the same time civil war and an odd and indescribable tranquility. Ordinarily, when an insurrection commences, when the shopkeeper hears the drum, the call to arms, the general alarm, he contents himself with the remark: "There appears to be a squabble in the Rue Saint-Martin." Or, "In the Faubourg Saint-Antoine." Often he adds carelessly, "Or somewhere in that direction." Later on, when the heart-rending and mournful hubbub of musketry and firing by platoons becomes audible, the shopkeeper says, "It's getting hot, hello, it's getting hot." A moment later, the riot approaches and gains in force, he shuts up his shop precipitately, hastily dons his uniform, that is to say, he places his merchandise in safety and risks his own person. Men fire in a square, in a passage, in a blind alley, they take and retake the barricade, blood flows, the grape shot riddles the fronts of the houses, the balls kill people in their beds, corpses encumber the streets. A few streets away, the shock of billiard balls can be heard in the cafés. The theatres open their doors and present vaudevilles, the curious laugh and chat a couple of paces distant from these streets filled with war. Hackney carriages go their way, passers-by are going to a dinner somewhere in town. Sometimes in the very quarter where the fighting is going on. In 1831, a fusillade was stopped to allow a wedding party to pass. At the time of the insurrection of 1839, in the Rue Saint-Martin a little, infirm old man, pushing a handcart surmounted by a tricolored rag, in which he had carafes filled with some sort of liquid, went and came from barricade to troops and from troops to the barricade, offering his glasses of cocoa impartially, now to the government, now to anarchy. Nothing can be stranger, and this is the peculiar character of uprisings in Paris, which cannot be found in any other capital. To this end, 2 things are requisite: the size of Paris and its gaiety. The city of Voltaire and Napoleon is necessary. On this occasion, however, in the resort to arms of June 5, 1832, the great city felt something which was, perhaps, stronger than itself. It was afraid. Closed doors, windows, and shutters were to be seen everywhere, in the most distant and most disinterested quarters. The courageous took to arms, the poltroons hid. The busy and heedless passer-by disappeared. Many streets were empty at 4 o'clock in the morning. Alarming details were hawked about, fatal news was disseminated, that they were masters of the bank, that there were 600 of them in the cloister of St. Mary alone, entrenched and embattled in the church, that the line was not to be depended on, that Armand Carrel had been to see Marshal Clausel and that the Marshal had said, "Get a regiment first," that Lafayette was ill, but that he had said to them, "Nevertheless, I am with you, I will follow you wherever there is room for a chair," that one must be on one's guard, that at night there would be people pillaging isolated dwellings in the deserted corners of Paris, there the imagination of the police, that Anne Radcliffe mixed up with the government was recognizable, that a battery had been established in the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher, that Lobau and Bugeaud were putting their heads together, and that, at midnight, or at daybreak at latest, 4 columns would march simultaneously on the center of the uprising, the first coming from the Bastille, the second from the Porte Saint-Martin, the third from the Grève, the fourth from the Halles, that perhaps, also, the troops would evacuate Paris and withdraw to the Champ de Mars, that no one knew what would happen, but that this time, it certainly was serious. People busied themselves over Marshal Soult's hesitations. Why did not he attack at once? It is certain that he was profoundly absorbed. The old lion seemed to scent an unknown monster in that gloom. Evening came, the theatres did not open, the patrols circulated with an air of irritation, passers-by were searched, suspicious persons were arrested. By 9 o'clock, more than 800 persons had been arrested, the prefecture of police was encumbered with them, so was the conciergerie, so was La Force. At the conciergerie in particular, the long vault which is called the Rue de Paris was littered with trusses of straw upon which lay a heap of prisoners, whom the man of Lyons, Lagrange, harangued valiantly. All that straw rustled by all these men, produced the sound of a heavy shower. Elsewhere prisoners slept in the open air in the meadows, piled on top of each other. Anxiety reigned everywhere, and a certain tremor which was not habitual with Paris. People barricaded themselves in their houses, wives and mothers were uneasy, nothing was to be heard but this, "Ah, my God, he has not come home," there was hardly even the distant rumble of a vehicle to be heard. People listened on their thresholds, to the rumours, the shouts, the tumult, the dull and indistinct sounds, to the things that were said, "It is cavalry," or, "Those are the caissons galloping," to the trumpets, the drums, the firing, and, above all, to that lamentable alarm peal from St. Mary. They waited for the first cannon shot. Men sprang up at the corners of the streets and disappeared, shouting, "Go home," and people made haste to bolt their doors. They said, "How will all this end?" From moment to moment, in proportion as the darkness descended, Paris seemed to take on a more mournful hue from the formidable flaming of the revolt. Book 11th, The Atom Fraternizes with the Hurricane. Chapter 1, Some explanations with regard to the origin of Gavroche's poetry. The influence of an academician on this poetry. At the instant when the insurrection, arising from the shock of the populace and the military in front of the arsenal, started a movement in advance and towards the rear in the multitude which was following the hearse and which, through the whole length of the boulevards, weighed, so to speak, on the head of the procession, there arose a frightful ebb. The rout was shaken, their ranks were broken, all ran, fled, made their escape, some with shouts of attack, others with the pallor of flight. The great river which covered the boulevards divided in a twinkling, overflowed to right and left, and spread in torrents over 200 streets at once with the roar of a sewer that has broken loose. At that moment, a ragged child who was coming down through the Rue Menilmontant, holding in his hand a branch of blossoming laburnum which he had just plucked on the heights of Belleville, caught sight of an old holster pistol in the show window of a bric-a-brac merchant's shop. "Mother, what's your name? I'm going to borrow your machine." And off he ran with the pistol. 2 minutes later, a flood of frightened bourgeois who were fleeing through the Rue Amelie and the Rue Basse, encountered the lad brandishing his pistol and singing, "La nuit on ne voit rien. Lejour on voit trace biet. Dionacrit apocryphe. Le bourgeois est abouraf. Pratiques la vertu. Tutu, chapeau pointu, 44. It was little Gavroche on his way to the wars. On the boulevard he noticed that the pistol had no trigger. Who was the author of that couplet which served to punctuate his march, and of all the other songs which he was fond of singing on occasion? We know not. Who does know? Himself, perhaps. However, Gavroche was well up in all the popular tunes in circulation, and he mingled with them his own chirpings. An observing urchin and a rogue, he made a potpourri of the voices of nature and the voices of Paris. He combined the repertory of the birds with the repertory of the workshops. He was acquainted with thieves, a tribe contiguous to his own. He had, it appears, been for 3 months apprenticed to a printer. He had one day executed a commission for M'Beau Lormian, one of the 40. Gavroche was a gamin of letters. Moreover, Gavroche had no suspicion of the fact that when he had offered the hospitality of his elephant to two brats on that villainously rainy night, it was to his own brothers that he had played the part of Providence. His brothers in the evening, his father in the morning, that is what his night had been like. On quitting the Rue des Ballets at daybreak, he had returned in haste to the elephant, had artistically extracted from it the two brats, had shared with them some sort of breakfast which he had invented, and had then gone away, confiding them to that good mother, the street, who had brought him up, almost entirely. On leaving them, he had appointed to meet them at the same spot in the evening, and had left them this discourse by way of a farewell: I break a cane, otherwise expressed, I cut my stick, or, as they say at the court, I file off if you don't find Papa and Mama, young UNS, come back here this evening. I'll scramble you up some supper, and I'll give you a shakedown. The two children, picked up by some policeman and placed in the refuge, or stolen by some mountebank, or having simply strayed off in that immense Chinese puzzle of a Paris, did not return. The lowest depths of the actual social world are full of these lost traces. Gavroche did not see them again. 10 or 12 weeks had elapsed since that night. More than once he had scratched the back of his head and said, "Where the devil are my two children?" In the meantime, he had arrived, pistol in hand, in the Rue du Pont Auxiliary show. He noticed that there was but one shop open in that street, and, a matter worthy of reflection, that was a pastry cook's shop. This presented a providential occasion to eat another apple turnover before entering the unknown. Gavroche halted, fumbled in his fob, turned his pocket inside out, found nothing, not even a sou, and began to shout, "Help! It is hard to miss the last cake." Nevertheless, Gavroche pursued his way. 2 minutes later he was in the Rue St. Louis. While traversing the Rue du Parc Royal, he felt called upon to make good the loss of the apple turnover which had been impossible, and he indulged himself in the immense delight of tearing down the theatre posters in broad daylight. A little further on catching sight of a group of comfortable-looking persons, who seemed to be landed proprietors, he shrugged his shoulders and spit out at random before him this mouthful of philosophical bile as they passed. "How fat those moneyed men are, they're drunk, they just wallow in good dinners. Ask 'em what they do with their money. They don't know. They eat it, that's what they do. As much as their bellies will hold." Chapter 2, Gavroche on the march. The brandishing of a triggerless pistol, grasped in one's hand in the open street, is so much of a public function that Gavroche felt his fervour increasing with every moment. Amid the scraps of the Marseillaise which he was singing, he shouted, "All goes well. I suffer a great deal in my left paw, I'm all broken up with rheumatism, but I'm satisfied, citizens. All that the bourgeois have to do is to bear themselves well, I'll sneeze them out." Subversive couplets. What are the police? Spies, dogs, and I'd just like to have one of them at the end of my pistol. I'm just from the boulevard, my friends. It's getting hot there, it's getting into a little boil, it's simmering, it's time to skim the pot. Forward march, men, let an impure blood inundate the furrows. I give my days to my country, I shall never see my concubine more. Nini, finished, yes, Nini? But never mind. Long live joy. Let's fight, Crebleu. I've had enough of despotism. At that moment, the horse of a lancer of the National Guard having fallen, Gavroche laid his pistol on the pavement, and picked up the man, then he assisted in raising the horse. After which he picked up his pistol and resumed his way. In the Rue de Thorigny, all was peace and silence. This apathy, peculiar to the Marais, presented a contrast with the vast surrounding uproar. 4 gossips were chatting in a doorway. Scotland has trios of witches, Paris has quartets of old gossiping hags, and the "Thou shalt be king" could be quite as mournfully hurled at Bonaparte in the Carrefour Baudoyer as at Macbeth on the heath of Armuyr. The croak would be almost identical. The gossips of the Rue de Thorigny busied themselves only with their own concerns. 3 of them were portresses, and the 4th was a rag picker with her basket on her back. All 4 of them seemed to be standing at the 4 corners of old age, which are decrepitude, decay, ruin, and sadness. The rag picker was humble. In this open-air society, it is the rag picker who salutes and the portress who patronizes. This is caused by the corner for refuse, which is fat or lean, according to the will of the portresses, and after the fancy of the one who makes the heap. There may be kindness in the broom. This rag picker was a grateful creature, and she smiled, with what a smile! On the 3 portresses. Things of this nature were said. "Ah, by the way, is your cat still cross? Good gracious, cats are naturally the enemies of dogs, you know. It's the dogs who complain. And people also. But the fleas from a cat don't go after people. That's not the trouble, dogs are dangerous. I remember one year when there were so many dogs that it was necessary to put it in the newspapers. That was at the time when there were at the Tuileries great sheep that drew the little carriage of the King of Rome. Do you remember the King of Rome? I liked the Duc de Bordeaux better. I knew Louis XVIII. I prefer Louis XVIII. Meat is awfully dear, isn't it, Mother Patagon? Ah, don't mention it, the butcher's shop is a horror, a horrible horror, one can't afford anything but the poor cuts nowadays." Here the rag picker interposed. "Ladies, business is dull, the refuse heaps are miserable, no one throws anything away anymore, they eat everything. There are poorer people than you, Lavar Golm. Ah, that's true, replied the rag picker, with deference, I have a profession. A pause succeeded, and the rag picker, yielding to that necessity for boasting which lies at the bottom of man, added. In the morning, on my return home, I pick over my basket, I sort my things, this makes heaps in my room, I put the rags in a basket, the cores and stalks in a bucket, the linen in my cupboard, the woolen stuff in my commode, the old papers in the corner of the window, the things that are good to eat in my bowl, the bits of glass in my fireplace, the old shoes behind my door, and the bones under my bed. Gavroche had stopped behind her and was listening. Old ladies, said he, what do you mean by talking politics? He was assailed by a broadside, composed of a quadruple howl. Here's another rascal. What's that he's got in his paddle? A pistol. Well, I'd like to know what sort of a beggar's brat this is. That sort of animal is never easy unless he's overturning the authorities. Gavroche disdainfully contented himself, by way of reprisal, with elevating the tip of his nose with his thumb and opening his hand wide. The rag picker cried. You malicious, bare-pawed little wretch. The one who answered to the name of Patagon clapped her hands together in horror. There's going to be evil doings, that's certain. The errand boy next door has a little pointed beard, I have seen him pass every day with a young person in a pink bonnet on his arm. Today I saw him pass, and he had a gun on his arm. Mame Backer says, that last week there was a revolution at, where's the calf, at Pontoise, and then, there you see him, that horrid scamp, with his pistol. It seems that the Celestins are full of pistols. What do you suppose the government can do with good-for-nothings who don't know how to do anything but contrive ways of upsetting the world, when we had just begun to get a little quiet after all the misfortunes that have happened, good Lord. To that poor queen whom I saw pass in the tumbril. And all this is going to make tobacco dearer. It's infamous. And I shall certainly go to see him beheaded on the guillotine, the wretch. You've got the sniffles, old lady, said Gavroche. Blow your promontory. And he passed on. When he was in the Rue Pavie, the rag picker occurred to his mind, and he indulged in this soliloquy. You're in the wrong to insult the revolutionists, Mother Dust Heap Corner. This pistol is in your interests, it's so that you may have more good things to eat in your basket. All at once, he heard a shout behind him. It was the portress Patagon who had followed him, and who was shaking her fist at him in the distance and crying. You're nothing but a bastard. Oh, come now, said Gavroche, I don't care a brass farthing for that. Shortly afterwards, he passed the Hotel Lamoignon. There he uttered this appeal. Forward march to the battle. And he was seized with a fit of melancholy. He gazed at his pistol with an air of reproach which seemed an attempt to appease it. I'm going off, said he, but you won't go off. One dog may distract the attention from another dog. 45 A very gaunt poodle came along at the moment. Gavroche felt compassion for him. My poor doggy, said he, you must have gone and swallowed a cask, for all the hoops are visible. Then he directed his course towards El Orme Saint-Gervais. Chapter 3, Just Indignation of a Hairdresser. The worthy hairdresser who had chased from his shop the two little fellows to whom Gavroche had opened the paternal interior of the elephant was at that moment in his shop engaged in shaving an old soldier of the Legion who had served under the Empire. They were talking. The hairdresser had, naturally, spoken to the veteran of the riot, then of General Lamarck, and from Lamarck they had passed to the Emperor. Then sprang up a conversation between barber and soldier which Prudhomme, had he been present, would have enriched with arabesques, and which he would have entitled, Dialogue between the Razor and the Sword. How did the Emperor ride, sir? Said the barber. Badly. He did not know how to fall, so he never fell. Did he have fine horses? He must have had fine horses. On the day when he gave me my cross, I noticed his beast. It was a racing mare, perfectly white. Her ears were very wide apart, her saddle deep, a fine head marked with a black star, a very long neck, strongly articulated knees, prominent ribs, oblique shoulders, and a powerful crupper a little more than 15 hands in height. A pretty horse, remarked the hairdresser. It was His Majesty's beast. The hairdresser felt, that after this observation, a short silence would be fitting, so he conformed himself to it, and then went on. The Emperor was never wounded but once, was he, sir? The old soldier replied with the calm and sovereign tone of a man who had been there. In the heel at Ratisbon I never saw him so well dressed as on that day. He was as neat as a new sou. And you, Mr. Veteran, you must have been often wounded. I, said the soldier, not to amount to anything at Marengo. I received 2 sabre blows on the back of my neck, a bullet in the right arm at Austerlitz, another in the left hip at Jena. At Friedland, a thrust from a bayonet, there, at the Moscow 7 or 8 lance thrusts, no matter where, at Lutzen a splinter of a shell crushed one of my fingers, and then at Waterloo, a ball from a Biscayne in the thigh, that's all. How fine that is, exclaimed the hairdresser, in Pindaric accents, to die on the field of battle, on my word of honor, rather than die in bed, of an illness, slowly, a bit by bit each day, with drugs, cataplasms, syringes, medicines, I should prefer to receive a cannonball in my belly. You're not over fastidious, said the soldier. He had hardly spoken when a fearful crash shook the shop. The show window had suddenly been fractured. The wigmaker turned pale. Ah, good God, he exclaimed, it's one of them. What? A cannonball. Here it is, said the soldier. And he picked up something that was rolling about the floor. It was a pebble. The hairdresser ran to the broken window and beheld Gavroche fleeing at the full speed, towards the Marche Saint-Jean. As he passed the hairdresser's shop, Gavroche, who had the two brats still in his mind, had not been able to resist the impulse to say good day to him, and had flung a stone through his panes. You see, shrieked the hairdresser, who from white had turned blue, that fellow returns and does mischief for the pure pleasure of it. What has anyone done to that gamin? Chapter 4, The child is amazed at the old man. In the meantime, in the Marche Saint-Jean, where the post had already been disarmed, Gavroche had just effected a junction with a band led by Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Combeferre, and Freely. They were armed after a fashion. Bahorel and Jean Prouvaire had found them and swelled the group. Enjolras had a double-barreled hunting gun, Combeferre the gun of a National Guard bearing the number of his legion, and in his belt, 2 pistols which his unbuttoned coat allowed to be seen, Jean Prouvaire an old cavalry musket, Bahorel a rifle, Courfeyrac was brandishing an unsheathed sword cane. Freely, with a naked sword in his hand, marched at their head shouting, Long live Poland! They reached the Quai Morland. Cravateless, hatless, breathless, soaked by the rain, with lightning in their eyes. Gavroche accosted them calmly. Where are we going? Come along, said Courfeyrac. Behind Freely marched, or rather bounded, Bahorel, who was like a fish in water in a riot. He wore a scarlet waistcoat, and indulged in the sort of words which break everything. His waistcoat astounded a passer-by, who cried in bewilderment. Here are the Reds. The Reds, retorted Bahorel. A queer kind of fear, bourgeois. For my part I don't tremble before a poppy, the little red hat inspires me with no alarm. Take my advice, bourgeois, let's leave fear of the red to horned cattle. He caught sight of a corner of the wall on which was placarded the most peaceable sheet of paper in the world, a permission to eat eggs, a Lenten admonition addressed by the Archbishop of Paris to his flock. Bahorel exclaimed. Flock, a polite way of saying geese. And he tore the charge from the nail. This conquered Gavroche. From that instant Gavroche set himself to study Bahorel. Bahorel, observed Enjolras, you are wrong. You should have let that charge alone. He is not the person with whom we have to deal. You are wasting your wrath to no purpose. Take care of your supply. One does not fire out of the ranks with the soul any more than with a gun. Each one in his own fashion, Enjolras, retorted Bahorel. This bishop's prose shocks me. I want to eat eggs without being permitted. Your style is the hot and cold. I am amusing myself. Besides, I'm not wasting myself, I'm getting a start, and if I tore down that charge, Hercule. 'Twas only to whet my appetite. This word, Hercule, struck Gavroche. He sought all occasions for learning, and that tear down of posters possessed his esteem. He inquired of him. What does Hercule mean? Bahorel answered. It means cursed name of a dog, in Latin. Here Bahorel recognized at a window a pale young man with a black beard who was watching them as they passed, probably a friend of the ABC. He shouted to him. Quick, cartridges, parabellum. A fine man, that's true, said Gavroche, who now understood Latin. A tumultuous retinue accompanied them, students, artists, young men affiliated to the Cogurt of Aix, artisans, longshoremen, armed with clubs and bayonets, some, like Combeferre, with pistols thrust into their trousers. An old man, who appeared to be extremely aged, was walking in the band. He had no arms, and he made great haste, so that he might not be left behind, although he had a thoughtful air. Gavroche caught sight of him. Caxeca, said he to Courfeyrac. He's an old duffer. It was M. Mabeuf. Chapter 5, The Old Man. Let us recount what had taken place. Enjolras and his friends had been on the Boulevard Bourdon, near the public storehouses, at the moment when the dragoons had made their charge. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, and Combeferre were among those who had taken to the Rue Bassompierre, shouting, to the barricades. In the Rue Les Écuries they had met an old man walking along. What had attracted their attention was that the goodman was walking in a zigzag, as though he were intoxicated. Moreover, he had his hat in his hand, although it had been raining all the morning, and was raining pretty briskly at the very time. Courfeyrac had recognized Father Mabeuf. He knew him through having many times accompanied Marius as far as his door. As he was acquainted with the peaceful and more than timid habits of the old beetle book collector, and was amazed at the sight of him in the midst of that uproar, a couple of paces from the cavalry charges, almost in the midst of a fusillade, hatless in the rain, and strolling about among the bullets, he had accosted him. And the following dialogue had been exchanged between the rioter of fire and the octogenarian. M. Mabeuf, go to your home. Why? There's going to be a row. That's well. Thrusts with the sword and firing, Mboof. That is well. Firing from cannon. That is good. Where are the rest of you going? We are going to fling the government to the earth. That is good. And he had set out to follow them. From that moment forth he had not uttered a word. His step had suddenly become firm, artisans had offered him their arms, he had refused with a sign of the head. He advanced nearly to the front rank of the column, with the movement of a man who is marching and the countenance of a man who is sleeping. What a fierce old fellow, muttered the students. The rumor spread through the troop that he was a former member of the convention, an old regicide. The mob had turned in through the Rue de la Verrerie. Little Gavroche marched in front with that deafening song which made of him a sort of trumpet. He sang. Voici la lune qui parrot. Quand irons nous stands la forêt? Demandez Charlotte à Charlotte. Tou. Porchatou. Jenai chuan roi, chuan liard, et chuan bot. Pour avoir bouletin de grand matin. La rosie amim le thim. Du moino etayen en ribot. Zi. Pour passer. Jenai chuan roi, chuan liard, et chuan bot. Etces du pauvre petits loups. Comme du grives etayen sols. Un tigre en rie dans sa grotte. Don. Pour mutin. Jenai chuan roi, chuan liard, et chuan bot. Un jurite et l'autre s'écrit. Quand irons nous stands la forêt? Demandez Charlotte à Charlotte. Tin. Pour pantin. Jenai chuan roi, chuan liard, et chuan bot. 46. They directed their course towards St. Mary. Chapter 6, Recruits. The band augmented every moment. Near the Rue des Ballets, a man of lofty stature, whose hair was turning grey, and whose bold and daring mien was remarked by Courfeyrac, Enjolras and Combeferre, but whom none of them knew, joined them. Gavroche, who was occupied in singing, whistling, humming, running on ahead and pounding on the shutters of the shops with the butt of his triggerless pistol, paid no attention to this man. It chanced that in the Rue de la Verrerie, they passed in front of Courfeyrac's door. This happens just right, said Courfeyrac, I have forgotten my purse, and I have lost my hat. He quitted the mob and ran up to his quarters at full speed. He seized an old hat and his purse. He also seized a large square coffer, of the dimensions of a large valise, which was concealed under his soiled linen. As he descended again at a run, the portress hailed him. Monsieur de Courfeyrac. What's your name, portress? The portress stood bewildered. Why, you know perfectly well, I'm the concierge, my name is Mother Vauvin. Well, if you call me Monsieur de Courfeyrac again, I shall call you Mother de Vauvin. Now speak, what's the matter, what do you want? There is someone who wants to speak with you. Who is it? I don't know. Where is he? In my lodge. The devil, ejaculated Courfeyrac. But the person has been waiting your return for over an hour, said the portress. At the same time, a sort of pale, thin, small, freckled, and youthful artisan, clad in a tattered blouse and patched trousers of ribbed velvet, and who had rather the air of a girl accoutred as a man than of a man, emerged from the lodge and said to Courfeyrac in a voice which was not the least in the world like a woman's voice. Monsieur Marius, if you please. He is not here. Will he return this evening? I know nothing about it. And Courfeyrac added. For my part, I shall not return. The young man gazed steadily at him and said. Why not? Because. Where are you going, then? What business is that of yours? Would you like to have me carry your coffer for you? I am going to the barricades. Would you like to have me go with you? If you like, replied Courfeyrac. The street is free, the pavements belong to everyone. And he made his escape at a run to join his friends. When he had rejoined them, he gave the coffer to one of them to carry. It was only a quarter of an hour after this that he saw the young man, who had actually followed them. A mob does not go precisely where it intends. We have explained that a gust of wind carries it away. They overshot St. Mary and found themselves, without precisely knowing how, in the Rue Saint-Denis. Book 12, Corinth. Chapter 1, History of Corinth from its foundation. The Parisians who nowadays on entering on the Rue Rambouillet at the end near the Halles, notice on their right, opposite the Rue Mondétour, a basket maker's shop having for its sign a basket in the form of Napoleon the Great with this inscription. Napoleon is made wholly of willow. Have no suspicion of the terrible scenes which this very spot witnessed hardly 30 years ago. It was there that lay the Rue de la Chanvrerie, which ancient deeds spell Chanverrerie, and the celebrated public house called Corinth. The reader will remember all that has been said about the barricade effected at this point, and eclipsed, by the way, by the barricade St. Mary. It was on this famous barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, now fallen into profound obscurity, that we are about to shed a little light. May we be permitted to recur, for the sake of clearness in the recital, to the simple means which we have already employed in the case of Waterloo. Persons who wish to picture to themselves in a tolerably exact manner the constitution of the houses which stood at that epoch near the Point Saint Eustache, at the northeast angle of the Halles of Paris, where today lies the embouchure of the Rue Rambouillet, have only to imagine an end touching the Rue Saint Denis with its summit and the Halles with its base, and whose two vertical bars should form the Rue de la Grande Truanderie, and the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and whose transverse bar should be formed by the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. The old Rue Mondétour cut the three strokes of the N at the most crooked angles, so that the labyrinthine confusion of these four streets sufficed to form, on a space 3 fathoms square, between the Halles and the Rue Saint Denis on the one hand, and between the Rue du Cygne and the Rue des Preachers on the other, 7 islands of houses, oddly cut up, of varying sizes, placed crosswise and haphazard, and barely separated, like the blocks of stone in a dock, by narrow crannies. We say narrow crannies, and we can give no more just idea of those dark, contracted, many-angled alleys, lined with 8-story buildings. These buildings were so decrepit that, in the Rue de la Chanvrerie and the Rue de la Petite Truanderie, the fronts were shored up with beams running from one house to another. The street was narrow and the gutter broad, the pedestrian there walked on a pavement that was always wet, skirting little stalls resembling cellars, big posts encircled with iron hoops, excessive heaps of refuse, and gates armed with enormous, century-old gratings. The Rue Rambouillet has devastated all that. The name of Mondétour paints marvellously well the sinuosities of that whole set of streets. A little further on, they are found still better expressed by the Rue Pirouette, which ran into the Rue Mondétour. The passer-by who got entangled from the Rue Saint Denis in the Rue de la Chanvrerie beheld it gradually close in before him as though he had entered an elongated funnel. At the end of this street, which was very short, he found further passage barred in the direction of the Halles by a tall row of houses, and he would have thought himself in a blind alley, had he not perceived on the right and left 2 dark cuts through which he could make his escape. This was the Rue Mondétour, which on one side ran into the Rue des Preachers, and on the other into the Rue du Cygne and the Petite Truanderie. At the bottom of this sort of cul-de-sac, at the angle of the cutting on the right, there was to be seen a house which was not so tall as the rest, and which formed a sort of cape in the street. It is in this house, of 2 stories only, that an illustrious wine shop had been merrily installed 300 years before. This tavern created a joyous noise in the very spot which old Theophilus described in the following couplet. La branle l'esclate horrible. D'un pauvre amant qui s'y pendait. 47. The situation was good, and tavern keepers succeeded each other there, from father to son. In the time of Mathurin Renier, this cabaret was called the Pot Auxiliary Roses, and as the rebus was then in fashion, it had for its signboard, a post, poteau, painted rose color. In the last century, the worthy Natoire, one of the fantastic masters nowadays despised by the stiff school, having got drunk many times in this wine shop at the very table where Renier had drunk his fill, had painted, by way of gratitude, a bunch of Corinth grapes on the pink post. The keeper of the cabaret, in his joy, had changed his device and had caused to be placed in gilt letters beneath the bunch these words, at the bunch of Corinth grapes, O raisin de Corinth. Hence the name of Corinth. Nothing is more natural to drunken men than ellipses. The ellipsis is the zigzag of the phrase. Corinth gradually dethroned the Pot Auxiliary Roses. The last proprietor of the dynasty, Father Huchelou, no longer acquainted even with the tradition, had the post painted blue. A room on the ground floor, where the bar was situated, one on the first floor containing a billiard table, a wooden spiral staircase piercing the ceiling, wine on the tables, smoke on the walls, candles in broad daylight, this was the style of this cabaret. A staircase with a trapdoor in the lower room led to the cellar. On the second floor were the lodgings of the Huchelou family. They were reached by a staircase which was a ladder rather than a staircase, and had for their entrance only a private door in the large room on the first floor. Under the roof, in 2 mansard attics, were the nests for the servants. The kitchen shared the ground floor with the tap room. Father Huchelou had, possibly, been born a chemist, but the fact is that he was a cook. People did not confine themselves to drinking alone in his wine shop, they also ate there. Huchelou had invented a capital thing which could be eaten nowhere but in his house, stuffed carps, which he called carpes au gras. These were eaten by the light of a tallow candle or of a lamp of the time of Louis XVI, on tables to which were nailed waxed cloths in lieu of tablecloths. People came thither from a distance. Huchelou, one fine morning, had seen fit to notify passers-by of this specialty. He had dipped a brush in a pot of black paint, and as he was an orthographer on his own account, as well as a cook after his own fashion, he had improvised on his wall this remarkable inscription. Carpes au gras. One winter, the rainstorms and the showers had taken a fancy to obliterate the S which terminated the first word, and the G which began the third. This is what remained. Carpe ho ras. Time and rain assisting, a humble gastronomical announcement had become a profound piece of advice. In this way it came about, that though he knew no French, Father Huchelou understood Latin, that he had evoked philosophy from his kitchen, and that, desirous simply of effacing Lent, he had equalled Horace. And the striking thing about it was, that also meant, enter my wine shop. Nothing of all this is in existence now. The Mondétour labyrinth was disemboweled and widely opened in 1847, and probably no longer exists at the present moment. The Rue de la Chanvrerie and Corinth have disappeared beneath the pavement of the Rue Rambouillet. As we have already said, Corinth was the meeting place if not the rallying point, of Courfeyrac and his friends. It was Grantaire who had discovered Corinth. He had entered it on account of the Carpe Horas, and had returned thither on account of the Carpes au Gras. There they drank, there they ate, there they shouted, they did not pay much, they paid badly, they did not pay at all, but they were always welcome. Father Hucheloup was a jovial host. Hucheloup, that amiable man, as was just said, was a wine shop keeper with a moustache, an amusing variety. He always had an ill-tempered air, seemed to wish to intimidate his customers, grumbled at the people who entered his establishment, and had rather the mean of seeking a quarrel with them than of serving them with soup. And yet, we insist upon the word, people were always welcome there. This oddity had attracted customers to his shop, and brought him young men, who said to each other, "Come here." Father Hucheloup growl he had been a fencing master. All of a sudden, he would burst out laughing. A big voice, a good fellow. He had a comic foundation under a tragic exterior, he asked nothing better than to frighten you, very much like those snuff boxes which are in the shape of a pistol. The detonation makes one sneeze. Mother Hucheloup, his wife, was a bearded and a very homely creature. About 1830, Father Hucheloup died. With him disappeared the secret of stuffed carps. His inconsolable widow continued to keep the wine shop. But the cooking deteriorated, and became execrable, the wine, which had always been bad, became fearfully bad. Nevertheless, Courfeyrac and his friends continued to go to Corinth, out of pity, as Bossuet said. The widow Hucheloup was breathless and misshapen and given to rustic recollections. She deprived them of their flatness by her pronunciation. She had a way of her own of saying things, which spiced her reminiscences of the village and of her springtime. It had formerly been her delight, so she affirmed, to hear the loups de gorge, rouges gorges, chanter dans les ogre pines, aubépines, to hear the redbreasts sing in the hawthorn trees. The hall on the first floor, where the restaurant was situated, was a large and long apartment encumbered with stools, chairs, benches, and tables, and with a crippled, lame, old billiard table. It was reached by a spiral staircase which terminated in the corner of the room at a square hole like the hatchway of a ship. This room, lighted by a single narrow window, and by a lamp that was always burning, had the air of a garret. All the four-footed furniture comported itself as though it had but 3 legs, the whitewashed walls had for their only ornament the following quatrain in honor of Mame Hucheloup. El eton à dix pas, el épouvant à deux. Un verrou habite en son nez hasardus. On tremble à chaque instant tu el ne vous la mouche. Et tu un beau jour son nez ne tourne dans sa bouche. 48. This was scrawled in charcoal on the wall. Mame Hucheloup, a good likeness, went and came from morning till night before this quatrain with the most perfect tranquillity. 2 serving maids, named Matelote and Giblotti 49 and who had never been known by any other names, helped Mame Hucheloup to set on the tables the jugs of poor wine, and the various broths which were served to the hungry patrons in earthenware bowls. Matelote, large, plump, red-haired, and noisy, the favourite ex-sultana of the defunct Hucheloup, was homelier than any mythological monster, be it what it may, still, as it becomes the servant to always keep in the rear of the mistress, she was less homely than Mame Hucheloup. Giblotti, tall, delicate, white with a lymphatic pallor, with circles round her eyes, and drooping lids, always languid and weary, afflicted with what may be called chronic lassitude, the first up in the house and the last in bed, waited on every one, even the other maid, silently and gently, smiling through her fatigue with a vague and sleepy smile. Before entering the restaurant room, the visitor read on the door the following line written there in chalk by Courfeyrac. Regale si2 per et mange si2 l osses. 50. Chapter 2, Preliminary Gaieties. L'Aigle de Meaux, as the reader knows, lived more with Joly than elsewhere. He had a lodging, as a bird has one on a branch. The 2 friends lived together, ate together, slept together. They had everything in common, even musicetta, to some extent. They were, what the subordinate monks who accompany monks are called, binny. On the morning of the 5th of June, they went to Corinth to breakfast. Joly, who was all stuffed up, had a guitar which L'Aigle was beginning to share. L'aigle's coat was threadbare, but Joly was well dressed. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning, when they opened the door of Corinth. They ascended to the first floor. Matelote and Giblotti received them. Oysters, cheese, and ham, said L'Aigle. And they seated themselves at a table. The wine shop was empty, there was no one there but themselves. Giblotti, knowing Joly and L'Aigle, set a bottle of wine on the table. While they were busy with their first oysters, a head appeared at the hatchway of the staircase, and a voice said, "I am passing by. I smell from the street a delicious odor of brie cheese." I enter. It was Grantaire. Grantaire took a stool and drew up to the table. At the sight of Grantaire, Jai Blotti placed 2 bottles of wine on the table. That made 3. Are you going to drink those 2 bottles? Legel inquired of Grantaire. Grantaire replied. All are ingenious, thou alone art ingenuous. 2 bottles never yet astonished a man. The others had begun by eating, Grantaire began by drinking. Half a bottle was rapidly gulped down. So you have a hole in your stomach, began Legel again. You have one in your elbow, said Grantaire. And after having emptied his glass, he added. Ah, by the way, Legel of the funeral oration, your coat is old. I should hope so, retorted Legel. That's why we get on well together, my coat and I. It has acquired all my folds, it does not bind me anywhere, it is molded on my deformities, it falls in with all my movements, I am only conscious of it because it keeps me warm. Old coats are just like old friends. That's true, ejaculated Jolie, striking into the dialogue, an old goat is an old ami, friend. Especially in the mouth of a man whose head is stuffed up, said Grantaire. Grantaire, demanded Legel, have you just come from the boulevard? No. We have just seen the head of the procession pass, Jolie and I. It's a marvelous sight, said Jolie. How quiet this street is, exclaimed Legel. Who would suspect that Paris was turned upside down? How plainly it is to be seen that in former days there were nothing but convents here, in this neighborhood. Du Breuil and Sauval give a list of them, and so does the Abbé Lebeuf. They were all round here, they fairly swarmed, booted and barefooted, shaven, bearded, grey, black, white, Franciscans, Minims, Capuchins, Carmelites, little Augustines, great Augustines, old Augustines, there was no end of them. Don't let's talk of monks, interrupted Grantaire, it makes one want to scratch oneself. Then he exclaimed. Oh, I've just swallowed a bad oyster now. Hypochondria is taking possession of me again. The oysters are spoiled, the servants are ugly. I hate the human race. I just passed through the Rue Richelieu, in front of the big public library. That pile of oyster shells which is called a library is disgusting even to think of. What paper, what ink, what scrawling, and all that has been written. What rascal was it who said that man was a featherless biped? 51. And then, I met a pretty girl of my acquaintance, who is as beautiful as the spring, worthy to be called Floreal, and who is delighted, enraptured, as happy as the angels, because a wretch yesterday, a frightful banker all spotted with smallpox, deigned to take a fancy to her. Alas! Woman keeps on the watch for a protector as much as for a lover, cats chase mice as well as birds. 2 months ago that young woman was virtuous in an attic, she adjusted little brass rings in the eyelet holes of corsets, what do you call it? She sewed, she had a camp bed. She dwelt beside a pot of flowers, she was contented. Now here she is a bankress. This transformation took place last night. I met the victim this morning in high spirits. The hideous point about it is, that the jade is as pretty today as she was yesterday. Her financier did not show in her face. Roses have this advantage or disadvantage over women, that the traces left upon them by caterpillars are visible. Ah! There is no morality on earth. I call to witness the myrtle, the symbol of love, the laurel, the symbol of air, the olive, that ninny, the symbol of peace, the apple tree which came nearest wrangling Adam with its pips, and the fig tree, the grandfather of petticoats. As for right, do you know what right is? The Gauls covet Clusium, Rome protects Clusium, and demands what wrong Clusium has done to them. Brennus answers, the wrong that Alba did to you, the wrong that Fidenae did to you, the wrong that the Eques, the Volsci and the Sabines have done to you. They were your neighbors. The Clusians are ours. We understand neighborliness just as you do. You have stolen Alba, we shall take Clusium. Rome said, you shall not take Clusium. Brennus took Rome. Then he cried, Vi victis, that is what right is. Ah! What beasts of prey there are in this world! What eagles! It makes my flesh creep. He held out his glass to Jolie, who filled it, then he drank and went on, having hardly been interrupted by this glass of wine, of which no one, not even himself, had taken any notice. Brennus, who takes Rome, is an eagle, the banker who takes the grisette is an eagle. There is no more modesty in the one case than in the other, so we believe in nothing. There is but one reality. Drink whatever your opinion may be in favor of the lean cock, like the canton of Uri, or in favor of the fat cock, like the canton of Glarus, it matters little. Drink. You talk to me of the boulevard, of that procession, etc. Come now, is there going to be another revolution? This poverty of means on the part of the good God astounds me. He has to keep greasing the groove of events every moment. There is a hitch, it won't work. Quick, a revolution. The good God has his hands perpetually black with that cart grease. If I were in his place, I'd be perfectly simple about it. I would not wind up my mechanism every minute, I'd lead the human race in a straightforward way, I'd weave matters mesh by mesh, without breaking the thread, I would have no provisional arrangements. I would have no extraordinary repertory. What the rest of you call progress advances by means of 2 motors, men and events. But, sad to say, from time to time, the exceptional becomes necessary. The ordinary troop suffices neither for event nor for men, among men geniuses are required, among events revolutions. Great accidents are the law, the order of things cannot do without them, and, judging from the apparition of comets, one would be tempted to think that heaven itself finds actors needed for its performance. At the moment when one expects it the least, God placards a meteor on the wall of the firmament. Some queer star turns up, underlined by an enormous tail. And that causes the death of Caesar. Brutus deals him a blow with a knife, and God a blow with a comet. Crack, and behold an aurora borealis, behold a revolution, behold a great man, 93 in big letters, Napoleon on guard, the comet of 1811 at the head of the poster. Ah! What a beautiful blue theatre all studded with unexpected flashes. Boom! Boom! Extraordinary show! Raise your eyes, boobies! Everything is in disorder, the star as well as the drama. Good God, it is too much and not enough. These resources, gathered from exception, seem magnificence and poverty. My friends, Providence has come down to expedients. What does a revolution prove? That God is in a quandary. He effects a coup d'état because he, God, has not been able to make both ends meet. In fact, this confirms me in my conjectures as to Jehovah's fortune, and when I see so much distress in heaven and on earth, from the bird who has not a grain of millet to myself without 100,000 livres of income, when I see human destiny, which is very badly worn, and even royal destiny, which is threadbare, witness the Prince de Condé hung, when I see winter, which is nothing but a rent in the zenith through which the wind blows, when I see so many rags even in the perfectly new purple of the morning on the crests of hills, when I see the drops of dew, those mock pearls, when I see the frost that paste, when I see humanity ripped apart and events patched up, and so many spots on the sun and so many holes in the moon, when I see so much misery everywhere, I suspect that God is not rich. The appearance exists, it is true, but I feel that he is hard up. He gives a revolution as a tradesman whose money box is empty gives a ball. God must not be judged from appearances. Beneath the gilding of heaven I perceive a poverty-stricken universe. Creation is bankrupt. That is why I am discontented. Here it is the 4th of June, it is almost night, ever since this morning I have been waiting for daylight to come, it has not come, and I bet that it won't come all day. This is the inexactness of an ill-paid clerk. Yes, everything is badly arranged, nothing fits anything else, this old world is all warped, I take my stand on the opposition, everything goes awry, the universe is a tease. It's like children, those who want them have none, and those who don't want them have them. Total, I'm vexed. Besides, L'Aigle de Meaux, that bald head, offends my sight. It humiliates me to think that I am of the same age as that baldy. However, I criticize, but I do not insult. The universe is what it is. I speak here without evil intent and to ease my conscience. Receive, Eternal Father, the assurance of my distinguished consideration. Ah! By all the saints of Olympus and by all the gods of paradise, I was not intended to be a Parisian, that is to say, to rebound forever, like a shuttlecock between two battledores, from the group of the loungers to the group of the roisterers. I was made to be a Turk, watching oriental houris all day long, executing those exquisite Egyptian dances, as sensuous as the dream of a chaste man, or a Beauceran peasant, or a Venetian gentleman surrounded by gentlewomen, or a petty German prince, furnishing the half of a foot soldier to the Germanic Confederation, and occupying his leisure with drying his breeches on his hedge, that is to say, his frontier. Those are the positions for which I was born. Yes, I have said a Turk, and I will not retract. I do not understand how people can habitually take Turks in bad part. Mohammed had his good points, respect for the inventor of seraglios with houris and paradises with odalisks. Let us not insult Mohammedanism, the only religion which is ornamented with a hen roost. Now, I insist on a drink. The earth is a great piece of stupidity. And it appears that they are going to fight, all those imbeciles, and to break each other's profiles and to massacre each other in the heart of summer, in the month of June, when they might go off with a creature on their arm, to breathe the immense heaps of new mown hay in the meadows. Really, people do commit altogether too many follies. An old broken lantern which I have just seen at a bric-a-brac merchant's suggests a reflection to my mind, it is time to enlighten the human race. Yes, behold me sad again. That's what comes of swallowing an oyster in a revolution the wrong way. I am growing melancholy once more. Oh! Frightful old world! People strive, turn each other out, prostitute themselves, kill each other, and get used to it. And Grantaire, after this fit of eloquence, had a fit of coughing, which was well earned. A propos of revolution, said Joly, it is decidedly aberrant that Barius is in Louvre. Does anyone know with whom? Demanded L'Aigle. Do. No. Do, I tell you. Marius' love affairs, exclaimed Grantaire. I can imagine it. Marius is a fog, and he must have found a vapor. Marius is of the race of poets. He who says poet, says fool, madman, Timbrius Apollo. Marius and his Marie, or his Marion, or his Maria, or his Mariette. They must make a queer pair of lovers. I know just what it is like, ecstasies in which they forget to kiss pure on earth, but joined in heaven they are souls possessed of senses, they lie among the stars. Grantaire was attacking his second bottle and, possibly, his second harangue, when a new personage emerged from the square aperture of the stairs. It was a boy less than 10 years of age, ragged, very small, yellow, with an odd fizz, a vivacious eye, an enormous amount of hair drenched with rain, and wearing a contented air. The child, unhesitatingly making his choice among the three, addressed himself to L'Aigle de Meaux. "Are you Monsieur Bossuet?" "That is my nickname," replied L'Aigle. "What do you want with me?" "This a tall blonde fellow on the boulevard said to me, 'Do you know Mother Hucheloup?' I said, 'Yes, Rue Chanvrerie, the old man's widow.' He said to me, 'Go there you will find M. Bossuet, tell him from me, ABC. It's a joke that they're playing on you, isn't it?' He gave me 10 sous. "Jolie, lend me 10 sous, said L'Aigle, and, turning to Grantaire, "Grantaire, lend me 10 sous. This made 20 sous, which L'Aigle handed to the lad. "Thank you, sir," said the urchin. "What is your name?" inquired L'Aigle. "Naves, Gavroche's friend." "Stay with us," said L'Aigle. "Breakfast with us," said Grantaire. The child replied. "I can't, I belong in the procession, I'm the one to shout down with Polignac." And executing a prolonged scrape of his foot behind him, which is the most respectful of all possible salutes, he took his departure. The child gone, Grantaire took the word. "That is the purebred gammon. There are a great many varieties of the gammon species. The notary's gammon is called skip the gutter, the cook's gammon is called a scullion, the baker's gammon is called a matron, the lackey's gammon is called a groom, the marine gammon is called the cabin boy, the soldier's gammon is called the drummer boy, the painter's gammon is called paint grinder, the tradesman's gammon is called an errand boy, the courtesan gammon is called the minion, the kingly gammon is called the dauphin, the god gammon is called the bambino." In the meantime, L'Aigle was engaged in reflection. He said half aloud, "ABC, that is to say, the burial of Lamarck." "The tall blonde," remarked Grantaire, "is Enjolras, who is sending you a warning." "Shall we go?" ejaculated Bossuet. "It's raiding," said Jolie. "I have sworn to go through fire, but not through water. I don't want to get a gold." "I shall stay here," said Grantaire. "I prefer a breakfast to a hearse." "Conclusion, we remain," said L'Aigle. "Well, then, let us drink. Besides, we might miss the funeral without missing the riot." "Ah, the riot, I am with you," cried Jolie. L'Aigle rubbed his hands. "Now we're going to touch up the revolution of 1830. As a matter of fact, it does hurt the people along the seams." "I don't think much of your revolution," said Grantaire. "I don't execrate this government. It is the crown tempered by the cotton nightcap. It is a scepter ending in an umbrella. In fact, I think that today, with the present weather, Louis Philippe might utilize his royalty in 2 directions. He might extend the tip of the scepter end against the people, and open the umbrella end against heaven." The room was dark, large clouds had just finished the extinction of daylight. There was no one in the wine shop, or in the street, everyone having gone off to watch events. "Is it midday or midnight?" cried Bossuet. "You can't see your hand before your face, Giblotti, fetch a light." Grantaire was drinking in a melancholy way. "Enjolras disdains me," he muttered. Enjolras said, "Jolie is ill, Grantaire is drunk." It was to Bossuet that he sent Naves. "If he had come for me, I would have followed him. So much the worse for Enjolras, I won't go to his funeral." This resolution once arrived at, Bossuet, Jolie, and Grantaire did not stir from the wine shop. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the table at which they sat was covered with empty bottles. 2 candles were burning on it, one in a flat copper candlestick which was perfectly green, the other in the neck of a cracked carafe. Grantaire had seduced Jolie and Bossuet to wine. Bossuet and Jolie had conducted Grantaire back towards cheerfulness. As for Grantaire, he had got beyond wine, that merely moderate inspirer of dreams, ever since midday. Wine enjoys only a conventional popularity with serious drinkers. There is, in fact, in the matter of inebriety, white magic and black magic. Wine is only white magic. Grantaire was a daring drinker of dreams. The blackness of a terrible fit of drunkenness yawning before him, far from arresting him, attracted him. He had abandoned the bottle and taken to the beer glass. The beer glass is the abyss. Having neither opium nor hashish on hand, and being desirous of filling his brain with twilight, he had had recourse to that fearful mixture of brandy, stout, absinthe, which produces the most terrible of lethargies. It is of these 3 vapors, beer, brandy, and absinthe, that the lead of the soul is composed. They are 3 grooms, the celestial butterfly is drowned in them, and there are formed therein a membranous smoke, vaguely condensed into the wing of the bat, 3 mute furies, nightmare, night, and death, which hover about the slumbering psyche. Grantaire had not yet reached that lamentable phase, far from it. He was tremendously gay, and Bossuet and Jolie retorted. They clinked glasses. Grantaire added to the eccentric accentuation of words and ideas, a peculiarity of gesture, he rested his left fist on his knee with dignity, his arm forming a right angle, and, with cravat untied, seated astride a stool, his full glass in his right hand, he hurled solemn words at the big maidservant Matelote. Let the doors of the palace be thrown open, let everyone be a member of the French Academy and have the right to embrace Madame Hucheloup, let us drink. And turning to Madame Hucheloup, he added. Woman ancient and consecrated by use, draw near that I may contemplate thee. And Jolie exclaimed. Matelote and Gibelotti, dod give Grantaire anything more to drink he has already devoured, since this boarding, in wild prodigality 2 francs and 95 cent ibis. And Grantaire began again. Who has been unhooking the stars without my permission, and putting them on the table in the guise of candles? Bossuet, though very drunk, preserved his equanimity. He was seated on the sill of the open window, wetting his back in the falling rain, and gazing at his 2 friends. All at once, he heard a tumult behind him, hurried footsteps, cries of to arms. He turned round and saw in the Rue Saint-Denis, at the end of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, Enjolras passing, gun in hand, and Gavroche with his pistol, Freely with his sword, Courfeyrac with his sword, and Jean Prouvaire with his blunderbuss, Combeferre with his gun, Bahorel with his gun, and the whole armed and stormy rabble which was following them. The Rue de la Chanvrerie was not more than a gunshot long. Bossuet improvised a speaking trumpet from his 2 hands placed around his mouth, and shouted. Courfeyrac, Courfeyrac, ho-ee! Courfeyrac heard the shout, caught sight of Bossuet, and advanced a few paces into the Rue de la Chanvrerie, shouting, What do you want, which crossed where are you going? To make a barricade, replied Courfeyrac. Well, here, this is a good place, make it here. That's true, Aigle, said Courfeyrac. And at a signal from Courfeyrac, the mob flung themselves into the Rue de la Chanvrerie. Chapter 3, Night begins to descend upon Grantaire. The spot was, in fact, admirably adapted, the entrance to the street widened out, the other extremity narrowed together into a pocket without exit. Corinth created an obstacle, the Rue Mondétour was easily barricaded on the right and the left, no attack was possible except from the Rue Saint-Denis, that is to say, in front, and in full sight. Bossuet had the comprehensive glance of a fasting Hannibal. Terror had seized on the whole street at the eruption of the mob. There was not a passer-by who did not get out of sight. In the space of a flash of lightning, in the rear, to right and left, shops, stables, area doors, windows, blinds, attic skylights, shutters of every description were closed, from the ground floor to the roof. A terrified old woman fixed a mattress in front of her window on 2 clothes poles for drying linen, in order to deaden the effect of musketry. The wine shop alone remained open, and that for a very good reason, that the mob had rushed into it. Oh my God, sighed Mame Hucheloup. Bossuet had gone down to meet Courfeyrac. Jolie, who had placed himself at the window, exclaimed. Courfeyrac, you ought to have brought an umbrella, you will catch gold. In the meantime, in the space of a few minutes, 20 iron bars had been wrenched from the grated front of the wine shop, 10 fathoms of street had been unpaved, Gavroche and Bahorel had seized in its passage, and overturned, the dray of a lime dealer named Anso. This dray contained 3 barrels of lime, which they placed beneath the piles of paving stones. Enjolras raised the cellar trap, and all the widow Hucheloup's empty casks were used to flank the barrels of lime. Freely, with his fingers skilled in painting the delicate sticks of fans, had backed up the barrels and the dray with 2 massive heaps of blocks of rough stone. Blocks which were improvised like the rest and procured no one knows where. The beams which served as props were torn from the neighboring house fronts and laid on the casks. When Bossuet and Courfeyrac turned round, half the street was already barred with a rampart higher than a man. There is nothing like the hand of the populace for building everything that is built by demolishing. Matelote and Gibelotti had mingled with the workers. Gibelotti went and came loaded with rubbish. Her lassitude helped on the barricade. She served the barricade as she would have served wine, with a sleepy air. An omnibus with 2 white horses passed the end of the street. Bossuet strode over the paving stones, ran to it, stopped the driver, made the passengers alight, offered his hand to the ladies, dismissed the conductor, and returned, leading the vehicle and the horses by the bridle. Omnibuses, said he, do not pass the Corinth non-licit omnibus at dire Corinthum. An instant later, the horses were unharnessed and went off at their will, through the Rue Mondétour, and the omnibus lying on its side completed the bar across the street. Mame Hucheloup, quite upset, had taken refuge in the first story. Her eyes were vague, and stared without seeing anything, and she cried in a low tone. Her terrified shrieks did not dare to emerge from her throat. The end of the world has come, she muttered. Jolie deposited a kiss on Mame Hucheloup's fat, red, wrinkled neck, and said to Grantaire, My dear fellow, I have always regarded a woman's neck as an infinitely delicate thing. But Grantaire attained to the highest regions of dithyramb. Matelote had mounted to the first floor once more, Grantaire seized her round her waist, and gave vent to long bursts of laughter at the window. Matelote is homely, he cried, Matelote is of a dream of ugliness, Matelote is a chimera. This is the secret of her birth. A Gothic Pygmalion, who was making gargoyles for cathedrals, fell in love with one of them, the most horrible. One fine morning he besought love to give it life, and this produced Matelote. Look at her, citizens, she has chromate of lead-colored hair, like Titian's mistress, and she is a good girl. I guarantee that she will fight well. Every good girl contains a hero as. For Mother Huchloo, she's an old warrior. Look at her mustaches. She inherited them from her husband. A hussar indeed. She will fight too. These two alone will strike terror to the heart of the Banlieue. Comrades, we shall overthrow the government. As true as there are 15 intermediary acids between margaric acid and formic acid, however, that is a matter of perfect indifference to me. Gentlemen, my father always detested me because I could not understand mathematics. I understand only love and liberty. I am Grantaire, the good fellow. Having never had any money, I never acquired the habit of it, and the result is that I have never lacked it, but, if I had been rich, there would have been no more poor people. You would have seen. Oh, if the kind hearts only had fat purses, how much better things would go. I picture myself Jesus Christ with Rothschild's fortune. How much good he would do. Matelote, embrace me. You are voluptuous and timid. You have cheeks which invite the kiss of a sister, and lips which claim the kiss of a lover. Hold your tongue, you cask, said Courfeyrac. Grantaire retorted. I am the Capitoul 52 and the master of the floral games. Enjolras, who was standing on the crest of the barricade, gun in hand, raised his beautiful, austere face. Enjolras, as the reader knows, had something of the Spartan and of the Puritan in his composition. He would have perished at Thermopylae with Leonidas, and burned at Drogheda with Cromwell. Grantaire, he shouted, go get rid of the fumes of your wine somewhere else than here. This is the place for enthusiasm, not for drunkenness. Don't disgrace the barricade. This angry speech produced a singular effect on Grantaire. One would have said that he had had a glass of cold water flung in his face. He seemed to be rendered suddenly sober. He sat down, put his elbows on a table near the window, looked at Enjolras with indescribable gentleness, and said to him, let me sleep here. Go and sleep somewhere else, cried Enjolras. But Grantaire, still keeping his tender and troubled eyes fixed on him, replied, let me sleep here, until I die. Enjolras regarded him with disdainful eyes. Grantaire, you are incapable of believing, of thinking, of willing, of living, and of dying. Grantaire replied in a grave tone. You will see. He stammered a few more unintelligible words, then his head fell heavily on the table, and, as is the usual effect of the second period of inebriety, into which Enjolras had roughly and abruptly thrust him, an instant later he had fallen asleep. Chapter 4, An Attempt to Console the Widow Huchloo. Bahorel, in ecstasies over the barricade, shouted. Here's the street in its low-necked dress, how well it looks. Courfeyrac, as he demolished the wine shop to some extent, sought to console the widowed proprietress. Mother Huchloo, weren't you complaining the other day because you had had a notice served on you for infringing the law, because Gibelotti shook a counterpane out of your window? Yes, my good Monsieur Courfeyrac. Ah, good heavens, are you going to put that table of mine in your horror, too? And it was for the counterpane, and also for a pot of flowers which fell from the attic window into the street, that the government collected a fine of 100 francs. If that isn't an abomination, what is? Well, Mother Huchloo, we are avenging you. Mother Huchloo did not appear to understand very clearly the benefit which she was to derive from these reprisals made on her account. She was satisfied after the manner of that Arab woman, who, having received a box on the ear from her husband, went to complain to her father, and cried for vengeance, saying, Father, you owe my husband affront for affront. The father asked, on which cheek did you receive the blow? On the left cheek. The father slapped her right cheek and said, now you are satisfied. Go tell your husband that he boxed my daughter's ears, and that I have accordingly boxed his wife's. The rain had ceased. Recruits had arrived. Workmen had brought under their blouses a barrel of powder, a basket containing bottles of vitriol, 2 or 3 carnival torches, and a basket filled with fire pots, left over from the King's festival. This festival was very recent, having taken place on the 1st of May. It was said that these munitions came from a grocer in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine named Pepin. They smashed the only street lantern in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the lantern corresponding to one in the Rue Saint-Denis, and all the lanterns in the surrounding streets, de Mondétour, du Cygne, des Prêcheurs, and de la Grande and de la Petite Truanderie. Enjolras, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac directed everything. 2 barricades were now in process of construction at once, both of them resting on the Corinth House and forming a right angle. The larger shut off the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the other closed the Rue Mondétour, on the side of the Rue de Cygne. This last barricade, which was very narrow, was constructed only of casks and paving stones. There were about 50 workers on it, 30 were armed with guns, for, on their way, they had effected a wholesale loan from an armourer's shop. Nothing could be more bizarre and at the same time more motley than this troop. One had a round jacket, a cavalry sabre, and 2 holster pistols, another was in his shirt sleeves, with a round hat, and a powder horn slung at his side, a third wore a plastron of 9 sheets of grey paper and was armed with a saddler's awl. There was one who was shouting, "Let us exterminate them to the last man and die at the point of our bayonet." This man had no bayonet. Another spread out over his coat the crossbelt and cartridge box of a National Guardsman, the cover of the cartridge box being ornamented with this inscription in red worsted, "Public Order." There were a great many guns bearing the numbers of the legions, few hats, no cravats, many bare arms, some pikes add to this, all ages, all sorts of faces, small, pale young men, and bronzed longshoremen. All were in haste, and as they helped each other, they discussed the possible chances. That they would receive succor about 3 o'clock in the morning. That they were sure of one regiment, that Paris would rise. Terrible sayings with which was mingled a sort of cordial joviality. One would have pronounced them brothers, but they did not know each other's names. Great perils have this fine characteristic, that they bring to light the fraternity of strangers. A fire had been lighted in the kitchen, and there they were engaged in moulding into bullets, pewter mugs, spoons, forks, and all the brass tableware of the establishment. In the midst of it all, they drank. Caps and buckshot were mixed pell-mell on the tables with glasses of wine. In the billiard hall, Mame Huchloo, Matelote, and Giblotti, variously modified by terror, which had stupefied one, rendered another breathless, and roused the third, were tearing up old dishcloths and making lint. 3 insurgents were assisting them, 3 bushy-haired, jolly blades with beards and moustaches, who plucked away at the linen with the fingers of seamstresses and who made them tremble. The man of lofty stature whom Courfeyrac, Combeferre and Enjolras had observed at the moment when he joined the mob at the corner of the Rue des Ballets, was at work on the smaller barricade and was making himself useful there. Gavroche was working on the larger one. As for the young man who had been waiting for Courfeyrac at his lodgings, and who had inquired for M. Marius, he had disappeared at about the time when the omnibus had been overturned. Gavroche, completely carried away and radiant, had undertaken to get everything in readiness. He went, came, mounted, descended, remounted, whistled, and sparkled. He seemed to be there for the encouragement of all. Had he any incentive? Yes, certainly, his poverty. Had he wings? Yes, certainly, his joy. Gavroche was a whirlwind. He was constantly visible, he was incessantly audible. He filled the air, as he was everywhere at once. He was a sort of almost irritating ubiquity, no halt was possible with him. The enormous barricade felt him on its haunches. He troubled the loungers, he excited the idle, he reanimated the weary, he grew impatient over the thoughtful, he inspired gaiety in some, and breath in others, wrath in others, movement in all, now pricking a student, now biting an artisan. He alighted, paused, flew off again, hovered over the tumult, and the effort, sprang from one party to another, murmuring and humming, and harassed the whole company, a fly on the immense revolutionary coach. Perpetual motion was in his little arms and perpetual clamour in his little lungs. Courage, more paving stones, more casks, more machines. Where are you now? A hod of plaster for me to stop this hole with. Your barricade is very small, it must be carried up. Put everything on it, fling everything there, stick it all and break down the house. A barricade is Mother Gibou's tea. Hello, here's a glass door. This elicited an exclamation from the workers. A glass door, what do you expect us to do with a glass door, tubercle? Hercules yourselves, retorted Gavroche. A glass door is an excellent thing in a barricade. It does not prevent an attack, but it prevents the enemy taking it. So you've never prigged apples over a wall where there were broken bottles. A glass door cuts the corns of the National Guard when they try to mount on the barricade. Perdie, glass is a treacherous thing. Well, you haven't a very wildly lively imagination, comrades. However, he was furious over his triggerless pistol. He went from one to another, demanding, "A gun, I want a gun, why don't you give me a gun?" "Give you a gun," said Combeferre. "Come now," said Gavroche, "why not? I had one in 1830 when we had a dispute with Charles X." Enjolras shrugged his shoulders. "When there are enough for the men, we will give some to the children." Gavroche wheeled round haughtily, and answered, "If you are killed before me, I shall take yours." "Gamin," said Enjolras. "Greenhorn," said Gavroche. A dandy who had lost his way and who lounged past the end of the street created a diversion. Gavroche shouted to him, "Come with us, young fellow." "Well now, don't we do anything for this old country of ours?" The dandy fled. Chapter 5, Preparations. The journals of the day which said that nearly impregnable structure, of the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, as they call it, reached to the level of the first floor, were mistaken. The fact is, that it did not exceed an average height of 6 or 7 feet. It was built in such a manner that the combatants could, at their will, either disappear behind it or dominate the barrier and even scale its crest by means of a quadruple row of paving stones placed on top of each other and arranged as steps in the interior. On the outside, the front of the barricade, composed of piles of paving stones and casks bound together by beams and planks, which were entangled in the wheels of Anso's dray and of the overturned omnibus, had a bristling and inextricable aspect. An aperture large enough to allow a man to pass through had been made between the wall of the houses and the extremity of the barricade which was furthest from the wine shop, so that an exit was possible at this point. The pole of the omnibus was placed upright and held up with ropes, and a red flag, fastened to this pole, floated over the barricade. The little Mondétour barricade, hidden behind the wine shop building, was not visible. The two barricades united formed a veritable redoubt. Enjolras and Courfeyrac had not thought fit to barricade the other fragment of the Rue Mondétour which opens through the Rue des Preachers and issue into the Halles, wishing, no doubt, to preserve a possible communication with the outside, and not entertaining much fear of an attack through the dangerous and difficult street of the Rue des Preachers. With the exception of this issue which was left free, and which constituted what Foulard in his strategical style would have termed a branch, and taking into account, also, the narrow cutting arranged on the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the interior of the barricade, where the wine shop formed a salient angle, presented an irregular square, closed on all sides. There existed an interval of 20 paces between the Grand Barrier and the lofty houses which formed the background of the street, so that one might say that the barricade rested on these houses, all inhabited, but closed from top to bottom. All this work was performed without any hindrance, in less than an hour, and without this handful of bold men seeing a single bearskin cap or a single bayonet make their appearance. The very bourgeois who still ventured at this hour of riot to enter the Rue Saint-Denis cast a glance at the Rue de la Chanvrerie, caught sight of the barricade, and redoubled their pace. The two barricades being finished, and the flag run up, a table was dragged out of the wine shop, and Courfeyrac mounted on the table. Enjolras brought the square coffer, and Courfeyrac opened it. This coffer was filled with cartridges. When the mob saw the cartridges, a tremor ran through the bravest, and a momentary silence ensued. Courfeyrac distributed them with a smile. Each one received 30 cartridges. Many had powder, and set about making others with the bullets which they had run. As for the barrel of powder, it stood on a table on one side, near the door, and was held in reserve. The alarm beat which ran through all Paris, did not cease, but it had finally come to be nothing more than a monotonous noise to which they no longer paid any attention. This noise retreated at times, and again drew near, with melancholy undulations. They loaded the guns and carbines, all together, without haste, with solemn gravity. Enjolras went and stationed 3 sentinels outside the barricades, one in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the second in the Rue des Preachers, the third at the corner of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Then, the barricades having been built, the posts assigned, the guns loaded, the sentinels stationed, they waited, alone in those redoubtable streets through which no one passed any longer, surrounded by those dumb houses which seemed dead and in which no human movement palpitated, enveloped in the deepening shades of twilight which was drawing on, in the midst of that silence through which something could be felt advancing, and which had about it something tragic and terrifying, isolated, armed, determined, and tranquil. Chapter 6, Waiting. During those hours of waiting, what did they do? We must needs tell, since this is a matter of history. While the men made bullets and the women lint, while a large saucepan of melted brass and lead, destined to the bullet mold smoked over a glowing brazier, while the sentinels watched, weapon in hand, on the barricade, while Enjolras, whom it was impossible to divert, kept an eye on the sentinels, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Freely, Bossuet, Joly, Bahorel, and some others, saw each other out and united as in the most peaceful days of their conversations in their student life. And, in one corner of this wine shop which had been converted into a casement, a couple of paces distant from the redoubt which they had built, with their carbines loaded and primed resting against the backs of their chairs, these fine young fellows, so close to a supreme hour, began to recite love verses. What verses? These. Vous rappelez-vous notre douce Lorsque nous étions si jeunes tous deux. Et que nous en avions au cœur d'autres envie. Que d'être bien mis et d'être moureux. Lorsque n'ajoutant votre âge au monde âge. Nous en comptions pas à du 40 ans. Et que, dans notre humble et petit ménage. Tout, même l'hiver, nous étions printemps. Beaux jours. Manuel était fier et sage. Paris s'assiat à de saints banquets. Foy l'enquête la foudre, et votre corsage. Avec un épingle au ugme piques. Tout vous contemplate. Avocat sans causes. Quand vous menas au Prado diner. Vous étiez jolie au point que les roses. Me faciant l'effet de se retourner. Les entendais dire, est belle. Comme elle sent bon. Quel cheveux à flots. Sous son mantelet elle cache un ale. Son bonnet charmant est à peine éclos. J'arrive avec toi, pressant ton bras supple. Les passants croyant que l'amour charme. Avec marié, dans notre heureux couple. Elle du mois d'avril au beau mois de mai. Nous vivions caches, contents, port close. Dévorant l'amour, bon fruit défendu. Ma bouche n'avait pas dit une chose. Que déjà ton cœur avait répondu. La Sorbonne était l'endroit bucolique. Oujet adoreus du soir au matin. Sayansi chuan a memorius appliqué. La carte du tendre au pays latin. Au place Maubert. Au place Dauphine. Quand, dans les tautis phrases et printanier. Tu tires ton bas sur ta jam fine. Je voya un astre au fond du grenier. Jai fort lu platon, mais rien nemn rest. Mieux que malbranche et que lamine. Tu me démontre la bonne céleste. Avec un fleur que tu me donnes. Jet obécis, tu m'étais soumis. Au grenier doré. Te lacer. Te voir. Aller et venir de l'aube en chemise. Morant ton jeune front à ton vieux maroyer. Et qui don pour rate perdre la mémoire. De ces temps d'aurora et de firmament. De Rubens, de fleurs, de gaze et de moire. Ou l'amour begat un argot charmant? Nos jardins étaient un pot de tulipe. Tu masques la vitre avec un jupon. Je prenas le ball de terre de pipe. Et donna le tasse en japon. Etces grands malhus qui nous facient rire. Ton mancon brûle, ton boa perdu. Etc cher portrait du divin Shakespeare. Tu un soir pour super nons avens vendu. J'étais mendiant et toi charitable. Je bicis au valtes bras phrases et rons. Dante in folio nous survey de table. Pour manger guiment un cent de marrons. La première fois tu en monde joyeux bouge. Je pris un baiser à ta lèvre en fou. Quand tu t'en allais de coiffe et rouge. Je restai tau pale et je cruz en tu. Te rappels tu nos bonheurs sans nombre. Et tu ces fichus changes en chiffons? Ok de soupirs, de nos cours pleins d'amber. Se sont envols dans les yeux profonds, 53. The hour, the spot, these souvenirs of youth recalled, a few stars which began to twinkle in the sky, the funeral repose of those deserted streets, the imminence of the inexorable adventure, which was in preparation, gave a pathetic charm to these verses murmured in a low tone in the dusk by Jean Prouvaire, who, as we have said, was a gentle poet. In the meantime, a lamp had been lighted in the small barricade, and in the large one of those wax torches such as are to be met with on Shrove Tuesday in front of vehicles loaded with masks, on their way to La Courtille. These torches, as the reader has seen, came from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The torch had been placed in a sort of cage of paving stones closed on three sides to shelter it from the wind, and disposed in such a fashion that all the light fell on the flag. The street and the barricade remained sunk in gloom, and nothing was to be seen except the red flag formidably illuminated as by an enormous dark lantern. This light enhanced the scarlet of the flag, with an indescribable and terrible purple. Chapter 7, The Man Recruited in the Rue des Ballets. Night was fully come, nothing made its appearance. All that they heard was confused noises, and at intervals, fusillades, but these were rare, badly sustained and distant. This respite, which was thus prolonged, was a sign that the government was taking its time, and collecting its forces. These 50 men were waiting for 60,000. Enjolras felt attacked by that impatience which seizes on strong souls on the threshold of redoubtable events. He went in search of Gavroche, who had set to making cartridges in the tap-room, by the dubious light of 2 candles placed on the counter by way of precaution, on account of the powder which was scattered on the tables. These 2 candles cast no gleam outside. The insurgents had, moreover, taken pains not to have any light in the upper stories. Gavroche was deeply preoccupied at that moment, but not precisely with his cartridges. The man of the Rue des Ballets had just entered the tap-room and had seated himself at the table which was the least lighted. A musket of large model had fallen to his share, and he held it between his legs. Gavroche, who had been, up to that moment, distracted by 100 amusing things, had not even seen this man. When he entered, Gavroche followed him mechanically with his eyes, admiring his gun, then, all at once, when the man was seated, the street urchin sprang to his feet. Anyone who had spied upon that man up to that moment, would have seen that he was observing everything in the barricade and in the band of insurgents, with singular attention, but, from the moment when he had entered this room, he had fallen into a sort of brown study, and no longer seemed to see anything that was going on. The gamin approached this pensive personage, and began to step around him on tiptoe, as one walks in the vicinity of a person whom one is afraid of waking. At the same time, over his childish countenance which was, at once so impudent and so serious, so giddy and so profound, so gay and so heart-breaking, passed all those grimaces of an old man which signify, ah bah! Impossible! My sight is bad! I am dreaming! Can this be? No, it is not. But yes. Why, no. Etc. Gavroche balanced on his heels, clenched both fists in his pockets, moved his neck around like a bird, expended in a gigantic pout all the sagacity of his lower lip. He was astounded, uncertain, incredulous, convinced, dazzled. He had the mien of the chief of the eunuchs in the slave mart, discovering a Venus among the blowsy females, and the air of an amateur recognizing a Raphael in a heap of daubs. His whole being was at work, the instinct which sends out, and the intelligence which combines. It was evident that a great event had happened in Gavroche's life. It was at the most intense point of this preoccupation that Enjolras accosted him. "You are small," said Enjolras, "you will not be seen go out of the barricade, slip along close to the houses, skirmish about a bit in the streets, and come back and tell me what is going on." Gavroche raised himself on his haunches. "So the little chaps are good for something, that's very lucky, I'll go, in the meanwhile, trust to the little fellows, and distrust the big ones." And Gavroche, raising his head and lowering his voice, added, as he indicated the man of the Rue des Ballets, "Do you see that big fellow there? Well, he's a police spy. Are you sure of it? It isn't 2 weeks since he pulled me off the cornice of the Port Royal, where I was taking the air, by my ear." Enjolras hastily quitted the urchin and murmured a few words in a very low tone to a longshoreman from the wine docks who chanced to be at hand. The man left the room, and returned almost immediately, accompanied by 3 others. The 4 men, 4 porters with broad shoulders, went and placed themselves without doing anything to attract his attention, behind the table on which the man of the Rue des Ballets was leaning with his elbows. They were evidently ready to hurl themselves upon him. Then Enjolras approached the man and demanded of him, "Who are you?" At this abrupt query, the man started. He plunged his gaze deep into Enjolras' clear eyes and appeared to grasp the latter's meaning. He smiled with a smile than which nothing more disdainful, more energetic and more resolute could be seen in the world, and replied with haughty gravity, "I see what it is well, yes. You are a police spy. I am an agent of the authorities. And your name?" "Javert." Enjolras made a sign to the 4 men. In the twinkling of an eye, before Javert had time to turn round, he was collared, thrown down, pinioned and searched. They found on him a little round card pasted between 2 pieces of glass, and bearing on one side the arms of France, engraved, and with this motto, "Supervision and Vigilance," and on the other this note, "Javert, Inspector of Police, aged 52, and the signature of the Prefect of Police of that day, M. Gisquet." Besides this, he had his watch and his purse, which contained several gold pieces. They left him his purse and his watch. Under the watch, at the bottom of his fob, they felt and seized a paper in an envelope, which Enjolras unfolded, and on which he read these 5 lines, written in the very hand of the Prefect of Police. "As soon as his political mission is accomplished, Inspector Javert will make sure, by special supervision, whether it is true that the malefactors have instituted intrigues on the right bank of the Seine, near the Jena bridge." The search ended, they lifted Javert to his feet, bound his arms behind his back, and fastened him to that celebrated post in the middle of the room which had formerly given the wine shop its name. Gavroche, who had looked on at the whole of this scene and had approved of everything with a silent toss of his head, stepped up to Javert and said to him, "It's the mouse who has caught the cat." All this was so rapidly executed, that it was all over when those about the wine shop noticed it. Javert had not uttered a single cry. At the sight of Javert bound to the post, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Combeferre and the men scattered over the 2 barricades came running up. Javert, with his back to the post, and so surrounded with ropes that he could not make a movement, raised his head with the intrepid serenity of the man who has never lied. "He is a police spy," said Enjolras. And turning to Javert, "You will be shot 10 minutes before the barricade is taken." Javert replied in his most imperious tone, "Why not at once? We are saving our powder. Then finish the business with a blow from a knife." "Spy," said the handsome Enjolras, "we are judges and not assassins." Then he called Gavroche. "Here you, go about your business, do what I told you." "I'm going," cried Gavroche. And halting as he was on the point of setting out. "By the way, you will give me his gun," and he added, "I leave you the musician, but I want the clarinet." The gamin made the military salute and passed gaily through the opening in the large barricade. Chapter 8, Many interrogation points with regard to a certain L.E. Cabuc whose name may not have been L.E. Cabuc. The tragic picture which we have undertaken would not be complete, the reader would not see those grand moments of social birth pangs in a revolutionary birth, which contain convulsion mingled with effort, in their exact and real relief, were we to omit, in the sketch here outlined, an incident full of epic and savage horror which occurred almost immediately after Gavroche's departure. Mobs, as the reader knows, are like a snowball, and collect as they roll along, a throng of tumultuous men. These men do not ask each other whence they come. Among the passers-by who had joined the rabble led by Enjolras, Combeferre and Courfeyrac, there had been a person wearing the jacket of a street porter, which was very threadbare on the shoulders, who gesticulated and vociferated, and who had the look of a drunken savage. This man, whose name or nickname was L.E. Cabuc, and who was, moreover, an utter stranger to those who pretended to know him, was very drunk, or assumed the appearance of being so, and had seated himself with several others at a table which they had dragged outside of the wine shop. This Cabuc, while making those who vied with him drunk seem to be examining with a thoughtful air the large house at the extremity of the barricade, whose 5 stories commanded the whole street and faced the Rue Saint-Denis. All at once he exclaimed. Do you know, comrades, it is from that house yonder that we must fire when we are at the windows, the deuce is in it if anyone can advance into the street. Yes, but the house is closed, said one of the drinkers. Let us knock. They will not open. Let us break in the door. Le Cabuc runs to the door, which had a very massive knocker, and knocks. The door opens not. He strikes a second blow. No one answers. A third stroke. The same silence. Is there anyone here? Shouts Cabuc. Nothing stirs. Then he seizes a gun and begins to batter the door with the butt end. It was an ancient alley door, low, vaulted, narrow, solid, entirely of oak, lined on the inside with a sheet of iron and iron stays, a genuine prison postern. The blows from the butt end of the gun made the house tremble, but did not shake the door. Nevertheless, it is probable that the inhabitants were disturbed, for a tiny, square window was finally seen to open on the 3rd story, and at this aperture appeared the reverend and terrified face of a grey-haired old man, who was the porter, and who held a candle. The man who was knocking paused. Gentlemen, said the porter, what do you want? Open, said Cabuc. That cannot be, gentlemen. Open, nevertheless. Impossible, gentlemen. Le Cabuc took his gun and aimed at the porter, but as he was below, and as it was very dark, the porter did not see him. Will you open, yes or no? No, gentlemen. Do you say no? I say no, my goo. The porter did not finish. The shot was fired, the ball entered under his chin and came out at the nape of his neck, after traversing the jugular vein. The old man fell back without a sigh. The candle fell and was extinguished, and nothing more was to be seen except a motionless head lying on the sill of the small window, and a little whitish smoke which floated off towards the roof. There, said Le Cabuc, dropping the butt end of his gun to the pavement. He had hardly uttered this word, when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with the weight of an eagle's talon, and he heard a voice saying to him. On your knees. The murderer turned round and saw before him Enjolras' cold, white face. Enjolras held a pistol in his hand. He had hastened up at the sound of the discharge. He had seized Cabuc's collar, blouse, shirt, and suspender with his left hand. On your knees, he repeated. And, with an imperious motion, the frail young man of 20 years bent the thick-set and sturdy porter like a reed, and brought him to his knees in the mire. Le Cabuc attempted to resist, but he seemed to have been seized by a superhuman hand. Enjolras, pale, with bare neck and dishevelled hair, and his woman's face, had about him at that moment something of the antique Themis. His dilated nostrils, his downcast eyes, gave to his implacable Greek profile that expression of wrath and that expression of chastity which, as the ancient world viewed the matter, befit justice. The whole barricade hastened up, then all ranged themselves in a circle at a distance, feeling that it was impossible to utter a word in the presence of the thing which they were about to behold. Le Cabuc, vanquished, no longer tried to struggle, and trembled in every limb. Enjolras released him and drew out his watch. Collect yourself, said he. Think or pray, you have 1 minute. Mercy, murmured the murderer, then he dropped his head and stammered a few inarticulate oaths. Enjolras never took his eyes off of him, he allowed a minute to pass, then he replaced his watch in his fob. That done, he grasped Le Cabuc by the hair, as the latter coiled himself into a ball at his knees and shrieked, and placed the muzzle of the pistol to his ear. Many of those intrepid men, who had so tranquilly entered upon the most terrible of adventures, turned aside their heads. An explosion was heard, the assassin fell to the pavement face downwards. Enjolras straightened himself up, and cast a convinced and severe glance around him. Then he spurned the corpse with his foot and said, "Throw that outside." 3 men raised the body of the unhappy wretch, which was still agitated by the last mechanical convulsions of the life that had fled, and flung it over the little barricade into the Rue Mondétour. Enjolras was thoughtful. It is impossible to say what grandiose shadows slowly spread over his redoubtable serenity. All at once he raised his voice. A silence fell upon them. "Citizens," said Enjolras, "what that man did is frightful, what I have done is horrible. He killed, therefore I killed him. I had to do it, because insurrection must have its discipline. Assassination is even more of a crime here than elsewhere. We are under the eyes of the revolution, we are the priests of the republic, we are the victims of duty, and must not be possible to slander our combat. I have, therefore, tried that man, and condemned him to death. As for myself, constrained as I am to do what I have done, and yet abhorring it, I have judged myself also, and you shall soon see to what I have condemned myself." Those who listened to him shuddered. "We will share thy fate," cried Combeferre. "So be it," replied Enjolras. "One word more in executing this man, I have obeyed necessity, but necessity is a monster of the old world. Necessity's name is fatality. Now, the law of progress is, that monsters shall disappear before the angels, and that fatality shall vanish before fraternity. It is a bad moment to pronounce the word love. No matter, I do pronounce it and I glorify it. Love, the future is thine death, I make use of thee, but I hate these citizens, in the future there will be neither darkness nor thunderbolts, neither ferocious ignorance, nor bloody retaliation. As there will be no more Satan, there will be no more Michael. In the future no one will kill anyone else, the earth will beam with radiance, the human race will love. The day will come, citizens, when all will be concord, harmony, light, joy, and life, it will come, and it is in order that it may come that we are about to die. Enjolras ceased. His virgin lips closed, and he remained for some time standing on the spot where he had shed blood, in marble immobility. His staring eye caused those about him to speak in low tones. Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre pressed each other's hands silently, and, leaning against each other in an angle of the barricade, they watched with an admiration in which there was some compassion, that grave young man, executioner and priest, composed of light like crystal and also of rock. Let us say at once that later on, after the action, when the bodies were taken to the morgue and searched, a police agent's card was found on Le Cabuc. The author of this book had in his hands, in 1848, the special report on this subject made to the prefect of police in 1832. We will add, that if we are to believe a tradition of the police, which is strange but probably well founded, Le Cabuc was Claquesous. The fact is, that dating from the death of Le Cabuc, there was no longer any question of Claquesous. Claquesous had nowhere left any trace of his disappearance, he would seem to have amalgamated himself with the invisible. His life had been all shadows, his end was night. The whole insurgent group was still under the influence of the emotion of that tragic case which had been so quickly tried and so quickly terminated, when Courfeyrac again beheld on the barricade, the small young man who had inquired of him that morning for Marius. This lad, who had a bold and reckless air, had come by night to join the insurgents. Book 13th, Marius enters the shadow. Chapter 1, From the Rue Plumet to the Quartier Saint-Denis. The voice which had summoned Marius through the twilight to the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, had produced on him the effect of the voice of destiny. He wished to die, the opportunity presented itself, he knocked at the door of the tomb, a hand in the darkness offered him the key. These melancholy openings which take place in the gloom before despair, are tempting. Marius thrust aside the bar which had so often allowed him to pass, emerged from the garden, and said, I will go. Mad with grief, no longer conscious of anything fixed or solid in his brain, incapable of accepting anything thenceforth of fate after those 2 months passed in the intoxication of youth and love, overwhelmed at once by all the reveries of despair, he had but one desire remaining, to make a speedy end of all. He set out at rapid pace. He found himself most opportunely armed, as he had Javert's pistols with him. The young man of whom he thought that he had caught a glimpse, had vanished from his sight in the street. Marius, who had emerged from the Rue Plumet by the boulevard, traversed the Esplanade and the Bridge of the Invalids, the Champs-Élysées, the Place Louis XV, and reached the Rue de Rivoli. The shops were open there, the gas was burning under the arcades, women were making their purchases in the stalls, people were eating ices in the Café Later, and nibbling small cakes at the English pastry cook's shop. Only a few posting chaises were setting out at a gallop from the Hôtel des Princes and the Hôtel Meurice. Marius entered the Rue Saint-Honore through the Passage Delorme. There the shops were closed, the merchants were chatting in front of their half-open doors, people were walking about, the street lanterns were lighted, beginning with the first floor, all the windows were lighted as usual. There was cavalry on the Place du Palais Royal. Marius followed the Rue Saint-Honore. In proportion as he left the Palais Royal behind him, there were fewer lighted windows, the shops were fast shut, no one was chatting on the thresholds, the street grew sombre, and, at the same time, the crowd increased in density. For the passers-by now amounted to a crowd. No one could be seen to speak in this throng, and yet there arose from it a dull, deep murmur. Near the fountain of the Arbre Sec, there were assemblages, motionless and gloomy groups which were to those who went and came as stones in the midst of running water. At the entrance to the Rue des Prouvaires, the crowd no longer walked. It formed a resisting, massive, solid, compact, almost impenetrable block of people who were huddled together, and conversing in low tones. There were hardly any black coats or round hats now, but smock frocks, blouses, caps, and bristling and cadaverous heads. This multitude undulated confusedly in the nocturnal gloom. Its whisperings had the hoarse accent of a vibration. Although not one of them was walking, a dull trampling was audible in the mire. Beyond this dense portion of the throng, in the Rue du Roule, in the Rue des Prouvaires, and in the extension of the Rue Saint-Honore, there was no longer a single window in which a candle was burning. Only the solitary and diminishing rows of lanterns could be seen vanishing into the street in the distance. The lanterns of that date resembled large red stars, hanging to ropes, and shed upon the pavement a shadow which had the form of a huge spider. These streets were not deserted. There could be descried piles of guns, moving bayonets, and troops bivouacking. No curious observer passed that limit. Their circulation ceased. There the rabble ended and the army began. Marius willed with the will of a man who hopes no more. He had been summoned, he must go. He found a means to traverse the throng and to pass the bivouac of the troops. He shunned the patrols, he avoided the sentinels. He made a circuit, reached the Rue de Béthisy, and directed his course towards the Halles. At the corner of the Rue des Bourdonnais, there were no longer any lanterns. After having passed the zone of the crowd, he had passed the limits of the troops. He found himself in something startling. There was no longer a passerby, no longer a soldier, no longer a light, there was no one, solitude, silence, night, I know not what chill which seized hold upon one. Entering a street was like entering a cellar. He continued to advance. He took a few steps. Someone passed close to him at a run. Was it a man? Or a woman? Were there many of them? He could not have told. It had passed and vanished. Proceeding from circuit to circuit, he reached a lane which he judged to be the Rue de la Poterie. Near the middle of this street, he came in contact with an obstacle. He extended his hands. It was an overturned wagon. His foot recognized pools of water, gullies and paving stones scattered and piled up. A barricade had been begun there and abandoned. He climbed over the stones and found himself on the other side of the barrier. He walked very near the street posts, and guided himself along the walls of the houses. A little beyond the barricade, it seemed to him that he could make out something white in front of him. He approached, it took on a form. It was two white horses, the horses of the omnibus harnessed by Bossuet in the morning, who had been straying at random all day from street to street, and had finally halted there, with the weary patience of brutes who no more understand the actions of men, than man understands the actions of Providence. Marius left the horses behind him. As he was approaching a street which seemed to him to be the Rue du Contrat Social, a shot coming no one knows whence, and traversing the darkness at random, whistled close by him, and the bullet pierced a brass shaving dish suspended above his head over a hairdresser's shop. This pierced shaving dish was still to be seen in 1848, in the Rue du Contrat Social, at the corner of the pillars of the market. This shot still betokened life. From that instant forth he encountered nothing more. The whole of this itinerary resembled a descent of black steps. Nevertheless, Marius pressed forward. Chapter 2, An Owl's View of Paris. A being who could have hovered over Paris that night with the wing of the bat or the owl would have had beneath his eyes a gloomy spectacle. All that old quarter of the Halles, which is like a city within a city, through which run the Rue Saint-Denis and Saint-Martin, where 1,000 lanes cross, and of which the insurgents had made their redoubt and their stronghold, would have appeared to him like a dark and enormous cavity hollowed out in the centre of Paris. There the glance fell into an abyss. Thanks to the broken lanterns, thanks to the closed windows, there all radiance, all life, all sound, all movement ceased. The invisible police of the insurrection were on the watch everywhere, and maintained order, that is to say, night. The necessary tactics of insurrection are to drown small numbers in a vast obscurity, to multiply every combatant by the possibilities which that obscurity contains. At dusk, every window where a candle was burning received a shot. The light was extinguished, sometimes the inhabitant was killed. Hence nothing was stirring. There was nothing but fright, mourning, stupor in the houses, and in the streets. A sort of sacred horror. Not even the long rows of windows and stores, the indentations of the chimneys, and the roofs, and the vague reflections which are cast back by the wet and muddy pavements, were visible. An eye cast upward at that mass of shadows might, perhaps, have caught a glimpse here and there, at intervals, of indistinct gleams which brought out broken and eccentric lines, and profiles of singular buildings, something like the lights which go and come in ruins. It was at such points that the barricades were situated. The rest was a lake of obscurity, foggy, heavy, and funereal, above which, in motionless and melancholy outlines, rose the tower of Saint Jacques, the church of Saint Mary, and 2 or 3 more of those grand edifices of which man makes giants and the night makes phantoms. All around this deserted and disquieting labyrinth, in the quarters where the Parisian circulation had not been annihilated, and where a few street lanterns still burned, the aerial observer might have distinguished the metallic gleam of swords and bayonets, the dull rumble of artillery, and the swarming of silent battalions whose ranks were swelling from minute to minute, a formidable girdle which was slowly drawing in and around the insurrection. The invested quarter was no longer anything more than a monstrous cavern, everything there appeared to be asleep or motionless, and, as we have just seen, any street which one might come to offered nothing but darkness. A wild darkness, full of traps, full of unseen and formidable shocks, into which it was alarming to penetrate, and in which it was terrible to remain, where those who entered shivered before those whom they awaited, where those who waited shuddered before those who were coming. Invisible combatants were entrenched at every corner of the street, snares of the sepulchre concealed in the density of night. All was over. No more light was to be hoped for, henceforth, except the lightning of guns, no further encounter except the abrupt and rapid apparition of death. Where? How? When? No one knew, but it was certain and inevitable. In this place which had been marked out for the struggle, the government and the insurrection, the National Guard, and popular societies, the bourgeois and the uprising, groping their way, were about to come into contact. The necessity was the same for both. The only possible issue thenceforth was to emerge thence killed or conquerors. A situation so extreme, an obscurity so powerful, that the most timid felt themselves seized with resolution, and the most daring with terror. Moreover, on both sides, the fury, the rage, and the determination were equal. For the one party, to advance meant death, and no one dreamed of retreating; for the other, to remain meant death, and no one dreamed of flight. It was indispensable that all should be ended on the following day, that triumph should rest either here or there, that the insurrection should prove itself a revolution or a skirmish. The government understood this as well as the parties, the most insignificant bourgeois felt it. Hence a thought of anguish which mingled with the impenetrable gloom of this quarter where all was at the point of being decided, hence a redoubled anxiety around that silence whence a catastrophe was on the point of emerging. Here only one sound was audible, a sound as heart-rending as the death rattle, as menacing as a malediction, the tocsin of St. Mary. Nothing could be more blood-curdling than the clamour of that wild and desperate bell, wailing amid the shadows. As it often happens, nature seemed to have fallen into accord with what men were about to do. Nothing disturbed the harmony of the whole effect. The stars had disappeared, heavy clouds filled the horizon with their melancholy folds. A black sky rested on these dead streets, as though an immense winding sheet were being outspread over this immense tomb. While a battle that was still wholly political was in preparation in the same locality which had already witnessed so many revolutionary events, while youth, the secret associations, the schools, in the name of principles, and the middle classes, in the name of interests, were approaching preparatory to dashing themselves together, clasping and throwing each other, while each one hastened and invited the last and decisive hour of the crisis, far away and quite outside of this fatal quarter, in the most profound depths of the unfathomable cavities of that wretched old Paris which disappears under the splendor of happy and opulent Paris, the sombre voice of the people could be heard giving utterance to a dull roar. A fearful and sacred voice which is composed of the roar of the brute and of the word of God, which terrifies the weak and which warns the wise, which comes both from below like the voice of the lion, and from on high like the voice of the thunder. Chapter 3, The Extreme Edge. Marius had reached the Halles. There everything was still calmer, more obscure, and more motionless than in the neighboring streets. One would have said that the glacial peace of the sepulchre had sprung forth from the earth and had spread over the heavens. Nevertheless, a red glow brought out against this black background the lofty roofs of the houses which barred the Rue de la Chanvrerie on the Saint Eustache side. It was the reflection of the torch which was burning in the Corinthe barricade. Marius directed his steps towards that red light. It had drawn him to the March Auxiliary Poires, and he caught a glimpse of the dark mouth of the Rue des Preachers. He entered it. The insurgent's sentinel, who was guarding the other end, did not see him. He felt that he was very close to that which he had come in search of, and he walked on tiptoe. In this manner he reached the elbow of that short section of the Rue Mondétour which was, as the reader will remember, the only communication which Enjolras had preserved with the outside world. At the corner of the last house, on his left, he thrust his head forward, and looked into the fragment of the Rue Mondétour. A little beyond the angle of the lane and the Rue de la Chanvrerie which cast a broad curtain of shadow, in which he was himself engulfed, he perceived some light on the pavement, a bit of the wine shop, and beyond, a flickering lamp within a sort of shapeless wall, and men crouching down with guns on their knees. All this was 10 fathoms distant from him. It was the interior of the barricade. The houses which bordered the lane on the right concealed the rest of the wine shop, the large barricade, and the flag from him. Marius had but a step more to take. Then the unhappy young man seated himself on a post, folded his arms, and fell to thinking about his father. He thought of that heroic Colonel Pontmercy, who had been so proud a soldier, who had guarded the frontier of France under the Republic, and had touched the frontier of Asia under Napoleon, who had beheld Genoa, Alexandria, Milan, Turin, Madrid, Vienna, Dresden, Berlin, Moscow, who had left on all the victorious battlefields of Europe drops of that same blood, which he, Marius, had in his veins, who had grown grey before his time in discipline and command, who had lived with his sword belt buckled, his epaulets falling on his breast, his cockade blackened with powder, his brow furrowed with his helmet, in barracks, in camp, in the bivouac, in ambulances, and who, at the expiration of 20 years, had returned from the great wars with a scarred cheek, a smiling countenance, tranquil, admirable, pure as a child, having done everything for France and nothing against her. He said to himself that his day had also come now, that his hour had struck, that following his father, he too was about to show himself brave, intrepid, bold, to run to meet the bullets, to offer his breast to bayonets, to shed his blood, to seek the enemy, to seek death, that he was about to wage war in his turn and descend to the field of battle, and that the field of battle upon which he was to descend was the street, and that the war in which he was about to engage was civil war. He beheld civil war laid open like a gulf before him, and into this he was about to fall. Then he shuddered. He thought of his father's sword, which his grandfather had sold to a second-hand dealer, and which he had so mournfully regretted. He said to himself that that chaste and valiant sword had done well to escape from him, and to depart in wrath into the gloom, that if it had thus fled, it was because it was intelligent and because it had foreseen the future, that it had had a presentiment of this rebellion, the war of the gutters, the war of the pavements, fusillades through cellar windows, blows given and received in the rear. It was because, coming from Marengo and Friedland, it did not wish to go to the Rue de la Chanvrerie. It was because, after what it had done with the father, it did not wish to do this for the son. He told himself that if that sword were there, if after taking possession of it at his father's pillow, he had dared to take it and carry it off for this combat of darkness between Frenchmen in the streets, it would assuredly have scorched his hands and burst out a flame before his eyes. Like the sword of the angel. He told himself that it was fortunate that it was not there and that it had disappeared, that was well, that was just, that his grandfather had been the true guardian of his father's glory, and that it was far better that the colonel's sword should be sold at auction, sold to the old clothes man, thrown among the old junk, than that it should, today, wound the side of his country. And then he fell to weeping bitterly. This was horrible. But what was he to do? Live without Cosette he could not. Since she was gone, he must needs die. Had he not given her his word of honor that he would die? She had gone knowing that, this meant that it pleased her that Marius should die. And then, it was clear that she no longer loved him, since she had departed thus without warning, without a word, without a letter, although she knew his address. What was the good of living, and why should he live now? And then, what? Should he retreat after going so far? Should he flee from danger after having approached it? Should he slip away after having come and peeped into the barricade? Slip away, all in a tremble, saying, after all, I have had enough of it as it is, I have seen it, that suffices, this is civil war, and I shall take my leave. Should he abandon his friends who were expecting him? Who were in need of him possibly? Who were a mere handful against an army? Should he be untrue at once to his love, to country, to his word? Should he give to his cowardice the pretext of patriotism? But this was impossible, and if the phantom of his father was there in the gloom, and beheld him retreating, he would beat him on the loins with the flat of his sword, and shout to him, "March on, you poltroon!" Thus a prey to the conflicting movements of his thoughts, he dropped his head. All at once he raised it. A sort of splendid rectification had just been effected in his mind. There is a widening of the sphere of thought which is peculiar to the vicinity of the grave, it makes one see clearly to be near death. The vision of the action into which he felt that he was, perhaps, on the point of entering, appeared to him no more as lamentable, but as superb. The war of the street was suddenly transfigured by some unfathomable inward working of his soul, before the eye of his thought. All the tumultuous interrogation points of reverie recurred to him in throngs, but without troubling him. He left none of them unanswered. Let us see, why should his father be indignant? Are there not cases where insurrection rises to the dignity of duty? What was there that was degrading for the son of Colonel Pontmercy in the combat which was about to begin? It is no longer Montmirail nor Champaubert, it is something quite different. The question is no longer one of sacred territory, but of a holy idea. The country wails, that may be, but humanity applauds. But is it true that the country does wail? France bleeds, but liberty smiles, and in the presence of liberty's smile, France forgets her wound. And then if we look at things from a still more lofty point of view, why do we speak of civil war? Civil war, what does that mean? Is there a foreign war? Is not all war between men, war between brothers? War is qualified only by its object. There is no such thing as foreign or civil war, there is only just and unjust war. Until that day when the grand human agreement is concluded, war, that at least which is the effort of the future, which is hastening on against the past, which is lagging in the rear, may be necessary. What have we to reproach that war with? War does not become a disgrace, the sword does not become a disgrace, except when it is used for assassinating the right, progress, reason, civilization, truth. Then war, whether foreign or civil, is iniquitous, it is called crime. Outside the pale of that holy thing, justice, by what right does one form of man despise another? By what right should the sword of Washington disown the pike of Camille Desmoulins? Leonidas against the stranger, Timoleon against the tyrant, which is the greater? The one is the defender, the other the liberator. Shall we brand every appeal to arms within a city's limits without taking the object into a consideration? Then note the infamy of Brutus, Marcel, Arnold von Blankenheim, Coligny, hedgerow war? War of the streets? Why not? That was the war of Ambiorix, of Artevelda, of Marnix, of Pelagius. But Ambiorix fought against Rome, Artevelda against France, Marnix against Spain, Pelagius against the Moors, all against the foreigner. Well, the monarchy is a foreigner, oppression is a stranger, the right divine is a stranger. Despotism violates the moral frontier, an invasion violates the geographical frontier. Driving out the tyrant or driving out the English, in both cases, regaining possession of one's own territory. There comes an hour when protestation no longer suffices, after philosophy, action is required, live force finishes what the idea has sketched out, Prometheus chained begins, Aristogiton ends, the Encyclopedia enlightens souls, the 10th of August electrifies them. After Aeschylus, Thrasybulus. After Diderot, Danton. Multitudes have a tendency to accept the master. Their mass bears witness to apathy. A crowd is easily led as a whole to obedience. Men must be stirred up, pushed on, treated roughly by the very benefit of their deliverance, their eyes must be wounded by the true, light must be hurled at them in terrible handfuls. They must be a little thunderstruck themselves at their own well-being, this dazzling awakens them. Hence the necessity of tocsins and wars. Great combatants must rise, must enlighten nations with audacity, and shake up that sad humanity which is covered with gloom by the right divine, Caesarian glory, force, fanaticism, irresponsible power, and absolute majesty, a rabble stupidly occupied in the contemplation, in their twilight splendor, of these somber triumphs of the night. Down with the tyrant! Of whom are you speaking? Do you call Louis Philippe the tyrant? No, no more than Louis XVI. Both of them are what history is in the habit of calling good kings. But principles are not to be parcelled out, the logic of the true is rectilinear, the peculiarity of truth is that it lacks complaisance, no concessions, then, all encroachments on man should be repressed. There is a divine right in Louis XVI, there is because of Bourbon in Louis Philippe, both represent in a certain measure the confiscation of right, and, in order to clear away universal insurrection, they must be combated, it must be done, France being always the one to begin. When the master falls in France, he falls everywhere. In short, what cause is more just, and consequently, what war is greater, than that which re-establishes social truth, restores her throne to liberty, restores the people to the people, restores sovereignty to man, replaces the purple on the head of France, restores equity and reason in their plenitude, suppresses every germ of antagonism by restoring each one to himself, annihilates the obstacle which royalty presents to the whole immense universal concord, and places the human race once more on a level with the right? These wars build up peace. An enormous fortress of prejudices, privileges, superstitions, lies, exactions, abuses, violences, iniquities, and darkness still stands erect in this world, with its towers of hatred. It must be cast down. This monstrous mass must be made to crumble. To conquer at Austerlitz is grand, to take the Bastille is immense. There is no one who has not noticed it in his own case, the soul, and therein lies the marvel of its unity complicated with ubiquity, has a strange aptitude for reasoning almost coldly in the most violent extremities, and it often happens that heartbroken passion and profound despair in the very agony of their blackest monologues treat subjects and discuss theses. Logic is mingled with convulsion, and the thread of the syllogism floats, without breaking, in the mournful storm of thought. This was the situation of Marius' mind. As he meditated thus, dejected but resolute, hesitating in every direction, and, in short, shuddering at what he was about to do, his glance strayed to the interior of the barricade. The insurgents were here conversing in a low voice, without moving, and there was perceptible that quasi-silence which marks the last stage of expectation. Overhead, at the small window in the third story, Marius descried a sort of spectator who appeared to him to be singularly attentive. This was the porter who had been killed by Le Cabuc. Below, by the lights of the torch, which was thrust between the paving stones, this head could be vaguely distinguished. Nothing could be stranger, in that sombre and uncertain gleam, than that livid, motionless, astonished face, with its bristling hair, its eyes fixed and staring, and its yawning mouth, bent over the street in an attitude of curiosity. One would have said that the man who was dead was surveying those who were about to die. A long trail of blood which had flowed from that head, descended in reddish threads from the window to the height of the first floor, where it stopped. Book 14th, The Grandeurs of Despair. Chapter 1, The Flag, Act 1st. As yet, nothing had come. 10 o'clock had sounded from St. Mary. Enjolras and Combeferre had gone and seated themselves, carbines in hand, near the outlet of the grand barricade. They no longer addressed each other, they listened, seeking to catch even the faintest and most distant sound of marching. Suddenly, in the midst of the dismal calm, a clear, gay, young voice, which seemed to come from the Rue Saint-Denis, rose and began to sing distinctly, to the old popular air of By the Light of the Moon, this bit of poetry, terminated by a cry like the crow of a cock. Monday nes est en l'armes. Monday ami budge out. Pret moites gendarmes. Pour leur dire un mot. En capote bluey. La poule au chaco. Voici la ban liway. Co cocorico, 54. They pressed each other's hands. That is Gavroche, said Enjolras. He is warning us, said Combeferre. A hasty rush troubled the deserted street, they beheld a being more agile than a clown climb over the omnibus, and Gavroche bounded into the barricade, all breathless, saying, "My gun, here they are." An electric quiver shot through the whole barricade, and the sound of hands seeking their guns became audible. "Would you like my carbine?" said Enjolras to the lad. "I want a big gun," replied Gavroche. And he seized Javert's gun. Two sentinels had fallen back, and had come in almost at the same moment as Gavroche. They were the sentinels from the end of the street, and the vedette of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. The vedette of the Lane des Preachers had remained at his post, which indicated that nothing was approaching from the direction of the bridges and alleys. The Rue de la Chanvrerie, of which a few paving stones alone were dimly visible in the reflection of the light projected on the flag, offered to the insurgents the aspect of a vast black door vaguely opened into a smoke. Each man had taken up his position for the conflict. 43 insurgents, among whom were Enjolras, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Bahorel, and Gavroche, were kneeling inside the large barricade, with their heads on a level with the crest of the barrier, the barrels of their guns and carbines aimed on the stones as though at loopholes, attentive, mute, ready to fire. 6, commanded by Freely, had installed themselves, with their guns levelled at their shoulders, at the windows of the 2 stories of Corinth. Several minutes passed thus, then a sound of footsteps, measured, heavy, and numerous, became distinctly audible in the direction of St. Lô. This sound, faint at first, then precise, then heavy and sonorous, approached slowly, without halt, without intermission, with the tranquil and terrible continuity. Nothing was to be heard but this. It was that combined silence and sound, of the statue of the commander, but this stony step had something indescribably enormous and multiple about it which awakened the idea of a throng, and, at the same time, the idea of a spectre. One thought one heard the terrible statue legion marching onward. This tread drew near, it drew still nearer, and stopped. It seemed as though the breathing of many men could be heard at the end of the street. Nothing was to be seen, however, but at the bottom of that dense obscurity there could be distinguished a multitude of metallic threads, as fine as needles and almost imperceptible, which moved about like those indescribable phosphoric networks which one sees beneath one's closed eyelids, in the first mists of slumber at the moment when one is dropping off to sleep. These were bayonets and gun barrels confusedly illuminated by the distant reflection of the torch. A pause ensued, as though both sides were waiting. All at once, from the depths of this darkness, a voice, which was all the more sinister, since no one was visible, and which appeared to be the gloom itself speaking, shouted. "Who goes there?" At the same time, the click of guns, as they were lowered into position, was heard. Enjolras replied in a haughty and vibrating tone. "The French Revolution." "Fire!" shouted the voice. A flash empurpled all the facades in the street as though the door of a furnace had been flung open, and hastily closed again. A fearful detonation burst forth on the barricade. The red flag fell. The discharge had been so violent and so dense that it had cut the staff, that is to say, the very tip of the omnibus pole. Bullets which had rebounded from the cornices of the houses penetrated the barricade and wounded several men. The impression produced by this first discharge was freezing. The attack had been rough, and of a nature to inspire reflection in the boldest. It was evident that they had to deal with an entire regiment at the very least. "Comrades," shouted Courfeyrac, "let us not waste our powder, let us wait until they are in the street before replying. And, above all," said Enjolras, "let us raise the flag again." He picked up the flag, which had fallen precisely at his feet. Outside, the clatter of the ramrods and the guns could be heard, the troops were reloading their arms. Enjolras went on. "Who is there here with a bold heart, who will plant the flag on the barricade again?" Not a man responded. To mount on the barricade at the very moment when, without any doubt, it was again the object of their aim, was simply death. The bravest hesitated to pronounce his own condemnation. Enjolras himself felt a thrill. He repeated. "Does no one volunteer?" Chapter 2, The Flag, Act 2. Since they had arrived at Corinth, and had begun the construction of the barricade, no attention had been paid to Father Mabeuf. Mabeuf had not quitted the mob, however, he had entered the ground floor of the wine shop and had seated himself behind the counter. There he had, so to speak, retreated into himself. He no longer seemed to look or to think. Courfeyrac and others had accosted him 2 or 3 times, warning him of his peril, beseeching him to withdraw, but he did not hear them. When they were not speaking to him, his mouth moved as though he were replying to someone, and as soon as he was addressed, his lips became motionless and his eyes no longer had the appearance of being alive. Several hours before the barricade was attacked, he had assumed an attitude which he did not afterwards abandon, with both fists planted on his knees and his head thrust forward as though he were gazing over a precipice. Nothing had been able to move him from this attitude, it did not seem as though his mind were in the barricade. When each had gone to take up his position for the combat, there remained in the tap-room where Javert was bound to the post, only a single insurgent with a naked sword, watching over Javert, and himself, Mabeuf. At the moment of the attack, at the detonation, the physical shock had reached him and had, as it were, awakened him. He started up abruptly, crossed the room, and at the instant when Enjolras repeated his appeal, "Does no one volunteer?" the old man was seen to make his appearance on the threshold of the wine shop. His presence produced a sort of commotion in the different groups. A shout went up. "It is the voter, it is the member of the convention, it is the representative of the people." It is probable that he did not hear them. He strode straight up to Enjolras, the insurgents withdrawing before him with a religious fear. He tore the flag from Enjolras, who recoiled in amazement, and then, since no one dared to stop or to assist him, this old man of 80, with shaking head but firm foot, began slowly to ascend the staircase of paving stones arranged in the barricade. This was so melancholy and so grand that all around him cried, "Off with your hats!" At every step that he mounted, it was a frightful spectacle. His white locks, his decrepit face, his lofty, bald, and wrinkled brow, his amazed and open mouth, his aged arm upholding the red banner, rose through the gloom and were enlarged in the bloody light of the torch, and the bystanders thought that they beheld the spectre of 93 emerging from the earth, with the flag of terror in his hand. When he had reached the last step, when this trembling and terrible phantom, erect on that pile of rubbish in the presence of 1,200 invisible guns, drew himself up in the face of death, and as though he were more powerful than it, the whole barricade assumed amid the darkness, a supernatural and colossal form. There ensued one of those silences which occur only in the presence of prodigies. In the midst of this silence, the old man waved the red flag and shouted, "Long live the Revolution, long live the Republic, fraternity, equality, and death." Those in the barricade heard a low and rapid whisper, like the murmur of a priest who is dispatching a prayer in haste. It was probably the commissary of police who was making the legal summons at the other end of the street. Then the same piercing voice which had shouted, "Who goes there?" shouted, "Retire." M. Mabeuf, pale, haggard, his eyes lighted up with the mournful flame of aberration, raised the flag above his head and repeated, "Long live the Republic!" "Fire!" said the voice. A second discharge, similar to the first, rained down upon the barricade. The old man fell on his knees, then rose again, dropped the flag and fell backwards on the pavement, like a log, at full length, with outstretched arms. Rivulets of blood flowed beneath him. His aged head, pale and sad, seemed to be gazing at the sky. One of those emotions which are superior to man, which make him forget even to defend himself, seized upon the insurgents, and they approached the body with respectful awe. "What men these regicides were," said Enjolras. Courfeyrac bent down to Enjolras' ear. "This is for yourself alone. I do not wish to dampen the enthusiasm, but this man was anything rather than a regicide. I knew him. His name was Father Mabeuf. I do not know what was the matter with him today, but he was a brave blockhead. Just look at his head." "The head of a blockhead and the heart of a Brutus," replied Enjolras. Then he raised his voice. "Citizens, this is the example which the old give to the young. We hesitated, he came, we were drawing back, he advanced. This is what those who are trembling with age teach to those who tremble with fear. This aged man is august in the eyes of his country. He has had a long life and a magnificent death. Now, let us place the body under cover, that each one of us may defend this old man dead as he would his father living, and may his presence in our midst render the barricade impregnable." A murmur of gloomy and energetic assent followed these words. Enjolras bent down, raised the old man's head, and fierce as he was, he kissed him on the brow, then, throwing wide his arms, and handling this dead man with tender precaution, as though he feared to hurt it, he removed his coat, showed the bloody holes in it to all, and said, "This is our flag now." Chapter 3. Gavroche would have done better to accept Enjolras' carbine. They threw a long black shawl of widow Hucheloup's over Father Mabeuf. 6 men made a litter of their guns, on this they laid the body, and bore it, with bared heads, with solemn slowness, to the large table in the tap room. These men, wholly absorbed in the grave and sacred task in which they were engaged, thought no more of the perilous situation in which they stood. When the corpse passed near Javert, who was still impassive, Enjolras said to the spy, "It will be your turn presently." During all this time, little Gavroche, who alone had not quitted his post, but had remained on guard, thought he espied some men stealthily approaching the barricade. All at once he shouted, "Look out!" Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Joly, Bahorel, Bossuet and all the rest ran tumultuously from the wine shop. It was almost too late. They saw a glistening density of bayonets undulating above the barricade. Municipal guards of lofty stature were making their way in, some striding over the omnibus, others through the cut, thrusting before them the urchin, who retreated, but did not flee. The moment was critical. It was that first, redoubtable moment of inundation, when the stream rises to the level of the levee and when the water begins to filter through the fissures of dike. A second more and the barricade would have been taken. Bahorel dashed upon the first municipal guard who was entering, and killed him on the spot with a blow from his gun. The second killed Bahorel with a blow from his bayonet. Another had already overthrown Courfeyrac, who was shouting, "Follow me." The largest of all, a sort of colossus, marched on Gavroche with his bayonet fixed. The urchin took in his arms Javert's immense gun, levelled it resolutely at the giant, and fired. No discharge followed. Javert's gun was not loaded. The municipal guard burst into a laugh and raised his bayonet at the child. Before the bayonet had touched Gavroche, the gun slipped from the soldier's grasp, a bullet had struck the municipal guardsman in the center of the forehead, and he fell over on his back. A second bullet struck the other guard, who had assaulted Courfeyrac in the breast, and laid him low on the pavement. This was the work of Marius, who had just entered the barricade. Chapter 4, The Barrel of Powder. Marius, still concealed in the turn of the Rue Mondétour, had witnessed, shuddering and irresolute, the first phase of the combat. But he had not long been able to resist that mysterious and sovereign vertigo which may be designated as the call of the abyss. In the presence of the imminence of the peril, in the presence of the death of M. Mabouf, that melancholy enigma, in the presence of Bahorel killed, and Courfeyrac shouting, "Follow me," of that child threatened, of his friends to succor or to avenge, all hesitation had vanished, and he had flung himself into the conflict, his 2 pistols in hand. With his first shot he had saved Gavroche, and with the second delivered Courfeyrac. Amid the sound of the shots, amid the cries of the assaulted guards, the assailants had climbed the entrenchment, on whose summit municipal guards, soldiers of the line and National Guards from the suburbs could now be seen, gun in hand, rearing themselves to more than half the height of their bodies. They already covered more than 2/3 of the barrier, but they did not leap into the enclosure, as though wavering in the fear of some trap. They gazed into the dark barricade as one would gaze into a lion's den. The light of the torch illuminated only their bayonets, their bearskin caps, and the upper part of their uneasy and angry faces. Marius had no longer any weapons, he had flung away his discharged pistols after firing them, but he had caught sight of the barrel of powder in the tap-room, near the door. As he turned half round, gazing in that direction, a soldier took aim at him. At the moment when the soldier was sighting Marius, a hand was laid on the muzzle of the gun and obstructed it. This was done by someone who had darted forward, the young workman in velvet trousers. The shot sped, traversed the hand and possibly, also, the workman, since he fell, but the ball did not strike Marius. All this, which was rather to be apprehended than seen through the smoke, Marius, who was entering the tap-room, hardly noticed. Still, he had, in a confused way, perceived that gun barrel aimed at him, and the hand which had blocked it, and he had heard the discharge. But in moments like this, the things which one sees vacillate and are precipitated, and one pauses for nothing. One feels obscurely impelled towards more darkness still, and all is cloud. The insurgents, surprised but not terrified, had rallied. Enjolras had shouted, "Wait, don't fire at random." In the first confusion, they might, in fact, wound each other. The majority of them had ascended to the window on the first story and to the attic windows, whence they commanded the assailants. The most determined, with Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, and Combeferre, had proudly placed themselves with their backs against the houses at the rear, unsheltered and facing the ranks of soldiers and guards who crowned the barricade. All this was accomplished without haste, with that strange and threatening gravity which precedes engagements. They took aim, point blank, on both sides. They were so close that they could talk together without raising their voices. When they had reached this point where the spark is on the brink of darting forth, an officer in a gorget extended his sword and said, "Lay down your arms." "Fire," replied Enjolras. The 2 discharges took place at the same moment, and all disappeared in smoke. An acrid and stifling smoke in which dying and wounded lay with weak, dull groans. When the smoke cleared away, the combatants on both sides could be seen to be thinned out, but still in the same positions, reloading in silence. All at once, a thundering voice was heard, shouting, "Be off with you, or I'll blow up the barricade." All turned in the direction whence the voice proceeded. Marius had entered the tap-room, and had seized the barrel of powder. Then he had taken advantage of the smoke, and the sort of obscure mist which filled the entrenched enclosure, to glide along the barricade as far as that cage of paving stones where the torch was fixed. To tear it from the torch, to replace it by the barrel of powder, to thrust the pile of stones under the barrel, which was instantly staved in, with a sort of horrible obedience, all this had cost Marius but the time necessary to stoop and rise again, and now all, National Guards, Municipal Guards, officers, soldiers, huddled at the other extremity of the barricade, gazed stupidly at him, as he stood with his foot on the stones, his torch in his hand, his haughty face illuminated by a fatal resolution, drooping the flame of the torch towards that redoubtable pile where they could make out the broken barrel of powder, and giving vent to that startling cry, "Be off with you, or I'll blow up the barricade." Marius on that barricade after the octogenarian was the vision of the young revolution after the apparition of the old. "Blow up the barricade," said a sergeant, "and yourself with it." Marius retorted, "And myself also." And he dropped the torch towards the barrel of powder. But there was no longer anyone on the barrier. The assailants, abandoning their dead and wounded, flowed back pell-mell and in disorder towards the extremity of the street, and there were again lost in the night. It was a headlong flight. The barricade was free. Chapter 5, End of the verses of Jean Prouvaire. All flocked around Marius. Courfeyrac flung himself on his neck. "Here you are." "What luck," said Combeferre. "You came in opportunely," ejaculated Bossuet. "If it had not been for you, I should have been dead," began Courfeyrac again. "If it had not been for you, I should have been gobbled up," added Gavroche. Marius asked, "Where is the chief?" "You are he," said Enjolras. Marius had had a furnace in his brain all day long, now it was a whirlwind. This whirlwind which was within him, produced on him the effect of being outside of him and of bearing him away. It seemed to him that he was already at an immense distance from life. His 2 luminous months of joy and love, ending abruptly at that frightful precipice, Cassette lost to him, that barricade, and Mabeuf getting himself killed for the Republic, himself the leader of the insurgents, all these things appeared to him like a tremendous nightmare. He was obliged to make a mental effort to recall the fact that all that surrounded him was real. Marius had already seen too much of life not to know that nothing is more imminent than the impossible, and that what it is always necessary to foresee is the unforeseen. He had looked on at his own drama as a piece which one does not understand. In the mists which enveloped his thoughts, he did not recognize Javert, who, bound to his post, had not so much as moved his head during the whole of the attack on the barricade, and who had gazed on the revolt seething around him with the resignation of a martyr and the majesty of a judge. Marius had not even seen him. In the meanwhile, the assailants did not stir. They could be heard marching and swarming through at the end of the street, but they did not venture into it, either because they were awaiting orders or because they were awaiting reinforcements before hurling themselves afresh on this impregnable redoubt. The insurgents had posted sentinels, and some of them, who were medical students, set about caring for the wounded. They had thrown the tables out of the wine shop, with the exception of the 2 tables reserved for lint and cartridges, and of the one on which lay Father Mabeuf. They had added them to the barricade, and had replaced them in the taproom with mattresses from the bed of the widow Hucheloup and her servants. On these mattresses they had laid the wounded. As for the 3 poor creatures who inhabited Corinth, no one knew what had become of them. They were finally found, however, hidden in the cellar. A poignant emotion clouded the joy of the disencumbered barricade. The roll was called. One of the insurgents was missing. And who was it? One of the dearest. One of the most valiant. Jean Prouvaire. He was sought among the wounded, he was not there. He was sought among the dead, he was not there. He was evidently a prisoner. Combeferre said to Enjolras. They have our friend, we have their agent. Are you set on the death of that spy? Yes, replied Enjolras, but less so than on the life of Jean Prouvaire. This took place in the taproom near Javert's post. Well, resumed Combeferre, I am going to fasten my handkerchief to my cane, and go as a flag of truce, to offer to exchange our man for theirs. Listen, said Enjolras, laying his hand on Combeferre's arm. At the end of the street there was a significant clash of arms. They heard a manly voice shout. Vive la France, long live France, long live the future. They recognized the voice of Prouvaire. A flash passed, a report rang out. Silence fell again. They have killed him, exclaimed Combeferre. Enjolras glanced at Javert, and said to him. Your friends have just shot you. Chapter 6, The Agony of Death After the Agony of Life. A peculiarity of this species of war is, that the attack of the barricades is almost always made from the front, and that the assailants generally abstain from turning the position, either because they fear ambushes, or because they are afraid of getting entangled in the tortuous streets. The insurgents' whole attention had been directed, therefore, to the grand barricade, which was, evidently, the spot always menaced, and there the struggle would infallibly recommence. But Marius thought of the little barricade, and went thither. It was deserted and guarded only by the fire-pot which trembled between the paving stones. Moreover, the Mondétour alley, and the branches of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie and the Rue du Cygne were profoundly calm. As Marius was withdrawing, after concluding his inspection, he heard his name pronounced feebly in the darkness. Monsieur Marius. He started, for he recognized the voice which had called to him 2 hours before through the gate in the Rue Plumet. Only, the voice now seemed to be nothing more than a breath. He looked about him, but saw no one. Marius thought he had been mistaken, that it was an illusion added by his mind to the extraordinary realities which were clashing around him. He advanced a step, in order to quit the distant recess where the barricade lay. Monsieur Marius, repeated the voice. This time he could not doubt that he had heard it distinctly, he looked and saw nothing. At your feet, said the voice. He bent down, and saw in the darkness a form which was dragging itself towards him. It was crawling along the pavement. It was this that had spoken to him. The fire-pot allowed him to distinguish a blouse, torn trousers of coarse velvet, bare feet, and something which resembled a pool of blood. Marius indistinctly made out a pale head which was lifted towards him and which was saying to him. You do not recognize me? No. Éponine. Marius bent hastily down. It was, in fact, that unhappy child. She was dressed in men's clothes. How come you here, what are you doing here? I am dying, said she. There are words and incidents which arouse dejected beings. Marius cried out with a start. You are wounded, wait, I will carry you into the room, they will attend to you there. Is it serious? How must I take hold of you in order not to hurt you? Where do you suffer? Help, my God, but why did you come hither? And he tried to pass his arm under her, in order to raise her. She uttered a feeble cry. Have I hurt you? Asked Marius. A little. But I only touched your hand. She raised her hand to Marius, and in the middle of that hand Marius saw a black hole. What is the matter with your hand? Said he. It is pierced. Pierced? Yes. What with? A bullet. How? Did you see a gun aimed at you? Yes, and a hand stopping it. It was mine. Marius was seized with a shudder. What madness, poor child, but so much the better, if that is all, it is nothing, let me carry you to a bed, they will dress your wound, one does not die of a pierced hand. She murmured. The bullet traversed my hand, but it came out through my back, it is useless to remove me from this spot, I will tell you how you can care for me better than any surgeon, sit down near me on this stone. He obeyed, she laid her head on Marius' knees, and, without looking at him, she said. Oh, how good this is, how comfortable this is, there, I no longer suffer. She remained silent for a moment, then she turned her face with an effort, and looked at Marius. Do you know what, Monsieur Marius, it puzzled me because you entered that garden, it was stupid, because it was I who showed you that house, and then, I ought to have said to myself that a young man like you. She paused, and overstepping the somber transitions that undoubtedly existed in her mind, she resumed with a heartrending smile. You thought me ugly, didn't you? She continued. You see, you are lost, now, no one can get out of the barricade, it was I who led you here, by the way, you are going to die, I count upon that, and yet, when I saw them taking aim at you, I put my hand on the muzzle of the gun, how queer it is, but it was because I wanted to die before you when I received that bullet, I dragged myself here, no one saw me, no one picked me up, I was waiting for you, I said, so he is not coming, oh, if you only knew I bit my blouse, I suffered so, now I am. Well. Do you remember the day I entered your chamber and when I looked at myself in your mirror, and the day when I came to you on the boulevard near the washerwomen? How the birds sang. That was a long time ago. You gave me 100 sous, and I said to you, I don't want your money, I hope you picked up your coin. You are not rich. I did not think to tell you to pick it up. The sun was shining bright, and it was not cold. Do you remember, Monsieur Marius? Oh. How happy I am. Everyone is going to die. She had a mad, grave, and heartbreaking air. Her torn blouse disclosed her bare throat. As she talked, she pressed her pierced hand to her breast, where there was another hole, and whence there spurted from moment to moment a stream of blood, like a jet of wine from an open bunghole. Marius gazed at this unfortunate creature with profound compassion. Oh, she resumed, it is coming again, I am stifling. She caught up her blouse and bit it, and her limbs stiffened on the pavement. At that moment the young cock's crow executed by little Gavroche resounded through the barricade. The child had mounted a table to load his gun, and was singing gaily the song then so popular. En voyant Lafayette. Les gendarmes répètent. Savons nous. Savons nous. Savons nous. On beholding Lafayette. The gendarme repeats. Let us flee. Let us flee. Let us flee. Eponine raised herself and listened, then she murmured. It is he. And turning to Marius. My brother is here, he must not see me, he would scold me. Your brother? Inquired Marius, who was meditating in the most bitter and sorrowful depths of his heart on the duties to the Thénardiers which his father had bequeathed to him. Who is your brother? That little fellow. The one who is singing. Yes. Marius made a movement. Oh, don't go away, said she, it will not be long now. She was sitting almost upright, but her voice was very low and broken by hiccups. At intervals, the death rattle interrupted her. She put her face as near that of Marius as possible. She added with a strange expression. Listen, I do not wish to play you a trick, I have a letter in my pocket for you, I was told to put it in the post, I kept it, I did not want to have it reach you, but perhaps you will be angry with me for it when we meet again presently, take your letter. She grasped Marius' hand convulsively with her pierced hand, but she no longer seemed to feel her sufferings. She put Marius' hand in the pocket of her blouse. There, in fact, Marius felt a paper. Take it, said she. Marius took the letter. She made a sign of satisfaction and contentment. Now, for my trouble, promise me. And she stopped. What? Asked Marius. Promise me. I promise. Promise to give me a kiss on my brow when I am dead, I shall feel it. She dropped her head again on Marius' knees, and her eyelids closed. He thought the poor soul had departed. Eponine remained motionless. All at once, at the very moment when Marius fancied her asleep forever, she slowly opened her eyes in which appeared the sombre profundity of death, and said to him in a tone whose sweetness seemed already to proceed from another world. And by the way, Monsieur Marius, I believe that I was a little bit in love with you. She tried to smile once more and expired. Chapter 7, Gavroche is a profound calculator of distances. Marius kept his promise. He dropped a kiss on that livid brow, where the icy perspiration stood in beads. This was no infidelity to Cassette, it was a gentle and pensive farewell to an unhappy soul. It was not without a tremor that he had taken the letter which Éponine had given him. He had immediately felt that it was an event of weight. He was impatient to read it. The heart of man is so constituted that the unhappy child had hardly closed her eyes when Marius began to think of unfolding this paper. He laid her gently on the ground, and went away. Something told him that he could not peruse that letter in the presence of that body. He drew near to a candle in the tap-room. It was a small note, folded and sealed with a woman's elegant care. The address was in a woman's hand and ran: To Monsieur Marius Pontmercy, at M. Courfeyrac, Rue de la Verrerie, No. 16. He broke the seal and read: My dearest, alas, my father insists on our setting out immediately. We shall be this evening in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé, No. 7. In a week we shall be in England. Cassette, June 4th. Such was the innocence of their love that Marius was not even acquainted with Cassette's handwriting. What had taken place may be related in a few words. Éponine had been the cause of everything. After the evening of the 3rd of June she had cherished a double idea: to defeat the projects of her father and the ruffians on the house of the Rue Plumet, and to separate Marius and Cassette. She had exchanged rags with the first young scamp she came across who had thought it amusing to dress like a woman, while Éponine disguised herself like a man. It was she who had conveyed to Jean Valjean in the Champ de Mars the expressive warning, "Leave your house." Jean Valjean had, in fact, returned home, and had said to Cassette, "We set out this evening and we go to the Rue de l'Homme-Armé with Toussaint next week. We shall be in London." Cassette, utterly overwhelmed by this unexpected blow, had hastily penned a couple of lines to Marius. But how was she to get the letter to the post? She never went out alone, and Toussaint, surprised at such a commission, would certainly show the letter to M. Fauchelevent. In this dilemma, Cassette had caught sight through the fence of Éponine in man's clothes, who now prowled incessantly around the garden. Cassette had called to this young workman and had handed him 5 francs and the letter, saying, "Carry this letter immediately to its address." Éponine had put the letter in her pocket. The next day, on the 5th of June, she went to Courfeyrac's quarters to inquire for Marius, not for the purpose of delivering the letter, but, a thing which every jealous and loving soul will comprehend, to see there she had waited for Marius, or at least for Courfeyrac, still for the purpose of seeing. When Courfeyrac had told her, "We are going to the barricades," an idea flashed through her mind, to fling herself into that death, as she would have done into any other, and to thrust Marius into it also. She had followed Courfeyrac, had made sure of the locality where the barricade was in process of construction, and, quite certain, since Marius had received no warning, and since she had intercepted the letter, that he would go at dusk to his trysting place for every evening, she had betaken herself to the Rue Plumet, had there awaited Marius, and had sent him, in the name of his friends, the appeal which would, she thought, lead him to the barricade. She reckoned on Marius' despair when he should fail to find Cassette. She was not mistaken. She had returned to the Rue de la Chanvrerie herself. What she did there the reader has just seen. She died with the tragic joy of jealous hearts who drag the beloved being into their own death, and who say, "No one shall have him." Marius covered Cassette's letter with kisses. So she loved him. For one moment the idea occurred to him that he ought not to die now. Then he said to himself, "She is going away, her father is taking her to England, and my grandfather refuses his consent to the marriage. Nothing is changed in our fates. Dreamers like Marius are subject to supreme attacks of dejection, and desperate resolves are the result. The fatigue of living is insupportable, death is sooner over with." Then he reflected that he had still 2 duties to fulfill: to inform Cassette of his death and send her a final farewell, and to save from the impending catastrophe which was in preparation, that poor child, Éponine's brother and Thénardier's son. He had a pocket-book about him, the same one which had contained the notebook in which he had inscribed so many thoughts of love for Cassette. He tore out a leaf and wrote on it a few lines in pencil. "Our marriage was impossible. I asked my grandfather, he refused. I have no fortune, neither hast thou. I hastened to thee, thou wert no longer there. Thou knowest the promise that I gave thee, I shall keep it. I die, I love thee. When thou readest this, my soul will be near thee, and thou wilt smile." Having nothing wherewith to seal this letter, he contented himself with folding the paper in 4, and added the address: To Mademoiselle Cassette Fauchelevent, at M. Fauchelevent's, Rue de l'Homme-Armé, No. 7. Having folded the letter, he stood in thought for a moment, drew out his pocket-book again, opened it, and wrote, with the same pencil, these 4 lines on the first page: "My name is Marius Pontmercy. Carry my body to my grandfather, M. Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, No. 6, in the Marais." He put his pocket-book back in his pocket, then he called Gavroche. The gamin, at the sound of Marius' voice, ran up to him with his merry and devoted air. "Will you do something for me?" "Anything," said Gavroche. "Good God, if it had not been for you, I should have been done for. Do you see this letter?" "Yes." "Take it. Leave the barricade instantly." Gavroche began to scratch his ear uneasily. "And tomorrow morning, you will deliver it at its address to Mademoiselle Cassette, at M. Fauchelevent's, Rue de l'Homme-Armé, No. 7. The heroic child replied. Well, but, in the meanwhile the barricade will be taken, and I shall not be there. The barricade will not be attacked until daybreak, according to all appearances, and will not be taken before tomorrow noon. The fresh respite which the assailants were granting to the barricade had, in fact, been prolonged. It was one of those intermissions which frequently occur in nocturnal combats, which are always followed by an increase of rage. Well, said Gavroche, what if I were to go and carry your letter tomorrow? It will be too late, the barricade will probably be blockaded, all the streets will be guarded, and you will not be able to get out. Go at once. Gavroche could think of no reply to this, and stood there in indecision, scratching his ear sadly. All at once, he took the letter with one of those bird-like movements which were common with him. All right, said he. And he started off at a run through Mondétour Lane. An idea had occurred to Gavroche which had brought him to a decision, but he had not mentioned it for fear that Marius might offer some objection to it. This was the idea. It is barely midnight, the Rue de l'Homme is not far off, I will go and deliver the letter at once, and I shall get back in time. Book 15th, The Rue de l'Homme. Chapter 1, A Drinker is a Babbler. What are the convulsions of a city in comparison with the insurrections of the soul? Man is a depth still greater than the people. Jean Valjean at that very moment was the prey of a terrible upheaval. Every sort of gulf had opened again within him. He also was trembling, like Paris, on the brink of an obscure and formidable revolution. A few hours had sufficed to bring this about. His destiny and his conscience had suddenly been covered with gloom. Of him also, as well as of Paris, it might have been said, two principles are face to face, the white angel and the black angel are about to seize each other on the bridge of the abyss. Which of the two will hurl the other over, who will carry the day? On the evening preceding this same 5th of June, Jean Valjean, accompanied by Cosette and Toussaint, had installed himself in the Rue de l'Homme. A change awaited him there. Cosette had not quitted the Rue Plumet without making an effort at resistance. For the first time since they had lived side by side, Cosette's will and the will of Jean Valjean had proved to be distinct, and had been in opposition, at least, if they had not clashed. There had been objections on one side and inflexibility on the other. The abrupt advice, "Leave your house," hurled at Jean Valjean by a stranger, had alarmed him to the extent of rendering him peremptory. He thought that he had been traced and followed. Cosette had been obliged to give way. Both had arrived in the Rue de l'Homme without opening their lips, and without uttering a word, each being absorbed in his own personal preoccupation, Jean Valjean so uneasy that he did not notice Cosette's sadness, Cosette so sad that she did not notice Jean Valjean's uneasiness. Jean Valjean had taken Toussaint with him, a thing which he had never done in his previous absences. He perceived the possibility of not returning to the Rue Plumet, and he could neither leave Toussaint behind nor confide his secret to her. Besides, he felt that she was devoted and trustworthy. Treachery between master and servant begins in curiosity. Now Toussaint, as though she had been destined to be Jean Valjean's servant, was not curious. She stammered in her peasant dialect of Barneville, "I am made so, I do my work, the rest is no affair of mine." In this departure from the Rue Plumet, which had been almost a flight, Jean Valjean had carried away nothing but the little embalmed valise, baptized by Cosette. The inseparable full trunks would have required porters, and porters are witnesses. A fiacre had been summoned to the door on the Rue de Babylone, and they had taken their departure. It was with difficulty that Toussaint had obtained permission to pack up a little linen and clothes and a few toilet articles. Cosette had taken only her portfolio and her blotting book. Jean Valjean, with a view to augmenting the solitude and the mystery of this departure, had arranged to quit the pavilion of the Rue Plumet only at dusk, which had allowed Cosette time to write her note to Marius. They had arrived in the Rue de l'Homme after night had fully fallen. They had gone to bed in silence. The lodgings in the Rue de l'Homme were situated on a back court, on the second floor, and were composed of 2 sleeping rooms, a dining room and a kitchen adjoining the dining room, with a garret where there was a folding bed, and which fell to Toussaint's share. The dining room was an antechamber as well, and separated the 2 bedrooms. The apartment was provided with all necessary utensils. People reacquire confidence as foolishly as they lose it, human nature is so constituted. Hardly had Jean Valjean reached the Rue de l'Homme when his anxiety was lightened and by degrees dissipated. There are soothing spots which act in some sort mechanically on the mind. An obscure street, peaceable inhabitants. Jean Valjean experienced an indescribable contagion of tranquillity in that alley of ancient Paris, which is so narrow that it is barred against carriages by a transverse beam placed on 2 posts, which is deaf and dumb in the midst of the clamorous city, dimly lighted at midday, and is, so to speak, incapable of emotions between 2 rows of lofty houses centuries old, which hold their peace like ancients as they are. There was a touch of stagnant oblivion in that street. Jean Valjean drew his breath once more there. How could he be found there? His first care was to place the inseparable beside him. He slept well. Night brings wisdom, we may add, night soothes. On the following morning he awoke in a mood that was almost gay. He thought the dining room charming, though it was hideous, furnished with an old round table, a long sideboard surmounted by a slanting mirror, a dilapidated armchair, and several plain chairs which were encumbered with Toussaint's packages. In one of these packages Jean Valjean's uniform of a National Guard was visible through a rent. As for Cosette, she had had Toussaint take some broth to her room, and did not make her appearance until evening. About 5 o'clock, Toussaint, who was going and coming and busying herself with the tiny establishment, set on the table a cold chicken, which Cosette, out of deference to her father, consented to glance at. That done, Cosette, under the pretext of an obstinate sick headache, had bade Jean Valjean good night and had shut herself up in her chamber. Jean Valjean had eaten a wing of the chicken with a good appetite, and with his elbows on the table, having gradually recovered his serenity, had regained possession of his sense of security. While he was discussing this modest dinner, he had, twice or thrice, noticed in a confused way, Toussaint's stammering words as she said to him, "Monsieur, there is something going on, they are fighting in Paris," but absorbed in a throng of inward calculations, he had paid no heed to it. To tell the truth, he had not heard her. He rose and began to pace from the door to the window and from the window to the door, growing ever more serene. With this calm, Cosette, his sole anxiety, recurred to his thoughts. Not that he was troubled by this headache, a little nervous crisis, a young girl's fit of sulks, the cloud of a moment, there would be nothing left of it in a day or two, but he meditated on the future, and, as was his habit, he thought of it with pleasure. After all, he saw no obstacle to their happy life resuming its course. At certain hours, everything seems impossible, at others everything appears easy. Jean Valjean was in the midst of one of these good hours. They generally succeed the bad ones, as day follows night, by virtue of that law of succession and of contrast which lies at the very foundation of nature, and which superficial minds call antithesis. In this peaceful street where he had taken refuge, Jean Valjean got rid of all that had been troubling him for some time past. This very fact, that he had seen many shadows, made him begin to perceive a little azure. To have quitted the Rue Plumet without complications or incidents was one good step already accomplished. Perhaps it would be wise to go abroad, if only for a few months, and to set out for London. Well, they would go. What difference did it make to him whether he was in France or in England, provided he had Cosette beside him? Cosette was his nation. Cosette sufficed for his happiness. The idea that he, perhaps, did not suffice for Cosette's happiness, that idea which had formerly been the cause of his fever and sleeplessness, did not even present itself to his mind. He was in a state of collapse from all his past sufferings, and he was fully entered on optimism. Cosette was by his side, she seemed to be his, an optical illusion which every one has experienced. He arranged in his own mind, with all sorts of felicitous devices, his departure for England with Cosette, and he beheld his felicity reconstituted wherever he pleased, in the perspective of his reverie. As he paced to and fro with long strides, his glance suddenly encountered something strange. In the inclined mirror facing him which surmounted the sideboard, he saw the 4 lines which follow. "My dearest, alas, my father insists on our setting out immediately. We shall be this evening in the Rue Delhomme Arm, number 7. In a week we shall be in England. Cosette, June 4th." Jean Valjean halted, perfectly haggard. Cosette on her arrival had placed her blotting book on the sideboard in front of the mirror, and, utterly absorbed in her agony of grief, had forgotten it and left it there, without even observing that she had left it wide open, and open at precisely the page on which she had laid to dry the 4 lines which she had penned, and which she had given in charge of the young workman in the Rue Plumet. The writing had been printed off on the blotter. The mirror reflected the writing. The result was, what is called in geometry, the symmetrical image, so that the writing, reversed on the blotter, was righted in the mirror and presented its natural appearance, and Jean Valjean had beneath his eyes the letter written by Cosette to Marius on the preceding evening. It was simple and withering. Jean Valjean stepped up to the mirror. He read the 4 lines again, but he did not believe them. They produced on him the effect of appearing in a flash of lightning. It was a hallucination, it was impossible. It was not so. Little by little, his perceptions became more precise, he looked at Cosette's blotting book, and the consciousness of the reality returned to him. He caught up the blotter and said, "It comes from there." He feverishly examined the 4 lines imprinted on the blotter, the reversal of the letters converted into an odd scrawl, and he saw no sense in it. Then he said to himself, "But this signifies nothing, there is nothing written here," and he drew a long breath with inexpressible relief. Who has not experienced those foolish joys in horrible instants? The soul does not surrender to despair until it has exhausted all illusions. He held the blotter in his hand and contemplated it in stupid delight, almost ready to laugh at the hallucination of which he had been the dupe. All at once his eyes fell upon the mirror again, and again he beheld the vision. There were the 4 lines outlined with inexorable clearness. This time it was no mirage. The recurrence of a vision is a reality, it was palpable, it was the writing restored in the mirror. He understood. Jean Valjean tottered, dropped the blotter, and fell into the old armchair beside the buffet, with drooping head, and glassy eyes, in utter bewilderment. He told himself that it was plain, that the light of the world had been eclipsed forever, and that Cosette had written that to someone. Then he heard his soul, which had become terrible once more, give vent to a dull roar in the gloom. Try then the effect of taking from the lion the dog which he has in his cage. Strange and sad to say, at that very moment, Marius had not yet received Cosette's letter. Chance had treacherously carried it to Jean Valjean before delivering it to Marius. Up to that day, Jean Valjean had not been vanquished by trial. He had been subjected to fearful proofs, no violence of bad fortune had been spared him, the ferocity of fate, armed with all vindictiveness and all social scorn, had taken him for her prey and had raged against him. He had accepted every extremity when it had been necessary, he had sacrificed his inviolability as a reformed man, had yielded up his liberty, risked his head, lost everything, suffered everything, and he had remained disinterested and stoical to such a point that he might have been thought to be absent from himself like a martyr. His conscience, inured to every assault of destiny, might have appeared to be forever impregnable. Well, anyone who had beheld his spiritual self would have been obliged to concede that it weakened at that moment. It was because of all the tortures which he had undergone in the course of this long inquisition to which destiny had doomed him, this was the most terrible. Never had such pincers seized him hitherto. He felt the mysterious stirring of all his latent sensibilities. He felt the plucking at the strange cord. Alas! The supreme trial, let us say rather, the only trial, is the loss of the beloved being. Poor old Jean Valjean certainly did not love Cosette otherwise than as a father, but we have already remarked, above, that into this paternity the widowhood of his life had introduced all the shades of love. He loved Cosette as his daughter, and he loved her as his mother, and he loved her as his sister, and, as he had never had either a woman to love or a wife, as nature is a creditor who accepts no protest, that sentiment also, the most impossible to lose, was mingled with the rest, vague, ignorant, pure with the purity of blindness, unconscious, celestial, angelic, divine, less like a sentiment than like an instinct, less like an instinct than like an imperceptible and invisible but real attraction, and love, properly speaking, was, in his immense tenderness for Cosette, like the thread of gold in the mountain, concealed and virgin. Let the reader recall the situation of heart which we have already indicated. No marriage was possible between them, not even that of souls, and yet, it is certain that their destinies were wedded. With the exception of Cosette, that is to say, with the exception of a childhood, Jean Valjean had never, in the whole of his long life, known anything of that which may be loved. The passions and loves which succeed each other had not produced in him those successive green growths, tender green or dark green, which can be seen in foliage which passes through the winter and in men who pass 50. In short, and we have insisted on it more than once, all this interior fusion, all this whole, of which the sum total was a lofty virtue, ended in rendering Jean Valjean a father to Cosette. A strange father, forged from the grandfather, the son, the brother, and the husband, that existed in Jean Valjean, a father in whom there was included even a mother, a father who loved Cosette and adored her, and who held that child as his light, his home, his family, his country, his paradise. Thus when he saw that the end had absolutely come, that she was escaping from him, that she was slipping from his hands, that she was gliding from him, like a cloud, like water, when he had before his eyes this crushing proof, another is the goal of her heart, another is the wish of her life, there is a dearest one, I am no longer anything but her father, I no longer exist, when he could no longer doubt, when he said to himself, she is going away from me, the grief which he felt surpassed the bounds of possibility. To have done all that he had done for the purpose of ending like this. And the very idea of being nothing. Then, as we have just said, a quiver of revolt ran through him from head to foot. He felt, even in the very roots of his hair, the immense reawakening of egotism, and the eye in this man's abyss howled. There is such a thing as the sudden giving way of the inward subsoil. A despairing certainty does not make its way into a man without thrusting aside and breaking certain profound elements which, in some cases, are the very man himself. Grief, when it attains this shape, is a headlong flight of all the forces of the conscience. These are fatal crises. Few among us emerge from them still like ourselves and firm in duty. When the limit of endurance is overstepped, the most imperturbable virtue is disconcerted. Jean Valjean took the blotter again, and convinced himself afresh, he remained bowed and as though petrified and with staring eyes, over those 4 unobjectionable lines, and there arose within him such a cloud that one might have thought that everything in this soul was crumbling away. He examined this revelation, athwart the exaggerations of reverie, with an apparent and terrifying calmness, for it is a fearful thing when a man's calmness reaches the coldness of the statue. He measured the terrible step which his destiny had taken without his having a suspicion of the fact, he recalled his fears of the preceding summer, so foolishly dissipated, he recognized the precipice, it was still the same, only, Jean Valjean was no longer on the brink, he was at the bottom of it. The unprecedented and heart-rending thing about it was that he had fallen without perceiving it. All the light of his life had departed, while he still fancied that he beheld the sun. His instinct did not hesitate. He put together certain circumstances, certain dates, certain blushes and certain pallors on Cosette's part, and he said to himself, it is he. The divination of despair is a sort of mysterious bow which never misses its aim. He struck Marius with his first conjecture. He did not know the name, but he found the man instantly. He distinctly perceived, in the background of the implacable conjuration of his memories, the unknown prowler of the Luxembourg, that wretched seeker of love adventures, that idler of romance, that idiot, that coward, for it is cowardly to come and make eyes at young girls who have beside them a father who loves them. After he had thoroughly verified the fact that this young man was at the bottom of this situation, and that everything proceeded from that quarter, he, Jean Valjean, the regenerated man, the man who had so labored over his soul, the man who had made so many efforts to resolve all life, all misery and all unhappiness into love, looked into his own breast and there beheld a spectre, hate. Great griefs contain something of dejection. They discourage one with existence. The man into whom they enter feels something within him withdraw from him. In his youth, their visits are lugubrious, later on they are sinister. Alas, if despair is a fearful thing when the blood is hot, when the hair is black, when the head is erect on the body like the flame on the torch, when the roll of destiny still retains its full thickness, when the heart, full of desirable love, still possesses beats which can be returned to it, when one has time for redress, when all women and all smiles and all the future and all the horizon are before one, when the force of life is complete, what is it in old age, when the years hasten on, growing ever paler, to that twilight hour when one begins to behold the stars of the tomb? While he was meditating, Toussaint entered. Jean Valjean rose and asked her. In what quarter is it, do you know? Toussaint was struck dumb, and could only answer him. What is it, sir? Jean Valjean began again, did you not tell me that just now that there is fighting going on? Ah, yes, sir, replied Toussaint. It is in the direction of Saint Mary. There is a mechanical movement which comes to us, unconsciously, from the most profound depths of our thought. It was, no doubt, under the impulse of a movement of this sort, and of which he was hardly conscious, that Jean Valjean, 5 minutes later, found himself in the street. Bareheaded, he sat upon the stone post at the door of his house. He seemed to be listening. Night had come. Chapter 2, The Street Urchin, an Enemy of Light. How long did he remain thus? What was the ebb and flow of this tragic meditation? Did he straighten up? Did he remain bowed? Had he been bent to breaking? Could he still rise and regain his footing and his conscience upon something solid? He probably would not have been able to tell himself. The street was deserted. A few uneasy bourgeois, who were rapidly returning home, hardly saw him. Each one for himself in times of peril. The lamplighter came as usual to light the lantern which was situated precisely opposite the door of number 7, and then went away. Jean Valjean would not have appeared like a living man to anyone who had examined him in that shadow. He sat there on the post of his door, motionless as a form of ice. There is congealment in despair. The alarm bells in a vague and stormy uproar were audible. In the midst of all these convulsions of the bell mingled with the revolt, the clock of St. Paul struck 11, gravely and without haste, for the tocsin is man, the hour is God. The passage of the hour produced no effect on Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean did not stir. Still, at about that moment, a brusque report burst forth in the direction of the Halles, a second yet more violent followed. It was probably that attack on the barricade in the Rue de la Chanvrerie which we have just seen repulsed by Marius. At this double discharge, whose fury seemed augmented by the stupor of the night, Jean Valjean started, he rose, turning towards the quarter whence the noise proceeded, then he fell back upon the post again, folded his arms, and his head slowly sank on his bosom again. He resumed his gloomy dialogue with himself. All at once, he raised his eyes, someone was walking in the street, he heard steps near him. He looked, and by the light of the lanterns, in the direction of the street which ran into the Rue Auxiliary Archives, he perceived a young, livid and beaming face. Gavroche had just arrived in the Rue de l'Homme Arme. Gavroche was staring into the air, apparently in search of something. He saw Jean Valjean perfectly well but he took no notice of him. Gavroche, after staring into the air, stared below, he raised himself on tiptoe, and felt of the doors and windows of the ground floor, they were all shut, bolted, and padlocked. After having authenticated the fronts of 5 or 6 barricaded houses in this manner, the urchin shrugged his shoulders, and took himself to task in these terms. Perdi. Then he began to stare into the air again. Jean Valjean, who, an instant previously, in his then state of mind, would not have spoken to or even answered anyone, felt irresistibly impelled to accost that child. What is the matter with you, my little fellow? He said. The matter with me is that I am hungry, replied Gavroche frankly. And he added, little fellow yourself. Jean Valjean fumbled in his fob and pulled out a 5-franc piece. But Gavroche, who was of the wagtail species, and who skipped vivaciously from one gesture to another, had just picked up a stone. He had caught sight of the lantern. See here, said he, you still have your lanterns here, you are disobeying the regulations, my friend, this is disorderly, smash that for me. And he flung the stone at the lantern, whose broken glass fell with such a clatter that the bourgeois in hiding behind their curtains in the opposite house cried, "There is 93, come again." The lantern oscillated violently, and went out. The street had suddenly become black. "That's right, old street," ejaculated Gavroche, "put on your nightcap." And turning to Jean Valjean. "What do you call that gigantic monument that you have there at the end of the street? It's the archives, isn't it? I must crumble up those big stupids of pillars a bit and make a nice barricade out of them." Jean Valjean stepped up to Gavroche. "Poor creature," he said in a low tone, and speaking to himself, "he is hungry." And he laid the 100-sou piece in his hand. Gavroche raised his face, astonished at the size of this sou. He stared at it in the darkness, and the whiteness of the big sou dazzled him. He knew 5-franc pieces by hearsay, their reputation was agreeable to him, he was delighted to see one close to. He said, "Let us contemplate the tiger." He gazed at it for several minutes in ecstasy, then, turning to Jean Valjean, he held out the coin to him, and said majestically to him, "Bourgeois, I prefer to smash lanterns. Take back your ferocious beast. You can't bribe me that has got 5 claws, but it doesn't scratch me." "Have you a mother?" asked Jean Valjean. Gavroche replied, "More than you have, perhaps." "Well," returned Jean Valjean, "keep the money for your mother." Gavroche was touched. Moreover, he had just noticed that the man who was addressing him had no hat, and this inspired him with confidence. "Truly," said he, "so it wasn't to keep me from breaking the lanterns." "Break whatever you please." "You're a fine man," said Gavroche. And he put the 5-franc piece into one of his pockets. His confidence having increased, he added, "Do you belong in this street?" "Yes, why? Can you tell me where number 7 is?" "What do you want with no 7? Here the child paused, he feared that he had said too much, he thrust his nails energetically into his hair and contented himself with replying, "Ah, here it is." An idea flashed through Jean Valjean's mind. "Anguish does have these gleams," he said to the lad. "Are you the person who is bringing a letter that I am expecting?" "You," said Gavroche. "You are not a woman. The letter is for Mademoiselle Cassette, is it not?" "Cassette," muttered Gavroche. "Yes, I believe that is the queer name." "Well," resumed Jean Valjean, "I am the person to whom you are to deliver the letter. Give it here." "In that case, you must know that I was sent from the barricade." "Of course," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche engulfed his hand in another of his pockets and drew out a paper folded in 4. Then he made the military salute. "Respect for dispatches," said he. "It comes from the provisional government." "Give it to me," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche held the paper elevated above his head. "Don't go and fancy it's a love letter. It is for a woman, but it's for the people. We men fight and we respect the fair sex. We are not as they are in fine society, where there are lions who send chickens 55 to camels. Give it to me. After all," continued Gavroche, "you have the air of an honest man. Give it to me quick. Catch hold of it." And he handed the paper to Jean Valjean. "And make haste, Monsieur. What's your name, for Mademoiselle Cassette is waiting." Gavroche was satisfied with himself for having produced this remark. Jean Valjean began again. "Is it to Saint Mary that the answer is to be sent? There you are making some of those bits of pastry vulgarly called brioches blunders. This letter comes from the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and I'm going back there. Good evening, citizen." That said, Gavroche took himself off, or, to describe it more exactly, fluttered away in the direction whence he had come with a flight like that of an escaped bird. He plunged back into the gloom as though he made a hole in it, with the rigid rapidity of a projectile. The alley of Vilhomme became silent and solitary once more. In a twinkling, that strange child, who had about him something of the shadow and of the dream, had buried himself in the mists of the rows of black houses, and was lost there, like smoke in the dark, and one might have thought that he had dissipated and vanished, had there not taken place, a few minutes after his disappearance, a startling shiver of glass, and had not the magnificent crash of a lantern rattling down on the pavement once more abruptly awakened the indignant bourgeois. It was Gavroche upon his way through the Rue du Chaumet. Chapter 3, While Cassette and Toussaint are asleep. Jean Valjean went into the house with Marius' letter. He groped his way up the stairs, as pleased with the darkness as an owl who grips his prey, opened and shut his door softly, listened to see whether he could hear any noise, made sure that, to all appearances, Cassette and Toussaint were asleep, and plunged 3 or 4 matches into the bottle of the fumade lighter before he could evoke a spark, so greatly did his hand tremble. What he had just done smacked of theft. At last the candle was lighted, he leaned his elbows on the table, unfolded the paper, and read. In violent emotions, one does not read, one flings to the earth, so to speak, the paper which one holds, one clutches it like a victim, one crushes it, one digs into it the nails of one's wrath, or of one's joy, one hastens to the end, one leaps to the beginning, attention is at fever heat, it takes up in the gross, as it were, the essential points, it seizes on one point, and the rest disappears. In Marius' note to Cassette, Jean Valjean saw only these words. I die when thou readest this, my soul will be near thee. In the presence of these 2 lines, he was horribly dazzled. He remained for a moment, crushed, as it were, by the change of emotion which was taking place within him. He stared at Marius' note with a sort of intoxicated amazement. He had before his eyes that splendor, the death of a hated individual. He uttered a frightful cry of inward joy. So it was all over. The catastrophe had arrived sooner than he had dared to hope. The being who obstructed his destiny was disappearing. That man had taken himself off of his own accord, freely, willingly. This man was going to his death, and he, Jean Valjean, had had no hand in the matter, and it was through no fault of his. Perhaps, even, he is already dead. Here his fever entered into calculations. No, he is not dead yet. The letter had evidently been intended for Cosette to read on the following morning, after the 2 discharges that were heard between 11 o'clock and midnight. Nothing more has taken place. The barricade will not be attacked seriously until daybreak, but that makes no difference. From the moment when that man is concerned in this war, he is lost, he is caught in the gearing. Jean Valjean felt himself delivered. So he was about to find himself alone with Cosette once more. The rivalry would cease, the future was beginning again. He had but to keep this note in his pocket. Cosette would never know what had become of that man. All that there requires to be done is to let things take their own course. This man cannot escape. If he is not already dead, it is certain that he is about to die. What good fortune! Having said all this to himself, he became gloomy. Then he went downstairs and woke up the porter. About an hour later, Jean Valjean went out in the complete costume of a National Guard, and with his arms. The porter had easily found in the neighborhood the wherewithal to complete his equipment. He had a loaded gun and a cartridge box filled with cartridges. He strode off in the direction of the markets. Chapter 4, Gavroche's Excess of Zeal. In the meantime, Gavroche had had an adventure. Gavroche, after having conscientiously stoned the lantern in the Rue du Chaumet, entered the Rue des Vieilles Hauts-de-Triates, and not seeing even a cat there, he thought the opportunity a good one to strike up all the song of which he was capable. His march, far from being retarded by his singing, was accelerated by it. He began to sow along the sleeping or terrified houses these incendiary couplets. Loiseau medit dans les charmilles. Et pretend tu hier atala. Avec un russe snl. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Monday ami Pierrot, tu babilles. Parce que l'autre jour mila. Kana sa vitri et amipala. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Les drôlesses sont fort gentils. Leur poison qui aime ensorcela. Gris rate monsieur or phila. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. J'aime l'amour et les bisbilles. J'aime Agnes, j'aime Pamela. Lisa and Emilument se brûla. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Jadis, quand j'ai vis les mantils. De Suzette et de Zila. Monday et malheurs please se mêla. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Amour, quand dans l'ombre o you two brilles. Tu coiffes de roses Lola. J'ai me damnerise pour cela. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Jean auton maroyer tu te habiles. Monday cur un beau jours en vola. J'ai crois que c'est Jean qui la. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. Le soir, en sortant des quadrilles. J'ai monter auxiliary toile stella. Et j'ai leur dis, regardes la. O you vant les belles filles. L'on la. 56. Gavroche, as he sang, was lavish of his pantomime. Gesture is the strong point of the refrain. His face, an inexhaustible repertory of masks, produced grimaces more convulsing and more fantastic than the rents of a cloth torn in a high gale. Unfortunately, as he was alone, and as it was night, this was neither seen nor even visible. Such wastes of riches do occur. All at once, he stopped short. Let us interrupt the romance, said he. His feline eye had just descried, in the recess of a carriage door, what is called in painting, an ensemble, that is to say, a person and a thing. The thing was a hand-cart, the person was a man from Auvergne who was sleeping therein. The shafts of the cart rested on the pavement, and the Auvergnat's head was supported against the front of the cart. His body was coiled up on this inclined plane and his feet touched the ground. Gavroche, with his experience of the things of this world, recognized a drunken man. He was some corner-errand man who had drunk too much and was sleeping too much. There now, thought Gavroche, that's what the summer nights are good for. We'll take the cart for the Republic, and leave the Auvergnat for the monarchy. His mind had just been illuminated by this flash of light. How bully that cart would look on our barricade! The Auvergnat was snoring. Gavroche gently tugged at the cart from behind, and at the Auvergnat from the front, that is to say, by the feet, and at the expiration of another minute the imperturbable Auvergnat was reposing flat on the pavement. The cart was free. Gavroche, habituated to facing the unexpected in all quarters, had everything about him. He fumbled in one of his pockets, and pulled from it a scrap of paper and a bit of red pencil filched from some carpenter. He wrote, "French Republic. Received thy cart." And he signed it, Gavroche. That done, he put the paper in the pocket of the still snoring Auvergnat's velvet vest, seized the cart shafts in both hands, and set off in the direction of the Halles, pushing the cart before him at a hard gallop with a glorious and triumphant uproar. This was perilous. There was a post at the royal printing establishment. Gavroche did not think of this. This post was occupied by the National Guards of the suburbs. The squad began to wake up, and heads were raised from camp beds. 2 street lanterns broken in succession, that ditty sung at the top of the lungs. This was a great deal for those cowardly streets, which desire to go to sleep at sunset, and which put the extinguisher on their candles at such an early hour. For the last hour, that boy had been creating an uproar in that peaceable arrondissement, the uproar of a fly in a bottle. The sergeant of the banlieue lent an ear. He waited. He was a prudent man. The mad rattle of the cart, filled to overflowing the possible measure of waiting, and decided the sergeant to make a reconnaissance. "There's a whole band of them there," said he, "let us proceed gently." It was clear that the hydra of anarchy had emerged from its box and that it was stalking abroad through the quarter. And the sergeant ventured out of the post with cautious tread. All at once, Gavroche, pushing his cart in front of him, and at the very moment when he was about to turn into the Rue des Vieilles Hauts-de-Triates, found himself face to face with a uniform, a shako, a plume, and a gun. For the second time, he stopped short. "Hello," said he, "it's him. Good day, public order." Gavroche's amazement was always brief and speedily thawed. "Where are you going, you rascal?" shouted the sergeant. "Citizen," retorted Gavroche, "I haven't called you bourgeois yet. Why do you insult me? Where are you going, you rogue?" "Monsieur," retorted Gavroche, "perhaps you were a man of wit yesterday, but you have degenerated this morning. I ask you, where are you going, you villain?" Gavroche replied. "You speak prettily. Really, no one would suppose you as old as you are. You ought to sell all your hair at 100 francs apiece. That would yield you 500 francs. Where are you going, where are you going, where are you going, bandit?" Gavroche retorted again. "What villainous words, you must wipe your mouth better the first time that they give you suck." The sergeant lowered his bayonet. "Will you tell me where you are going, you wretch?" "General," said Gavroche, "I'm on my way to look for a doctor for my wife who is in labor." "To arms," shouted the sergeant. The masterstroke of strong men consists in saving themselves by the very means that have ruined them. Gavroche took in the whole situation at a glance. It was the cart which had told against him, it was the cart's place to protect him. At the moment when the sergeant was on the point of making his descent on Gavroche, the cart, converted into a projectile and launched with all the latter's might, rolled down upon him furiously, and the sergeant, struck full in the stomach, tumbled over backwards into the gutter while his gun went off in the air. The men of the post had rushed out pell-mell at the sergeant's shout. The shot brought on a general random discharge, after which they reloaded their weapons and began again. This blind man's buff musketry lasted for a quarter of an hour and killed several panes of glass. In the meanwhile, Gavroche, who had retraced his steps at full speed, halted 5 or 6 streets distant and seated himself, panting, on the stone post which forms the corner of the Enfants Rouges. He listened. After panting for a few minutes, he turned in the direction where the fusillade was raging, lifted his left hand to a level with his nose and thrust it forward 3 times, as he slapped the back of his head with his right hand, an imperious gesture in which Parisian street urchindom has condensed French irony, and which is evidently efficacious, since it has already lasted half a century. This gaiety was troubled by one bitter reflection. "Yes," said he, "I'm splitting with laughter, I'm twisting with delight, I abound in joy, but I'm losing my way, I shall have to take a roundabout way if I only reach the barricade in season." Thereupon he set out again on a run. And as he ran, "Ah, by the way, where was I?" said he. And he resumed his ditty, as he plunged rapidly through the streets, and this is what died away in the gloom. Mais il reste encore des Bastilles. Etj vais mettre l'eau dans l'ordre public que voilà. Oh you vont les belles filles. L'on la. Quelqu'un vote il jour auxiliary quills? Tout l'ancien monde s'écroula. Quand la grosse boule roula. Oh you vont les belles filles. L'on la. Vieux bon peuple, à cause de bequills. Cassin si l'ouvre aux USA de la. La monarchie en falbala. Oh you vont les belles filles. L'on la. Nous en avons force les grilles. Leroi Charles Dick Cejour la. Tina it mal etsc de cala. Oh you vont les belles filles. L'on la. 57. The post's recourse to arms was not without result. The cart was conquered, the drunken man was taken prisoner. The first was put in the pound, the second was later on somewhat harassed before the councils of war as an accomplice. The public ministry of the day proved its indefatigable zeal in the defense of society, in this instance. Gavroche's adventure, which has lingered as a tradition in the quarters of the temple, is one of the most terrible souvenirs of the elderly bourgeois of the Marais, and is entitled in their memories, The Nocturnal Attack by the Post of the Royal Printing Establishment. The end of Volume 4 Saint Denis. Volume 5. Jean Valjean. Book 1st, The War Between Four Walls. Chapter 1, The Charybdis of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and the Scylla of the Faubourg du Temple. The two most memorable barricades which the observer of social maladies can name do not belong to the period in which the action of this work is laid. These two barricades, both of them symbols, under two different aspects, of a redoubtable situation, sprang from the earth at the time of the fatal insurrection of June, 1848, the greatest war of the streets that history has ever beheld. It sometimes happens that, even contrary to principles, even contrary to liberty, equality, and fraternity, even contrary to the universal vote, even contrary to the government, by all for all, from the depths of its anguish, of its discouragements and its destitutions, of its fevers, of its distresses, of its miasmas, of its ignorances, of its darkness, that great and despairing body, the rabble, protests against, and that the populace wages battle against, the people. Beggars attack the common right, the ochlocracy rises against demos. These are melancholy days, for there is always a certain amount of night even in this madness, there is suicide in this duel, and those words which are intended to be insults, beggars, canaille, ochlocracy, populace, exhibit, alas, rather the fault of those who reign than the fault of those who suffer, rather the fault of the privileged than the fault of the disinherited. For our own part, we never pronounce those words without pain and without respect, for when philosophy fathoms the facts to which they correspond, it often finds many a grandeur beside these miseries. Athens was an ochlocracy, the beggars were the making of Holland, the populace saved Rome more than once, and the rabble followed Jesus Christ. There is no thinker who has not at times contemplated the magnificences of the lower classes. It was of this rabble that Saint Jerome was thinking, no doubt, and of all these poor people and all these vagabonds and all these miserable people whence sprang the apostles and the martyrs, when he uttered this mysterious saying, Fex urbis, lex orbis, the dregs of the city, the law of the earth. The exasperations of this crowd which suffers and bleeds, its violence is contrary to all sense, directed against the principles which are its life, its masterful deeds against the right, are its popular coups d'état and should be repressed. The man of probity sacrifices himself, and out of his very love for this crowd, he combats it. But how excusable he feels it even while holding out against it. How he venerates it even while resisting it. This is one of those rare moments when, while doing that which it is one's duty to do, one feels something which disconcerts one, and which would dissuade one from proceeding further, one persists, it is necessary, but conscience, though satisfied, is sad, and the accomplishment of duty is complicated with a pain at the heart. June, 1848, let us hasten to say, was an exceptional fact, and almost impossible of classification, in the philosophy of history. All the words which we have just uttered, must be discarded, when it becomes a question of this extraordinary revolt, in which one feels the holy anxiety of toil claiming its rights. It was necessary to combat it, and this was a duty, for it attacked the Republic. But what was June, 1848, at bottom? A revolt of the people against itself. Where the subject is not lost sight of, there is no digression. May we, then, be permitted to arrest the reader's attention for a moment on the two absolutely unique barricades of which we have just spoken and which characterized this insurrection. One blocked the entrance to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the other defended the approach to the Faubourg du Temple. Those before whom these two fearful masterpieces of civil war reared themselves beneath the brilliant blue sky of June, will never forget them. The Saint-Antoine barricade was tremendous, it was 3 stories high, and 700 feet wide. It barred the vast opening of the Faubourg, that is to say, 3 streets, from angle to angle, ravined, jagged, cut up, divided, crenellated, with an immense rent, buttressed with piles that were bastions in themselves throwing out capes here and there, powerfully backed up by 2 great promontories of houses of the Faubourg. It reared itself like a cyclopean dike at the end of the formidable place which had seen the 14th of July. 19 barricades were ranged, one behind the other, in the depths of the streets behind this principal barricade. At the very sight of it, one felt the agonizing suffering in the immense Faubourg, which had reached that point of extremity when a distress may become a catastrophe. Of what was that barricade made? Of the ruins of 3 6-story houses demolished expressly, said some. Of the prodigy of all wraths, said others. It wore the lamentable aspect of all constructions of hatred, ruin. It might be asked, who built this? It might also be said, who destroyed this? It was the improvisation of the ebullition. Hold! Take this door! This grating! This penthouse! This chimney piece! This broken brazier! This cracked pot! Give all! Cast away all! Push this roll, dig, dismantle, overturn, ruin everything! It was the collaboration of the pavement, the block of stone, the beam, the bar of iron, the rag, the scrap, the broken pane, the unseated chair, the cabbage stalk, the tatter, the rag, and the malediction. It was grand and it was petty. It was the abyss parroted on the public place by hubbub. The mass beside the atom, the strip of ruined wall and the broken bowl, threatening fraternization of every sort of rubbish. Sisyphus had thrown his rock there and Job his potsherd. Terrible, in short. It was the Acropolis of the barefooted. Overturned carts broke the uniformity of the slope, an immense dray was spread out there crossways. Its axle pointing heavenward, and seemed a scar on that tumultuous facade, an omnibus hoisted gaily, by main force, to the very summit of the heap, as though the architects of this bit of savagery had wished to add a touch of the street urchin humour to their terror, presented its horseless, unharnessed pole to no one knows what horses of the air. This gigantic heap, the alluvium of the revolt, figured to the mind an ossa on Pelion of all revolutions, 93 on 89, the 9th of Thermidor on the 10th of August, the 18th of Brumaire on the 11th of January, Vendemiaire on Prairial, 1848 on 1830. The situation deserved the trouble and this barricade was worthy to figure on the very spot whence the Bastille had disappeared. If the ocean made dikes, it is thus that it would build. The fury of the flood was stamped upon this shapeless mass. What flood? The crowd. One thought one beheld hubbub petrified. One thought one heard humming above this barricade as though there had been over their hive, enormous dark bees of violent progress. Was it a thicket? Was it a bacchanalia? Was it a fortress? Vertigo seemed to have constructed it with blows of its wings. There was something of the cesspool in that redoubt and something Olympian in that confusion. One there beheld in a pell-mell full of despair, the rafters of roofs, bits of garret windows with their figured paper, window sashes with their glass planted there in the ruins awaiting the cannon, wrecks of chimneys, cupboards, tables, benches, howling topsider vatum, and those thousand poverty-stricken things, the very refuse of the mendicant, which contain at the same time fury and nothingness. One would have said that it was the tatters of a people, rags of wood, of iron, of bronze, of stone, and that the Faubourg Saint-Antoine had thrust it there at its door, with the colossal flourish of the broom making of its misery its barricade. Blocks resembling headsmen's blocks, dislocated chains, pieces of woodwork with brackets having the form of gibbets. Horizontal wheels projecting from the rubbish, amalgamated with this edifice of anarchy the sombre figure of the old tortures endured by the people. The barricade Saint-Antoine converted everything into a weapon, everything that civil war could throw at the head of society proceeded thence. It was not combat, it was a paroxysm. The carbines which defended this redoubt, among which there were some blunderbusses, sent bits of earthenware bones, coat buttons, even the casters from nightstands, dangerous projectiles on account of the brass. This barricade was furious, it hurled to the clouds an inexpressible clamour. At certain moments, when provoking the army, it was covered with throngs and tempest, a tumultuous crowd of flaming heads crowned it, a swarm filled it, it had a thorny crest of guns, of sabres, of cudgels, of axes, of pikes, and of bayonets, a vast red flag flapped in the wind, shouts of command, songs of attack, the roll of drums. The sobs of women and bursts of gloomy laughter from the starving were to be heard there. It was huge and living, and, like the back of an electric beast, there proceeded from it little flashes of lightning. The spirit of revolution covered with its cloud this summit where rumbled that voice of the people which resembles the voice of God. A strange majesty was emitted by this titanic basket of rubbish. It was a heap of filth and it was Sinai. As we have said previously, it attacked in the name of the revolution. What? The revolution. It, that barricade, chance, hazard, disorder, terror, misunderstanding, the unknown, had facing it the Constituent Assembly, the sovereignty of the people, universal suffrage, the nation, the republic, and it was the Carmagnole bidding defiance to the Marseillaise. Immense but heroic defiance, for the old Faubourg is a hero. The Faubourg and its redoubt lent each other assistance. The Faubourg shouldered the redoubt took its stand under cover of the Faubourg. The vast barricade spread out like a cliff against which the strategy of the African generals dashed itself. Its caverns, its excrescences, its warts, its gibbosities, grimaced, so to speak, and grinned beneath the smoke. The mitre isle vanished in shapelessness, the bombs plunged into it, bullets only succeeded in making holes in it. What was the use of cannonading chaos? And the regiments, accustomed to the fiercest visions of war, gazed with uneasy eyes on that species of redoubt, a wild beast in its boar-like bristling in a mountain by its enormous size. A quarter of a league away, from the corner of the Rue du Temple which debouches on the boulevard near the Château d'Eau, if one thrust one's head bodily beyond the point formed by the front of the Dallamagna shop, one perceived in the distance, beyond the canal, in the street which mounts the slopes of Belleville at the culminating point of the rise, a strange wall reaching to the second story of the house fronts, a sort of hyphen between the houses on the right and the houses on the left, as though the street had folded back on itself its loftiest wall in order to close itself abruptly. This wall was built of paving stones. It was straight, correct, cold, perpendicular, leveled with the square, laid out by rule and line. Cement was lacking, of course, but, as in the case of certain Roman walls, without interfering with its rigid architecture. The entablature was mathematically parallel with the base. From distance to distance, one could distinguish on the grey surface almost invisible loopholes which resembled black threads. These loopholes were separated from each other by equal spaces. The street was deserted as far as the eye could reach. All windows and doors were closed. In the background rose this barrier, which made a blind thoroughfare of the street, a motionless and tranquil wall. No one was visible, nothing was audible, not a cry, not a sound, not a breath. A sepulchre. The dazzling sun of June inundated this terrible thing with light. It was the barricade of the faubourg of the temple. As soon as one arrived on the spot, and caught sight of it, it was impossible, even for the boldest, not to become thoughtful before this mysterious apparition. It was adjusted, jointed, imbricated, rectilinear, symmetrical and funereal. Science and gloom met there. One felt that the chief of this barricade was a geometrician or a spectre. One looked at it and spoke low. From time to time, if some soldier, an officer, or representative of the people, chanced to traverse the deserted highway, a faint, sharp whistle was heard, and the passer-by fell dead or wounded, or, if he escaped the bullet, sometimes a Biscayne was seen to ensconce itself in some closed shutter, in the interstice between two blocks of stone, or in the plaster of a wall. For the men in the barricade had made themselves two small cannons out of two cast-iron lengths of gas pipe, plugged up at one end with tow and fire clay. There was no waste of useless powder. Nearly every shot told. There were corpses here and there, and pools of blood on the pavement. I remember a white butterfly which went and came in the street. Summer does not abdicate. In the neighborhood, the spaces beneath the portes cochères were encumbered with wounded. One felt oneself aimed at by some person whom one did not see, and one understood that guns were leveled at the whole length of the street. Massed behind the sort of sloping ridge which the vaulted canal forms at the entrance to the Faubourg du Temple, the soldiers of the attacking column, gravely and thoughtfully, watched this dismal redoubt, this immobility, this passivity, whence sprang death. Some crawled flat on their faces as far as the crest of the curve of the bridge, taking care that their shakoes did not project beyond it. The valiant Colonel Montinard admired this barricade with a shudder. "How that is built," he said to a representative. "Not one paving stone projects beyond its neighbor, it is made of porcelain." At that moment, a bullet broke the cross on his breast, and he fell. "The cowards," people said. "Let them show themselves, let us see them." They dare not, they are hiding. The barricade of the Faubourg du Temple, defended by 80 men, attacked by 10,000, held out for 3 days. On the 4th, they did as at Zaatcha, as at Constantine, they pierced the houses, they came over the roofs, the barricade was taken. Not one of the 80 cowards thought of flight, all were killed there with the exception of the leader, Barthélemy, of whom we shall speak presently. The Saint Antoine barricade was the tumult of thunders, the barricade of the temple was silence. The difference between these two redoubts was the difference between the formidable and the sinister. One seemed a maw, the other a mask. Admitting that the gigantic and gloomy insurrection of June was composed of a wrath and of an enigma, one divined in the first barricade the dragon, and behind the second the Sphinx. These two fortresses had been erected by two men named, the one, Cornet, the other, Barthélemy. Cornet made the Saint Antoine barricade, Barthélemy the barricade of the temple. Each was the image of the man who had built it. Cornet was a man of lofty stature, he had broad shoulders, a red face, a crushing fist, a bold heart, a loyal soul, a sincere and terrible eye. Intrepid, energetic, irascible, stormy, the most cordial of men, the most formidable of combatants. War, strife, conflict, were the very air he breathed and put him in a good humor. He had been an officer in the navy, and, from his gestures and his voice, one divined that he sprang from the ocean, and that he came from the tempest. He carried the hurricane on into battle. With the exception of the genius, there was in Cornet something of Danton, as, with the exception of the divinity, there was in Danton something of Hercules. Barthélemy, thin, feeble, pale, taciturn, was a sort of tragic street urchin, who, having had his ears boxed by a policeman, lay in wait for him, and killed him, and at 17 was sent to the galleys. He came out and made this barricade. Later on, fatal circumstance, in London, proscribed by all, Barthélemy slew Cornet. It was a funereal duel. Some time afterwards, caught in the gearing of one of those mysterious adventures in which passion plays a part, a catastrophe in which French justice sees extenuating circumstances, and in which English justice sees only death, Barthélemy was hanged. The sombre social construction is so made that, thanks to material destitution, thanks to moral obscurity, that unhappy being who possessed an intelligence, certainly firm, possibly great, began in France with the galleys, and ended in England with the gallows. Barthélemy, on occasion, flew but one flag, the black flag. Chapter 2, What is to be done in the abyss if one does not converse? 16 years count in the subterranean education of insurrection, and June, 1848, knew a great deal more about it than June, 1832. So the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie was only an outline, and an embryo compared to the two colossal barricades which we have just sketched, but it was formidable for that epoch. The insurgents under the eye of Enjolras, for Marius no longer looked after anything, had made good use of the night. The barricade had been not only repaired, but augmented. They had raised it 2 feet. Bars of iron planted in the pavement resembled lances in rest. All sorts of rubbish brought and added from all directions complicated the external confusion. The redoubt had been cleverly made over, into a wall on the inside and a thicket on the outside. The staircase of paving stones which permitted one to mount it like the wall of a citadel had been reconstructed. The barricade had been put in order, the taproom disencumbered, the kitchen appropriated for the ambulance, the dressing of the wounded completed, the powder scattered on the ground and on the tables had been gathered up, bullets run, cartridges manufactured, lint scraped, the fallen weapons redistributed, the interior of the redoubt cleaned, the rubbish swept up, corpses removed. They laid the dead in a heap in the Mondétour lane, of which they were still the masters. The pavement was red for a long time at that spot. Among the dead there were 4 National Guardsmen of the suburbs. Enjolras had their uniforms laid aside. Enjolras had advised 2 hours of sleep. Advice from Enjolras was a command. Still, only 3 or 4 took advantage of it. Freely employed these 2 hours in engraving this inscription on the wall which faced the tavern. Long live the peoples! These 4 words, hollowed out in the rough stone with a nail, could be still read on the wall in 1848. The 3 women had profited by the respite of the night to vanish definitely, which allowed the insurgents to breathe more freely. They had found means of taking refuge in some neighboring house. The greater part of the wounded were able, and wished, to fight still. On a litter of mattresses and trusses of straw in the kitchen, which had been converted into an ambulance, there were 5 men gravely wounded, 2 of whom were municipal guardsmen. The municipal guardsmen were attended to first. In the taproom there remained only Mabeuf under his black cloth and Javert bound to his post. "This is the hall of the dead," said Enjolras. In the interior of this hall, barely lighted by a candle at one end, the mortuary table being behind the post like a horizontal bar, a sort of vast, vague cross resulted from Javert erect and Mabeuf lying prone. The pole of the omnibus, although snapped off by the fusillade, was still sufficiently upright to admit of their fastening the flag to it. Enjolras, who possessed that quality of a leader, of always doing what he said, attached to this staff the bullet-ridden and bloody coat of the old man's. No repast had been possible. There was neither bread nor meat. The 50 men in the barricade had speedily exhausted the scanty provisions of the wine shop during the 16 hours which they had passed there. At a given moment, every barricade inevitably becomes the raft of Lomidas. They were obliged to resign themselves to hunger. They had then reached the first hours of that Spartan day of the 6th of June when, in the barricade Saint Mary, Jean, surrounded by the insurgents who demanded bread, replied to all combatants crying, "Something to eat, with, why, it is 3 o'clock, at 4 we shall be dead." As they could no longer eat, Enjolras forbade them to drink. He interdicted wine, and portioned out the brandy. They had found in the cellar 15 full bottles hermetically sealed. Enjolras and Combeferre examined them. Combeferre when he came up again said, "It's the old stock of Father Hucheloup, who began business as a grocer, it must be real wine," observed Bossuet. "It's lucky that Grantaire is asleep. If he were on foot, there would be a good deal of difficulty in saving those bottles." Enjolras, in spite of all murmurs, placed his veto on the 15 bottles, and, in order that no one might touch them, he had them placed under the table on which Father Mabeuf was lying. About 2 o'clock in the morning, they reckoned up their strength. There were still 37 of them. The day began to dawn. The torch, which had been replaced in its cavity in the pavement, had just been extinguished. The interior of the barricade, that species of tiny courtyard appropriated from the street, was bathed in shadows, and resembled, athwart the vague, twilight horror, the deck of a disabled ship. The combatants, as they went and came, moved about there like black forms. Above that terrible nesting place of gloom the stories of the mute houses were lividly outlined, at the very top, the chimneys stood palely out. The sky was of that charming, undecided hue, which may be white and may be blue. Birds flew about in it with cries of joy. The lofty house which formed the back of the barricade, being turned to the east, had upon its roof a rosy reflection. The morning breeze ruffled the grey hair on the head of the dead man at the third-story window. "I am delighted that the torch has been extinguished," said Courfeyrac to Feuilly. "That torch flickering in the wind annoyed me. It had the appearance of being afraid. The light of torches resembles the wisdom of cowards, it gives a bad light because it trembles. Dawn awakens minds as it does the birds." All began to talk. Joly, perceiving a cat prowling on a gutter, extracted philosophy from it. "What is the cat?" he exclaimed. "It is a corrective. The good God, having made the mouse, said, 'Hello, I have committed a blunder,' and so he made the cat. The cat is the erratum of the mouse. The mouse, plus the cat, is the proof of creation revised and corrected." Combeferre, surrounded by students and artisans, was speaking of the dead, of Jean Prouvaire, of Bahorel, of Mabouf, and even of Cabuc, and of Enjolras' sad severity. He said, Harmodius and Aristogiton, Brutus, Charias, Stephanus, Cromwell, Charlotte Corday, Sand, have all had their moment of agony when it was too late. Our hearts quiver so, and human life is such a mystery that, even in the case of a civic murder, even in a murder for liberation, if there be such a thing, the remorse for having struck a man surpasses the joy of having served the human race. And, such are the windings of the exchange of speech, that, a moment later, by a transition brought about through Jean Prouvaire's verses, Combeferre was comparing the translators of the Georgics, Raz with Cournand, Cournand with Delille, pointing out the passages translated by Malfilâtre, particularly the prodigies of Caesar's death, and at that word, Caesar, the conversation reverted to Brutus. Caesar, said Combeferre, fell justly. Cicero was severe towards Caesar, and he was right that severity is not diatribe. When Zoilus insults Homer, when Mavius insults Virgil, when Vice insults Molière, when Pope insults Shakespeare, when Frederick insults Voltaire, it is an old law of envy and hatred which is being carried out. Genius attracts insult. Great men are always more or less barked at, but Zoilus and Cicero are two different persons. Cicero is an arbiter in thought, just as Brutus is an arbiter by the sword. For my own part, I blame that last justice, the blade, but antiquity admitted it. Caesar, the violator of the Rubicon, conferring, as though they came from him, the dignities which emanated from the people, not rising at the entrance of the Senate, committed the acts of a king and almost of a tyrant, regia ac pene tyrannica. He was a great man, so much the worse, or so much the better, the lesson is but the more exalted. His 23 wounds touch me less than the spitting in the face of Jesus Christ. Caesar is stabbed by the senators, Christ is cuffed by lackeys. One feels the God through the greater outrage. Bossuet, who towered above the interlocutors from the summit of a heap of paving stones, exclaimed, rifle in hand, O Cydothenium, O Marinus, O Probalinthes, O graces of the Aeantides, O, who will grant me to pronounce the verses of Homer like a Greek of Laurium or of Edapteon. Chapter 3, Light and Shadow. Enjolras had been to make a reconnaissance. He had made his way out through Mondétour Lane, gliding along close to the houses. The insurgents, we will remark, were full of hope. The manner in which they had repulsed the attack of the preceding night had caused them to almost disdain in advance the attack at dawn. They waited for it with a smile. They had no more doubt as to their success than as to their cause. Moreover, succor was, evidently, on the way to them. They reckoned on it. With that facility of triumphant prophecy which is one of the sources of strength in the French combatant, they divided the day which was at hand into 3 distinct phases. At 6 o'clock in the morning a regiment which had been labored with, would turn, at noon, the insurrection of all Paris, at sunset, revolution. They heard the alarm bell of St. Mary, which had not been silent for an instant since the night before, a proof that the other barricade, the great one, Jean's, still held out. All these hopes were exchanged between the different groups in a sort of gay and formidable whisper which resembled the warlike hum of a hive of bees. Enjolras reappeared. He returned from his sombre eagle flight into outer darkness. He listened for a moment to all this joy with folded arms, and one hand on his mouth. Then, fresh and rosy in the growing whiteness of the dawn, he said, the whole army of Paris is to strike. A third of the army is bearing down upon the barricades in which you now are. There is the National Guard. In addition, I have picked out the shakos of the 5th of the line, and the standard bearers of the 6th Legion. In 1 hour you will be attacked. As for the populace, it was seething yesterday, today it is not stirring. There is nothing to expect, nothing to hope for, neither from a faubourg nor from a regiment. You are abandoned. These words fell upon the buzzing of the groups, and produced on them the effect caused on a swarm of bees by the first drops of a storm. A moment of indescribable silence ensued, in which death might have been heard flitting by. This moment was brief. A voice from the obscurest depths of the groups shouted to Enjolras, so be it. Let us raise the barricade to a height of 20 feet, and let us all remain in it citizens. Let us offer the protests of corpses. Let us show that, if the people abandon the Republicans do not abandon the people. These words freed the thought of all from the painful cloud of individual anxieties. It was hailed with an enthusiastic acclamation. No one ever has known the name of the man who spoke thus. He was some unknown blouse wearer, a stranger, a man forgotten, a passing hero, that great anonymous, always mingled in human crises and in social geniuses who, at a given moment, utters in a supreme fashion the decisive word, and who vanishes into the shadows after having represented for a minute, in a lightning flash, the people and God. This inexorable resolution so thoroughly impregnated the air of the 6th of June, 1832, that, almost at the very same hour, on the barricade St. Mary, the insurgents were raising that clamour which has become a matter of history and which has been consigned to the documents in the case. What matters it whether they come to our assistance or not? Let us get ourselves killed here, to the very last man. As the reader sees, the two barricades, though materially isolated, were in communication with each other. Chapter 4, -5, +1. After the man who decreed the protest of corpses had spoken, and had given this formula of their common soul, there issued from all mouths a strangely satisfied and terrible cry, funereal in sense and triumphant in tone. Long live death, let us all remain here. Why all, said Enjolras. All. Enjolras resumed. The position is good, the barricade is fine, 30 men are enough, why sacrifice 40? They replied. Because not one will go away. Citizens, cried Enjolras, and there was an almost irritated vibration in his voice, this republic is not rich enough in men to indulge in useless expenditure of them. Vainglory is waste. If the duty of some is to depart, that duty should be fulfilled like any other. Enjolras, the man principal, had over his co-religionists that sort of omnipotent power which emanates from the absolute. Still, great as was this omnipotence, a murmur arose. A leader to the very fingertips, Enjolras, seeing that they murmured, insisted. He resumed haughtily. Let those who are afraid of not numbering more than 30 say so. The murmurs redoubled. Besides, observed a voice in one group, it is easy enough to talk about leaving the barricade is hemmed in. Not on the side of the Halles, said Enjolras. The Rue Mondétour is free, and through the Rue des Preachers one can reach the Marche des Innocents. And there, went on another voice, you would be captured, you would fall in with some grand guard of the line or the suburbs, they will spy a man passing in blouse and cap. Whence come you? Don't you belong to the barricade, and they will look at your hands. You smell of powder. Shot. Enjolras, without making any reply, touched Combeferre's shoulder, and the two entered the tap room. They emerged thence a moment later. Enjolras held in his outstretched hands the 4 uniforms which he had laid aside. Combeferre followed, carrying the shoulder belts and the shakos. With this uniform, said Enjolras, you can mingle with the ranks and escape, here is enough for 4, and he flung on the ground, deprived of its pavement, the 4 uniforms. No wavering took place in his stoical audience. Combeferre took the word. Come, said he, you must have a little pity. Do you know what the question is here? It is a question of women. See here, are there women or are there not? Are there children or are there not? Are there mothers, yes or no, who rock cradles with their foot and who have a lot of little ones around them? Let that man of you who has never beheld a nurse's breast raise his hand. Ah, you want to get yourselves killed, so do I, who am speaking to you, but I do not want to feel the phantoms of women wreathing their arms around me. Die, if you will, but don't make others die. Suicides like that which is on the brink of accomplishment here are sublime, but suicide is narrow, and does not admit of extension, and as soon as it touches your neighbors, suicide is murder. Think of the little blonde heads, think of the white locks. Listen, Enjolras has just told me that he saw at the corner of the Rue du Cygne a lighted casement, a candle in a poor window, on the 5th floor. And on the pane the quivering shadow of the head of an old woman, who had the air of having spent the night in watching. Perhaps she is the mother of some one of you. Well, let that man go, and make haste, to say to his mother, here I am, mother, let him feel at ease, the task here will be performed all the same. When one supports one's relatives by one's toil, one has not the right to sacrifice oneself. That is deserting one's family. And those who have daughters. What are you thinking of? You get yourselves killed, you are dead, that is well. And tomorrow? Young girls without bread, that is a terrible thing. Man begs, woman sells. Ah! Those charming and gracious beings, so gracious and so sweet, who have bonnets of flowers, who fill the house with purity, who sing and prattle, who are like a living perfume, who prove the existence of angels in heaven by the purity of virgins on earth, that Jean, that Lisa, that Mimi, those adorable and honest creatures who are your blessings and your pride, ah! Good God, they will suffer hunger. What do you want me to say to you? There is a market for human flesh, and it is not with your shadowy hands, shuddering around them, that you will prevent them from entering it. Think of the street, think of the pavement covered with passers-by, think of the shops past which women go and come with necks all bare, and through the mire. These women, too, were pure once. Think of your sisters, those of you who have them. Misery, prostitution, the police, Saint Lazare, that is what those beautiful, delicate girls, those fragile marvels of modesty, gentleness and loveliness, fresher than lilacs in the month of May, will come to. Ah! You have got yourselves killed. You are no longer on hand. That is well, you have wished to release the people from royalty, and you deliver over your daughters to the police. Friends, have a care, have mercy. Women, unhappy women, we are not in the habit of bestowing much thought on them. We trust to the women not having received a man's education. We prevent their reading, we prevent their thinking, we prevent their occupying themselves with politics. Will you prevent them from going to the dead house this evening, and recognizing your bodies? Let us see, those who have families must be tractable, and shake hands with us and take themselves off, and leave us here alone to attend to this affair. I know well that courage is required to leave, that it is hard, but the harder it is, the more meritorious. You say, I have a gun, I am at the barricade, so much the worse, I shall remain there. So much the worse is easily said. My friends, there is a morrow, you will not be here tomorrow, but your families will, and what sufferings. See, here is a pretty, healthy child, with cheeks like an apple, who babbles, prattles, chatters, who laughs, who smells sweet beneath your kiss, and do you know what becomes of him when he is abandoned? I have seen one, a very small creature, no taller than that. His father was dead. Poor people had taken him in out of charity. But they had bread only for themselves. The child was always hungry. It was winter. He did not cry. You could see him approach the stove, in which there was never any fire, and whose pipe, you know, was of mastic and yellow clay. His breathing was hoarse, his face livid, his limbs flaccid, his belly prominent. He said nothing. If you spoke to him, he did not answer. He is dead. He was taken to the Necker hospital, where I saw him. I was house surgeon in that hospital. Now, if there are any fathers among you, fathers whose happiness it is to stroll on Sundays holding their child's tiny hand in their robust hand, let each one of those fathers imagine that this child is his own. That poor brat, I remember, and I seem to see him now, when he lay nude on the dissecting table, how his ribs stood out on his skin like the graves beneath the grass in a cemetery. A sort of mud was found in his stomach. There were ashes in his teeth. Come, let us examine ourselves conscientiously and take counsel with our heart. Statistics show that the mortality among abandoned children is 55%. I repeat, it is a question of women, it concerns mothers, it concerns young girls, it concerns little children. Who is talking to you of yourselves? We know well what you are, we know well that you are all brave, parbleu. We know well that you all have in your souls the joy and the glory of giving your life for the great cause, we know well that you feel yourselves elected to die usefully and magnificently, and that each one of you clings to his share in the triumph. Very well. But you are not alone in this world. There are other beings of whom you must think. You must not be egoists. All dropped their heads with a gloomy air. Strange contradictions of the human heart at its most sublime moments. Combeferre, who spoke thus, was not an orphan. He recalled the mothers of other men, and forgot his own. He was about to get himself killed. He was an egoist. Marius, fasting, fevered, having emerged in succession from all hope, and having been stranded in grief, the most sombre of shipwrecks, and saturated with violent emotions and conscious that the end was near, had plunged deeper and deeper into that visionary stupor which always precedes the fatal hour voluntarily accepted. A physiologist might have studied in him the growing symptoms of that febrile absorption known to, and classified by, science, and which is to suffering what voluptuousness is to pleasure. Despair, also, has its ecstasy. Marius had reached this point. He looked on at everything as from without, as we have said, things which passed before him seemed far away, he made out the whole, but did not perceive the details. He beheld men going and coming as through a flame. He heard voices speaking as at the bottom of an abyss. But this moved him. There was in this scene a point which pierced and roused even him. He had but one idea now, to die, and he did not wish to be turned aside from it, but he reflected, in his gloomy somnambulism, that while destroying himself, he was not prohibited from saving someone else. He raised his voice. Enjolras and Combeferre are right, said he, no unnecessary sacrifice, I join them, and you must make haste. Combeferre has said convincing things to you. There are some among you who have families, mothers, sisters, wives, children, let such leave the ranks. No one stirred. Married men and the supporters of families, step out of the ranks, repeated Marius. His authority was great. Enjolras was certainly the head of the barricade, but Marius was its savior. I order it, cried Enjolras. I entreat you, said Marius. Then, touched by Combeferre's words, shaken by Enjolras' order, touched by Marius' entreaty, these heroic men began to denounce each other. It is true, said one young man to a full-grown man, you are the father of a family. Go, it is your duty rather, retorted the man, you have 2 sisters whom you maintain, and an unprecedented controversy broke forth. Each struggled to determine which should not allow himself to be placed at the door of the tomb. Make haste, said Courfeyrac, in another quarter of an hour it will be too late. Citizens, pursued Enjolras, this is the Republic, and universal suffrage reigns. Do you yourselves designate those who are to go? They obeyed. After the expiration of a few minutes, 5 were unanimously selected and stepped out of the ranks. There are 5 of them, exclaimed Marius. There were only 4 uniforms. Well, began the 5, one must stay behind. And then a struggle arose as to who should remain, and who should find reasons for the others not remaining. The generous quarrel began afresh. You have a wife who loves you, you have your aged mother, you have neither father nor mother, and what is to become of your 3 little brothers? You are the father of 5 children, you have a right to live, you are only 17, it is too early for you to die. These great revolutionary barricades were assembling points for heroism. The improbable was simple there. These men did not astonish each other. Be quick, repeated Courfeyrac. Men shouted to Marius from the groups. Do you designate who is to remain? Yes, said the 5, choose, we will obey you. Marius did not believe that he was capable of another emotion. Still, at this idea, that of choosing a man for death, his blood rushed back to his heart. He would have turned pale, had it been possible for him to become any paler. He advanced towards the 5, who smiled upon him, and each, with his eyes full of that grand flame which one beholds in the depths of history hovering over Thermopylae, cried to him. Me, me, me. And Marius stupidly counted them, there were still 5 of them. Then his glance dropped to the 4 uniforms. At that moment, a 5th uniform fell, as if from heaven, upon the other 4. The 5th man was saved. Marius raised his eyes and recognized M. Fauchelevent. Jean Valjean had just entered the barricade. He had arrived by way of Mondétour Lane, whether by dint of inquiries made, or by instinct, or chance. Thanks to his dress of a National Guardsman, he had made his way without difficulty. The sentinel stationed by the insurgents in the Rue Mondétour had no occasion to give the alarm for a single National Guardsman, and he had allowed the latter to entangle himself in the street, saying to himself, probably it is a reinforcement, in any case it is a prisoner. The moment was too grave to admit of the sentinel abandoning his duty and his post of observation. At the moment when Jean Valjean entered the redoubt, no one had noticed him, all eyes being fixed on the 5 chosen men and the 4 uniforms. Jean Valjean also had seen and heard, and he had silently removed his coat and flung it on the pile with the rest. The emotion aroused was indescribable. Who is this man? Demanded Bossuet. He is a man who saves others, replied Combeferre. Marius added in a grave voice. I know him. This guarantee satisfied everyone. Enjolras turned to Jean Valjean. Welcome, citizen. And he added. You know that we are about to die. Jean Valjean, without replying, helped the insurgent whom he was saving to don his uniform. Chapter 5, The Horizon which one beholds from the summit of a barricade. The situation of all in that fatal hour and that pitiless place, had as result and culminating point Enjolras' supreme melancholy. Enjolras bore within him the plenitude of the revolution. He was incomplete, however, so far as the absolute can be so. He had too much of Saint Just about him, and not enough of a Naturcis Clootz. Still, his mind, in the society of the friends of the ABC, had ended by undergoing a certain polarization from Combeferre's ideas. For some time past, he had been gradually emerging from the narrow form of dogma, and had allowed himself to incline to the broadening influence of progress, and he had come to accept, as a definitive and magnificent evolution, the transformation of the great French Republic, into the immense human republic. As far as the immediate means were concerned, a violent situation being given, he wished to be violent. On that point, he never varied, and he remained of that epic and redoubtable school which is summed up in the words, 83. Enjolras was standing erect on the staircase of paving stones, one elbow resting on the stock of his gun. He was engaged in thought, he quivered. As at the passage of prophetic breaths, places where death is have these effects of tripods. A sort of stifled fire darted from his eyes, which were filled with an inward look. All at once he threw back his head, his blonde locks fell back like those of an angel on the sombre quadriga made of stars, they were like the mane of a startled lion in the flaming of an halo, and Enjolras cried. Citizens, do you picture the future to yourselves, the streets of cities inundated with light, green branches on the thresholds, nations sisters, men just, old men blessing children, the past loving the present, thinkers entirely at liberty, believers on terms of full equality, for religion heaven, God the direct priest, human conscience become an altar, no more hatreds, the fraternity of the workshop and the school, for sole penalty and recompense fame, work for all, right for all, peace over all, no more bloodshed, no more wars, happy mothers. To conquer matter is the first step, to realize the ideal is the second. Reflect on what progress has already accomplished. Formerly, the first human races beheld with terror the hydra pass before their eyes, breathing on the waters, the dragon which vomited flame, the griffin who was the monster of the air, and who flew with the wings of an eagle and the talons of a tiger, fearful beasts which were above man. Man, nevertheless, spread his snares. Consecrated by intelligence, and finally conquered these monsters. We have vanquished the hydra, and it is called the locomotive. We are on the point of vanquishing the griffin, we already grasp it, and it is called the balloon. On the day when this Promethean task shall be accomplished, and when man shall have definitely harnessed to his will the triple chimera of antiquity, the hydra, the dragon, and the griffin, he will be the master of water, fire, and of air, and he will be for the rest of animated creation that which the ancient gods formerly were to him. Courage, and onward. Citizens, whither are we going? To science-made government, to the force of things become the sole public force, to the natural law, having in itself its sanction and its penalty and promulgating itself by evidence, to a dawn of truth corresponding to a dawn of day. We are advancing to the union of peoples, we are advancing to the unity of man. No more fictions, no more parasites. The real governed by the true, that is the goal. Civilization will hold its assizes at the summit of Europe, and, later on, at the center of continents, in a grand parliament of the intelligence. Something similar has already been seen. The Amphictyons had 2 sittings a year, one at Delphus, the seat of the gods, the other at Thermopylae, the place of heroes. Europe will have her Amphictyons, the globe will have its Amphictyons. France bears this sublime future in her breast. This is the gestation of the 19th century. That which Greece sketched out is worthy of being finished by France. Listen to me, you, Friuli, valiant artisan, man of the people. I revere you. Yes, you clearly behold the future, yes, you are right. You had neither father nor mother, Friuli, you adopted humanity for your mother and right for your father. You are about to die, that is to say to triumph, here. Citizens, whatever happens today, through our defeat as well as through our victory, it is a revolution that we are about to create. As conflagrations light up a whole city, so revolutions illuminate the whole human race. And what is the revolution that we shall cause? I have just told you, the revolution of the true. From a political point of view, there is but a single principle, the sovereignty of man over himself. This sovereignty of myself over myself is called liberty. Where 2 or 3 of these sovereignties are combined, the state begins. But in that association there is no abdication. Each sovereignty concedes a certain quantity of itself, for the purpose of forming the common right. This quantity is the same for all of us. This identity of concession which each makes to all, is called equality. Common right is nothing else than the protection of all beaming on the right of each. This protection of all over each is called fraternity. The point of intersection of all these assembled sovereignties is called society. This intersection being a junction, this point is a knot. Hence what is called the social bond. Some say social contract, which is the same thing. The word contract being etymologically formed with the idea of a bond. Let us come to an understanding about equality, for, if liberty is the summit, equality is the base. Equality, citizens, is not wholly a surface vegetation, a society of great blades of grass and tiny oaks, a proximity of jealousies which render each other null and void. Legally speaking, it is all aptitudes possessed of the same opportunity. Politically, it is all votes possessed of the same weight. Religiously, it is all consciences possessed of the same right. Equality has an organ, gratuitous and obligatory instruction. The right to the alphabet, that is where the beginning must be made. The primary school imposed on all, the secondary school offered to all, that is the law. From an identical school, an identical society will spring. Yes, instruction. Light. Light. Everything comes from light, and to it everything returns. Citizens, the 19th century is great, but the 20th century will be happy. Then, there will be nothing more like the history of old. We shall no longer, as today, have to fear a conquest, an invasion, a usurpation, a rivalry of nations, arms in hand, an interruption of civilization depending on a marriage of kings, on a birth in hereditary tyrannies, a partition of peoples by a congress, a dismemberment because of the failure of a dynasty, a combat of 2 religions meeting face to face, like 2 bucks in the dark, on the bridge of the infinite. We shall no longer have to fear famine, farming out, prostitution arising from distress, misery from the failure of work and the scaffold and the sword, and battles and the ruffianism of chance in the forest of events. One might almost say, there will be no more events. We shall be happy. The human race will accomplish its law, as the terrestrial globe accomplishes its law. Harmony will be re-established between the soul and the star. The soul will gravitate around the truth, as the planet around the light. Friends, the present hour in which I am addressing you, is a gloomy hour, but these are terrible purchases of the future. A revolution is a toll. Oh! The human race will be delivered, raised up, consoled. We affirm it on this barrier. Whence should proceed that cry of love, if not from the heights of sacrifice? Oh my brothers, this is the point of junction, of those who think and of those who suffer. This barricade is not made of paving stones, nor of joists, nor of bits of iron, it is made of 2 heaps, a heap of ideas, and a heap of woes. Here misery meets the ideal. The day embraces the night, and says to it, I am about to die, and thou shalt be born again with me. From the embrace of all desolations faith leaps forth. Sufferings bring hither their agony and ideas their immortality. This agony and this immortality are about to join and constitute our death. Brothers, he who dies here dies in the radiance of the future, and we are entering a tomb all flooded with the dawn. Enjolras paused rather than became silent, his lips continued to move silently, as though he were talking to himself, which caused them all to gaze attentively at him, in the endeavor to hear more. There was no applause, but they whispered together for a long time. Speech being a breath, the rustling of intelligences resembles the rustling of leaves. Chapter 6, Marius haggard, Javert laconic. Let us narrate what was passing in Marius' thoughts. Let the reader recall the state of his soul. We have just recalled it, everything was a vision to him now. His judgment was disturbed. Marius, let us insist on this point, was under the shadow of the great, dark wings which are spread over those in the death agony. He felt that he had entered the tomb, it seemed to him that he was already on the other side of the wall, and he no longer beheld the faces of the living except with the eyes of one dead. How did M. Fauchelevent come there? Why was he there? What had he come there to do? Marius did not address all these questions to himself. Besides, since our despair has this peculiarity, that it envelopes others as well as ourselves, it seemed logical to him that all the world should come thither to die. Only, he thought of Cosette with a pang at his heart. However, M. Fauchelevent did not speak to him, did not look at him, and had not even the air of hearing him, when Marius raised his voice to say, "I know him." As far as Marius was concerned, this attitude of M. Fauchelevent was comforting, and, if such a word can be used for such impressions, we should say that it pleased him. He had always felt the absolute impossibility of addressing that enigmatical man, who was, in his eyes, both equivocal and imposing. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had seen him, and this still further augmented the impossibility for Marius' timid and reserved nature. The 5 chosen men left the barricade by way of Mondétour Lane. They bore a perfect resemblance to members of the National Guard. One of them wept as he took his leave. Before setting out, they embraced those who remained. When the 5 men sent back to life had taken their departure, Enjolras thought of the man who had been condemned to death. He entered the tap-room. Javert, still bound to the post, was engaged in meditation. "Do you want anything?" Enjolras asked him. Javert replied, "When are you going to kill me?" "Wait, we need all our cartridges just at present." "Then give me a drink," said Javert. Enjolras himself offered him a glass of water, and, as Javert was pinioned, he helped him to drink. "Is that all?" inquired Enjolras. "I am uncomfortable against this post," replied Javert. "You are not tender to have left me to pass the night here. Bind me as you please, but you surely might lay me out on a table like that other man." And with a motion of the head, he indicated the body of M. Mabeuf. There was, as the reader will remember, a long, broad table at the end of the room, on which they had been running bullets and making cartridges. All the cartridges having been made, and all the powder used, this table was free. At Enjolras' command, 4 insurgents unbound Javert from the post. While they were loosing him, a 5th held a bayonet against his breast. Leaving his arms tied behind his back, they placed about his feet a slender but stout whipcord, as is done to men on the point of mounting the scaffold, which allowed him to take steps about 15 inches in length, and made him walk to the table at the end of the room, where they laid him down, closely bound about the middle of the body. By way of further security, and by means of a rope fastened to his neck, they added to the system of ligatures which rendered every attempt at escape impossible, that sort of bond which is called in prisons a martingale, which, starting at the neck, forks on the stomach, and meets the hands, after passing between the legs. While they were binding Javert, a man standing on the threshold was surveying him with singular attention. The shadow cast by this man made Javert turn his head. He raised his eyes, and recognized Jean Valjean. He did not even start, but dropped his lids proudly and confined himself to the remark, "It is perfectly simple." Chapter 7, the situation becomes aggravated. The daylight was increasing rapidly. Not a window was opened, not a door stood ajar, it was the dawn but not the awaking. The end of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, opposite the barricade, had been evacuated by the troops. As we have stated, it seemed to be free, and presented itself to passers-by with a sinister tranquillity. The Rue Saint-Denis was as dumb as the Avenue of Sphinxes at Thebes. Not a living being in the crossroads, which gleamed white in the light of the Sunday. Nothing is so mournful as this light in deserted streets. Nothing was to be seen, but there was something to be heard. A mysterious movement was going on at a certain distance. It was evident that the critical moment was approaching. As on the previous evening, the sentinels had come in, but this time all had come. The barricade was stronger than on the occasion of the first attack. Since the departure of the 5, they had increased its height still further. On the advice of the sentinel who had examined the region of the Halles, Enjolras, for fear of a surprise in the rear, came to a serious decision. He had the small gut of the Mondétour Lane, which had been left open up to that time, barricaded. For this purpose, they tore up the pavement for the length of several houses more. In this manner, the barricade, walled on 3 streets, in front on the Rue de la Chanvrerie, to the left on the Rues du Cygne and de la Petite Truanderie, to the right on the Rue Mondétour, was really almost impregnable. It is true that they were fatally hemmed in there. It had 3 fronts, but no exit, a fortress but a rat hole too, said Courfeyrac with a laugh. Enjolras had about 30 paving stones torn up in excess, said Bossuet, piled up near the door of the wine shop. The silence was now so profound in the quarter whence the attack must needs come, that Enjolras had each man resume his post of battle. An allowance of brandy was doled out to each. Nothing is more curious than a barricade preparing for an assault. Each man selects his place as though at the theatre. They jostle, and elbow and crowd each other. There are some who make stalls of paving stones. Here is a corner of the wall which is in the way, it is removed, here is a redan which may afford protection, they take shelter behind it. Left-handed men are precious, they take the places that are inconvenient to the rest. Many arrange to fight in a sitting posture. They wish to be at ease to kill, and to die comfortably. In the sad war of June, 1848, an insurgent who was a formidable marksman, and who was firing from the top of a terrace upon a roof, had a reclining chair brought there for his use. A charge of grape shot found him out there. As soon as the leader has given the order to clear the decks for action, all disorderly movements cease, there is no more pulling from one another, there are no more coteries, no more asides, there is no more holding aloof, everything in their spirits converges in, and changes into, a waiting for the assailants. A barricade before the arrival of danger is chaos, in danger, it is discipline itself. Peril produces order. As soon as Enjolras had seized his double-barreled rifle, and had placed himself in a sort of embrasure which he had reserved for himself, all the rest held their peace. A series of faint, sharp noises resounded confusedly along the wall of paving stones. It was the men cocking their guns. Moreover, their attitudes were prouder, more confident than ever, the excess of sacrifice strengthens, they no longer cherished any hope, but they had despair, the last weapon, which sometimes gives victory, Virgil has said so. Supreme resources spring from extreme resolutions. To embark in death is sometimes the means of escaping a shipwreck, and the lid of the coffin becomes a plank of safety. As on the preceding evening, the attention of all was directed, we might almost say leaned upon, the end of the street, now lighted up and visible. They had not long to wait. A stir began distinctly in the St. Leu quarter, but it did not resemble the movement of the first attack. A clashing of chains, the uneasy jolting of a mass, the click of brass skipping along the pavement, a sort of solemn uproar, announced that some sinister construction of iron was approaching. There arose a tremor in the bosoms of these peaceful old streets, pierced and built for the fertile circulation of interests and ideas, and which are not made for the horrible rumble of the wheels of war. The fixity of eye in all the combatants upon the extremity of the street became ferocious. A cannon made its appearance. Artillerymen were pushing the piece, it was in firing trim, the forecarriage had been detached, 2 upheld the gun carriage, 4 were at the wheels, others followed with the caisson. They could see the smoke of the burning lintstock. Fire, shouted Enjolras. The whole barricade fired, the report was terrible, an avalanche of smoke covered and effaced both cannon and men. After a few seconds, the cloud dispersed, and the cannon and men reappeared. The gun crew had just finished rolling it slowly, correctly, without haste, into position facing the barricade. Not one of them had been struck. Then the captain of the piece, bearing down upon the breach in order to raise the muzzle, began to point the cannon with the gravity of an astronomer leveling a telescope. "Bravo for the cannoneers," cried Bossuet. And the whole barricade clapped their hands. A moment later, squarely planted in the very middle of the street, astride of the gutter, the piece was ready for action. A formidable pair of jaws yawned on the barricade. "Come, merrily now," ejaculated Courfeyrac. "That's the brutal part of it after the fillip on the nose, the blow from the fist. The army is reaching out its big paw to us. The barricade is going to be severely shaken up. The fusillade tries, the cannon takes. It is a piece of 8, new model, brass," added Combeferre. "Those pieces are liable to burst as soon as the proportion of 10 parts of tin to 100 of brass is exceeded. The excess of tin renders them too tender. Then it comes to pass that they have caves and chambers when looked at from the vent hole. In order to obviate this danger, and to render it possible to force the charge, it may become necessary to return to the process of the 14th century, hooping, and to encircle the piece on the outside with a series of unwelded steel bands. From the breech to the trunnions. In the meantime, they remedy this defect as best they may. They manage to discover where the holes are located in the vent of a cannon, by means of a searcher. But there is a better method, with Gribeauval's movable star. In the 16th century, remarked Bossuet, they used to rifle cannon." "Yes," replied Combeferre, "that augments the projectile force, but diminishes the accuracy of the firing. In firing at short range, the trajectory is not as rigid as could be desired, the parabola is exaggerated, the line of the projectile is no longer sufficiently rectilinear to allow of its striking intervening objects, which is, nevertheless, a necessity of battle, the importance of which increases with the proximity of the enemy and the precipitation of the discharge. This defect of the tension of the curve of the projectile in the rifled cannon of the 16th century arose from the smallness of the charge. Small charges for that sort of engine are imposed by the ballistic necessities, such, for instance, as the preservation of the gun carriage. In short, that despot, the cannon, cannot do all that it desires. Force is a great weakness. A cannon ball only travels 600 leagues an hour, light travels 70,000 leagues a second. Such is the superiority of Jesus Christ over Napoleon." "Reload your guns," said Enjolras. How was the casing of the barricade going to behave under the cannon balls? Would they effect a breach? That was the question. While the insurgents were reloading their guns, the artillerymen were loading the cannon. The anxiety in the redoubt was profound. The shot sped, the report burst forth. "Present!" shouted a joyous voice. And Gavroche flung himself into the barricade just as the ball dashed against it. He came from the direction of the Rue du Cygne, and he had nimbly climbed over the auxiliary barricade which fronted on the labyrinth of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Gavroche produced a greater sensation in the barricade than the cannon ball. The ball buried itself in the mass of rubbish. At the most there was an omnibus wheel broken, and the old Anseau cart was demolished. On seeing this, the barricade burst into a laugh. "Go on," shouted Bossuet to the artillerists. Chapter 8, The artillerymen compel people to take them seriously. They flocked round Gavroche. But he had no time to tell anything. Marius drew him aside with a shudder. "What are you doing here?" "Hello," said the child, "what are you doing here yourself?" And he stared at Marius intently with his epic effrontery. His eyes grew larger with the proud light within them. It was with an accent of severity that Marius continued. "Who told you to come back? Did you deliver my letter at the address?" Gavroche was not without some compunctions in the matter of that letter. In his haste to return to the barricade, he had got rid of it rather than delivered it. He was forced to acknowledge to himself that he had confided it rather lightly to that stranger whose face he had not been able to make out. It is true that the man was bareheaded, but that was not sufficient. In short, he had been administering to himself little inward remonstrances and he feared Marius' reproaches. In order to extricate himself from the predicament, he took the simplest course, he lied abominably. "Citizen, I delivered the letter to the porter. The lady was asleep. She will have the letter when she wakes up." Marius had had two objects in sending that letter, to bid farewell to Cosette and to save Gavroche. He was obliged to content himself with the half of his desire. The dispatch of his letter and the presence of M. Fauchelevent in the barricade, was a coincidence which occurred to him. He pointed out M. Fauchelevent to Gavroche. "Do you know that man?" "No," said Gavroche. Gavroche had, in fact, as we have just mentioned, seen Jean Valjean only at night. The troubled and unhealthy conjectures which had outlined themselves in Marius' mind were dissipated. Did he know M. Fauchelevent's opinions? Perhaps M. Fauchelevent was a Republican. Hence his very natural presence in this combat. In the meanwhile, Gavroche was shouting, at the other end of the barricade, "My gun!" Courfeyrac had it returned to him. Gavroche warned his comrades, as he called them, that the barricade was blocked. He had had great difficulty in reaching it. A battalion of the line whose arms were piled in the Rue de la Petite Truanderie was on the watch on the side of the Rue du Cygne. On the opposite side, the municipal guard occupied the Rue des Prêcheurs. The bulk of the army was facing them in front. This information given, Gavroche added, "I authorize you to hit M a tremendous whack." Meanwhile, Enjolras was straining his ears and watching at his embrasure. The assailants, dissatisfied, no doubt, with their shot, had not repeated it. A company of infantry of the line had come up and occupied the end of the street behind the piece of ordnance. The soldiers were tearing up the pavement and constructing with the stones a small, low wall, a sort of sidework not more than 18 inches high, and facing the barricade. In the angle at the left of this epaulement, there was visible the head of the column of a battalion from the suburbs massed in the Rue Saint-Denis. Enjolras, on the watch, thought he distinguished the peculiar sound which is produced when the shells of grape shot are drawn from the caissons, and he saw the commander of the piece change the elevation and incline the mouth of the cannon slightly to the left. Then the cannoneers began to load the piece. The chief seized the lintstock himself and lowered it to the vent. "Down with your heads, hug the wall," shouted Enjolras, "and all on your knees along the barricade." The insurgents who were straggling in front of the wine shop, and who had quitted their posts of combat on Gavroche's arrival, rushed pell-mell towards the barricade, but before Enjolras' order could be executed, the discharge took place with the terrifying rattle of a round of grape shot. This is what it was, in fact. The charge had been aimed at the cut in the redoubt, and had there rebounded from the wall, and this terrible rebound had produced 2 dead and 3 wounded. If this were continued, the barricade was no longer tenable. The grape shot made its way in. A murmur of consternation arose. "Let us prevent the second discharge," said Enjolras. And, lowering his rifle, he took aim at the captain of the gun, who, at that moment, was bearing down on the breech of his gun and rectifying and definitely fixing its pointing. The captain of the piece was a handsome sergeant of artillery, very young, blond, with a very gentle face, and the intelligent air peculiar to that predestined and redoubtable weapon which, by dint of perfecting itself in horror, must end in killing war. Combeferre, who was standing beside Enjolras, scrutinized this young man. "What a pity," said Combeferre. "What hideous things these butcheries are. Come, when there are no more kings, there will be no more war." Enjolras, "You are taking aim at that sergeant, you are not looking at him. Fancy, he is a charming young man, he is intrepid, it is evident that he is thoughtful, those young artillerymen are very well educated, he has a father, a mother, a family, he is probably in love, he is not more than 25 at the most, he might be your brother." "He is," said Enjolras. "Yes," replied Combeferre, he is mine too well, let us not kill him. Let me alone, it must be done. And a tear trickled slowly down Enjolras' marble cheek. At the same moment, he pressed the trigger of his rifle. The flame leaped forth. The artilleryman turned round twice, his arms extended in front of him, his head uplifted, as though for breath, then he fell with his side on the gun, and lay there motionless. They could see his back, from the center of which there flowed directly a stream of blood. The ball had traversed his breast from side to side. He was dead. He had to be carried away and replaced by another. Several minutes were thus gained, in fact. Chapter 9, Employment of the Old Talents of a Poacher and that infallible marksmanship which influenced the condemnation of 1796. Opinions were exchanged in the barricade. The firing from the gun was about to begin again. Against that grape shot, they could not hold out a quarter of an hour longer. It was absolutely necessary to deaden the blows. Enjolras issued this command. We must place a mattress there. We have none, said Combeferre, the wounded are lying on them. Jean Valjean, who was seated apart on a stone post, at the corner of the tavern, with his gun between his knees, had, up to that moment, taken no part in anything that was going on. He did not appear to hear the combatants saying around him, here is a gun that is doing nothing. At the order issued by Enjolras, he rose. It will be remembered that, on the arrival of the rabble in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, an old woman, foreseeing the bullets, had placed her mattress in front of her window. This window, an attic window, was on the roof of a 6-story house situated a little beyond the barricade. The mattress, placed crosswise, supported at the bottom on 2 poles for drying linen, was upheld at the top by 2 ropes, which, at that distance, looked like 2 threads, and which were attached to 2 nails planted in the window frames. These ropes were distinctly visible, like hairs, against the sky. Can someone lend me a double-barreled rifle, said Jean Valjean. Enjolras, who had just reloaded his, handed it to him. Jean Valjean took aim at the attic window and fired. One of the mattress ropes was cut. The mattress now hung by 1 thread only. Jean Valjean fired the second charge. The second rope lashed the panes of the attic window. The mattress slipped between the 2 poles and fell into the street. The barricade applauded. All voices cried, "Here is a mattress." "Yes," said Combeferre, "but who will go and fetch it?" The mattress had, in fact, fallen outside the barricade, between besiegers and besieged. Now, the death of the sergeant of artillery having exasperated the troop, the soldiers had, for several minutes, been lying flat on their stomachs behind the line of paving stones which they had erected, and, in order to supply the forced silence of the piece, which was quiet while its service was in course of reorganization, they had opened fire on the barricade. The insurgents did not reply to this musketry, in order to spare their ammunition. The fusillade broke against the barricade, but the street, which it filled, was terrible. Jean Valjean stepped out of the cut, entered the street, traversed the storm of bullets, walked up to the mattress, hoisted it upon his back, and returned to the barricade. He placed the mattress in the cut with his own hands. He fixed it there against the wall in such a manner that the artillerymen should not see it. That done, they awaited the next discharge of grape shot. It was not long in coming. The cannon vomited forth its package of buckshot with a roar. But there was no rebound. The effect which they had foreseen had been attained. The barricade was saved. "Citizen," said Enjolras to Jean Valjean, "the Republic thanks you." Bossuet admired and laughed. He exclaimed, "It is immoral that a mattress should have so much power, triumph of that which yields over that which strikes with lightning, but never mind, glory to the mattress which annuls a cannon." Chapter 10, Dawn. At that moment, Cosette awoke. Her chamber was narrow, neat, unobtrusive, with a long sash window, facing the east on the back courtyard of the house. Cosette knew nothing of what was going on in Paris. She had not been there on the preceding evening, and she had already retired to her chamber when Toussaint had said, "It appears that there is a row." Cosette had slept only a few hours, but soundly. She had had sweet dreams, which possibly arose from the fact that her little bed was very white. Someone, who was Marius, had appeared to her in the light. She awoke with the sun in her eyes, which, at first, produced on her the effect of being a continuation of her dream. Her first thought on emerging from this dream was a smiling one. Cosette felt herself thoroughly reassured. Like Jean Valjean, she had, a few hours previously, passed through that reaction of the soul which absolutely will not hear of unhappiness. She began to cherish hope, with all her might, without knowing why. Then she felt a pang at her heart. It was 3 days since she had seen Marius. But she said to herself that he must have received her letter, that he knew where she was, and that he was so clever that he would find means of reaching her, and that certainly today, and perhaps that very morning, it was broad daylight, but the rays of light were very horizontal. She thought that it was very early, but that she must rise, nevertheless, in order to receive Marius. She felt that she could not live without Marius, and that, consequently, that was sufficient and that Marius would come. No objection was valid. All this was certain. It was monstrous enough already to have suffered for 3 days. Marius absent 3 days, this was horrible on the part of the good God. Now, this cruel teasing from on high had been gone through with. Marius was about to arrive, and he would bring good news. Youth is made thus, it quickly dries its eyes, it finds sorrow useless and does not accept it. Youth is the smile of the future in the presence of an unknown quantity, which is itself. It is natural to it to be happy. It seems as though its respiration were made of hope. Moreover, Cosette could not remember what Marius had said to her on the subject of this absence which was to last only 1 day, and what explanation of it he had given her. Everyone has noticed with what nimbleness a coin which one has dropped on the ground rolls away and hides, and with what art it renders itself undiscoverable. There are thoughts which play us the same trick, they nestle away in a corner of our brain, that is the end of them, they are lost, it is impossible to lay the memory on them. Cosette was somewhat vexed at the useless little effort made by her memory. She told herself, that it was very naughty and very wicked of her, to have forgotten the words uttered by Marius. She sprang out of bed and accomplished the 2 ablutions of soul and body, her prayers and her toilet. One may, in a case of exigency, introduce the reader into a nuptial chamber, not into a virginal chamber. Verse would hardly venture it, prose must not. It is the interior of a flower that is not yet unfolded, it is whiteness in the dark, it is the private cell of a closed lily, which must not be gazed upon by man so long as the sun has not gazed upon it. Woman in the bud is sacred. That innocent bud which opens, that adorable half-nudity which is afraid of itself, that white foot which takes refuge in a slipper, that throat which veils itself before a mirror as though a mirror were an eye, that chemise which makes haste to rise up and conceal the shoulder for a creaking bit of furniture or a passing vehicle, those cords tied, those clasps fastened, those laces drawn, those tremors, those shivers of cold and modesty, that exquisite affright in every movement, that almost winged uneasiness where there is no cause for alarm, the successive phases of dressing, as charming as the clouds of dawn, it is not fitting that all this should be narrated, and it is too much to have even called attention to it. The eye of man must be more religious in the presence of the rising of a young girl than in the presence of the rising of a star. The possibility of hurting should inspire an augmentation of respect. The down on the peach, the bloom on the plum, the radiated crystal of the snow, the wing of the butterfly powdered with feathers, are coarse compared to that chastity which does not even know that it is chaste. The young girl is only the flash of a dream, and is not yet a statue. Her bedchamber is hidden in the somber part of the ideal. The indiscreet touch of a glance brutalizes this vague penumbra. Here, contemplation is profanation. We shall, therefore, show nothing of that sweet little flutter of Cosette's rising. An Oriental tale relates how the rose was made white by God, but that Adam looked upon her when she was unfolding, and she was ashamed and turned crimson. We are of the number who fall speechless in the presence of young girls and flowers, since we think them worthy of veneration. Cosette dressed herself very hastily, combed and dressed her hair, which was a very simple matter in those days, when women did not swell out their curls and bands with cushions and puffs, and did not put crinoline in their locks. Then she opened the window and cast her eyes around her in every direction, hoping to descry some bit of the street, an angle of the house, an edge of pavement, so that she might be able to watch for Marius there. But no view of the outside was to be had. The back court was surrounded by tolerably high walls, and the outlook was only on several gardens. Cosette pronounced these gardens hideous, for the first time in her life, she found flowers ugly. The smallest scrap of the gutter of the street would have met her wishes better. She decided to gaze at the sky, as though she thought that Marius might come from that quarter. All at once, she burst into tears. Not that this was fickleness of soul, but hopes cut in twain by dejection, that was her case. She had a confused consciousness of something horrible. Thoughts were rife in the air, in fact. She told herself that she was not sure of anything, that to withdraw herself from sight was to be lost, and the idea that Marius could return to her from heaven appeared to her no longer charming but mournful. Then, as is the nature of these clouds, calm returned to her, and hope and a sort of unconscious smile, which yet indicated trust in God. Everyone in the house was still asleep. A country-like silence reigned. Not a shutter had been opened. The porter's lodge was closed. Toussaint had not risen, and Cosette, naturally, thought that her father was asleep. She must have suffered much, and she must have still been suffering greatly, for she said to herself, that her father had been unkind, but she counted on Marius. The eclipse of such a light was decidedly impossible. Now and then, she heard sharp shocks in the distance, and she said, "It is odd that people should be opening and shutting their carriage gates so early." They were the reports of the cannon battering the barricade. A few feet below Cosette's window, in the ancient and perfectly black cornice of the wall, there was a martin's nest. The curve of this nest formed a little projection beyond the cornice, so that from above it was possible to look into this little paradise. The mother was there, spreading her wings like a fan over her brood. The father fluttered about, flew away, then came back, bearing in his beak food and kisses. The dawning day gilded this happy thing. The great law, multiply, lay there smiling in August, and that sweet mystery unfolded in the glory of the morning. Cosette, with her hair in the sunlight, her soul absorbed in chimeras, illuminated by love within and by the dawn without, bent over mechanically, and almost without daring to avow to herself that she was thinking at the same time of Marius, began to gaze at these birds, at this family, at that male and female, that mother and her little ones, with the profound trouble which a nest produces on a virgin. Chapter 11, The Shot Which Misses Nothing and Kills No One. The assailants' fire continued. Musketry and grape shot alternated, but without committing great ravages, to tell the truth. The top alone of the Corinth facade suffered, the window on the first floor, and the attic window in the roof, riddled with buckshot and biscaynes, were slowly losing their shape. The combatants who had been posted there had been obliged to withdraw. However, this is according to the tactics of barricades, to fire for a long while, in order to exhaust the insurgents' ammunition, if they commit the mistake of replying. When it is perceived, from the slackening of their fire, that they have no more powder and ball, the assault is made. Enjolras had not fallen into this trap, the barricade did not reply. At every discharge by platoons, Gavroche puffed out his cheek with his tongue, a sign of supreme disdain. "Good for you," said he, "rip up the cloth, we want some lint." Courfeyrac called the grape shot to order for the little effect which it produced, and said to the cannon, "You are growing diffuse, my good fellow. One gets puzzled in battle, as at a ball." It is probable that this silence on the part of the redoubt began to render the besiegers uneasy, and to make them fear some unexpected incident, and that they felt the necessity of getting a clear view behind that heap of paving stones, and of knowing what was going on behind that impassable wall which received blows without retorting. The insurgents suddenly perceived a helmet glittering in the sun on a neighboring roof. A fireman had placed his back against a tall chimney, and seemed to be acting as sentinel. His glance fell directly down into the barricade. "There's an embarrassing watcher," said Enjolras. Jean Valjean had returned Enjolras' rifle, but he had his own gun. Without saying a word, he took aim at the fireman, and, a second later, the helmet, smashed by a bullet, rattled noisily into the street. The terrified soldier made haste to disappear. A second observer took his place. This one was an officer. Jean Valjean, who had reloaded his gun, took aim at the newcomer and sent the officer's cask to join the soldiers. The officer did not persist, and retired speedily. This time the warning was understood. No one made his appearance thereafter on that roof, and the idea of spying on the barricade was abandoned. "Why did you not kill the man?" Bossuet asked Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean made no reply. Chapter 12, Disorder, a partisan of order. Bossuet muttered in Combeferre's ear. "He did not answer my question." "He is a man who does good by gunshots," said Combeferre. Those who have preserved some memory of this already distant epoch know that the National Guard from the suburbs was valiant against insurrections. It was particularly zealous and intrepid in the days of June, 1832. A certain good dram shopkeeper of Pantin des Vertus or La Cunette, whose establishment had been closed by the riots, became leonine at the sight of his deserted dance hall, and got himself killed to preserve the order represented by a tea garden. In that bourgeois and heroic time, in the presence of ideas which had their knights, interests had their paladins. The prosiness of the originators detracted nothing from the bravery of the movement. The diminution of a pile of crowns made bankers sing the Marseillaise. They shed their blood lyrically for the counting house, and they defended the shop, that immense diminutive of the fatherland, with Lacedaemonian enthusiasm. At bottom, we will observe, there was nothing in all this that was not extremely serious. It was social elements entering into strife, while awaiting the day when they should enter into equilibrium. Another sign of the times was the anarchy mingled with governmentalism, the barbarous name of the correct party. People were for order in combination with lack of discipline. The drum suddenly beat capricious calls, at the command of such or such a colonel of the National Guard, such and such a captain went into action through inspiration, such and such National Guardsmen fought, for an idea, and on their own account. At critical moments, on days they took counsel less of their leaders than of their instincts. There existed in the army of order, veritable guerrilleros, some of the sword, like Fannicot, others of the pen, like Henri Fonfred. Civilization, unfortunately, represented at this epoch rather by an aggregation of interests than by a group of principles, was or thought itself, in peril. It set up the cry of alarm, each, constituting himself a center, defended it, succored it, and protected it with his own head, and the first comer took it upon himself to save society. Zeal sometimes proceeded to extermination. A platoon of the National Guard would constitute itself on its own authority a private council of war and judge and execute a captured insurgent in 5 minutes. It was an improvisation of this sort that had slain Jean Prouvaire. Fierce lynch law, with which no one party had any right to reproach the rest, for it has been applied by the Republic in America, as well as by the monarchy in Europe. This lynch law was complicated with mistakes. On one day of rioting, a young poet, named Paul Aimé Garny, was pursued in the Place Royale, with a bayonet at his loins, and only escaped by taking refuge under the porte cochere of number 6. They shouted, "There's another of those Saint Simonians," and they wanted to kill him. Now, he had under his arm a volume of the memoirs of the Duc de Saint-Simon. A National Guard had read the word Saint-Simon on the book, and had shouted, "Death!" On the 6th of June, 1832, a company of the National Guards from the suburbs, commanded by the Captain Fannicot, above mentioned, had itself decimated in the Rue de la Chanvrerie out of caprice and its own good pleasure. This fact, singular though it may seem, was proved at the judicial investigation opened in consequence of the insurrection of 1832. Captain Fannicot, a bold and impatient bourgeois, a sort of condottiere of the order of those whom we have just characterized, a fanatical and intractable governmentalist, could not resist the temptation to fire prematurely, and the ambition of capturing the barricade alone and unaided, that is to say, with his company. Exasperated by the successive apparition of the red flag and the old coat which he took for the black flag, he loudly blamed the generals and chiefs of the corps, who were holding council and did not think that the moment for the decisive assault had arrived, and who were allowing the insurrection to fry in its own fat. To use the celebrated expression of one of them. For his part, he thought the barricade ripe, and as that which is ripe ought to fall, he made the attempt. He commanded men as resolute as himself, raging fellows, as a witness said. His company, the same which had shot Jean Prouvaire the poet, was the first of the battalion posted at the angle of the street. At the moment when they were least expecting it, the captain launched his men against the barricade. This movement, executed with more goodwill than strategy, cost the Fannicot company dear. Before it had traversed 2/3 of the street it was received by a general discharge from the barricade. 4. The most audacious, who were running on in front, were mown down point blank at the very foot of the redoubt, and this courageous throng of National Guards, very brave men but lacking in military tenacity, were forced to fall back, after some hesitation, leaving 15 corpses on the pavement. This momentary hesitation gave the insurgents time to reload their weapons, and a second and very destructive discharge struck the company before it could regain the corner of the street, its shelter. A moment more, and it was caught between two fires, and it received the volley from the battery piece which, not having received the order, had not discontinued its firing. The intrepid and imprudent Fannicot was one of the dead from this grape shot. He was killed by the cannon, that is to say, by order. This attack, which was more furious than serious, irritated Enjolras. "The fools," said he. "They are getting their own men killed and they are using up our ammunition for nothing." Enjolras spoke like the real general of insurrection which he was. Insurrection and repression do not fight with equal weapons. Insurrection, which is speedily exhausted, has only a certain number of shots to fire and a certain number of combatants to expend. An empty cartridge box, a man killed, cannot be replaced. As repression has the army, it does not count its men, and, as it has Vincennes, it does not count its shots. Repression has as many regiments as the barricade has men, and as many arsenals as the barricade has cartridge boxes. Thus they are struggles of 1 against 100, which always end in crushing the barricade, unless the revolution, uprising suddenly, flings into the balance its flaming archangel's sword. This does happen sometimes. Then everything rises, the pavements begin to seethe, popular redoubts abound. Paris quivers supremely, the quid divinum is given forth, a 10th of August is in the air, a 29th of July is in the air, a wonderful light appears. The yawning maw of force draws back, and the army, that lion, sees before it, erect and tranquil, that prophet, France. Chapter 13, Passing Gleams. In the chaos of sentiments and passions which defend a barricade, there is a little of everything. There is bravery, there is youth, honor, enthusiasm, the ideal, conviction, the rage of the gambler, and, above all, intermittences of hope. One of these intermittences, one of these vague quivers of hope suddenly traversed the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie at the moment when it was least expected. "Listen," suddenly cried Enjolras, who was still on the watch, "it seems to me that Paris is waking up." It is certain that, on the morning of the 6th of June, the insurrection broke out afresh for an hour or two, to a certain extent. The obstinacy of the alarm peal of Saint Mary reanimated some fancies. Barricades were begun in the Rue du Poirier and the Rue des Gravelliers. In front of the Porte Saint-Martin, a young man, armed with a rifle, attacked alone a squadron of cavalry. In plain sight, on the open boulevard, he placed one knee on the ground, shouldered his weapon, fired, killed the commander of the squadron, and turned away, saying, "There's another who will do us no more harm." He was put to the sword. In the Rue Saint-Denis, a woman fired on the National Guard from behind a lowered blind. The slats of the blind could be seen to tremble at every shot. A child 14 years of age was arrested in the Rue de la Cossonnerie, with his pockets full of cartridges. Many posts were attacked. At the entrance to the Rue Bourdon-Poirier, a very lively and utterly unexpected fusillade welcomed a regiment of cuirassiers, at whose head marched Marshal General Cavaignac de Bérague. In the Rue Planche-Mibray, they threw old pieces of pottery and household utensils down on the soldiers from the roofs, a bad sign, and when this matter was reported to Marshal Soult, Napoleon's old lieutenant grew thoughtful, as he recalled Suchet's saying at Saragossa, "We are lost when the old women empty their pots to chamber on our heads." These general symptoms which presented themselves at the moment when it was thought that the uprising had been rendered local, this fever of wrath, these sparks which flew hither and thither above those deep masses of combustibles which are called the faubourgs of Paris, all this, taken together, disturbed the military chiefs. They made haste to stamp out these beginnings of conflagration. They delayed the attack on the barricades Maubuée, de la Chanvrerie and Saint Mary until these sparks had been extinguished, in order that they might have to deal with the barricades only and be able to finish them at one blow. Columns were thrown into the streets where there was fermentation, sweeping the large, sounding the small, right and left, now slowly and cautiously, now at full charge. The troops broke in the doors of houses whence shots had been fired, at the same time, maneuvers by the cavalry dispersed the groups on the boulevards. This repression was not effected without some commotion, and without that tumultuous uproar peculiar to collisions between the army and the people. This was what Enjolras had caught in the intervals of the cannonade and the musketry. Moreover, he had seen wounded men passing the end of the street in litters, and he said to Courfeyrac, "Those wounded do not come from us." Their hope did not last long, the gleam was quickly eclipsed. In less than half an hour, what was in the air vanished, it was a flash of lightning unaccompanied by thunder, and the insurgents felt that sort of leaden cope, which the indifference of the people casts over obstinate and deserted men, fall over them once more. The general movement, which seemed to have assumed a vague outline, had miscarried, and the attention of the Minister of War and the strategy of the generals could now be concentrated on the 3 or 4 barricades which still remained standing. The sun was mounting above the horizon. An insurgent hailed Enjolras. "We are hungry here. Are we really going to die like this, without anything to eat?" Enjolras, who was still leaning on his elbows at his embrasure, made an affirmative sign with his head, but without taking his eyes from the end of the street. Chapter 14, wherein will appear the name of Enjolras' mistress. Courfeyrac, seated on a paving stone beside Enjolras, continued to insult the cannon, and each time that gloomy cloud of projectiles which is called grape shot passed overhead with its terrible sound he assailed it with a burst of irony. "You are wearing out your lungs, poor, brutal, old fellow, you pain me, you are wasting your row. That's not thunder, it's a cough." And the bystanders laughed. Courfeyrac and Bossuet, whose brave good humour increased with the peril, like Madame Scarrat, replaced nourishment with pleasantry, and, as wine was lacking, they poured out gaiety to all. "I admire Enjolras," said Bossuet. "His impassive temerity astounds me. He lives alone, which renders him a little sad, perhaps. Enjolras complains of his greatness, which binds him to widowhood. The rest of us have mistresses, more or less, who make us crazy, that is to say, brave. When a man is as much in love as a tiger, the least that he can do is to fight like a lion. That is one way of taking our revenge for the capers that Mesdames our grisettes play on us. Roland gets himself killed for Angelique. All our heroism comes from our women. A man without a woman is a pistol without a trigger. It is the woman that sets the man off. Well, Enjolras has no woman. He is not in love, and yet he manages to be intrepid. It is a thing unheard of that a man should be as cold as ice and as bold as fire." Enjolras did not appear to be listening, but had anyone been near him, that person would have heard him mutter in a low voice, "Patria." Bossuet was still laughing when Courfeyrac exclaimed, "News!" And assuming the tone of an usher making an announcement, he added, "My name is 8-pounder." In fact, a new personage had entered on the scene. This was a second piece of ordnance. The artillerymen rapidly performed their maneuvers in force and placed this second piece in line with the first. This outlined the catastrophe. A few minutes later, the 2 pieces, rapidly served, were firing point blank at the redoubt. The platoon firing of the line and of the soldiers from the suburbs sustained the artillery. Another cannonade was audible at some distance. At the same time that the 2 guns were furiously attacking the redoubt from the Rue de la Chanvrerie, 2 other cannons, trained one from the Rue Saint-Denis, the other from the Rue Aubriel-Boucher, were riddling the Saint Mary barricade. The 4 cannons echoed each other mournfully. The barking of these sombre dogs of war replied to each other. One of the 2 pieces which was now battering the barricade on the Rue de la Chanvrerie was firing grape shot, the other balls. The piece which was firing balls was pointed a little high, and the aim was calculated so that the ball struck the extreme edge of the upper crest of the barricade, and crumbled the stone down upon the insurgents, mingled with bursts of grape shot. The object of this mode of firing was to drive the insurgents from the summit of the redoubt, and to compel them to gather close in the interior, that is to say, this announced the assault. The combatants once driven from the crest of the barricade by balls, and from the windows of the cabaret by grape shot, the attacking columns could venture into the street without being picked off, perhaps, even, without being seen, could briskly and suddenly scale the redoubt, as on the preceding evening, and, who knows, take it by surprise. "It is absolutely necessary that the inconvenience of those guns should be diminished," said Enjolras, and he shouted, "Fire on the artillerymen." All were ready. The barricade, which had long been silent, poured forth a desperate fire, 7 or 8 discharges followed, with a sort of rage and joy. The street was filled with blinding smoke, and, at the end of a few minutes, athwart this mist all streaked with flame, 2/3 of the gunners could be distinguished lying beneath the wheels of the cannons. Those who were left standing continued to serve the pieces with severe tranquility, but the fire had slackened. "Things are going well now," said Bossuet to Enjolras. "Success." Enjolras shook his head and replied. "Another quarter of an hour of this success, and there will not be any cartridges left in the barricade." It appears that Gavroche overheard this remark. Chapter 15, Gavroche outside. Courfeyrac suddenly caught sight of someone at the base of the barricade, outside in the street, amid the bullets. Gavroche had taken a bottle basket from the wine shop, had made his way out through the cut, and was quietly engaged in emptying the full cartridge boxes of the National Guardsmen who had been killed on the slope of the redoubt, into his basket. "What are you doing there?" asked Courfeyrac. Gavroche raised his face. "I'm filling my basket, citizen. Don't you see the grape shot?" Gavroche replied. "Well, it is raining, what then?" Courfeyrac shouted, "Come in." "Instanter," said Gavroche. And with a single bound he plunged into the street. It will be remembered that Fannicot's company had left behind it a trail of bodies. 20 corpses lay scattered here and there on the pavement, through the whole length of the street. 20 cartouches for Gavroche meant a provision of cartridges for the barricade. The smoke in the street was like a fog. Whoever has beheld a cloud which has fallen into a mountain gorge between two peaked escarpments can imagine this smoke rendered denser and thicker by two gloomy rows of lofty houses. It rose gradually and was incessantly renewed, hence a twilight which made even the broad daylight turn pale. The combatants could hardly see each other from one end of the street to the other, short as it was. This obscurity, which had probably been desired and calculated on by the commanders who were to direct the assault on the barricade, was useful to Gavroche. Beneath the folds of this veil of smoke, and thanks to his small size, he could advance tolerably far into the street without being seen. He rifled the first 7 or 8 cartridge boxes without much danger. He crawled flat on his belly, galloped on all fours, took his basket in his teeth, twisted, glided, undulated, wound from one dead body to another, and emptied the cartridge box or cartouche as a monkey opens a nut. They did not dare to shout to him to return from the barricade, which was quite near, for fear of attracting attention to him. On one body, that of a corporal, he found a powder flask. "For thirst," said he, putting it in his pocket. By dint of advancing, he reached a point where the fog of the fusillade became transparent. So that the sharpshooters of the line ranged on the outlook behind their paving stone dike and the sharpshooters of the banlieue massed at the corner of the street suddenly pointed out to each other something moving through the smoke. At the moment when Gavroche was relieving a sergeant, who was lying near a stone doorpost, of his cartridges, a bullet struck the body. "Fictra!" ejaculated Gavroche. "They are killing my dead men for me." A second bullet struck a spark from the pavement beside him, a third overturned his basket. Gavroche looked and saw that this came from the men of the banlieue. He sprang to his feet, stood erect, with his hair flying in the wind, his hands on his hips, his eyes fixed on the National Guardsmen who were firing, and sang. "On est laid on terre. C'est la faute à Voltaire. Et bête à palaiseau. C'est la faute à Rousseau. Men are ugly at Nanterre. 'Tis the fault of Voltaire. And dull at palaiseau. 'Tis the fault of Rousseau." Then he picked up his basket, replaced the cartridges which had fallen from it, without missing a single one, and, advancing towards the fusillade, set about plundering another cartridge box. There a fourth bullet missed him, again. Gavroche sang. "Je suis pas notaire. C'est la faute à Voltaire. Je suis un petit oiseau. C'est la faute à Rousseau. I am not a notary. 'Tis the fault of Voltaire. I'm a little bird. 'Tis the fault of Rousseau." A fifth bullet only succeeded in drawing from him a third couplet. "Joie est monde caractère. C'est la faute à Voltaire. Misère est monde trousseau. C'est la faute à Rousseau. Joy is my character. 'Tis the fault of Voltaire. Misery is my trousseau. 'Tis the fault of Rousseau." Thus it went on for some time. It was a charming and terrible sight. Gavroche, though shot at, was teasing the fusillade. He had the air of being greatly diverted. It was the sparrow pecking at the sportsman. To each discharge he retorted with a couplet. They aimed at him constantly, and always missed him. The National Guardsmen and the soldiers laughed as they took aim at him. He lay down, sprang to his feet, hid in the corner of a doorway, then made a bound, disappeared, reappeared, scampered away, returned, replied to the grape shot with his thumb at his nose, and, all the while, went on pillaging the cartouches, emptying the cartridge boxes, and filling his basket. The insurgents, panting with anxiety, followed him with their eyes. The barricade trembled, he sang. He was not a child, he was not a man, he was a strange gamin fairy. He might have been called the invulnerable dwarf of the fray. The bullets flew after him, he was more nimble than they. He played a fearful game of hide and seek with death. Every time that the flat-nosed face of the spectre approached, the urchin administered to it a fillip. One bullet, however, better aimed or more treacherous than the rest, finally struck the will-o'-the-wisp of a child. Gavroche was seen to stagger, then he sank to the earth. The whole barricade gave vent to a cry, but there was something of Antaeus in that pygmy, for the gamin to touch the pavement is the same as for the giant to touch the earth. Gavroche had fallen only to rise again. He remained in a sitting posture, a long thread of blood streaked his face, he raised both arms in the air, glanced in the direction whence the shot had come, and began to sing. Je suis tombé par terre. C'est la faute à Voltaire. Elle n'est dans le ruisseau. C'est la faute à. I have fallen to the earth. 'Tis the fault of Voltaire. With my nose in the gutter. 'Tis the fault of. He did not finish. A second bullet from the same marksman stopped him short. This time he fell face downward on the pavement, and moved no more. This grand little soul had taken its flight. Chapter 16, How from a brother one becomes a father. At that same moment, in the garden of the Luxembourg, for the gaze of the drama must be everywhere present, two children were holding each other by the hand. One might have been 7 years old, the other 5. The rain having soaked them, they were walking along the paths on the sunny side, the elder was leading the younger, they were pale and ragged, they had the air of wild birds. The smaller of them said, I am very hungry. The elder, who was already somewhat of a protector, was leading his brother with his left hand and in his right he carried a small stick. They were alone in the garden. The garden was deserted, the gates had been closed by order of the police, on account of the insurrection. The troops who had been bivouacking there had departed for the exigencies of combat. How did those children come there? Perhaps they had escaped from some guardhouse which stood ajar, perhaps there was in the vicinity, at the Barrière d'Enfer, or on the Esplanade de l'Observatoire, or in the neighbouring Carrefour, dominated by the pediment on which could be read, Invenerunt parvulum panis invalidum, some mountebank's booth from which they had fled. Perhaps they had, on the preceding evening, escaped the eye of the inspectors of the garden at the hour of closing, and had passed the night in some one of those sentry boxes where people read the papers? The fact is, they were stray lambs and they seemed free. To be astray and to seem free is to be lost. These poor little creatures were, in fact, lost. These two children were the same over whom Gavroche had been put to some trouble, as the reader will recollect. Children of the Thénardiers, leased out to Magnan, attributed to M. Gillenormand, and now leaves fallen from all these rootless branches, and swept over the ground by the wind. Their clothing, which had been clean in Magnan's day, and which had served her as a prospectus with M. Gillenormand, had been converted into rags. Henceforth these beings belonged to the statistics as abandoned children, whom the police take note of, collect, mislay and find again on the pavements of Paris. It required the disturbance of a day like that to account for these miserable little creatures being in that garden. If the superintendents had caught sight of them, they would have driven such rags forth. Poor little things do not enter public gardens, still, people should reflect that, as children, they have a right to flowers. These children were there, thanks to the locked gates. They were there contrary to the regulations. They had slipped into the garden and there they remained. Closed gates do not dismiss the inspectors, oversight is supposed to continue, but it grows slack and reposes, and the inspectors, moved by the public anxiety and more occupied with the outside than the inside, no longer glanced into the garden, and had not seen the two delinquents. It had rained the night before, and even a little in the morning. But in June, showers do not count for much. An hour after a storm, it can hardly be seen that the beautiful blonde day has wept. The earth, in summer, is as quickly dried as the cheek of a child. At that period of the solstice, the light of full noonday is, so to speak, poignant. It takes everything. It applies itself to the earth, and superposes itself with a sort of suction. One would say that the sun was thirsty. A shower is but a glass of water, a rainstorm is instantly drunk up. In the morning everything was dripping, in the afternoon everything is powdered over. Nothing is so worthy of admiration as foliage washed by the rain and wiped by the rays of sunlight, it is warm freshness. The gardens and meadows, having water at their roots, and sun in their flowers, become perfuming pans of incense, and smoke with all their odors at once. Everything smiles, sings, and offers itself. One feels gently intoxicated. The springtime is a provisional paradise, the sun helps man to have patience. There are beings who demand nothing further, mortals, who, having the azure of heaven, say, it is enough, dreamers absorbed in the wonderful, dipping into the idolatry of nature, indifferent to good and evil, contemplators of cosmos and radiantly forgetful of man, who do not understand how people can occupy themselves with the hunger of these, and the thirst of those, with the nudity of the poor in winter, with the lymphatic curvature of the little spinal column, with the pallet, the attic, the dungeon, and the rags of shivering young girls, when they can dream beneath the trees, peaceful and terrible spirits they, and pitilessly satisfied. Strange to say, the infinite suffices them. That great need of man, the finite, which admits of embrace, they ignore. The finite which admits of progress and sublime toil, they do not think about. The indefinite, which is born from the human and divine combination of the infinite and the finite, escapes them. Provided that they are face to face with immensity. They smile. Joy never, ecstasy forever. Their life lies in surrendering their personality in contemplation. The history of humanity is for them only a detailed plan. All is not there, the true all remains without. What is the use of busying oneself over that detail, man? Man suffers, that is quite possible, but look at Aldebaran rising. The mother has no more milk, the newborn babe is dying. I know nothing about that, but just look at this wonderful rosette which a slice of wood cells of the pine presents under the microscope. Compare the most beautiful Mechlin lace to that if you can. These thinkers forget to love. The zodiac thrives with them to such a point that it prevents their seeing the weeping child. God eclipses their souls. This is a family of minds which are, at once, great and petty. Horace was one of them, so was Goethe. La Fontaine perhaps, magnificent egoists of the infinite, tranquil spectators of sorrow, who do not behold Nero if the weather be fair. For whom the sun conceals the funeral pile, who would look on at an execution by the guillotine in the search for an effect of light, who hear neither the cry nor the sob, nor the death rattle, nor the alarm peal, for whom everything is well, since there is a month of May, who, so long as there are clouds of purple and gold above their heads, declare themselves content, and who are determined to be happy until the radiance of the stars and the songs of the birds are exhausted. These are dark radiances. They have no suspicion that they are to be pitied. Certainly they are so. He who does not weep does not see. They are to be admired and pitied, as one would both pity and admire a being at once night and day, without eyes beneath his lashes but with a star on his brow. The indifference of these thinkers, is, according to some, a superior philosophy. That may be, but in this superiority there is some infirmity. One may be immortal and yet limp, witness Vulcan. One may be more than man and less than man. There is incomplete immensity in nature. Who knows whether the sun is not a blind man? But then, what? In whom can we trust? Solemn quis dicere falsum audiat? Who shall dare to say that the sun is false? Thus certain geniuses, themselves, certain very lofty mortals, man-stars, may be mistaken? That which is on high at the summit, at the crest, at the zenith, that which sends down so much light on the earth, sees but little, sees badly, sees not at all. Is not this a desperate state of things? No, but what is there, then, above the sun? The God. On the 6th of June, 1832, about 11 o'clock in the morning, the Luxembourg, solitary and depopulated, was charming. The quincunxes and flower beds shed forth balm and dazzling beauty into the sunlight. The branches, wild with the brilliant glow of midday, seemed endeavoring to embrace. In the sycamores there was an uproar of linnets, sparrows triumphed, woodpeckers climbed along the chestnut trees, administering little pecks on the bark. The flower beds accepted the legitimate royalty of the lilies. The most august of perfumes is that which emanates from whiteness. The peppery odor of the carnations was perceptible. The old crows of Marie de Medici were amorous in the tall trees. The sun gilded, empurpled, set fire to and lighted up the tulips, which are nothing but all the varieties of flame made into flowers. All around the banks of tulips the bees, the sparks of these flame flowers, hummed. All was grace and gaiety, even the impending rain, this relapse, by which the lilies of the valley and the honeysuckles were destined to profit, had nothing disturbing about it. The swallows indulged in the charming threat of flying low. He who was there aspired to happiness, life smelled good, all nature exhaled candor, help, assistance, paternity, caress, dawn. The thoughts which fell from heaven were as sweet as the tiny hand of a baby when one kisses it. The statues under the trees, white and nude, had robes of shadow pierced with light. These goddesses were all tattered with sunlight, rays hung from them on all sides. Around the great fountain, the earth was already dried up to the point of being burnt. There was sufficient breeze to raise little insurrections of dust here and there. A few yellow leaves, left over from the autumn, chased each other merrily, and seemed to be playing tricks on each other. This abundance of light had something indescribably reassuring about it. Life, sap, heat, odors overflowed. One was conscious, beneath creation, of the enormous size of the source, in all these breaths permeated with love, in this interchange of reverberations and reflections, in this marvelous expenditure of rays, in this infinite outpouring of liquid gold. One felt the prodigality of the inexhaustible, and, behind this splendor as behind a curtain of flame, one caught a glimpse of God, that millionaire of stars. Thanks to the sand, there was not a speck of mud, thanks to the rain, there was not a grain of ashes. The clumps of blossoms had just been bathed, every sort of velvet, satin, gold and varnish, which springs from the earth in the form of flowers, was irreproachable. This magnificence was cleanly. The grand silence of happy nature filled the garden. A celestial silence that is compatible with 1,000 sorts of music, the cooing of nests, the buzzing of swarms, the flutterings of the breeze. All the harmony of the season was complete in one gracious whole, the entrances and exits of spring took place in proper order, the lilacs ended, the jasmines began, some flowers were tardy, some insects in advance of their time, the vanguard of the red June butterflies fraternized with the rearguard of the white butterflies of May. The plantain trees were getting their new skins. The breeze hollowed out undulations in the magnificent enormity of the chestnut trees. It was splendid. A veteran from the neighboring barracks, who was gazing through the fence, said, "Here is the spring presenting arms and in full uniform." All nature was breakfasting, creation was at table, this was its hour, the great blue cloth was spread in the sky, and the great green cloth on earth, the sun lighted it all up brilliantly. God was serving the universal repast. Each creature had his pasture or his mess. The ring-dove found his hemp seed, the chaffinch found his millet, the goldfinch found chickweed, the redbreast found worms, the greenfinch found flies, the fly found infusorii, the bee found flowers. They ate each other somewhat, it is true, which is the misery of evil mixed with good, but not a beast of them all had an empty stomach. The two little abandoned creatures had arrived in the vicinity of the grand fountain, and, rather bewildered by all this light, they tried to hide themselves, the instinct of the poor and the weak in the presence of even impersonal magnificence, and they kept behind the swan's hutch. Here and there, at intervals, when the wind blew, shouts, clamour, a sort of tumultuous death rattle, which was the firing, and dull blows, which were discharges of cannon, struck the ear confusedly. Smoke hung over the roofs in the direction of the alleys. A bell, which had the air of an appeal, was ringing in the distance. These children did not appear to notice these noises. The little one repeated from time to time, "I am hungry." Almost at the same instant with the children, another couple approached the great basin. They consisted of a goodman, about 50 years of age, who was leading by the hand a little fellow of 6. No doubt, a father and his son. The little man of 6 had a big brioche. At that epoch, certain houses abutting on the river, in the Rues Madame and d'Enfer, had keys to the Luxembourg garden, of which the lodgers enjoyed the use when the gates were shut, a privilege which was suppressed later on. This father and son came from one of these houses, no doubt. The two poor little creatures watched that gentleman approaching, and hid themselves a little more thoroughly. He was a bourgeois. The same person, perhaps, whom Marius had one day heard, through his love fever, near the same grand basin, counselling his son to avoid excesses. He had an affable and haughty air, and a mouth which was always smiling, since it did not shut. This mechanical smile, produced by too much jaw and too little skin, shows the teeth rather than the soul. The child, with his brioche, which he had bitten into but had not finished eating, seemed satiated. The child was dressed as a National Guardsman, owing to the insurrection, and the father had remained clad as a bourgeois out of prudence. Father and son halted near the fountain where 2 swans were sporting. This bourgeois appeared to cherish a special admiration for the swans. He resembled them in this sense, that he walked like them. For the moment, the swans were swimming, which is their principal talent, and they were superb. If the 2 poor little beings had listened and if they had been of an age to understand, they might have gathered the words of this grave man. The father was saying to his son, "The sage lives content with little. Look at me, my son. I do not love pomp. I am never seen in clothes decked with gold lace and stones. I leave that false splendor to badly organized souls." Here the deep shouts which proceeded from the direction of the alleys burst out with fresh force of bell and uproar. "What is that?" inquired the child. The father replied, "It is the Saturnalia." All at once, he caught sight of the 2 little ragged boys behind the green swan hutch. "There is the beginning," said he. And, after a pause, he added, "Anarchy is entering this garden." In the meanwhile, his son took a bite of his brioche, spit it out, and, suddenly burst out crying. "What are you crying about?" demanded his father. "I am not hungry any more," said the child. The father's smile became more accentuated. "One does not need to be hungry in order to eat a cake. My cake tires me, it is stale. Don't you want any more of it?" "No." The father pointed to the swans. "Throw it to those palmipeds." The child hesitated. A person may not want any more of his cake, but that is no reason for giving it away. The father went on. "Be humane, you must have compassion on animals." And, taking the cake from his son, he flung it into the basin. The cake fell very near the edge. The swans were far away, in the center of the basin, and busy with some prey. They had seen neither the bourgeois nor the brioche. The bourgeois, feeling that the cake was in danger of being wasted, and moved by this useless shipwreck, entered upon a telegraphic agitation, which finally attracted the attention of the swans. They perceived something floating, steered for the edge like ships, as they are, and slowly directed their course toward the brioche, with the stupid majesty which befits white creatures. "The swans' signes understand signs signes," said the bourgeois, delighted to make a jest. At that moment, the distant tumult of the city underwent another sudden increase. This time it was sinister. There are some gusts of wind which speak more distinctly than others. The one which was blowing at that moment brought clearly defined drum beats, clamors, platoon firing, and the dismal replies of the tocsin and the cannon. This coincided with a black cloud which suddenly veiled the sun. The swans had not yet reached the brioche. "Let us return home," said the father, "they are attacking the Tuileries." He grasped his son's hand again. Then he continued. "From the Tuileries to the Luxembourg, there is but the distance which separates royalty from the peerage, that is not far, shots will soon rain down." He glanced at the cloud. "Perhaps it is rain itself that is about to shower down, the sky is joining in, the younger branch is condemned, let us return home quickly." "I should like to see the swans eat the brioche," said the child. The father replied. "That would be imprudent." And he led his little bourgeois away. The son, regretting the swans, turned his head back toward the basin until a corner of the quincunxes concealed it from him. In the meanwhile, the two little waifs had approached the brioche at the same time as the swans. It was floating on the water. The smaller of them stared at the cake, the elder gazed after the retreating bourgeois. Father and son entered the labyrinth of walks which leads to the grand flight of steps near the clump of trees on the side of the Rue Madame. As soon as they had disappeared from view, the elder child hastily flung himself flat on his stomach on the rounding curb of the basin, and clinging to it with his left hand, and leaning over the water, on the verge of falling in, he stretched out his right hand with his stick towards the cake. The swans, perceiving the enemy, made haste, and in so doing, they produced an effect of their breasts which was of service to the little fisher. The water flowed back before the swans, and one of these gentle concentric undulations softly floated the brioche towards the child's wand. Just as the swans came up, the stick touched the cake. The child gave it a brisk rap, drew in the brioche, frightened away the swans, seized the cake, and sprang to his feet. The cake was wet, but they were hungry and thirsty. The elder broke the cake into two portions, a large one and a small one, took the small one for himself, gave the large one to his brother, and said to him, "Ram that into your muzzle." Chapter 17, Mortuus pater filium moriturum expectat. Marius dashed out of the barricade, Combeferre followed him. But he was too late. Gavroche was dead. Combeferre brought back the basket of cartridges, Marius bore the child. Alas, he thought, that which the father had done for his father, he was requiting to the son, only, Thénardier had brought back his father alive, he was bringing back the child dead. When Marius re-entered the redoubt with Gavroche in his arms, his face, like the child, was inundated with blood. At the moment when he had stooped to lift Gavroche, a bullet had grazed his head, he had not noticed it. Courfeyrac untied his cravat and with it bandaged Marius' brow. They laid Gavroche on the same table with Mabeuf, and spread over the two corpses the black shawl. There was enough of it for both the old man and the child. Combeferre distributed the cartridges from the basket which he had brought in. This gave each man 15 rounds to fire. Jean Valjean was still in the same place, motionless on his stone post. When Combeferre offered him his 15 cartridges, he shook his head. "Here's a rare eccentric," said Combeferre in a low voice to Enjolras. "He finds a way of not fighting in this barricade." "Which does not prevent him from defending it," responded Enjolras. "Heroism has its originals," resumed Combeferre. And Courfeyrac, who had overheard, added, "He is another sort from Father Mabeuf." One thing which must be noted is, that the fire which was battering the barricade hardly disturbed the interior. Those who have never traversed the whirlwind of this sort of war can form no idea of the singular moments of tranquility mingled with these convulsions. Men go and come, they talk, they jest, they lounge. Someone whom we know heard a combatant say to him in the midst of the grape shot, "We are here as at a bachelor breakfast." The redoubt of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, we repeat, seemed very calm within. All mutations in all phases had been, or were about to be, exhausted. The position, from critical, had become menacing, and, from menacing, was probably about to become desperate. In proportion as the situation grew gloomy, the glow of heroism empurpled the barricade more and more. Enjolras, who was grave, dominated it, in the attitude of a young Spartan sacrificing his naked sword to the sombre genius, Epidotas. Combeferre, wearing an apron, was dressing the wounds. Bossuet and Freely were making cartridges with the powder flask picked up by Gavroche on the dead corporal, and Bossuet said to Freely, "We are soon to take the diligence for another planet." Courfeyrac was disposing and arranging on some paving stones which he had reserved for himself near Enjolras, a complete arsenal, his sword cane, his gun, 2 holster pistols, and a cudgel, with the care of a young girl setting a small Dunkirk in order. Jean Valjean stared silently at the wall opposite him. An artisan was fastening Mother Hucheloup's big straw hat on his head with a string, for fear of sunstroke, as he said. The young men from the Caugourde d'Aix were chatting merrily among themselves, as though eager to speak patois for the last time. Joly, who had taken Widow Hucheloup's mirror from the wall, was examining his tongue in it. Some combatants, having discovered a few crusts of rather mouldy bread, in a drawer, were eagerly devouring them. Marius was disturbed with regard to what his father was about to say to him. Chapter 18, the vulture become prey. We must insist upon one psychological fact peculiar to barricades. Nothing which is characteristic of that surprising war of the streets should be omitted. Whatever may have been the singular inward tranquility which we have just mentioned, the barricade, for those who are inside it, remains, nonetheless, a vision. There is something of the apocalypse in civil war, all the mists of the unknown are commingled with fierce flashes, revolutions are sphinxes, and anyone who has passed through a barricade thinks he has traversed a dream. The feelings to which one is subject in these places we have pointed out in the case of Marius, and we shall see the consequences, they are both more and less than life. On emerging from a barricade, one no longer knows what one has seen there. One has been terrible, but one knows it not. One has been surrounded with conflicting ideas which had human faces, one's head has been in the light of the future. There were corpses lying prone there, and phantoms standing erect. The hours were colossal and seemed hours of eternity. One has lived in death. Shadows have passed by. What were they? One has beheld hands on which there was blood, there was a deafening horror, there was also a frightful silence, there were open mouths which shouted, and other open mouths which held their peace, one was in the midst of smoke, of night, perhaps. One fancied that one had touched the sinister ooze of unknown depths, one stares at something red on one's finger-nails. One no longer remembers anything. Let us return to the Rue de la Chanvrerie. All at once, between two discharges, the distant sound of a clock striking the hour became audible. It is midday, said Combeferre. The 12 strokes had not finished striking when Enjolras sprang to his feet, and from the summit of the barricade hurled this thundering shout. Carry stones up into the houses, line the windowsills and the roofs with them, half the men to their guns, the other half to the paving stones, there is not a minute to be lost. A squad of sappers and miners, axe on shoulder, had just made their appearance in battle array at the end of the street. This could only be the head of a column, and of what column? The attacking column. Evidently, the sappers charged with the demolition of the barricade must always precede the soldiers who are to scale it. They were, evidently, on the brink of that moment which M. Clermont-Tonnerre, in 1822, called the tug of war. Enjolras' order was executed with the correct haste which is peculiar to ships and barricades, the only two scenes of combat where escape is impossible. In less than a minute, 2/3 of the stones which Enjolras had piled up at the door of Corinth had been carried up to the first floor and the attic, and before a second minute had elapsed, these stones, artistically set one upon the other, walled up the sash window on the first floor and the windows in the roof to half their height. A few loopholes carefully planned by Freely, the principal architect, allowed of the passage of the gun barrels. This armament of the windows could be effected all the more easily since the firing of grape shot had ceased. The two cannons were now discharging ball against the center of the barrier in order to make a hole there, and, if possible, a breach for the assault. When the stones destined to the final defense were in place, Enjolras had the bottles which he had set under the table where Mabeuf lay, carried to the first floor. "Who is to drink that?" Bossuet asked him. "They," replied Enjolras. Then they barricaded the window below, and held in readiness the iron crossbars which served to secure the door of the wine shop at night. The fortress was complete. The barricade was the rampart, the wine shop was the dungeon. With the stones which remained they stopped up the outlet. As the defenders of a barricade are always obliged to be sparing of their ammunition, and as the assailants know this, the assailants combine their arrangements with a sort of irritating leisure, expose themselves to fire prematurely, though in appearance more than in reality, and take their ease. The preparations for attack are always made with a certain methodical deliberation, after which, the lightning strikes. This deliberation permitted Enjolras to take a review of everything and to perfect everything. He felt that, since such men were to die, their death ought to be a masterpiece. He said to Marius, "We are the two leaders, I will give the last orders inside, do you remain outside and observe." Marius posted himself on the lookout upon the crest of the barricade. Enjolras had the door of the kitchen, which was the ambulance, as the reader will remember, nailed up. "No splashing of the wounded," he said. He issued his final orders in the tap-room in a curt, but profoundly tranquil tone. Freely listened and replied in the name of all. "On the first floor, hold your axes in readiness to cut the staircase, have you them?" "Yes," said Freely. "How many?" "2 axes and a pole axe." "That is good, there are now 26 combatants of us on foot, how many guns are there?" 34. 8 too many, keep those 8 guns loaded like the rest and at hand, swords and pistols in your belts, 20 men to the barricade, 6 ambushed in the attic windows, and at the window on the first floor to fire on the assailants through the loopholes in the stones, let not a single worker remain inactive here presently. When the drum beats the assault, let the 20 below stairs rush to the barricade, the first to arrive will have the best places. These arrangements made, he turned to Javert and said, "I am not forgetting you." And, laying a pistol on the table, he added, "The last man to leave this room will smash the skull of this spy." "Here," inquired a voice. "No, let us not mix their corpses with our own. The little barricade of the Mondétour lane can be scaled, it is only 4 feet high, the man is well pinioned, he shall be taken thither and put to death." There was someone who was more impassive at that moment than Enjolras, it was Javert. Here Jean Valjean made his appearance. He had been lost among the group of insurgents. He stepped forth and said to Enjolras. You are the commander. Yes. You thanked me a while ago. In the name of the Republic, the barricade has two saviors, Marius Pontmercy and yourself. Do you think that I deserve a recompense? Certainly. Well, I request one. What is it? That I may blow that man's brains out. Javert raised his head, saw Jean Valjean, made an almost imperceptible movement, and said. That is just. As for Enjolras, he had begun to reload his rifle, he cut his eyes about him. No objections. And he turned to Jean Valjean. Take the spy. Jean Valjean did, in fact, take possession of Javert, by seating himself on the end of the table. He seized the pistol, and a faint click announced that he had cocked it. Almost at the same moment, a blast of trumpets became audible. Take care, shouted Marius from the top of the barricade. Javert began to laugh with that noiseless laugh which was peculiar to him, and gazing intently at the insurgents, he said to them. You are in no better case than I am. All out, shouted Enjolras. The insurgents poured out tumultuously, and, as they went, received in the back, may we be permitted the expression, this sally of Javert's. We shall meet again shortly. Chapter 19, Jean Valjean takes his revenge. When Jean Valjean was left alone with Javert, he untied the rope which fastened the prisoner across the middle of the body, and the knot of which was under the table. After this he made him a sign to rise. Javert obeyed with that indefinable smile in which the supremacy of enchained authority is condensed. Jean Valjean took Javert by the martingale, as one would take a beast of burden by the breastband, and, dragging the latter after him, emerged from the wine shop slowly, because Javert, with his impeded limbs, could take only very short steps. Jean Valjean had the pistol in his hand. In this manner they crossed the inner trapezium of the barricade. The insurgents, all intent on the attack, which was imminent, had their backs turned to these two. Marius alone, stationed on one side, at the extreme left of the barricade, saw them pass. This group of victim and executioner was illuminated by the sepulchral light which he bore in his own soul. Jean Valjean with some difficulty, but without relaxing his hold for a single instant, made Javert, pinioned as he was, scale the little entrenchment in the Mondétour lane. When they had crossed this barrier, they found themselves alone in the lane. No one saw them. Among the heap they could distinguish a livid face, streaming hair, a pierced hand and the half-nude breast of a woman. It was Éponine. The corner of the houses hid them from the insurgents. The corpses carried away from the barricade formed a terrible pile a few paces distant. Javert gazed askance at this body, and, profoundly calm, said in a low tone. It strikes me that I know that girl. Then he turned to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean thrust the pistol under his arm and fixed on Javert a look which it required no words to interpret. Javert, it is I. Javert replied. Take your revenge. Jean Valjean drew from his pocket a knife, and opened it. A clasp knife, exclaimed Javert, you are right, that suits you better. Jean Valjean cut the martingale which Javert had about his neck, then he cut the cords on his wrists, then, stooping down, he cut the cord on his feet, and, straightening himself up, he said to him. You are free. Javert was not easily astonished. Still, master of himself though he was, he could not repress a start. He remained open-mouthed and motionless. Jean Valjean continued. I do not think that I shall escape from this place, but if, by chance, I do, I live, under the name of Fauchelevent, in the Rue de l'Homme, No. 7. Javert snarled like a tiger, which made him half open one corner of his mouth, and he muttered between his teeth. Have a care. Go, said Jean Valjean. Javert began again. Thou saidst Fauchelevent, Rue de l'Homme. No. 7. Javert repeated in a low voice, No. 7. He buttoned up his coat once more, resumed the military stiffness between his shoulders, made a half-turn, folded his arms and, supporting his chin on one of his hands, he set out in the direction of the Halles. Jean Valjean followed him with his eyes. A few minutes later, Javert turned round and shouted to Jean Valjean. You annoy me, kill me, rather. Javert himself did not notice that he no longer addressed Jean Valjean as thou. Be off with you, said Jean Valjean. Javert retreated slowly. A moment later he turned the corner of the Rue des Preachers. When Javert had disappeared, Jean Valjean fired his pistol in the air. Then he returned to the barricade and said. It is done. In the meanwhile, this is what had taken place. Marius, more intent on the outside than on the interior, had not, up to that time, taken a good look at the pinioned spy in the dark background of the tap-room. When he beheld him in broad daylight, striding over the barricade in order to proceed to his death, he recognized him. Something suddenly recurred to his mind. He recalled the inspector of the Rue de Pontoise, and the two pistols which the latter had handed to him and which he, Marius, had used in this very barricade, and not only did he recall his face, but his name as well. This recollection was misty and troubled, however, like all his ideas. It was not an affirmation that he made, but a question which he put to himself. Is not that the inspector of police who told me that his name was Javert? Perhaps there was still time to intervene in behalf of that man. But, in the first place, he must know whether this was Javert. Marius called to Enjolras, who had just stationed himself at the other extremity of the barricade. Enjolras. What? What is the name of yonder man? What man? The police agent. Do you know his name? Of course he told us. What is it? Javert. Marius sprang to his feet. At that moment, they heard the report of the pistol. Jean Valjean reappeared and cried, "It is done." A gloomy chill traversed Marius' heart. Chapter 20, The dead are in the right and the living are not in the wrong. The death agony of the barricade was about to begin. Everything contributed to its tragic majesty at that supreme moment, 1,000 mysterious crashes in the air, the breath of armed masses set in movement in the streets which were not visible, the intermittent gallop of cavalry, the heavy shock of artillery on the march, the firing by squads, and the cannonades crossing each other in the labyrinth of Paris, the smokes of battle mounting all gilded above the roofs, indescribable and vaguely terrible cries, lightnings of menace everywhere, the tocsin of Saint Mary, which now had the accents of a sob, the mildness of the weather, the splendor of the sky filled with sun and clouds, the beauty of the day, and the alarming silence of the houses. For, since the preceding evening, the 2 rows of houses in the Rue de la Chanvrerie had become 2 walls, ferocious walls, doors closed, windows closed, shutters closed. In those days, so different from those in which we live, when the hour was come, when the people wished to put an end to a situation, which had lasted too long, with a charter granted or with a legal country, when universal wrath was diffused in the atmosphere, when the city consented to the tearing up of the pavements, when insurrection made the bourgeoisie smile by whispering its password in its ear, then the inhabitant, thoroughly penetrated with the revolt, so to speak, was the auxiliary of the combatant, and the house fraternized with the improvised fortress which rested on it. When the situation was not ripe, when the insurrection was not decidedly admitted, when the masses disowned the movement, all was over with the combatants, the city was changed into a desert around the revolt, souls grew chilled, refuges were nailed up, and the street turned into a defile to help the army to take the barricade. A people cannot be forced, through surprise, to walk more quickly than it chooses. Woe to whomsoever tries to force its hand. A people does not let itself go at random. Then it abandons the insurrection to itself. The insurgents become noxious, infected with the plague. A house is an escarpment, a door is a refusal, a facade is a wall. This wall hears, sees, and will not. It might open and save you. No, this wall is a judge. It gazes at you and condemns you. What dismal things are closed houses! They seem dead, they are living. Life which is, as it were, suspended there, persists there. No one has gone out of them for 24 hours, but no one is missing from them. In the interior of that rock, people go and come, go to bed and rise again, they are a family party there they eat and drink, they are afraid, a terrible thing. Fear excuses this fearful lack of hospitality, terror is mixed with it, an extenuating circumstance. Sometimes, even, and this has been actually seen, fear turns to passion. Fright may change into fury, as prudence does into rage, hence this wise saying, the enraged moderates there are outbursts of supreme terror, whence springs wrath like a mournful smoke. What do these people want, what have they come there to do? Let them get out of the scrape, so much the worse for them, it is their fault, they are only getting what they deserve, it does not concern us. Here is our poor street all riddled with balls, they are a pack of rascals above all things, don't open the door, and the house assumes the air of a tomb. The insurgent is in the death throes in front of that house, he sees the grape shot and naked swords drawing near, if he cries, he knows that they are listening to him, and that no one will come. There stand walls which might protect him, there are men who might save him, and these walls have ears of flesh, and these men have bowels of stone. Whom shall he reproach? No one and every one. The incomplete times in which we live. It is always at its own risk and peril that utopia is converted into revolution, and from philosophical protest becomes an armed protest, and from Minerva turns to Pallas. The utopia which grows impatient and becomes revolt knows what awaits it, it almost always comes too soon. Then it becomes resigned, and stoically accepts catastrophe in lieu of triumph. It serves those who deny it without complaint, even excusing them, and even disculpates them, and its magnanimity consists in consenting to abandonment. It is indomitable in the face of obstacles and gentle towards ingratitude. Is this ingratitude, however? Yes, from the point of view of the human race. No, from the point of view of the individual. Progress is man's mode of existence. The general life of the human race is called progress, the collective stride of the human race is called progress. Progress advances, it makes the great human and terrestrial journey towards the celestial and the divine, it has its halting places where it rallies the laggard troop, it has its stations where it meditates, in the presence of some splendid Canaan suddenly unveiled on its horizon, it has its nights when it sleeps, and it is one of the poignant anxieties of the thinker that he sees the shadow resting on the human soul, and that he gropes in darkness without being able to awaken that slumbering. Progress. God is dead, perhaps, said Gerard de Nerval one day to the writer of these lines, confounding progress with God, and taking the interruption of movement for the death of being. He who despairs is in the wrong. Progress infallibly awakes, and, in short, we may say that it marches on, even when it is asleep, for it has increased in size. When we behold it erect once more, we find it taller. To be always peaceful does not depend on progress any more than it does on the stream, erect no barriers, cast in no boulders, obstacles make water froth and humanity boil. Hence arise troubles, but after these troubles, we recognize the fact that ground has been gained. Until order, which is nothing else than universal peace, has been established, until harmony and unity reign, progress will have revolutions as its halting places. What, then, is progress? We have just enunciated it, the permanent life of the peoples. Now, it sometimes happens, that the momentary life of individuals offers resistance to the eternal life of the human race. Let us admit without bitterness, that the individual has his distinct interests, and can, without forfeiture, stipulate for his interest, and defend it. The present has its pardonable dose of egotism, momentary life has its rights, and is not bound to sacrifice itself constantly to the future. The generation which is passing in its turn over the earth, is not forced to abridge it for the sake of the generations, its equal, after all, who will have their turn later on. I exist, murmurs that someone whose name is all. I am young and in love, I am old and I wish to repose, I am the father of a family, I toil, I prosper, I am successful in business, I have houses to lease, I have money in the government funds, I am happy, I have a wife and children, I have all this, I desire to live, leave me in peace. Hence, at certain hours, a profound cold broods over the magnanimous vanguard of the human race. Utopia, moreover, we must admit, quits its radiant sphere when it makes war. It, the truth of tomorrow, borrows its mode of procedure, battle, from the lie of yesterday. It, the future, behaves like the past. It, pure idea, becomes a deed of violence. It complicates its heroism with a violence for which it is just that it should be held to answer, a violence of occasion and expedient, contrary to principle, and for which it is fatally punished. The utopia, insurrection, fights with the old military code in its fist, it shoots spies, it executes traitors, it suppresses living beings and flings them into unknown darkness. It makes use of death, a serious matter. It seems as though utopia had no longer any faith in radiance, its irresistible and incorruptible force. It strikes with the sword. Now, no sword is simple. Every blade has two edges, he who wounds with the one is wounded with the other. Having made this reservation, and made it with all severity, it is impossible for us not to admire, whether they succeed or not, those the glorious combatants of the future, the confessors of utopia. Even when they miscarry, they are worthy of veneration, and it is, perhaps, in failure, that they possess the most majesty. Victory, when it is in accord with progress, merits the applause of the people, but a heroic defeat merits their tender compassion. The one is magnificent, the other sublime. For our own part, we prefer martyrdom to success. John Brown is greater than Washington, and Pisacane is greater than Garibaldi. It certainly is necessary that someone should take the part of the vanquished. We are unjust towards these great men who attempt the future, when they fail. Revolutionists are accused of sowing fear abroad. Every barricade seems a crime. Their theories are incriminated, their aim suspected, their ulterior motive is feared, their conscience denounced. They are reproached with raising, erecting, and heaping up, against the reigning social state, a mass of miseries, of griefs, of iniquities, of wrongs, of despairs, and of tearing from the lowest depths blocks of shadow in order therein to embattle themselves and to combat. People shout to them, "You are tearing up the pavements of hell," they might reply, "That is because our barricade is made of good intentions." The best thing, assuredly, is the pacific solution. In short, let us agree that when we behold the pavement, we think of the bear, and it is a good will which renders society uneasy. But it depends on society to save itself, it is to its own good will that we make our appeal. No violent remedy is necessary. To study evil amiably, to prove its existence, then to cure it. It is to this that we invite it. However that may be, even when fallen, above all when fallen, these men, who at every point of the universe, with their eyes fixed on France, are striving for the grand work with the inflexible logic of the ideal, are august, they give their life a free offering to progress, they accomplish the will of Providence, they perform a religious act. At the appointed hour, with as much disinterestedness as an actor who answers to his cue, in obedience to the divine stage manager, they enter the tomb. And this hopeless combat, this stoical disappearance they accept in order to bring about the supreme and universal consequences, the magnificent and irresistibly human movement begun on the 14th of July, 1789, these soldiers are priests. The French Revolution is an act of God. Moreover, there are, and it is proper to add this distinction to the distinctions already pointed out in another chapter, there are accepted revolutions, revolutions which are called revolutions, there are refused revolutions, which are called riots. An insurrection which breaks out, is an idea which is passing its examination before the people. If the people lets fall a black ball, the idea is dried fruit, the insurrection is a mere skirmish. Waging war at every summons and every time that utopia desires it, is not the thing for the peoples. Nations have not always and at every hour the temperament of heroes and martyrs. They are positive. A priori, insurrection is repugnant to them, in the first place, because it often results in a catastrophe, in the second place, because it always has an abstraction as its point of departure. Because, and this is a noble thing, it is always for the ideal, and for the ideal alone, that those who sacrifice themselves do thus sacrifice themselves. An insurrection is an enthusiasm. Enthusiasm may wax wroth, hence the appeal to arms. But every insurrection, which aims at a government or a regime, aims higher. Thus, for instance, and we insist upon it, what the chiefs of the insurrection of 1832, and, in particular, the young enthusiasts of the Rue de la Chanvrerie were combating, was not precisely Louis Philippe. The majority of them, when talking freely, did justice to this king who stood midway between monarchy and revolution, no one hated him. But they attacked the younger branch of the divine right in Louis Philippe as they had attacked its elder branch in Charles X, and that which they wished to overturn in overturning royalty in France, was, as we have explained, the usurpation of man over man, and of privilege over right in the entire universe. Paris without a king has as result the world without despots. This is the manner in which they reasoned. Their aim was distant no doubt, vague perhaps, and it retreated in the face of their efforts, but it was great. Thus it is. And we sacrifice ourselves for these visions, which are almost always illusions for the sacrificed, but illusions with which, after all, the whole of human certainty is mingled. We throw ourselves into these tragic affairs and become intoxicated with that which we are about to do. Who knows? We may succeed. We are few in number, we have a whole army arrayed against us, but we are defending right, the natural law, the sovereignty of each one over himself from which no abdication is possible, justice and truth, and in case of need, we die like the 300 Spartans. We do not think of Don Quixote but of Leonidas. And we march straight before us, and once pledged, we do not draw back, and we rush onwards with head held low, cherishing as our hope an unprecedented victory, revolution completed, progress set free again, the aggrandizement of the human race, universal deliverance, and in the event of the worst, Thermopylae. These passages of arms for the sake of progress often suffer shipwreck, and we have just explained why. The crowd is restive in the presence of the impulses of paladins. Heavy masses, the multitudes which are fragile because of their very weight, fear adventures, and there is a touch of adventure in the ideal. Moreover, and we must not forget this, interests which are not very friendly to the ideal and the sentimental are in the way. Sometimes the stomach paralyzes the heart. The grandeur and beauty of France lies in this, that she takes less from the stomach than other nations, she more easily knots the rope about her loins. She is the first awake, the last asleep. She marches forwards. She is a seeker. This arises from the fact that she is an artist. The ideal is nothing but the culminating point of logic, the same as the beautiful is nothing but the summit of the true. Artistic peoples are also consistent peoples. To love beauty is to see the light. That is why the torch of Europe, that is to say of civilization, was first born by Greece, who passed it on to Italy, who handed it on to France. Divine, illuminating nations of scouts. Vitae lampada tradunt. It is an admirable thing that the poetry of a people is the element of its progress. The amount of civilization is measured by the quantity of imagination. Only, a civilizing people should remain a manly people. Corinth, yes, Sybaris, no, whoever becomes effeminate makes himself a bastard. He must be neither a dilettante nor a virtuoso, but he must be artistic. In the matter of civilization, he must not refine, but he must sublime. On this condition, one gives to the human race the pattern of the ideal. The modern ideal has its type in art, and its means is science. It is through science that it will realize that august vision of the poets, the socially beautiful. Eden will be reconstructed by A and B at the point which civilization has now reached, the exact is a necessary element of the splendid, and the artistic sentiment is not only served, but completed by the scientific organ, dreams must be calculated. Art, which is the conqueror, should have for support science, which is the walker, the solidity of the creature which is written is of importance. The modern spirit is the genius of Greece with the genius of India as its vehicle, Alexander on the elephant. Races which are petrified in dogma or demoralized by lucre are unfit to guide civilization. Genuflection before the idol or before money wastes away the muscles which walk and the will which advances. Hieratratic or mercantile absorption lessens a people's power of radiance, lowers its horizon by lowering its level, and deprives it of that intelligence, at once both human and divine, of the universal goal, which makes missionaries of nations. Babylon has no ideal, Carthage has no ideal. Athens and Rome have and keep, throughout all the nocturnal darkness of the centuries, halos of civilization. France is in the same quality of race as Greece and Italy. She is Athenian in the matter of beauty, and Roman in her greatness. Moreover, she is good. She gives herself. Oftener than is the case with other races, is she in the humor for self-devotion and sacrifice. Only, this humor seizes upon her, and again abandons her. And therein lies the great peril for those who run when she desires only to walk, or who walk on when she desires to halt. France has her relapses into materialism, and, at certain instants, the ideas which obstruct that sublime brain have no longer anything which recalls French greatness and are of the dimensions of a Missouri or a South Carolina. What is to be done in such a case? The giantess plays at being a dwarf, immense France has her freaks of pettiness. That is all. To this there is nothing to say. Peoples, like planets, possess the right to an eclipse. And all is well, provided that the light returns and that the eclipse does not degenerate into night. Dawn and resurrection are synonymous. The reappearance of the light is identical with the persistence of the eye. Let us state these facts calmly. Death on the barricade or the tomb in exile, is an acceptable occasion for devotion. The real name of devotion is disinterestedness. Let the abandoned allow themselves to be abandoned, let the exiled allow themselves to be exiled, and let us confine ourselves to entreating great nations not to retreat too far, when they do retreat. One must not push too far in descent under pretext of a return to reason. Matter exists, the minute exists, interest exists, the stomach exists, but the stomach must not be the sole wisdom. The life of the moment has its rights, we admit, but permanent life has its rights also. Alas! The fact that one is mounted does not preclude a fall. This can be seen in history more frequently than is desirable. A nation is great, it tastes the ideal, then it bites the mire, and finds it good, and if it be asked how it happens that it has abandoned Socrates for Falstaff, it replies, because I love statesmen. One word more before returning to our subject, the conflict. A battle like the one which we are engaged in describing is nothing else than a convulsion towards the ideal. Progress trammeled is sickly, and is subject to these tragic epilepsies. With that malady of progress, civil war, we have been obliged to come in contact in our passage. This is one of the fatal phases, at once act and entr'acte of that drama whose pivot is a social condemnation, and whose veritable title is progress. Progress. The cry to which we frequently give utterance is our whole thought, and, at the point of this drama which we have now reached, the idea which it contains having still more than one trial to undergo, it is, perhaps, permitted to us, if not to lift the veil from it, to at least allow its light to shine through. The book which the reader has under his eye at this moment is, from one end to the other, as a whole and in detail, whatever may be its intermittences, exceptions, and faults, the march from evil to good, from the unjust to the just, from night to day, from appetite to conscience, from rottenness to life, from hell to heaven, from nothingness to God. Point of departure, matter, point of arrival, the soul. The Hydra at the beginning, the angel at the end. Chapter 21, The Heroes. All at once, the drum beat the charge. The attack was a hurricane. On the evening before, in the darkness, the barricade had been approached silently, as by a boa. Now, in broad daylight, in that widening street, surprise was decidedly impossible, rude force had, moreover, been unmasked, the cannon had begun the roar, the army hurled itself on the barricade. Fury now became skill. A powerful detachment of infantry of the line, broken at regular intervals, by the National Guard and the Municipal Guard on foot, and supported by serried masses which could be heard though not seen, debauched into the street at a run, with drums beating, trumpets braying, bayonets levelled, the sappers at their head, and, imperturbable under the projectiles, charged straight for the barricade with the weight of a brazen beam against a wall. The wall held firm. The insurgents fired impetuously. The barricade once scaled had a mane of lightning flashes. The assault was so furious, that for one moment, it was inundated with assailants, but it shook off the soldiers as the lion shakes off the dogs, and it was only covered with besiegers as the cliff is covered with foam, to reappear, a moment later, beetling, black and formidable. The column, forced to retreat, remained massed in the street, unprotected but terrible, and replied to the redoubt with a terrible discharge of musketry. Anyone who has seen fireworks will recall the sheaf formed of interlacing lightnings which is called a bouquet. Let the reader picture to himself this bouquet, no longer vertical but horizontal, bearing a bullet, buckshot, or a biscayne at the tip of each one of its jets of flame, and picking off dead men one after another from its clusters of lightning. The barricade was underneath it. On both sides, the resolution was equal. The bravery exhibited there was almost barbarous and was complicated with a sort of heroic ferocity which began by the sacrifice of self. This was the epoch when a National Guardsman fought like it so. The troop wished to make an end of it, insurrection was desirous of fighting. The acceptance of the death agony in the flower of youth and in the flush of health turns intrepidity into frenzy. In this fray, each one underwent the broadening growth of the death hour. The street was strewn with corpses. The barricade had Enjolras at one of its extremities and Marius at the other. Enjolras, who carried the whole barricade in his head, reserved and sheltered himself. 3 soldiers fell, one after the other, under his embrasure. Without having even seen him, Marius fought unprotected. He made himself a target. He stood with more than half his body above the breastworks. There is no more violent prodigal than the avaricious man who takes the bit in his teeth. There is no man more terrible in action than a dreamer. Marius was formidable and pensive. In battle he was as in a dream. One would have pronounced him a phantom engaged in firing a gun. The insurgents' cartridges were giving out, but not their sarcasms. In this whirlwind of the sepulchre in which they stood, they laughed. Courfeyrac was bareheaded. "What have you done with your hat?" Bossuet asked him. Courfeyrac replied. "They have finally taken it away from me with cannonballs." Or they uttered haughty comments. "Can anyone understand?" exclaimed Freely bitterly, "those men," and he cited names, well-known names, even celebrated names, some belonging to the old army, who had promised to join us, and taken an oath to aid us, and who had pledged their honor to it, and who are our generals, and who abandon us. And Combeferre restricted himself to replying with a grave smile. There are people who observe the rules of honor as one observes the stars, from a great distance. The interior of the barricade was so strewn with torn cartridges that one would have said that there had been a snowstorm. The assailants had numbers in their favor, the insurgents had position. They were at the top of a wall, and they thundered point blank upon the soldiers tripping over the dead and wounded and entangled in the escarpment. This barricade, constructed as it was and admirably buttressed, was really one of those situations where a handful of men hold a legion in check. Nevertheless, the attacking column, constantly recruited and enlarged under the shower of bullets, drew inexorably nearer, and now, little by little, step by step, but surely, the army closed in around the barricade as the vice grasps the wine press. One assault followed another. The horror of the situation kept increasing. Then there burst forth on that heap of paving stones, in that rue de la Chanvrerie, a battle worthy of a wall of Troy. These haggard, ragged, exhausted men, who had had nothing to eat for 24 hours, who had not slept, who had but a few more rounds to fire, who were fumbling in their pockets which had been emptied of cartridges, nearly all of whom were wounded, with head or arm bandaged with black and blood-stained linen, with holes in their clothes from which the blood trickled, and who were hardly armed with port guns and notched swords, became Titans. The barricade was 10 times attacked, approached, assailed, scaled, and never captured. In order to form an idea of this struggle, it is necessary to imagine fire set to a throng of terrible courages, and then to gaze at the conflagration. It was not a combat, it was the interior of a furnace. Their mouths breathed the flame, their countenances were extraordinary. The human form seemed impossible there, the combatants flamed forth there, and it was formidable to behold the going and coming in that red glow of those salamanders of the fray. The successive and simultaneous scenes of this grand slaughter we renounce all attempts at depicting. The epic alone has the right to fill 12,000 verses with a battle. One would have pronounced this that hell of Brahmanism, the most redoubtable of the 17 abysses, which the Veda calls the forest of swords. They fought hand to hand, foot to foot, with pistol shots, with blows of the sword, with their fists, at a distance, close at hand, from above, from below, from everywhere, from the roofs of the houses, from the windows of the wine shop, from the cellar windows, whither some had crawled. They were 1 against 60. The facade of Corinth, half demolished, was hideous. The window, tattooed with grape shot, had lost glass and frame and was nothing now but a shapeless hole, tumultuously blocked with paving stones. Bossuet was killed, Freely was killed, Courfeyrac was killed, Combeferre, transfixed by 3 blows from a bayonet in the breast at the moment when he was lifting up a wounded soldier, had only time to cast a glance to heaven when he expired. Marius, still fighting, was so riddled with wounds, particularly in the head, that his countenance disappeared beneath the blood, and one would have said that his face was covered with a red kerchief. Enjolras alone was not struck. When he had no longer any weapon, he reached out his hands to right and left and an insurgent thrust some arm or other into his fist. All he had left was the stumps of 4 swords, one more than François I at Marignan. Homer says, Diomedes cuts the throat of Axylus, son of Teuthrones, who dwelt in happy Arispa. Euryalus, son of Mecisteus, exterminates Drezos and Opheltios, Espius, and that Pedasus whom the Naiad of Barbaria bore to the blameless Bucolion. Ulysses overthrows Pitytes of Percosius, Antilochus, Abelrus, Polypetes, Astyalus, Polydamas, Otos of Selene and Teucer. Iradon Meganthios dies under the blows of Eurypylus pike. Agamemnon, king of the heroes, flings to earth Elatos, born in the rocky city which is laved by the sounding river Sitanois. In our old poems of exploits, Esplandian attacks the giant Marquis Swantibore with a cobbler's shoulder stick of fire, and the latter defends himself by stoning the hero with towers which he plucks up by the roots. Our ancient mural frescoes show us the two Dukes of Bretagne and Bourbon, armed, emblazoned and crested in warlike guise, on horseback and approaching each other, their battle-axes in hand, masked with iron, gloved with iron, booted with iron, the one caparisoned in ermine, the other draped in azure, Bretagne with his lion between the two horns of his crown, Bourbon helmeted with a monster fleur-de-lis on his visor. But, in order to be superb, it is not necessary to wear, like Yvonne, the ducal morion, to have in the fist, like Esplandian, a living flame, or, like Phils, father of Polydamas, to have brought back from Ephra a good suit of mail, a present from the king of men, Euphates. It suffices to give one's life for a conviction or a loyalty. This ingenuous little soldier, yesterday a peasant of Beauce or Limousin, who prowls with his clasp knife by his side, around the children's nurses in the Luxembourg garden, this pale young student bent over a piece of anatomy or a book. A blond youth who shaves his beard with scissors, take both of them, breathe upon them with a breath of duty, place them face to face in the Carrefour Boucherat or in the blind alley Planche-Mibre, and let the one fight for his flag, and the other for his ideal, and let both of them imagine that they are fighting for their country. The struggle will be colossal, and the shadow which this raw recruit and this sawbones in conflict will produce in that grand epic field where humanity is striving, will equal the shadow cast by Megarion, king of Lycia, tiger-filled, crushing in his embrace the immense body of Ajax, equal to the gods. Chapter 22, Foot to Foot. When there were no longer any of the leaders left alive, except Enjolras and Marius at the two extremities of the barricade, the centre, which had so long sustained Courfeyrac, Joly, Bossuet, Freely and Combeferre, gave way. The cannon, though it had not effected a practicable breach, had made a rather large hollow in the middle of the redoubt. There, the summit of the wall had disappeared before the balls, and had crumbled away, and the rubbish which had fallen, now inside, now outside, had, as it accumulated, formed two piles in the nature of slopes on the two sides of the barrier, one on the inside, the other on the outside. The exterior slope presented an inclined plane to the attack. A final assault was there attempted, and this assault succeeded. The mass bristling with bayonets and hurled forward at a run, came up with irresistible force, and the serried front of battle of the attacking column made its appearance through the smoke on the crest of the battlements. This time, it was decisive. The group of insurgents who were defending the centre retreated in confusion. Then the gloomy love of life awoke once more in some of them. Many, finding themselves under the muzzles of this forest of guns, did not wish to die. This is a moment when the instinct of self-preservation emits howls, when the beast reappears in men. They were hemmed in by the lofty, six-story house which formed the background of their redoubt. This house might prove their salvation. The building was barricaded, and walled, as it were, from top to bottom. Before the troops of the line had reached the interior of the redoubt, there was time for a door to open and shut. The space of a flash of lightning was sufficient for that, and the door of that house, suddenly opened a crack and closed again instantly, was life for these despairing men. Behind this house, there were streets, possible flight, space. They set to knocking at that door with the butts of their guns, and with kicks, shouting, calling, entreating, wringing their hands. No one opened. From the little window on the third floor, the head of the dead man gazed down upon them. But Enjolras and Marius, and the 7 or 8 rallied about them, sprang forward and protected them. Enjolras had shouted to the soldiers, "Don't advance," and as an officer had not obeyed, Enjolras had killed the officer. He was now in the little inner court of the redoubt, with his back planted against the Corinth building, a sword in one hand, a rifle in the other, holding open the door of the wine shop which he barred against assailants. He shouted to the desperate men, "There is but one door open, this one," and shielding them with his body, and facing an entire battalion alone, he made them pass in behind him. All precipitated themselves thither. Enjolras, executing with his rifle, which he now used like a cane, what single-stick players call a covered rose round his head, levelled the bayonets around and in front of him, and was the last to enter, and then ensued a horrible moment, when the soldiers tried to make their way in, and the insurgents strove to bar them out. The door was slammed with such violence, that, as it fell back into its frame, it showed the 5 fingers of a soldier who had been clinging to it, cut off and glued to the post. Marius remained outside. A shot had just broken his collarbone, he felt that he was fainting and falling. At that moment, with eyes already shut, he felt the shock of a vigorous hand seizing him, and the swoon in which his senses vanished, hardly allowed him time for the thought, mingled with a last memory of Cassette, "I am taken prisoner, I shall be shot." Enjolras, not seeing Marius among those who had taken refuge in the wine shop, had the same idea. But they had reached a moment when each man has not the time to meditate on his own death. Enjolras fixed the bar across the door, and bolted it, and double-locked it with key and chain, while those outside were battering furiously at it, the soldiers with the butts of their muskets, the sappers with their axes. The assailants were grouped about that door. The siege of the wine shop was now beginning. The soldiers, we will observe, were full of wrath. The death of the artillery sergeant had enraged them, and then, a still more melancholy circumstance. During the few hours which had preceded the attack, it had been reported among them that the insurgents were mutilating their prisoners, and that there was the headless body of a soldier in the wine shop. This sort of fatal rumor is the usual accompaniment of civil wars, and it was a false report of this kind which, later on, produced the catastrophe of the Rue Transnonain. When the door was barricaded, Enjolras said to the others, "Let us sell our lives dearly." Then he approached the table on which lay Mabeuf and Gavroche. Beneath the black cloth two straight and rigid forms were visible, one large, the other small, and the two faces were vaguely outlined beneath the cold folds of the shroud. A hand projected from beneath the winding sheet and hung near the floor. It was that of the old man. Enjolras bent down and kissed that venerable hand, just as he had kissed his brow on the preceding evening. These were the only 2 kisses which he had bestowed in the course of his life. Let us abridge the tale. The barricade had fought like a gate of Thebes, the wine shop fought like a house of Saragossa. These resistances are dogged. No quarter. No flag of truce possible. Men are willing to die, provided their opponent will kill them. When Suchet says, "Capitulate," Palafox replies, "After the war with cannon, the war with knives." Nothing was lacking in the capture by assault of the Huchelou wine shop, neither paving stones raining from the windows and the roof on the besiegers and exasperating the soldiers by crushing them horribly, nor shots fired from the attic windows and the cellar, nor the fury of attack, nor, finally, when the door yielded, the frenzied madness of extermination. The assailants, rushing into the wine shop, their feet entangled in the panels of the door which had been beaten in and flung on the ground, found not a single combatant there. The spiral staircase, hewn asunder with the axe, lay in the middle of the tap room. A few wounded men were just breathing their last. Everyone who was not killed was on the first floor, and from there, through the hole in the ceiling, which had formed the entrance of the stairs, a terrific fire burst forth. It was the last of their cartridges. When they were exhausted, when these formidable men on the point of death had no longer either powder or ball, each grasped in his hands 2 of the bottles which Enjolras had reserved, and of which we have spoken, and held the scaling party in check with these frightfully fragile clubs. They were bottles of aquafortis. We relate these gloomy incidents of carnage as they occurred. The besieged man, alas, converts everything into a weapon. Greek fire did not disgrace Archimedes, boiling pitch did not disgrace Bayard. All war is a thing of terror, and there is no choice in it. The musketry of the besiegers, though confined and embarrassed by being directed from below upwards, was deadly. The rim of the hole in the ceiling was speedily surrounded by heads of the slain, whence dripped long, red and smoking streams. The uproar was indescribable, a close and burning smoke almost produced night over this combat. Words are lacking to express horror when it has reached this pitch. There were no longer men in this conflict, which was now infernal. They were no longer giants matched with colossi. It resembled Milton and Dante rather than Homer. Demons attacked, spectres resisted. It was heroism become monstrous. Chapter 23, Orestes fasting and Pylades drunk. At length, by dint of mounting on each other's backs, aiding themselves with the skeleton of the staircase, climbing up the walls, clinging to the ceiling, slashing away at the very brink of the trap-door, the last one who offered resistance, a score of assailants, soldiers, National Guardsmen, municipal guardsmen, in utter confusion, the majority disfigured by wounds in the face during that redoubtable ascent, blinded by blood, furious, rendered savage, made an eruption into the apartment on the first floor. There they found only one man still on his feet, Enjolras. Without cartridges, without sword, he had nothing in his hand now but the barrel of his gun whose stock he had broken over the head of those who were entering. He had placed the billiard table between his assailants and himself, he had retreated into the corner of the room, and there, with haughty eye, and head borne high, with this stump of a weapon in his hand, he was still so alarming as to speedily create an empty space around him. A cry arose. "He is the leader, it was he who slew the artilleryman. It is well that he has placed himself there. Let him remain there. Let us shoot him down on the spot." "Shoot me," said Enjolras. And flinging away his bit of gun barrel, and folding his arms, he offered his breast. The audacity of a fine death always affects men. As soon as Enjolras folded his arms and accepted his end, the din of strife ceased in the room, and this chaos suddenly stilled into a sort of sepulchral solemnity. The menacing majesty of Enjolras, disarmed and motionless, appeared to oppress this tumult, and this young man, haughty, bloody, and charming, who alone had not a wound, who was as indifferent as an invulnerable being, seemed, by the authority of his tranquil glance, to constrain this sinister rabble to kill him respectfully. His beauty, at that moment augmented by his pride, was resplendent, and he was fresh and rosy after the fearful 24 hours which had just elapsed, as though he could no more be fatigued than wounded. It was of him, possibly, that a witness spoke afterwards. Before the council of war, there was an insurgent whom I heard called Apollo, a National Guardsman who had taken aim at Enjolras, lowered his gun, saying, "It seems to me that I am about to shoot a flower." 12 men formed into a squad in the corner opposite Enjolras, and silently made ready their guns. Then a sergeant shouted, "Take aim!" An officer intervened. "Wait!" And addressing Enjolras, "Do you wish to have your eyes bandaged?" "No." "Was it you who killed the artillery sergeant?" "Yes." Grantaire had waked up a few moments before. Grantaire, it will be remembered, had been asleep ever since the preceding evening in the upper room of the wine shop, seated on a chair and leaning on the table. He realized in its fullest sense the old metaphor of dead drunk. The hideous potion of absinthe, porter and alcohol had thrown him into a lethargy. His table being small, and not suitable for the barricade, he had been left in possession of it. He was still in the same posture, with his breast bent over the table, his head lying flat on his arms, surrounded by glasses, beer jugs, and bottles. His was the overwhelming slumber of the torpid bear and the satiated leech. Nothing had had any effect upon it, neither the fusillade, nor the cannonballs, nor the grape shot which had made its way through the window into the room where he was, nor the tremendous uproar of the assault. He merely replied to the cannonade, now and then, by a snore. He seemed to be waiting there for a bullet which should spare him the trouble of waking. Many corpses were strewn around him, and, at the first glance, there was nothing to distinguish him from those profound sleepers of death. Noise does not rouse a drunken man, silence awakens him. The fall of everything around him only augmented Grantaire's prostration, the crumbling of all things was his lullaby. The sort of halt which the tumult underwent in the presence of Enjolras was a shock to this heavy slumber. It had the effect of a carriage going at full speed, which suddenly comes to a dead stop. The persons dozing within it wake up. Grantaire rose to his feet with a start, stretched out his arms, rubbed his eyes, stared, yawned, and understood. A fit of drunkenness reaching its end resembles a curtain which is torn away. One beholds, at a single glance and as a whole, all that it has concealed. All suddenly presents itself to the memory, and the drunkard who has known nothing of what has been taking place during the last 24 hours, has no sooner opened his eyes than he is perfectly informed. Ideas recur to him with abrupt lucidity, the obliteration of intoxication, a sort of steam which has obscured the brain, is dissipated, and makes way for the clear and sharply outlined importunity of realities. Relegated, as he was, to one corner, and sheltered behind the billiard table, the soldiers whose eyes were fixed on Enjolras, had not even noticed Grantaire, and the sergeant was preparing to repeat his order, "Take aim," when all at once, they heard a strong voice shout beside them, "Long live the Republic, I'm one of them." Grantaire had risen. The immense gleam of the whole combat which he had missed, and in which he had had no part, appeared in the brilliant glance of the transfigured drunken man. He repeated, "Long live the Republic," crossed the room with a firm stride and placed himself in front of the guns beside Enjolras. "Finish both of us at one blow," said he. And turning gently to Enjolras, he said to him, "Do you permit it?" Enjolras pressed his hand with a smile. This smile was not ended when the report resounded. Enjolras, pierced by 8 bullets, remained leaning against the wall, as though the balls had nailed him there. Only, his head was bowed. Grantaire fell at his feet, as though struck by a thunderbolt. A few moments later, the soldiers dislodged the last remaining insurgents, who had taken refuge at the top of the house. They fired into the attic through a wooden lattice. They fought under the very roof. They flung bodies, some of them still alive, out through the windows. 2 light infantrymen, who tried to lift the shattered omnibus, were slain by 2 shots fired from the attic. A man in a blouse was flung down from it, with a bayonet wound in the abdomen, and breathed his last on the ground. A soldier and an insurgent slipped together on the sloping slates of the roof, and, as they would not release each other, they fell, clasped in a ferocious embrace. A similar conflict went on in the cellar. Shouts, shots, a fierce trampling. Then silence. The barricade was captured. The soldiers began to search the houses round about, and to pursue the fugitives. Chapter 24, Prisoner. Marius was, in fact, a prisoner. The hand which had seized him from behind and whose grasp he had felt at the moment of his fall and his loss of consciousness was that of Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had taken no other part in the combat than to expose himself in it. Had it not been for him, no one, in that supreme phase of agony, would have thought of the wounded. Thanks to him, everywhere present in the carnage, like a providence, those who fell were picked up, transported to the tap-room, and cared for. In the intervals, he reappeared on the barricade. But nothing which could resemble a blow, an attack, or even personal defense proceeded from his hands. He held his peace and lent succor. Moreover, he had received only a few scratches. The bullets would have none of him. If suicide formed part of what he had meditated on coming to this sepulchre, to that spot, he had not succeeded. But we doubt whether he had thought of suicide, an irreligious act. Jean Valjean, in the thick cloud of the combat, did not appear to see Marius. The truth is, that he never took his eyes from the latter. When a shot laid Marius low, Jean Valjean leaped forward with the agility of a tiger, fell upon him as on his prey, and bore him off. The whirlwind of the attack was, at that moment, so violently concentrated upon Enjolras and upon the door of the wine shop, that no one saw Jean Valjean sustaining the fainting Marius in his arms, traverse the unpaved field of the barricade and disappear behind the angle of the Corinth building. The reader will recall this angle which formed a sort of cape on the street. It afforded shelter from the bullets, the grape shot, and all eyes, and a few square feet of space. There is sometimes a chamber which does not burn in the midst of a conflagration, and in the midst of raging seas, beyond a promontory or at the extremity of a blind alley of shoals, a tranquil nook. It was in this sort of fold in the interior trapezium of the barricade, that Éponine had breathed her last. There Jean Valjean halted, let Marius slide to the ground, placed his back against the wall, and cast his eyes about him. The situation was alarming. For an instant, for 2 or 3 perhaps, this bit of wall was a shelter, but how was he to escape from this massacre? He recalled the anguish which he had suffered in the Rue Polonceau 8 years before, and in what manner he had contrived to make his escape. It was difficult then, today it was impossible. He had before him that deaf and implacable house, 6 stories in height, which appeared to be inhabited only by a dead man leaning out of his window. He had on his right the rather low barricade, which shut off the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. To pass this obstacle seemed easy, but beyond the crest of the barrier a line of bayonets was visible. The troops of the line were posted on the watch behind that barricade. It was evident, that to pass the barricade was to go in quest of the fire of the platoon, and that any head which should run the risk of lifting itself above the top of that wall of stones would serve as a target for 60 shots. On his left he had the field of battle. Death lurked round the corner of that wall. What was to be done? Only a bird could have extricated itself from this predicament. And it was necessary to decide on the instant, to devise some expedient, to come to some decision. Fighting was going on a few paces away. Fortunately, all were raging around a single point, the door of the wine shop, but if it should occur to one soldier, to one single soldier, to turn the corner of the house, or to attack him on the flank, all was over. Jean Valjean gazed at the house facing him, he gazed at the barricade at one side of him, then he looked at the ground, with the violence of the last extremity, bewildered, and as though he would have liked to pierce a hole there with his eyes. By dint of staring, something vaguely striking in such an agony began to assume form and outline at his feet, as though it had been a power of glance which made the thing desired unfold. A few paces distant he perceived, at the base of the small barrier so pitilessly guarded and watched on the exterior, beneath a disordered mass of paving stones which partly concealed it, an iron grating, placed flat and on a level with the soil. This grating, made of stout, transverse bars, was about 2 feet square. The frame of paving stones which supported it had been torn up, and it was, as it were, unfastened. Through the bars a view could be had of a dark aperture, something like the flue of a chimney, or the pipe of a cistern. Jean Valjean darted forward. His old art of escape rose to his brain like an illumination. To thrust aside the stones, to raise the grating, to lift Marius, who was as inert as a dead body, upon his shoulders, to descend, with this burden on his loins, and with the aid of his elbows and knees into that sort of well, fortunately not very deep, to let the heavy trap, upon which the loosened stones rolled down afresh, fall into its place behind him, to gain his footing on a flagged surface 3 meters below the surface. All this was executed like that which one does in dreams, with the strength of a giant and the rapidity of an eagle. This took only a few minutes. Jean Valjean found himself with Marius, who was still unconscious, in a sort of long, subterranean corridor. There reigned profound peace, absolute silence, night. The impression which he had formerly experienced when falling from the wall into the convent recurred to him. Only, what he was carrying today was not Cosette, it was Marius. He could barely hear the formidable tumult in the wine shop, taken by assault, like a vague murmur overhead. Book 2nd, The Intestine of the Leviathan. Chapter 1, The Land Impoverished by the Sea. Paris casts 25 millions yearly into the water. And this without metaphor. How, and in what manner? Day and night. With what object? With no object. With what intention? With no intention. Why? For no reason. By means of what organ? By means of its intestine. What is its intestine? The sewer. 25 millions is the most moderate approximative figure which the valuations of special science have set upon it. Science, after having long groped about, now knows that the most fecundating and the most efficacious of fertilizers is human manure. The Chinese, let us confess it to our shame, knew it before us. Not a Chinese peasant, it is Ekberg who says this, goes to town without bringing back with him, at the 2 extremities of his bamboo pole, 2 full buckets of what we designate as filth. Thanks to human dung, the earth in China is still as young as in the days of Abraham. Chinese wheat yields 100-fold of the seed. There is no guano comparable in fertility with the detritus of a capital. A great city is the most mighty of dung makers. Certain success would attend the experiment of employing the city to manure the plain. If our gold is manure, our manure, on the other hand, is gold. What is done with this golden manure? It is swept into the abyss. Fleets of vessels are dispatched, at great expense, to collect the dung of petrels and penguins at the South Pole, and the incalculable element of opulence which we have on hand, we send to the sea. All the human and animal manure which the world wastes, restored to the land instead of being cast into the water, would suffice to nourish the world. Those heaps of filth at the gate posts, those tumbrils of mud which jolt through the street by night, those terrible casks of the street department, those fetid drippings of subterranean mire, which the pavements hide from you, do you know what they are? They are the meadow in flower, the green grass, wild thyme, and sage, they are game, they are cattle, they are the satisfied bellows of great oxen in the evening, they are perfumed hay, they are golden wheat, they are the bread on your table, they are the warm blood in your veins, they are health, they are joy, they are life. This is the will of that mysterious creation which is transformation on earth and transfiguration in heaven. Restore this to the great crucible, your abundance will flow forth from it. The nutrition of the plains furnishes the nourishment of men. You have it in your power to lose this wealth, and to consider me ridiculous to boot. This will form the masterpiece of your ignorance. Statisticians have calculated that France alone makes a deposit of $500 every year, in the Atlantic, through the mouths of her rivers. Note this, with 500 millions we could pay 1/4 of the expenses of our budget. The cleverness of man is such that he prefers to get rid of these 500 millions in the gutter. It is the very substance of the people that is carried off, here drop by drop, there wave after wave, the wretched outpour of our sewers into the rivers, and the gigantic collection of our rivers into the ocean. Every hiccup of our sewers costs us 1,000 francs. From this spring too results, the land impoverished, and the water tainted. Hunger arising from the furrow, and disease from the stream. It is notorious, for example, that at the present hour, the Thames is poisoning London. So far as Paris is concerned, it has become indispensable of late, to transport the mouths of the sewers downstream, below the last bridge. A double tubular apparatus, provided with valves and sluices, sucking up and driving back, a system of elementary drainage, simple as the lungs of a man, and which is already in full working order in many communities in England, would suffice to conduct the pure water of the fields into our cities, and to send back to the fields the rich water of the cities, and this easy exchange, the simplest in the world, would retain among us the 500 millions now thrown away. People are thinking of other things. The process actually in use does evil, with the intention of doing good. The intention is good, the result is melancholy. Thinking to purge the city, the population is blanched like plants raised in cellars. A sewer is a mistake. When drainage, everywhere, with its double function, restoring what it takes, shall have replaced the sewer, which is a simple impoverishing washing, then, this being combined with the data of a now social economy, the product of the earth will be increased tenfold, and the problem of misery will be singularly lightened. Add the suppression of parasitism, and it will be solved. In the meanwhile, the public wealth flows away to the river, and leakage takes place. Leakage is the word. Europe is being ruined in this manner by exhaustion. As for France, we have just cited its figures. Now, Paris contains 1/25 of the total population of France, and Parisian guano being the richest of all, we understate the truth when we value the loss on the part of Paris at 25 millions in the $500,000,000 which France annually rejects. These 25 millions, employed in assistance and enjoyment, would double the splendor of Paris. The city spends them in sewers. So that we may say that Paris's great prodigality, its wonderful festival, its bouillon folly, its orgy, its stream of gold from full hands, its pomp, its luxury, its magnificence, is its sewer system. It is in this manner that, in the blindness of a poor political economy, we drown and allow to float downstream and to be lost in the gulfs the well-being of all. There should be nets at St. Cloud for the public fortune. Economically considered, the matter can be summed up thus: Paris is a spendthrift. Paris, that model city, that patron of well-arranged capitals, of which every nation strives to possess a copy, that metropolis of the ideal, that august country of the initiative, of impulse and of effort, that center and that dwelling of minds, that nation city, that hive of the future, that marvelous combination of Babylon and Corinth, would make a peasant of the Phocian shrug his shoulders, from the point of view which we have just indicated. Imitate Paris and you will ruin yourselves. Moreover, and particularly in this immemorial and senseless waste, Paris is itself an imitator. These surprising exhibitions of stupidity are not novel, this is no young folly. The ancients did like the moderns. The sewers of Rome, says Liebig, have absorbed all the well-being of the Roman peasant. When the Campagna of Rome was ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome exhausted Italy, and when she had put Italy in her sewer, she poured in Sicily, then Sardinia, then Africa. The sewer of Rome has engulfed the world. This cesspool offered its engulfment to the city and the universe. Urbi et orbi. Eternal city, unfathomable sewer. Rome sets the example for these things as well as for others. Paris follows this example with all the stupidity peculiar to intelligent towns. For the requirements of the operation upon the subject of which we have just explained our views, Paris has beneath it another Paris, a Paris of sewers, which has its streets, its crossroads, its squares, its blind alleys, its arteries, and its circulation, which is of mire and minus the human form. For nothing must be flattered, not even a great people, where there is everything there is also ignominy by the side of sublimity, and, if Paris contains Athens, the city of light, Tyre, the city of might, Sparta, the city of virtue, Nineveh, the city of marvels, it also contains Lutetia, the city of mud. However, the stamp of its power is there also, and the titanic sink of Paris realizes, among monuments, that strange ideal realized in humanity by some men like Machiavelli, Bacon, and Mirabeau, grandiose vileness. The subsoil of Paris, if the eye could penetrate its surface, would present the aspect of a colossal madrepore. A sponge has no more partitions and ducts than the mound of earth for a circuit of 6 leagues round about, on which rests the great and ancient city. Not to mention its catacombs, which are a separate cellar, not to mention the inextricable trellis work of gas pipes, without reckoning the vast tubular system for the distribution of fresh water which ends in the pillar fountains, the sewers alone form a tremendous, shadowy network under the 2 banks, a labyrinth which has its slope for its guiding thread. There appears, in the humid mist, the rat which seems the product to which Paris has given birth. Chapter 2, Ancient History of the Sewer. Let the reader imagine Paris lifted off like a cover, the subterranean network of sewers, from a bird's eye view, will outline on the banks a species of large branch grafted on the river. On the right bank, the belt sewer will form the trunk of this branch, the secondary ducts will form the branches, and those without exit the twigs. This figure is but a summary 1½ exact, the right angle, which is the customary angle of this species of subterranean ramifications, being very rare in vegetation. A more accurate image of this strange geometrical plan can be formed by supposing that one is viewing some eccentric oriental alphabet, as intricate as a thicket, against a background of shadows, and the misshapen letters should be welded one to another in apparent confusion, and as at haphazard, now by their angles, again by their extremities. Sinks and sewers played a great part in the Middle Ages, in the Lower Empire and in the Orient of old. The masses regarded these beds of decomposition, these monstrous cradles of death, with a fear that was almost religious. The vermin ditch of Benares is no less conducive to giddiness than the lion's ditch of Babylon. Teglath-Pileser, according to the rabbinical books, swore by the sink of Nineveh. It was from the sewer of Munster that John of Leyden produced his false moon, and it was from the cesspool of Kakshab that Oriental Menalchem, Mokanna, the veiled prophet of Khorasan, caused his false son to emerge. The history of men is reflected in the history of sewers. The Germoni 5:8 narrated Rome. The sewer of Paris has been an ancient and formidable thing. It has been a sepulchre, it has served as an asylum. Crime, intelligence, social protest, liberty of conscience, thought, theft, all that human laws persecute or have persecuted, is hidden in that hole, the Mayadins in the 14th century, the Tyre Lane of the 15th, the Huguenots in the 16th, Mohren's illuminated in the 17th, the chauffeurs brigands in the 18th. 100 years ago, the nocturnal blow of the dagger emerged thence, the pickpocket in danger slipped thither, the forest had its cave, Paris had its sewer. Vagrancy, that Gallic Picararia, accepted the sewer as the adjunct of the Cour des Miracles, and at evening, it returned thither, fierce and sly, through the Maubuée outlet, as into a bedchamber. It was quite natural, that those who had the blind alley vide gousset, empty pocket or the rue coupe gorge cut throat, for the scene of their daily labour, should have for their domicile by night the culvert of the Chemin Vert, or the catch basin of Hurepoix. Hence a throng of souvenirs. All sorts of phantoms haunt these long, solitary corridors, everywhere is putrescence and miasma, here and there are breathing holes, where Villon within converses with Rabelais without. The sewer in ancient Paris is the rendezvous of all exhaustions and of all attempts. Political economy therein spies a detritus, social philosophy there beholds a residuum. The sewer is the conscience of the city. Everything there converges and confronts everything else. In that livid spot there are shades, but there are no longer any secrets. Each thing bears its true form, or at least, its definitive form. The mass of filth has this in its favour, that it is not a liar. Ingenuousness has taken refuge there. The mask of basil is to be found there, but one beholds its cardboard and its strings and the inside as well as the outside, and it is accentuated by honest mud. Scapin's false nose is its next-door neighbour. All the uncleannesses of civilization, once past their use, fall into this trench of truth, where the immense social sliding ends. They are there engulfed, but they display themselves there. This mixture is a confession. There, no more false appearances, no plastering over is possible, filth removes its shirt, absolute denudation puts to the rout all illusions and mirages, there is nothing more except what really exists. Presenting the sinister form of that which is coming to an end. There, the bottom of a bottle indicates drunkenness, a basket handle tells a tale of domesticity, there the core of an apple which has entertained literary opinions becomes an apple core once more, the effigy on the Big Sue becomes frankly covered with verdigris, Caiaphas' spittle meets Falstaff's puking, the Louis d'Or which comes from the gaming house jostles the nail whence hangs the rope's end of the suicide. A livid fetus rolls along, enveloped in the spangles which danced at the opera last Shrove Tuesday, a cap which has pronounced judgment on men wallows beside a mass of rottenness which was formerly Margottin's petticoat. It is more than fraternization, it is equivalent to addressing each other as thou. All which was formerly rouged, is washed free. The last veil is torn away. A sewer is a cynic. It tells everything. The sincerity of foulness pleases us, and rests the soul. When one has passed one's time in enduring upon earth the spectacle of the great airs which reasons of state, the oath, political sagacity, human justice, professional probity, the austerities of situation, incorruptible robes all assume, it solaces one to enter a sewer and to behold the mire which befits it. This is instructive at the same time. We have just said that history passes through the sewer. The St. Bartholomew's filter through there, drop by drop, between the paving stones. Great public assassinations, political and religious butcheries, traverse this underground passage of civilization, and thrust their corpses there. For the eye of the thinker, all historic murderers are to be found there, in that hideous penumbra, on their knees, with the scrap of their winding sheet for an apron, dismally sponging out their work. Louis XI is there with Tristan, François I with Duprat, Charles IX is there with his mother, Richelieu is there with Louis XIII, Louvois is there, Letellier is there, Hébert and Maillard are there, scratching the stones, and trying to make the traces of their actions disappear. Beneath these vaults one hears the brooms of spectres. One there breathes the enormous fetidness of social catastrophes. One beholds reddish reflections in the corners. There flows a terrible stream, in which bloody hands have been washed. The social observer should enter these shadows. They form a part of his laboratory. Philosophy is the microscope of the thought. Everything desires to flee from it, but nothing escapes it. Tergiversation is useless. What side of oneself does one display in evasions? The shameful side. Philosophy pursues with its glance, probes the evil, and does not permit it to escape into nothingness. In the obliteration of things which disappear, in the watching of things which vanish, it recognizes all. It reconstructs the purple from the rag, and the woman from the scrap of her dress. From the cesspool, it reconstitutes the city, from mud, it reconstructs manners, from the potsherd it infers the amphora or the jug. By the imprint of a fingernail on a piece of parchment, it recognizes the difference which separates the Jewry of the Judengasse from the Jewry of the Ghetto. It rediscovers in what remains that which has been, good, evil, the true, the bloodstain of the palace, the ink blot of the cavern. The drop of sweat from the brothel, trials undergone, temptations welcomed, orgies cast forth, the turn which characters have taken as they became abased, the trace of prostitution in souls of which their grossness rendered them capable, and on the vesture of the porters of Rome the mark of Messalina's elbowing. Chapter 3, Bruniciat. The sewer of Paris in the Middle Ages was legendary. In the 16th century, Henri II attempted a bore, which failed. Not 100 years ago, the cesspool, Mercier attests the fact, was abandoned to itself, and fared as best it might. Such was this ancient Paris, delivered over to quarrels, to indecision, and to gropings. It was tolerably stupid for a long time. Later on, 89 showed how understanding comes to cities. But in the good, old times, the capital had not much head. It did not know how to manage its own affairs either morally or materially, and could not sweep out filth any better than it could abuses. Everything presented an obstacle, everything raised a question. The sewer, for example, was refractory to every itinerary. One could no more find one's bearings in the sewer than one could understand one's position in the city. Above the unintelligible, below the inextricable, beneath the confusion of tongues there reigned the confusion of caverns, Daedalus backed up Babel. Sometimes the Paris sewer took a notion to overflow, as though this misunderstood Nile were suddenly seized with a fit of rage. There occurred, infamous to relate, inundations of the sewer. At times, that stomach of civilization digested badly, the cesspool flowed back into the throat of the city, and Paris got an aftertaste of her own filth. These resemblances of the sewer to remorse had their good points, they were warnings, very badly accepted. However, the city waxed indignant at the audacity of its mire, and did not admit that the filth should return. Drive it out better. The inundation of 1802 is one of the actual memories of Parisians of the age of 80. The mud spread in cross form over the Place des Victoires, where stands the statue of Louis XIV, it entered the Rue Saint-Honore by the two mouths to the sewer in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Saint-Florentin through the Saint-Florentin sewer, the Rue Pierre-et-Poisson through the sewer de la Saint-Héry, the Rue Popincourt, through the sewer of the Chemin Vert, the Rue de la Roquette, through the sewer of the Rue de Lappe. It covered the drain of the Rue des Champs-Élysées to the height of 35 centimeters, and, to the south, through the vent of the Seine, performing its functions in inverse sense, it penetrated the Rue Mazarine, the Rue de l'Echaude, and the Rue des Marais, where it stopped at a distance of 109 meters, a few paces distant from the house in which Racine had lived, respecting, in the 17th century, the poet more than the king. It attained its maximum depth in the Rue Saint-Pierre. where it rose to the height of 3 feet above the flagstones of the waterspout, and its maximum length in the Rue Saint-Sabin, where it spread out over a stretch 238 meters in length. At the beginning of this century, the sewer of Paris was still a mysterious place. Mud can never enjoy a good fame, but in this case its evil renown reached the verge of the terrible. Paris knew, in a confused way, that she had under her a terrible cavern. People talked of it as of that monstrous bed of Thebes in which swarmed centipedes 15 long feet in length, and which might have served Behemoth for a bathtub. The great boots of the sewermen never ventured further than certain well-known points. We were then very near the epoch when the scavengers' carts, from the summit of which Saint Foy fraternized with the Marquis de Crequy, discharged their loads directly into the sewer. As for cleaning out, that function was entrusted to the pouring rains which encumbered rather than swept away. Rome left some poetry to her sewer, and called it the Gemoniae, Paris insulted hers, and entitled it the Polypus Hole. Science and superstition were in accord, in horror. The Polypus Hole was no less repugnant to hygiene than to legend. The goblin was developed under the fetid covering of the Mouffetard sewer, the corpses of the marmosets had been cast into the sewer de la Barillerie. Fagon attributed the redoubtable malignant fever of 1685 to the great hiatus of the sewer of the Marais, which remained yawning until 1833 in the Rue Saint-Louis, almost opposite the sign of the Gallant Messenger. The mouth of the sewer of the Rue de la Mortellerie was celebrated for the pestilences which had their source there, with its grating of iron, with points simulating a row of teeth. It was like a dragon's maw in that fatal street, breathing forth hell upon men. The popular imagination seasoned the sombre Parisian sink with some indescribably hideous intermixture of the infinite. The sewer had no bottom. The sewer was the lower world. The idea of exploring these leprous regions did not even occur to the police. To try that unknown thing, to cast the plummet into that shadow. To set out on a voyage of discovery in that abyss, who would have dared? It was alarming. Nevertheless, someone did present himself. The cesspool had its Christopher Columbus. One day, in 1805, during one of the rare apparitions which the emperor made in Paris, the Minister of the Interior, some Decrets or Cretet or other, came to the master's intimate levee. In the carousel there was audible the clanking of swords of all those extraordinary soldiers of the great Republic, and of the great Empire. Then Napoleon's door was blocked with heroes, men from the Rhine, from the Escaut, from the Adige, and from the Nile, companions of Joubert, of Desaix, of Marceau, of Hockey, of Kleber, the Aerostiers of Fleurus, the Grenadiers of Mayence, the pontoon builders of Genoa, hussars whom the pyramids had looked down upon, artillerists whom Junot's cannonball had spattered with mud, cuirassiers who had taken by assault the fleet lying at anchor in the Zwitter Zee. Some had followed Bonaparte upon the bridge of Lodi, others had accompanied Murat in the trenches of Mantua, others had preceded Lens in the hollow road of Montebello. The whole army of that day was present there. In the courtyard of the Tuileries, represented by a squadron or a platoon, and guarding Napoleon in repose, and that was the splendid epoch when the Grand Army had Marengo behind it and Austerlitz before it. Sire, said the Minister of the Interior to Napoleon, yesterday I saw the most intrepid man in your empire. What man is that? Said the Emperor brusquely, and what has he done? He wants to do something, sire. What is it? To visit the sewers of Paris. This man existed and his name was Bruniciat. Chapter 4. The visit took place. It was a formidable campaign, a nocturnal battle against pestilence and suffocation. It was, at the same time, a voyage of discovery. One of the survivors of this expedition, an intelligent working man, who was very young at the time, related curious details with regard to it, several years ago, which Bruniciat thought himself obliged to omit in his report to the prefect of police, as unworthy of official style. The processes of disinfection were, at that epoch, extremely rudimentary. Hardly had Bruniciat crossed the first articulations of that subterranean network, when 8 laborers out of the 20 refused to go any further. The operation was complicated, the visit entailed the necessity of cleaning, hence it was necessary to cleanse and at the same time, to proceed, to note the entrances of water, to count the gratings and the vents, to lay out in detail the branches, to indicate the currents at the point where they parted, to define the respective bounds of the divers basins, to sound the small sewers grafted on the principal sewer, to measure the height under the keystone of each drain, and the width, at the spring of the vaults as well as at the bottom, in order to determine the arrangements with regard to the level of each water entrance, either of the bottom of the arch, or on the soil of the street. They advanced with toil. The lanterns pined away in the foul atmosphere. From time to time, a fainting sewerman was carried out. At certain points, there were precipices. The soil had given away, the pavement had crumbled, the sewer had changed into a bottomless well, they found nothing solid, a man disappeared suddenly, they had great difficulty in getting him out again. On the advice of Fourcroy, they lighted large cages filled with tow steeped in resin, from time to time, in spots which had been sufficiently disinfected. In some places, the wall was covered with misshapen fungi, one would have said tumors. The very stones seemed diseased within this unbreathable atmosphere. Bruniciat, in his exploration, proceeded downhill. At the point of separation of the two water conduits of the Grand Hurler, he deciphered upon a projecting stone the date of 1550, this stone indicated the limits where Philibert Delorme, charged by Henri II with visiting the subterranean drains of Paris, had halted. This stone was the mark of the 16th century on the sewer. Brunicia found the handiwork of the 17th century once more in the Ponceau drain of the old Rue Vieux-du Temple, vaulted between 1600 and 1650, and the handiwork of the 18th in the western section of the collecting canal, walled and vaulted in 1740. These two vaults, especially the less ancient, that of 1740, were more cracked and decrepit than the masonry of the Belt Sewer, which dated from 1412, an epoch when the brook of fresh water of Menilmontant was elevated to the dignity of the Grand Sewer of Paris, an advancement analogous to that of a peasant who should become first valet de chambre to the king. Something like Grosjean transformed into Lebel. Here and there, particularly beneath the courthouse, they thought they recognized the hollows of ancient dungeons, excavated in the very sewer itself. Hideous in pace. An iron neck collar was hanging in one of these cells. They walled them all up. Some of their finds were singular, among others, the skeleton of an orang-outan, who had disappeared from the Jardin des Plantes in 1800, a disappearance probably connected with the famous and indisputable apparition of the devil in the Rue des Bernardines, in the last year of the 18th century. The poor devil had ended by drowning himself in the sewer. Beneath this long, arched drain which terminated at the Archimerion, a perfectly preserved rag-picker's basket excited the admiration of all connoisseurs. Everywhere, the mire, which the sewermen came to handle with intrepidity, abounded in precious objects, jewels of gold and silver, precious stones, coins. If a giant had filtered this cesspool, he would have had the riches of centuries in his lair. At the point where the two branches of the Rue du Temple and of the Rue Saint-Avoye separate, they picked up a singular Huguenot medal in copper, bearing on one side the pig hooded with a cardinal's hat, and on the other, a wolf with a tiara on his head. The most surprising rencontre was at the entrance to the Grand Sewer. This entrance had formerly been closed by a grating of which nothing but the hinges remained. From one of these hinges hung a dirty and shapeless rag which, arrested there in its passage, no doubt, had floated there in the darkness and finished its process of being torn apart. Brunicia held his lantern close to this rag and examined it. It was of very fine batiste, and in one of the corners, less frayed than the rest, they made out a heraldic coronet and embroidered above these 7 letters, Lavbisp. The crown was the coronet of a marquis, and the 7 letters signified Lobspine. They recognized the fact, that what they had before their eyes was a morsel of the shroud of Marat. Marat in his youth had had amorous intrigues. This was when he was a member of the household of the Comte d'Artois, in the capacity of physician to the stables. From these love affairs, historically proved, with a great lady, he had retained this sheet. As a waif or a souvenir. At his death, as this was the only linen of any fineness which he had in his house, they buried him in it. Some old women had shrouded him for the tomb in that swaddling band in which the tragic friend of the people had enjoyed voluptuousness. Brunicia passed on. They left that rag where it hung, they did not put the finishing touch to it. Did this arise from scorn or from respect? Marat deserved both. And then, destiny was there sufficiently stamped to make them hesitate to touch it. Besides, the things of the sepulchre must be left in the spot which they select. In short, the relic was a strange one. A marquise had slept in it, Marat had rotted in it, it had traversed the Pantheon to end with the rats of the sewer. This chamber rag, of which Watteau would formerly have joyfully sketched every fold, had ended in becoming worthy of the fixed gaze of Dante. The whole visit to the subterranean stream of filth of Paris lasted 7 years, from 1805 to 1812. As he proceeded, Brunicia drew, directed, and completed considerable works. In 1808 he lowered the arch of the Ponceau, and, everywhere creating new lines, he pushed the sewer. In 1809, under the Rue Saint-Denis as far as the Fountain of the Innocents. In 1810, under the Rue Freud-Manteau and under the Salpêtrière. In 1811, under the Rue Neuve des Petits Paris, under the Rue du Mail, under the Rue de l'Écharpe, under the Place Royale. In 1812, under the Rue de la Paix, and under the Chaussée d'Antin. At the same time, he had the whole network disinfected and rendered healthful. In the second year of his work, Brunicia engaged the assistance of his son-in-law Nargaud. It was thus that, at the beginning of the century, ancient society cleansed its double bottom, and performed the toilet of its sewer. There was that much clean, at all events. Tortuous, cracked, unpaved, full of fissures, intersected by gullies, jolted by eccentric elbows, mounting and descending illogically, fetid, wild, fierce, submerged in obscurity, with cicatrices on its pavements and scars on its walls, terrible, such was, retrospectively viewed, the antique sewer of Paris. Ramifications in every direction, crossings, of trenches, branches, goose feet, stars, as in military mines, coecum, blind alleys, vaults lined with saltpetre, pestiferous pools, scabby sweats, on the walls, drops dripping from the ceilings, darkness, nothing could equal the horror of this old, waste crypt, the digestive apparatus of Babylon, a cavern, ditch, gulf pierced with streets, a titanic mole burrow, where the mind seems to behold that enormous blind mole, the past, prowling through the shadows, in the filth which has been splendor. This, we repeat, was the sewer of the past. Chapter 5, Present Progress. Today the sewer is clean, cold, straight, correct. It almost realizes the ideal of what is understood in England by the word respectable. It is proper and greyish, laid out by rule and line, one might almost say as though it came out of a bandbox. It resembles a tradesman who has become a councillor of state. One can almost see distinctly there. The mire there comports itself with decency. At first, one might readily mistake it for one of those subterranean corridors, which were so common in former days, and so useful in flights of monarchs and princes, in those good old times, when the people loved their kings. The present sewer is a beautiful sewer, the pure style reigns there, the classical rectilinear Alexandrine which, driven out of poetry, appears to have taken refuge in architecture, seems mingled with all the stones of that long, dark, and whitish vault. Each outlet is an arcade. The Rue de Rivoli serves as pattern even in the sewer. However, if the geometrical line is in place anywhere, it is certainly in the drainage trench of a great city. There, everything should be subordinated to the shortest road. The sewer has, nowadays, assumed a certain official aspect. The very police reports, of which it sometimes forms the subject, no longer are wanting in respect towards it. The words which characterize it in administrative language are sonorous and dignified. What used to be called a gut is now called a gallery, what used to be called a hole is now called a surveying orifice. Villon would no longer meet with his ancient temporary provisional lodging. This network of cellars has its immemorial population of prowlers, rodents, swarming in greater numbers than ever. From time to time, an aged and veteran rat risks his head at the window of the sewer and surveys the Parisians, but even these vermin grow tame, so satisfied are they with their subterranean palace. The cesspool no longer retains anything of its primitive ferocity. The rain, which in former days soiled the sewer, now washes it. Nevertheless, do not trust yourself too much to it. Miasmas still inhabit it. It is more hypocritical than irreproachable. The Prefecture of Police and the Commission of Health have done their best. But, in spite of all the processes of disinfection, it exhales a vague, suspicious odor like Tartuffe after confession. Let us confess, that, taking it all in all, this sweeping is a homage which the sewer pays to civilization, and as, from this point of view, Tartuffe's conscience is a progress over the Augean stables, it is certain that the sewers of Paris have been improved. It is more than progress, it is transmutation. Between the ancient and the present sewer there is a revolution. What has effected this revolution? The man whom all the world forgets, and whom we have mentioned, Brunetière. Chapter 6, Future Progress. The excavation of the sewer of Paris has been no slight task. The last 10 centuries have toiled at it without being able to bring it to a termination, any more than they have been able to finish Paris. The sewer, in fact, receives all the counter-shocks of the growth of Paris. Within the bosom of the earth, it is a sort of mysterious polyp with 1,000 antennae, which expands below as the city expands above. Every time that the city cuts a street, the sewer stretches out an arm. The old monarchy had constructed only 23,300 meters of sewers, that was where Paris stood in this respect on the 1st of January, 1806. Beginning with this epoch, of which we shall shortly speak, the work was usefully and energetically resumed and prosecuted. Napoleon built, the figures are curious, 4,804 meters, Louis XVIII, 5,709, Charles X, 10,836, Louis Philippe, 89,020, the Republic of 1,848, 23,381, the present government, 70,500, in all, at the present time, 226,610 meters, 60 leagues of sewers, the enormous entrails of Paris. An obscure ramification ever at work, a construction which is immense and ignored. As the reader sees, the subterranean labyrinth of Paris is today more than 10 times what it was at the beginning of the century. It is difficult to form any idea of all the perseverance and the efforts which have been required to bring this cesspool to the point of relative perfection in which it now is. It was with great difficulty that the ancient monarchical provostship and, during the last 10 years of the 18th century, the revolutionary mayoralty, had succeeded in perforating the 5 leagues of sewer which existed previous to 1806. All sorts of obstacles hindered this operation, some peculiar to the soil, others inherent in the very prejudices of the laborious population of Paris. Paris is built upon a soil which is singularly rebellious to the pick, the hoe, the bore, and to human manipulation. There is nothing more difficult to pierce and to penetrate than the geological formation upon which is superposed the marvelous historical formation called Paris. As soon as work in any form whatsoever is begun and adventures upon this stretch of alluvium, subterranean resistances abound. There are liquid clays, springs, hard rocks, and those soft and deep quagmires which special science calls moutards. 59 The pick advances laboriously through the calcareous layers alternating with very slender threads of clay, and schistose beds and plates encrusted with oyster shells, the contemporaries of the pre-Adamite oceans. Sometimes a rivulet suddenly bursts through a vault that has been begun, and inundates the laborers, or a layer of marl is laid bare, and rolls down with the fury of a cataract, breaking the stoutest supporting beams like glass. Quite recently, at Villette, when it became necessary to pass the collecting sewer under the St. Martin Canal without interrupting navigation or emptying the canal, a fissure appeared in the basin of the canal, water suddenly became abundant in the subterranean tunnel, which was beyond the power of the pumping engines. It was necessary to send a diver to explore the fissure which had been made in the narrow entrance of the Grand Basin, and it was not without great difficulty that it was stopped up. Elsewhere near the Seine, and even at a considerable distance from the river, as for instance at Belleville, Grand Rue, and Lumiere Passage, quicksands are encountered in which one sticks fast, and in which a man sinks visibly. Add suffocation by miasmas, burial by slides, and sudden crumbling of the earth. Add the typhus, with which the workmen become slowly impregnated. In our own day, after having excavated the gallery of Clichy, with a banquette to receive the principal water conduit of Arc, a piece of work which was executed in a trench 10 meters deep, after having, in the midst of landslides, and with the aid of excavations often putrid, and of shoring up, vaulted the Bouvre from the Boulevard de l'Hôpital, as far as the Seine, after having, in order to deliver Paris from the floods of Montmartre and in order to provide an outlet for that river-like pool 9 hectares in extent, which crouched near the Barrière des Martyrs, after having, let us state, constructed the line of sewers from the Barrière Blanche to the road of Aubervilliers, in 4 months, working day and night, at a depth of 11 meters, after having, a thing heretofore unseen, made a subterranean sewer in the Rue Bar du Bec, without a trench, 6 meters below the surface, the superintendent, Monod, died. After having vaulted 3,000 meters of sewer in all quarters of the city, from the Rue Traversier Saint-Antoine to the Rue de l'Arsenal, after having freed the Carrefour Saint-Cyr-Mouffetard from inundations of rain by means of the branch of the Arbalete, after having built the St. George's sewer on rock and concrete in the fluid sands, after having directed the formidable lowering of the flooring of the vault timber in the Notre Dame de Nazareth branch, Dollier the engineer died. There are no bulletins for such acts of bravery as these, which are more useful, nevertheless, than the brutal slaughter of the field of battle. The sewers of Paris in 1832 were far from being what they are today. Brunetière had given the impulse, but the cholera was required to bring about the vast reconstruction which took place later on. It is surprising to say, for example, that in 1821, a part of the belt sewer, called the Grand Canal, as in Venice, still stood stagnating uncovered to the sky, in the Rue des Gourds. It was only in 1821 that the city of Paris found in its pocket the 260,080 francs and 6 centimes required for covering this mass of filth. The 3 absorbing wells, of the Combat, the Cunet, and Saint-Mandé, with their discharging mouths, their apparatus, their cesspools, and their depuratory branches, only date from 1836. The intestinal sewer of Paris has been made over anew, and, as we have said, it has been extended more than tenfold within the last quarter of a century. 30 years ago, at the epoch of the insurrection of the 5th and 6th of June, it was still, in many localities, nearly the same ancient sewer. A very great number of streets which are now convex were then sunken causeways. At the end of a slope, where the tributaries of a street or crossroads ended, there were often to be seen large, square gratings with heavy bars, whose iron, polished by the footsteps of the throng, gleamed dangerous and slippery for vehicles, and caused horses to fall. The official language of the roads and bridges gave to these gratings the expressive name of cassis. 60. In 1832, in a number of streets, in the Rue de l'Étoile, the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue du Temple, the Rue Vieille du Temple, the Rue Notre Dame de Nazareth, the Rue Folie Maricourt, the Quai Auxiliary Fleurs, the Rue du Petit Musc, the Rue du Normandie, the Rue Pont Auxiliary Bitches, the Rue des Marais, the Faubourg Saint-Martin, the Rue Notre Dame des Victoires, the Faubourg Montmartre, the Rue Grange Badelieret, in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Jacob, the Rue de Tournon, the ancient Gothic sewer still cynically displayed its maw. It consisted of enormous voids of stone catch basins sometimes surrounded by stone posts, with monumental effrontery. Paris in 1806 still had nearly the same sewers numerically as stated in 1663, 5,300 fathoms. After Brunetière, on the 1st of January, 1832, it had 40,300 meters. Between 1806 and 1831, there had been built, on an average, 750 meters annually, afterwards 8 and even 10,000 meters of galleries were constructed every year, in masonry, of small stones, with hydraulic mortar which hardens under water, on a cement foundation. At 200 francs the meter, the 60 leagues of Paris sewers of the present day represent 48 millions. In addition to the economic progress which we have indicated at the beginning, grave problems of public hygiene are connected with that immense question, the sewers of Paris. Paris is the center of two sheets, a sheet of water and a sheet of air. The sheet of water, lying at a tolerably great depth underground, but already sounded by two bores, is furnished by the layer of green clay situated between the chalk and the Jurassic limestone. This layer may be represented by a disc 25 leagues in circumference. A multitude of rivers and brooks ooze there. One drinks the Seine, the Marne, the Yonne, the Oise, the Aisne, the Cher, the Vienne, and the Loire in a glass of water from the well of Grenelle. The sheet of water is healthy, it comes from heaven in the first place and next from the earth. The sheet of air is unhealthy, it comes from the sewer. All the miasms of the cesspool are mingled with the breath of the city, hence this bad breath. The air taken from above a dung heap, as has been scientifically proved, is purer than the air taken from above Paris. In a given time, with the aid of progress, mechanisms become perfected, and as light increases, the sheet of water will be employed to purify the sheet of air, that is to say, to wash the sewer. The reader knows, that by washing the sewer we mean, the restitution of the filth to the earth, the return to the soil of dung and of manure to the fields. Through this simple act, the entire social community will experience a diminution of misery and an augmentation of health. At the present hour, the radiation of diseases from Paris extends to 50 leagues around the Louvre, taken as the hub of this pestilential wheel. We might say that, for 10 centuries, the cesspool has been the disease of Paris. The sewer is the blemish which Paris has in her blood. The popular instinct has never been deceived in it. The occupation of sewerman was formerly almost as perilous, and almost as repugnant to the people, as the occupation of knacker, which was so long held in horror and handed over to the executioner. High wages were necessary to induce a mason to disappear in that fetid mine. The ladder of the cesspool cleaner hesitated to plunge into it. It was said, in proverbial form, to descend into the sewer is to enter the grave, and all sorts of hideous legends, as we have said, covered this colossal sink with terror, a dread sinkhole which bears the traces of the revolutions of the globe as of the revolutions of man, and where are to be found vestiges of all cataclysms from the shells of the deluge to the rag of Marat. Book 3rd, Mud but the Soul. Chapter 1, The Sewer and its Surprises. It was in the sewers of Paris that Jean Valjean found himself. Still another resemblance between Paris and the sea. As in the ocean, the diver may disappear there. The transition was an unheard of one. In the very heart of the city, Jean Valjean had escaped from the city, and, in the twinkling of an eye, in the time required to lift the cover and to replace it, he had passed from broad daylight to complete obscurity, from midday to midnight, from tumult to silence, from the whirlwind of thunders to the stagnation of the tomb, and, by a vicissitude far more tremendous even than that of the Rue Polonceau, from the most extreme peril to the most absolute obscurity. An abrupt fall into a cavern, a disappearance into the secret trapdoor of Paris, to quit that street where death was on every side, for that sort of sepulchre where there was life, was a strange instant. He remained for several seconds as though bewildered, listening, stupefied. The waste trap of safety had suddenly yawned beneath him. Celestial goodness had, in a manner, captured him by treachery. Adorable ambuscades of Providence. Only, the wounded man did not stir, and Jean Valjean did not know whether that which he was carrying in that grave was a living being or a dead corpse. His first sensation was one of blindness. All of a sudden, he could see nothing. It seemed to him too, that, in one instant, he had become deaf. He no longer heard anything. The frantic storm of murder which had been let loose a few feet above his head did not reach him, thanks to the thickness of the earth which separated him from it, as we have said, otherwise than faintly and indistinctly, and like a rumbling, in the depths. He felt that the ground was solid under his feet, that was all, but that was enough. He extended one arm and then the other, touched the walls on both sides, and perceived that the passage was narrow. He slipped, and thus perceived that the pavement was wet. He cautiously put forward one foot, fearing a hole, a sink, some gulf. He discovered that the paving continued. A gust of fetidness informed him of the place in which he stood. After the lapse of a few minutes, he was no longer blind. A little light fell through the manhole through which he had descended, and his eyes became accustomed to this cavern. He began to distinguish something. The passage in which he had burrowed, no other word can better express the situation, was walled in behind him. It was one of those blind alleys, which the special jargon terms branches. In front of him there was another wall, a wall like night. The light of the air-hole died out 10 or 12 paces from the point where Jean Valjean stood, and barely cast a wan pallor on a few meters of the damp walls of the sewer. Beyond, the opaqueness was massive, to penetrate thither seemed horrible, an entrance into it appeared like an engulfment. A man could, however, plunge into that wall of fog, and it was necessary so to do. Haste was even requisite. It occurred to Jean Valjean that the grating which he had caught sight of under the flagstones might also catch the eye of the soldiery, and that everything hung upon this chance. They also might descend into that well and search it. There was not a minute to be lost. He had deposited Marius on the ground. He picked him up again, that is the real word for it, placed him on his shoulders once more, and set out. He plunged resolutely into the gloom. The truth is, that they were less safe than Jean Valjean fancied. Perils of another sort and no less serious were awaiting them, perchance. After the lightning-charged whirlwind of the combat, the cavern of miasmas and traps, after chaos, the sewer. Jean Valjean had fallen from one circle of hell into another. When he had advanced 50 paces, he was obliged to halt. A problem presented itself. The passage terminated in another gut which he encountered across his path. There 2 ways presented themselves. Which should he take? Ought he to turn to the left or to the right? How was he to find his bearings in that black labyrinth? This labyrinth, to which we have already called the reader's attention, has a clue, which is its slope. To follow to the slope is to arrive at the river. This Jean Valjean instantly comprehended. He said to himself that he was probably in the Sewer des Halles, that if he were to choose the path to the left and follow the slope, he would arrive, in less than a quarter of an hour, at some mouth on the Seine between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf, that is to say, he would make his appearance in broad daylight on the most densely peopled spot in Paris. Perhaps he would come out on some manhole at the intersection of streets. Amazement of the passers-by at beholding 2 bleeding men emerge from the earth at their feet. Arrival of the police, a call to arms of the neighboring post of guards. Thus they would be seized before they had even got out. It would be better to plunge into that labyrinth, to confide themselves to that black gloom, and to trust to Providence for the outcome. He ascended the incline, and turned to the right. When he had turned the angle of the gallery, the distant glimmer of an air-hole disappeared, the curtain of obscurity fell upon him once more, and he became blind again. Nevertheless, he advanced as rapidly as possible. Marius' 2 arms were passed round his neck, and the former's feet dragged behind him. He held both these arms with one hand, and groped along the wall with the other. Marius' cheek touched his, and clung there, bleeding. He felt a warm stream which came from Marius trickling down upon him and making its way under his clothes. But a humid warmth near his ear, which the mouth of the wounded man touched, indicated respiration, and consequently, life. The passage along which Jean Valjean was now proceeding was not so narrow as the first. Jean Valjean walked through it with considerable difficulty. The rain of the preceding day had not, as yet, entirely run off, and it created a little torrent in the center of the bottom. And he was forced to hug the wall in order not to have his feet in the water. Thus he proceeded in the gloom. He resembled the beings of the night groping in the invisible and lost beneath the earth in veins of shadow. Still, little by little, whether it was that the distant air-holes emitted a little wavering light in this opaque gloom, or whether his eyes had become accustomed to the obscurity, some vague vision returned to him, and he began once more to gain a confused idea, now of the wall which he touched, now of the vault beneath which he was passing. The pupil dilates in the dark, and the soul dilates in misfortune and ends by finding God there. It was not easy to direct his course. The line of the sewer re-echoes, so to speak, the line of the streets which lie above it. There were then in Paris 2,200 streets. Let the reader imagine himself beneath that forest of gloomy branches which is called the sewer. The system of sewers existing at that epoch, placed end to end, would have given a length of 11 leagues. We have said above, that the actual network, thanks to the special activity of the last 30 years, was no less than 60 leagues in extent. Jean Valjean began by committing a blunder. He thought that he was beneath the Rue Saint-Denis, and it was a pity that it was not so. Under the Rue Saint-Denis there is an old stone sewer which dates from Louis XIII. And which runs straight to the collecting sewer, called the Grand Sewer, with but a single elbow, on the right, on the elevation of the ancient Cour des Miracles, and a single branch, the Saint Martin Sewer, whose 4 arms describe a cross. But the gut of the Petite Truanderie, the entrance to which was in the vicinity of the Corinth wine shop, has never communicated with the sewer of the Rue Saint-Denis. It ended at the Montmartre sewer, and it was in this that Jean Valjean was entangled. Their opportunities of losing oneself abound. The Montmartre sewer is one of the most labyrinthine of the ancient network. Fortunately, Jean Valjean had left behind him the sewer of the markets, whose geometrical plan presents the appearance of a multitude of parrots' roosts piled on top of each other. But he had before him more than one embarrassing encounter and more than one street corner, for they are streets, presenting itself in the gloom like an interrogation point. First, on his left, the vast sewer of the Plâtrière, a sort of Chinese puzzle, thrusting out and entangling its chaos of Ts and Zs under the post office and under the rotunda of the wheat market, as far as the Seine, where it terminates in Ay. Secondly, on his right, the curving corridor of the Rue du Cadran with its 3 teeth, which are also blind courts. Thirdly, on his left, the branch of the Mail, complicated, almost at its inception, with a sort of fork, and proceeding from zigzag to zigzag until it ends in the grand crypt of the outlet of the Louvre, truncated and ramified in every direction, and lastly, the blind alley of a passage of the Rue des Jeuneurs, without counting little ducts here and there, before reaching the belt sewer, which alone could conduct him to some issue sufficiently distant to be safe. Had Jean Valjean had any idea of all that we have here pointed out, he would speedily have perceived, merely by feeling the wall, that he was not in the subterranean gallery of the Rue Saint-Denis. Instead of the ancient stone, instead of the antique architecture, haughty and royal even in the sewer, with pavement and string courses of granite and mortar costing 800 livres the fathom, he would have felt under his hand contemporary cheapness, economical expedience, porous stone filled with mortar on a concrete foundation, which costs 200 francs the metre, and the bourgeois masonry known as aux petits matériaux, small stuff, but of all this he knew nothing. He advanced with anxiety, but with calmness, seeing nothing, knowing nothing, buried in chance, that is to say, engulfed in providence. By degrees, we will admit, a certain horror seized upon him. The gloom which enveloped him penetrated his spirit. He walked in an enigma. This aqueduct of the sewer is formidable, it interlaces in a dizzy fashion. It is a melancholy thing to be caught in this Paris of shadows. Jean Valjean was obliged to find and even to invent his route without seeing it. In this unknown, every step that he risked might be his last. How was he to get out? Should he find an issue? Should he find it in time? Would that colossal subterranean sponge with its stone cavities, allow itself to be penetrated and pierced? Should he there encounter some unexpected knot in the darkness? Should he arrive at the inextricable and the impassable? Would Marius die there of hemorrhage and he of hunger? Should they end by both getting lost, and by furnishing two skeletons in a nook of that night? He did not know. He put all these questions to himself without replying to them. The intestines of Paris form a precipice. Like the prophet, he was in the belly of the monster. All at once, he had a surprise. At the most unforeseen moment, and without having ceased to walk in a straight line, he perceived that he was no longer ascending, the water of the rivulet was beating against his heels, instead of meeting him at his toes. The sewer was now descending. Why? Was he about to arrive suddenly at the Seine? This danger was a great one, but the peril of retreating was still greater. He continued to advance. It was not towards the Seine that he was proceeding. The ridge which the soil of Paris forms on its right bank empties one of its watersheds into the Seine and the other into the Grand Sewer. The crest of this ridge which determines the division of the waters describes a very capricious line. The culminating point, which is the point of separation of the currents, is in the Saint-Avoy sewer, beyond the Rue Michel-le-Comte, in the sewer of the Louvre, near the boulevards, and in the Montmartre sewer, near the Halles. It was this culminating point that Jean Valjean had reached. He was directing his course towards the Belt sewer, he was on the right path. But he did not know it. Every time that he encountered a branch, he felt of its angles, and if he found that the opening which presented itself was smaller than the passage in which he was, he did not enter but continued his route, rightly judging that every narrower way must needs terminate in a blind alley, and could only lead him further from his goal, that is to say, the outlet. Thus he avoided the quadruple trap which was set for him in the darkness by the four labyrinths which we have just enumerated. At a certain moment, he perceived that he was emerging from beneath the Paris which was petrified by the uprising, where the barricades had suppressed circulation, and that he was entering beneath a living and normal Paris. Overhead he suddenly heard a noise as of thunder, distant but continuous. It was the rumbling of vehicles. He had been walking for about half an hour, at least according to the calculation which he made in his own mind, and he had not yet thought of rest, he had merely changed the hand with which he was holding Marius. The darkness was more profound than ever, but its very depth reassured him. All at once, he saw his shadow in front of him. It was outlined on a faint, almost indistinct reddish glow, which vaguely empurpled the flooring vault underfoot, and the vault overhead, and gilded to his right and to his left the two viscous walls of the passage. Stupefied, he turned round. Behind him, in the portion of the passage which he had just passed through, at a distance which appeared to him immense, piercing the dense obscurity, flamed a sort of horrible star which had the air of surveying him. It was the gloomy star of the police which was rising in the sewer. In the rear of that star 8 or 10 forms were moving about in a confused way, black, upright, indistinct, horrible. Chapter 2, Explanation. On the day of the 6th of June, a battue of the sewers had been ordered. It was feared that the vanquished might have taken to them for refuge, and Prefect Gisquet was to search occult Paris while General Bugeaud swept public Paris, a double and connected operation which exacted a double strategy on the part of the public force, represented above by the army and below by the police. 3 squads of agents and sewermen explored the subterranean drain of Paris, the first on the right bank, the second on the left bank, the third in the city. The agents of police were armed with carabines, with bludgeons, swords, and poignards. That which was directed at Jean Valjean at that moment, was the lantern of the patrol of the right bank. This patrol had just visited the curving gallery and the 3 blind alleys which lie beneath the Rue du Cadran. While they were passing their lantern through the depths of these blind alleys, Jean Valjean had encountered on his path the entrance to the gallery, had perceived that it was narrower than the principal passage and had not penetrated thither. He had passed on. The police, on emerging from the Galerie du Cadran, had fancied that they heard the sound of footsteps in the direction of the Belt sewer. They were, in fact, the steps of Jean Valjean. The sergeant in command of the patrol had raised his lantern, and the squad had begun to gaze into the mist in the direction whence the sound proceeded. This was an indescribable moment for Jean Valjean. Happily, if he saw the lantern well, the lantern saw him but ill. It was light and he was shadow. He was very far off, and mingled with the darkness of the place. He hugged the wall and halted. Moreover, he did not understand what it was that was moving behind him. The lack of sleep and food, and his emotions had caused him also to pass into the state of a visionary. He beheld a gleam, and around that gleam, forms. What was it? He did not comprehend. Jean Valjean having paused, the sound ceased. The men of the patrol listened, and heard nothing, they looked and saw nothing. They held a consultation. There existed at that epoch at this point of the Montmartre sewer a sort of crossroads called de service, which was afterwards suppressed, on account of the little interior lake which formed there, swallowing up the torrent of rain in heavy storms. The patrol could form a cluster in this open space. Jean Valjean saw these spectres form a sort of circle. These bulldogs' heads approached each other closely and whispered together. The result of this council held by the watchdogs was, that they had been mistaken, that there had been no noise, that it was useless to get entangled in the belt sewer, that it would only be a waste of time, but that they ought to hasten towards St. Mary, that if there was anything to do, and any boozinga to track out, it was in that quarter. From time to time, parties re-sold their old insults. In 1832, the word boozingat formed the interim between the word Jacobin, which had become obsolete, and the word demagogue which has since rendered such excellent service. The sergeant gave orders to turn to the left, towards the watershed of the Seine. If it had occurred to them to separate into two squads, and to go in both directions, Jean Valjean would have been captured. All hung on that thread. It is probable that the instructions of the prefecture, foreseeing a possibility of combat and insurgents in force, had forbidden the patrol to part company. The patrol resumed its march, leaving Jean Valjean behind it. Of all this movement, Jean Valjean perceived nothing, except the eclipse of the lantern which suddenly wheeled round. Before taking his departure, the sergeant, in order to acquit his policeman's conscience, discharged his gun in the direction of Jean Valjean. The detonation rolled from echo to echo in the crypt, like the rumbling of that titanic interval. A bit of plaster which fell into the stream and splashed up the water a few paces away from Jean Valjean, warned him that the ball had struck the arch over his head. Slow and measured steps resounded for some time on the timber work, gradually dying away as they retreated to a greater distance. The group of black forms vanished, a glimmer of light oscillated and floated, communicating to the vault a reddish glow which grew fainter, then disappeared. The silence became profound once more, the obscurity became complete, blindness and deafness resumed possession of the shadows, and Jean Valjean, not daring to stir as yet, remained for a long time leaning with his back against the wall, with straining ears, and dilated pupils, watching the disappearance of that phantom patrol. Chapter 3, The Spun Man. This justice must be rendered to the police of that period, that even in the most serious public junctures, it imperturbably fulfilled its duties connected with the sewers and surveillance. A revolt was, in its eyes, no pretext for allowing malefactors to take the bit in their own mouths, and for neglecting society for the reason that the government was in peril. The ordinary service was performed correctly in company with the extraordinary service, and was not troubled by the latter. In the midst of an incalculable political event already begun, under the pressure of a possible revolution, a police agent spun a thief without allowing himself to be distracted by insurrection and barricades. It was something precisely parallel which took place on the afternoon of the 6th of June on the banks of the Seine, on the slope of the right shore, a little beyond the Pont des Invalides. There is no longer any bank there now. The aspect of the locality has changed. On that bank, two men, separated by a certain distance, seemed to be watching each other while mutually avoiding each other. The one who was in advance was trying to get away, the one in the rear was trying to overtake the other. It was like a game of checkers played at a distance and in silence. Neither seemed to be in any hurry, and both walked slowly, as though each of them feared by too much haste to make his partner redouble his pace. One would have said that it was an appetite following its prey, and purposely without wearing the air of doing so. The prey was crafty and on its guard. The proper relations between the hunted polecat and the hunting dog were observed. The one who was seeking to escape had an insignificant mien and not an impressive appearance, the one who was seeking to seize him was rude of aspect, and must have been rude to encounter. The first, conscious that he was the more feeble, avoided the second, but he avoided him in a manner which was deeply furious. Anyone who could have observed him would have discerned in his eyes the sombre hostility of flight, and all the menace that fear contains. The shore was deserted, there were no passers-by, not even a boatman nor a lighterman was in the skiffs which were moored here and there. It was not easy to see these two men, except from the quay opposite, and to any person who had scrutinized them at that distance, the man who was in advance would have appeared like a bristling, tattered, and equivocal being, who was uneasy and trembling beneath a ragged blouse, and the other like a classic and official personage, wearing the frock coat of authority buttoned to the chin. Perchance the reader might recognize these two men, if he were to see them closer at hand. What was the object of the second man? Probably to succeed in clothing the first more warmly. When a man clothed by the state pursues a man in rags, it is in order to make of him a man who is also clothed by the state. Only, the whole question lies in the color. To be dressed in blue is glorious, to be dressed in red is disagreeable. There is a purple from below. It is probably some unpleasantness and some purple of this sort which the first man is desirous of shirking. If the other allowed him to walk on, and had not seized him as yet, it was, judging from all appearances, in the hope of seeing him lead up to some significant meeting place and to some group worth catching. This delicate operation is called spinning. What renders this conjecture entirely probable is that the buttoned-up man, on catching sight from the shore of a hackney coach on the quay as it was passing along empty, made a sign to the driver understood, evidently recognized the person with whom he had to deal, turned about and began to follow the two men at the top of the quay, at a foot pace. This was not observed by the slouching and tattered personage who was in advance. The hackney coach rolled along the trees of the Champs-Élysées. The bust of the driver, whip in hand, could be seen moving along above the parapet. One of the secret instructions of the police authorities to their agents contains this article: always have on hand a hackney coach, in case of emergency. While these two men were maneuvering, each on his own side, with irreproachable strategy, they approached an inclined plane on the quay which descended to the shore, and which permitted cab drivers arriving from Passy to come to the river and water their horses. This inclined plane was suppressed later on, for the sake of symmetry. Horses may die of thirst, but the eye is gratified. It is probable that the man in the blouse had intended to ascend this inclined plane, with a view to making his escape into the Champs-Élysées, a place ornamented with trees, but, in return, much infested with policemen, and where the other could easily exercise violence. This point on the quay is not very far distant from the house brought to Paris from Marat in 1824, by Colonel Braque, and designated as the House of François I. A guard-house is situated close at hand. To the great surprise of his watcher, the man who was being tracked did not mount by the inclined plane for watering. He continued to advance along the quay on the shore. His position was visibly becoming critical. What was he intending to do, if not to throw himself into the Seine? Henceforth, there existed no means of ascending to the quay, there was no other inclined plane, no staircase, and they were near the spot, marked by the bend in the Seine towards the Pont de Jena, where the bank, growing constantly narrower, ended in a slender tongue, and was lost in the water. There he would inevitably find himself blocked between the perpendicular wall on his right, the river on his left and in front of him, and the authorities on his heels. It is true that this termination of the shore was hidden from sight by a heap of rubbish 6 or 7 feet in height, produced by some demolition or other. But did this man hope to conceal himself effectually behind that heap of rubbish, which one need but skirt? The expedient would have been puerile. He certainly was not dreaming of such a thing. The innocence of thieves does not extend to that point. The pile of rubbish formed a sort of projection at the water's edge, which was prolonged in a promontory as far as the wall of the quay. The man who was being followed arrived at this little mound and went round it, so that he ceased to be seen by the other. The latter, as he did not see, could not be seen, he took advantage of this fact to abandon all dissimulation and to walk very rapidly. In a few moments, he had reached the rubbish heap and passed round it. There he halted in sheer amazement. The man whom he had been pursuing was no longer there. Total eclipse of the man in the blouse. The shore, beginning with the rubbish heap, was only about 30 paces long, then it plunged into the water which beat against the wall of the quay. The fugitive could not have thrown himself into the Seine without being seen by the man who was following him. What had become of him? The man in the buttoned-up coat walked to the extremity of the shore, and remained there in thought for a moment, his fists clenched, his eyes searching. All at once he smote his brow. He had just perceived, at the point where the land came to an end and the water began, a large iron grating, low, arched, garnished with a heavy lock and with 3 massive hinges. This grating, a sort of door pierced at the base of the quay, opened on the river as well as on the shore. A blackish stream passed under it. This stream discharged into the Seine. Beyond the heavy, rusty iron bars, a sort of dark and vaulted corridor could be descried. The man folded his arms and stared at the grating with an air of reproach. As this gaze did not suffice, he tried to thrust it aside, he shook it, it resisted solidly. It is probable that it had just been opened, although no sound had been heard, a singular circumstance in so rusty a grating, but it is certain that it had been closed again. This indicated that the man before whom that door had just opened had not a hook but a key. This evidence suddenly burst upon the mind of the man who was trying to move the grating, and evoked from him this indignant ejaculation. "That is too much, a government key." Then, immediately regaining his composure, he expressed a whole world of interior ideas by this outburst of monosyllables accented almost ironically, "Come, come, come, come." That said, and in the hope of something or other, either that he should see the man emerge or other men enter, he posted himself on the watch behind a heap of rubbish, with the patient rage of a pointer. The hackney coach, which regulated all its movements on his, had, in its turn, halted on the quay above him, close to the parapet. The coachman, foreseeing a prolonged wait, encased his horse's muzzles in the bag of oats which is damp at the bottom, and which is so familiar to Parisians, to whom, be it said in parenthesis, the government sometimes applies it. The rare passers-by on the Pont de Jennet turned their heads, before they pursued their way, to take a momentary glance at these two motionless items in the landscape, the man on the shore, the carriage on the quay. Chapter 4, He also bears his cross. Jean Valjean had resumed his march and had not again paused. This march became more and more laborious. The level of these vaults varies, the average height is about 5 feet 6 inches and has been calculated for the stature of a man. Jean Valjean was forced to bend over, in order not to strike Marius against the vault. At every step he had to bend, then to rise, and to feel incessantly of the wall. The moisture of the stones, and the viscous nature of the timber framework furnished but poor supports to which to cling, either for hand or foot. He stumbled along in the hideous dung heap of the city. The intermittent gleams from the air holes only appeared at very long intervals, and were so wan that the full sunlight seemed like the light of the moon. All the rest was mist, miasma, opaqueness, blackness. Jean Valjean was both hungry and thirsty, especially thirsty, and this, like the sea, was a place full of water where a man cannot drink. His strength, which was prodigious, as the reader knows, and which had been but little decreased by age, thanks to his chaste and sober life, began to give way. Nevertheless, fatigue began to gain on him, and as his strength decreased, it made the weight of his burden increase. Marius, who was, perhaps, dead, weighed him down as inert bodies weigh. Jean Valjean held him in such a manner that his chest was not oppressed, and so that respiration could proceed as well as possible. Between his legs he felt the rapid gliding of the rats. One of them was frightened to such a degree that he bit him. From time to time, a breath of fresh air reached him through the ventholes of the mouths of the sewer, and reanimated him. It might have been 3 hours past midday when he reached the belt sewer. He was, at first, astonished at this sudden widening. He found himself, all at once, in a gallery where his outstretched hands could not reach the two walls, and beneath a vault which his head did not touch. The Grand Sewer is, in fact, 8 feet wide and 7 feet high. At the point where the Montmartre sewer joins the Grand Sewer, 2 other subterranean galleries, that of the Rue de Provence, and that of the Abattoir, form a square. Between these 4 ways, a less sagacious man would have remained undecided. Jean Valjean selected the broadest, that is to say, the belt sewer. But here the question again came up, should he descend or ascend? He thought that the situation required haste, and that he must now gain the Seine at any risk. In other terms, he must descend. He turned to the left. It was well that he did so, for it is an error to suppose that the belt sewer has 2 outlets, the one in the direction of Bercy, the other towards Passy, and that it is, as its name indicates, the subterranean girdle of the Paris on the right bank. The Grand Sewer, which is, it must be remembered, nothing else than the old brook of Menilmontant, terminates, if one ascends it, in a blind sack, that is to say, at its ancient point of departure which was its source, at the foot of the knoll of Menilmontant. There is no direct communication with the branch which collects the waters of Paris beginning with the Quartier Popincourt, and which falls into the Seine through the Amelet sewer above the ancient Isle Louviers. This branch, which completes the collecting sewer, is separated from it, under the Rue Menilmontant itself, by a pile which marks the dividing point of the waters, between upstream and downstream. If Jean Valjean had ascended the gallery he would have arrived, after 1,000 efforts, and broken down with fatigue, and in an expiring condition, in the gloom, at a wall. He would have been lost. In case of necessity, by retracing his steps a little way, and entering the passage of the Filles du Calvaire, on condition that he did not hesitate at the subterranean crossing of the Carrefour Boucherat, and by taking the corridor St. Louis, then the St. Gilles on the left, then turning to the right and avoiding the St. Sebastian gallery, he might have reached the Amelet sewer, and thence, provided that he did not go astray in the sort of F which lies under the Bastille, he might have attained the outlet on the Seine near the Arsenal. But in order to do this, he must have been thoroughly familiar with the enormous madrepore of the sewer in all its ramifications and in all its openings. Now, we must again insist that he knew nothing of that frightful drain which he was traversing, and had anyone asked him in what he was, he would have answered, in the night. His instinct served him well. To descend was, in fact, possible safety. He left on his right the 2 narrow passages which branch out in the form of a claw under the Rue Lafitte and the Rue St. George's and the long, bifurcated corridor of the Chaussée d'Antin. A little beyond an affluent, which was, probably, the Madeleine branch, he halted. He was extremely weary. A passably large air hole, probably the manhole in the Rue d'Anjou, furnished a light that was almost vivid. Jean Valjean, with the gentleness of movement which a brother would exercise towards his wounded brother, deposited Marius on the banquette of the sewer. Marius' blood-stained face appeared under the wan light of the air hole like the ashes at the bottom of a tomb. His eyes were closed, his hair was plastered down on his temples like a painter's brushes dried in red wash, his hands hung limp and dead. A clot of blood had collected in the knot of his cravat, his limbs were cold, and blood was clotted at the corners of his mouth, his shirt had thrust itself into his wounds, the cloth of his coat was chafing the yawning gashes in the living flesh. Jean Valjean, pushing aside the garments with the tips of his fingers, laid his hand upon Marius' breast, his heart was still beating. Jean Valjean tore up his shirt, bandaged the young man's wounds as well as he was able and stopped the flowing blood, then bending over Marius, who still lay unconscious and almost without breathing, in that half-light, he gazed at him with inexpressible hatred. On disarranging Marius' garments, he had found two things in his pockets, the roll which had been forgotten there on the preceding evening, and Marius' pocketbook. He ate the roll and opened the pocketbook. On the first page he found the 4 lines written by Marius. The reader will recall them. My name is Marius Pontmercy, carry my body to my grandfather, M. Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, number 6, in the Marais. Jean Valjean read these 4 lines by the light of the air hole, and remained for a moment as though absorbed in thought, repeating in a low tone, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, number 6, Monsieur Gillenormand. He replaced the pocketbook in Marius' pocket. He had eaten, his strength had returned to him, he took Marius up once more upon his back, placed the latter's head carefully on his right shoulder, and resumed his descent of the sewer. The Grand Sewer, directed according to the course of the valley of Menilmontant, is about 2 leagues long. It is paved throughout a notable portion of its extent. This torch of the names of the streets of Paris, with which we are illuminating for the reader Jean Valjean's subterranean march, Jean Valjean himself did not possess. Nothing told him what zone of the city he was traversing, nor what way he had made. Only the growing pallor of the pools of light which he encountered from time to time indicated to him that the sun was withdrawing from the pavement, and that the day would soon be over, and the rolling of vehicles overhead, having become intermittent instead of continuous, then having almost ceased, he concluded that he was no longer under central Paris, and that he was approaching some solitary region, in the vicinity of the outer boulevards, or the extreme outer quays. Where there are fewer houses and streets, the sewer has fewer air holes. The gloom deepened around Jean Valjean. Nevertheless, he continued to advance, groping his way in the dark. Suddenly this darkness became terrible. Chapter 5, in the case of sand as in that of woman, there is a fineness which is treacherous. He felt that he was entering the water, and that he no longer had a pavement under his feet, but only mud. It sometimes happens, that on certain shores of Bretagne or Scotland a man, either a traveller or a fisherman, while walking at low tide on the beach far from shore, suddenly notices that for several minutes past, he has been walking with some difficulty. The beach underfoot is like pitch, his soles stick fast to it, it is no longer sand, it is bird lime. The strand is perfectly dry, but at every step that he takes, as soon as the foot is raised, the print is filled with water. The eye, however, has perceived no change, the immense beach is smooth and tranquil, all the sand has the same aspect, nothing distinguishes the soil that is solid from that which is not solid, the joyous little cloud of sand lice continues to leap tumultuously under the feet of the passer-by. The man pursues his way, he walks on, turns towards the land, endeavors to approach the shore. He is not uneasy. Uneasy about what? Only he is conscious that the heaviness of his feet seems to be increasing at every step that he takes. All at once he sinks in. He sinks in 2 or 3 inches. Decidedly, he is not on the right road, he halts to get his bearings. Suddenly he glances at his feet have disappeared. The sand has covered them. He draws his feet out of the sand, he tries to retrace his steps, he turns back, he sinks in more deeply than before. The sand is up to his ankles, he tears himself free from it and flings himself to the left, the sand reaches to mid-leg, he flings himself to the right, the sand comes up to his knees. Then, with indescribable terror, he recognizes the fact that he is caught in a quicksand, and that he has beneath him that frightful medium in which neither man can walk nor fish can swim. He flings away his burden, if he have one, he lightens himself. Like a ship in distress, it is too late, the sand is above his knees. He shouts, he waves his hat, or his handkerchief, the sand continually gains on him, if the beach is deserted, if the land is too far away, if the bank of sand is too ill-famed, there is no hero in the neighborhood, all is over, he is condemned to be engulfed. He is condemned to that terrible interment, long, infallible, implacable, which it is impossible to either retard or hasten, which lasts for hours, which will not come to an end, which seizes you erect, free, in the flush of health, which drags you down by the feet, which, at every effort that you attempt, at every shout that you utter, draws you a little lower, which has the air of punishing you for your resistance by a redoubled grasp, which forces a man to return slowly to earth, while leaving him time to survey the horizon, the trees, the verdant country, the smoke of the villages on the plain, the sails of the ships on the sea, the birds which fly and sing, the sun and the sky. This engulfment is the sepulchre which assumes a tide, and which mounts from the depths of the earth towards a living man. Each minute is an inexorable layer out of the dead. The wretched man tries to sit down, to lie down, to climb, every movement that he makes buries him deeper, he straightens himself up, he sinks, he feels that he is being swallowed up, he shrieks, implores, cries to the clouds, wrings his hands, grows desperate. Behold him in the sand up to his belly, the sand reaches to his breast, he is only a bust now. He uplifts his hands, utters furious groans, clenches his nails on the beach, tries to cling fast to that ashes, supports himself on his elbows in order to raise himself from that soft sheath, and sobs frantically. The sand mounts higher. The sand has reached his shoulders, the sand reaches to his throat, only his face is visible now. His mouth cries aloud, the sand fills it, silence. His eyes still gaze forth, the sand closes them, night. Then his brow decreases, a little hair quivers above the sand, a hand projects, pierces the surface of the beach, waves, and disappears. Sinister obliteration of a man. Sometimes a rider is engulfed with his horse, sometimes the carter is swallowed up with his cart, all founders in that strand. It is shipwreck elsewhere than in the water. It is the earth drowning a man. The earth, permeated with the ocean, becomes a pitfall. It presents itself in the guise of a plain, and it yawns like a wave. The abyss is subject to these treacheries. This melancholy fate, always possible on certain sea beaches, was also possible, 30 years ago, in the sewers of Paris. Before the important works, undertaken in 1833, the subterranean drain of Paris was subject to these sudden slides. The water filtered into certain subjacent strata, which were particularly friable, the footway, which was of flagstones, as in the ancient sewers, or of cement on concrete, as in the new galleries, having no longer an underpinning, gave way. A fold in a flooring of this sort means a crack, means crumbling. The framework crumbled away for a certain length. This crevice, the hiatus of a gulf of mire, was called a fontis, in the special tongue. What is a fontis? It is the quicksands of the seashore suddenly encountered under the surface of the earth. It is the beach of Mont Saint-Michel in a sewer. The soaked soil is in a state of fusion, as it were, all its molecules are in suspension in soft medium, it is not earth and it is not water. The depth is sometimes very great. Nothing can be more formidable than such an encounter. If the water predominates, death is prompt, the man is swallowed up; if earth predominates, death is slow. Can anyone picture to himself such a death? If being swallowed by the earth is terrible on the seashore, what is it in a cesspool? Instead of the open air, the broad daylight, the clear horizon, those vast sounds, those free clouds whence reigns life, instead of those barks descried in the distance, of that hope under all sorts of forms, of probable passers-by, of succor possible up to the very last moment, instead of all this, deafness, blindness, a black vault, the inside of a tomb already prepared, death in the mire beneath a cover. Slow suffocation by filth, a stone box where asphyxia opens its claw in the mire and clutches you by the throat, fetidness mingled with the death rattle, slime instead of the strand, sulphuret hydrogen in place of the hurricane, dung in place of the ocean. And to shout, to gnash one's teeth, and to writhe, and to struggle, and to agonize, with that enormous city which knows nothing of it all, over one's head. Inexpressible is the horror of dying thus. Death sometimes redeems his atrocity by a certain terrible dignity. On the funeral pile, in shipwreck, one can be great, in the flames as in the foam, a superb attitude is possible, one there becomes transfigured as one perishes. But not here. Death is filthy. It is humiliating to expire. The supreme floating visions are abject. Mud is synonymous with shame. It is petty, ugly, infamous. To die in a butt of Malvasie, like Clarence, is permissible, in the ditch of a scavenger, like Escobedo, is horrible. To struggle therein is hideous, at the same time that one is going through the death agony, one is floundering about. There are shadows enough for hell, and mire enough to render it nothing but a slough, and the dying man knows not whether he is on the point of becoming a spectre or a frog. Everywhere else the sepulchre is sinister, here it is deformed. The depth of the fontis varied, as well as their length and their density, according to the more or less bad quality of the subsoil. Sometimes a fontis was 3 or 4 feet deep, sometimes 8 or 10, sometimes the bottom was unfathomable. Here the mire was almost solid, there almost liquid. In the Lumiere fontis, it would have taken a man a day to disappear, while he would have been devoured in 5 minutes by the Philippe slough. The mire bears up more or less, according to its density. A child can escape where a man will perish. The first law of safety is to get rid of every sort of load. Every sewerman who felt the ground giving way beneath him began by flinging away his sack of tools, or his back basket, or his hod. The fontis were due to different causes: the friability of the soil, some landslip at a depth beyond the reach of man, the violent summer rains, the incessant flooding of winter, long, drizzling showers. Sometimes the weight of the surrounding houses on a marly or sandy soil forced out the vaults of the subterranean galleries and caused them to bend aside, or it chanced that a flooring vault burst and split under this crushing thrust. In this manner, the heaping up of the Parthenon, obliterated, a century ago, a portion of the vaults of St. Genevieve Hill. When a sewer was broken in under the pressure of the houses, the mischief was sometimes betrayed in the street above by a sort of space, like the teeth of a saw, between the paving stones. This crevice was developed in an undulating line throughout the entire length of the cracked vault, and then, the evil being visible, the remedy could be promptly applied. It also frequently happened, that the interior ravages were not revealed by any external scar. And in that case, woe to the sewermen. When they entered without precaution into the sewer, they were liable to be lost. Ancient registers make mention of several scavengers who were buried in fontes in this manner. They give many names, among others, that of the sewerman who was swallowed up in a quagmire under the manhole of the Rue Karim Prenant, a certain Blaise Poutrain. This Blaise Poutrain was the brother of Nicolas Poutrain, who was the last grave digger of the cemetery called the Charnier des Innocents, in 1785, the epoch when that cemetery expired. There was also that young and charming Vicomte d'Escobedo, of whom we have just spoken, one of the heroes of the siege of Lerida, where they delivered the assault in silk stockings, with violins at their head. D'Escobedo, surprised one night at his cousin's, the Duchesse de Sourdis, was drowned in a quagmire of the Boutriola sewer, in which he had taken refuge in order to escape from the Duke. Madame de Sourdis, when informed of his death, demanded her smelling bottle, and forgot to weep, through sniffling at her salts. In such cases, there is no love which holds fast, the sewer extinguishes it. Hero refuses to wash the body of Leander. Thisbe stops her nose in the presence of Pyramus and says, "Phew." Chapter 6, The Fontes. Jean Valjean found himself in the presence of a fontes. This sort of quagmire was common at that period in the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées, difficult to handle in the hydraulic works and a bad preservative of the subterranean constructions, on account of its excessive fluidity. This fluidity exceeds even the inconsistency of the sands of the Quartier St. Georges, which could only be conquered by a stone construction on a concrete foundation, and the clayey strata, infected with gas, of the Quartier des Martyrs, which are so liquid that the only way in which a passage was effected under the Galerie des Martyrs was by means of a cast-iron pipe. When, in 1836, the old stone sewer beneath the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, in which we now see Jean Valjean, was demolished for the purpose of reconstructing it, the quicksand, which forms the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées as far as the Seine, presented such an obstacle, that the operation lasted nearly 6 months, to the great clamour of the dwellers on the riverside, particularly those who had hotels and carriages. The work was more than unhealthy, it was dangerous. It is true that they had 4 months and a half of rain, and 3 floods of the Seine. The fontes which Jean Valjean had encountered was caused by the downpour of the preceding day. The pavement, badly sustained by the subjacent sand, had given way and had produced a stoppage of the water. Infiltration had taken place, a slip had followed. The dislocated bottom had sunk into the ooze. To what extent? Impossible to say. The obscurity was more dense there than elsewhere. It was a pit of mire in a cavern of night. Jean Valjean felt the pavement vanishing beneath his feet. He entered this slime. There was water on the surface, slime at the bottom. He must pass it. To retrace his steps was impossible. Marius was dying, and Jean Valjean exhausted. Besides, where was he to go? Jean Valjean advanced. Moreover, the pit seemed, for the first few steps, not to be very deep. But in proportion as he advanced, his feet plunged deeper. Soon he had the slime up to his calves and water above his knees. He walked on, raising Marius in his arms, as far above the water as he could. The mire now reached to his knees, and the water to his waist. He could no longer retreat. This mud, dense enough for one man, could not, obviously, uphold two. Marius and Jean Valjean would have stood a chance of extricating themselves singly. Jean Valjean continued to advance, supporting the dying man, who was, perhaps, a corpse. The water came up to his armpits, he felt that he was sinking, it was only with difficulty that he could move in the depth of ooze which he had now reached. The density, which was his support, was also an obstacle. He still held Marius on high, and with an unheard of expenditure of force, he advanced still, but he was sinking. He had only his head above the water now and his 2 arms holding up Marius. In the old paintings of the deluge there is a mother holding her child thus. He sank still deeper, he turned his face to the rear, to escape the water, and in order that he might be able to breathe. Anyone who had seen him in that gloom would have thought that what he beheld was a mask floating on the shadows. He caught a faint glimpse above him of the drooping head and livid face of Marius. He made a desperate effort and launched his foot forward. His foot struck something solid, a point of support. It was high time. He straightened himself up, and rooted himself upon that point of support with a sort of fury. This produced upon him the effect of the first step in a staircase leading back to life. The point of support, thus encountered in the mire at the supreme moment, was the beginning of the other watershed of the pavement, which had bent but had not given way, and which had curved under the water like a plank and in a single piece. Well-built pavements form a vault and possess this sort of firmness. This fragment of the vaulting, partly submerged, but solid, was a veritable inclined plane, and, Once on this plane, he was safe. Jean Valjean mounted this inclined plane and reached the other side of the quagmire. As he emerged from the water, he came in contact with a stone and fell upon his knees. He reflected that this was but just, and he remained there for some time, with his soul absorbed in words addressed to God. He rose to his feet, shivering, chilled, foul-smelling, bowed beneath the dying man whom he was dragging after him, all dripping with slime, and his soul filled with a strange light. Chapter 7. One sometimes runs aground when one fancies that one is disembarking. He set out on his way once more. However, although he had not left his life in the fontis, he seemed to have left his strength behind him there. That supreme effort had exhausted him. His lassitude was now such that he was obliged to pause for breath every 3 or 4 steps, and lean against the wall. Once he was forced to seat himself on the banquette in order to alter Marius' position, and he thought that he should have to remain there. But if his vigor was dead, his energy was not. He rose again. He walked on desperately, almost fast, proceeded thus for 100 paces, almost without drawing breath, and suddenly came in contact with the wall. He had reached an elbow of the sewer, and, arriving at the turn with head bent down, he had struck the wall. He raised his eyes, and at the extremity of the vault, far, very far away in front of him, he perceived a light. This time it was not that terrible light, it was good, white light. It was daylight. Jean Valjean saw the outlet. A damned soul, who, in the midst of the furnace, should suddenly perceive the outlet of Gehenna, would experience what Jean Valjean felt. It would fly wildly with the stumps of its burned wings towards that radiant portal. Jean Valjean was no longer conscious of fatigue, he no longer felt Marius' weight, he found his legs once more of steel, he ran rather than walked. As he approached, the outlet became more and more distinctly defined. It was a pointed arch, lower than the vault, which gradually narrowed, and narrower than the gallery, which closed in as the vault grew lower. The tunnel ended like the interior of a funnel, a faulty construction, imitated from the wickets of penitentiaries, logical in a prison, illogical in a sewer, and which has since been corrected. Jean Valjean reached the outlet. There he halted. It certainly was the outlet, but he could not get out. The arch was closed by a heavy grating, and the grating, which, to all appearance, rarely swung on its rusty hinges, was clamped to its stone jamb by a thick lock, which, red with rust, seemed like an enormous brick. The keyhole could be seen, and the robust latch, deeply sunk in the iron staple. The door was plainly double-locked. It was one of those prison locks which old Paris was so fond of lavishing. Beyond the grating was the open air, the river, the daylight, the shore, very narrow but sufficient for escape. The distant quays, Paris, that gulf in which one so easily hides oneself, the broad horizon, liberty. On the right, downstream, the bridge of Genoa was discernible, on the left, upstream, the bridge of the Invalids. The place would have been a propitious one in which to await the night and to escape. It was one of the most solitary points in Paris, the shore which faces the Grand Caillou. Flies were entering and emerging through the bars of the grating. It might have been 8:30 in the evening. The day was declining. Jean Valjean laid Marius down along the wall, on the dry portion of the vaulting, then he went to the grating and clenched both fists round the bars. The shock which he gave it was frenzied, but it did not move. The grating did not stir. Jean Valjean seized the bars one after the other, in the hope that he might be able to tear away the least solid, and to make of it a lever wherewith to raise the door or to break the lock. Not a bar stirred. The teeth of a tiger are not more firmly fixed in their sockets. No lever, no prying possible. The obstacle was invincible. There was no means of opening the gate. Must he then stop there? What was he to do? What was to become of him? He had not the strength to retrace his steps, to recommence the journey which he had already taken. Besides, how was he to again traverse that quagmire whence he had only extricated himself as by a miracle? And after the quagmire, was there not the police patrol, which assuredly could not be twice avoided? And then, whither was he to go? What direction should he pursue? To follow the incline would not conduct him to his goal. If he were to reach another outlet, he would find it obstructed by a plug or a grating. Every outlet was, undoubtedly, closed in that manner. Chance had unsealed the grating through which he had entered, but it was evident that all the other sewer mouths were barred. He had only succeeded in escaping into a prison. All was over. Everything that Jean Valjean had done was useless. Exhaustion had ended in failure. They were both caught in the immense and gloomy web of death, and Jean Valjean felt the terrible spider running along those black strands and quivering in the shadows. He turned his back to the grating, and fell upon the pavement, hurled to earth rather than seated, close to Marius, who still made no movement, and with his head bent between his knees. This was the last drop of anguish. Of what was he thinking during this profound depression? Neither of himself nor of Marius. He was thinking of Cosette. Chapter 8, The Torn Coat Tail. In the midst of this prostration, a hand was laid on his shoulder, and a low voice said to him, "Half shares." Some person in that gloom? Nothing so closely resembles a dream as despair. Jean Valjean thought that he was dreaming. He had heard no footsteps. Was it possible? He raised his eyes. A man stood before him. This man was clad in a blouse, his feet were bare, he held his shoes in his left hand, he had evidently removed them in order to reach Jean Valjean, without allowing his steps to be heard. Jean Valjean did not hesitate for an instant. Unexpected as was this encounter, this man was known to him. The man was Thénardier. Although awakened, so to speak, with a start, Jean Valjean, accustomed to alarms, and steeled to unforeseen shocks that must be promptly parried, instantly regained possession of his presence of mind. Moreover, the situation could not be made worse, a certain degree of distress is no longer capable of a crescendo, and Thénardier himself could add nothing to this blackness of this night. A momentary pause ensued. Thénardier, raising his right hand to a level with his forehead, formed with it a shade, then he brought his eyelashes together, by screwing up his eyes, a motion which, in connection with a slight contraction of the mouth, characterizes the sagacious attention of a man who is endeavoring to recognize another man. He did not succeed. Jean Valjean, as we have just stated, had his back turned to the light, and he was, moreover, so disfigured, so bemired, so bleeding that he would have been unrecognizable in full noonday. On the contrary, illuminated by the light from the grating, a cellar light, it is true, livid, yet precise in its lividness, Thénardier, as the energetic popular metaphor expresses it, immediately leaped into Jean Valjean's eyes. This inequality of conditions sufficed to assure some advantage to Jean Valjean in that mysterious duel which was on the point of beginning between the two situations and the two men. The encounter took place between Jean Valjean veiled and Thénardier unmasked. Jean Valjean immediately perceived that Thénardier did not recognize him. They surveyed each other for a moment in that half-gloom, as though taking each other's measure. Thénardier was the first to break the silence. "How are you going to manage to get out?" Jean Valjean made no reply. Thénardier continued. "It's impossible to pick the lock of that gate, but still you must get out of this." "That is true," said Jean Valjean. "Well, half shares then." "What do you mean by that?" "You have killed that man, that's all right, I have the key." Thénardier pointed to Marius. He went on. "I don't know you, but I want to help you, you must be a friend." Jean Valjean began to comprehend. Thénardier took him for an assassin. Thénardier resumed. "Listen, comrade, you didn't kill that man without looking to see what he had in his pockets. Give me my half, I'll open the door for you." And half drawing from beneath his tattered blouse a huge key, he added. "Do you want to see how a key to liberty is made? Look here." Jean Valjean remained stupid. The expression belongs to the elder Corneille, to such a degree that he doubted whether what he beheld was real. It was Providence appearing in horrible guise, and his good angel springing from the earth in the form of Thénardier. Thénardier thrust his fist into a large pocket concealed under his blouse, drew out a rope and offered it to Jean Valjean. "Hold on," said he, "I'll give you the rope to boot." "What is the rope for?" "You will need a stone also, but you can find one outside, there's a heap of rubbish." "What am I to do with a stone?" "Idiot, you'll want to sling that stiff into the river, you'll need a stone and a rope, otherwise it would float on the water." Jean Valjean took the rope. There is no one who does not occasionally accept in this mechanical way. Thénardier snapped his fingers as though an idea had suddenly occurred to him. "Ah, see here, comrade, how did you contrive to get out of that slough yonder? I haven't dared to risk myself in it. Phew, you don't smell good." After a pause he added. "I'm asking you questions, but you're perfectly right not to answer. It's an apprenticeship against that cursed quarter of an hour before the examining magistrate, and then, when you don't talk at all, you run no risk of talking too loud. That's no matter, as I can't see your face and as I don't know your name. You are wrong in supposing that I don't know who you are and what you want. I twig you've broken up that gentleman a bit, now you want to tuck him away somewhere. The river, that great hider of folly, is what you want. I'll get you out of your scrape. Helping a good fellow in a pinch is what suits me to a hair." While expressing his approval of Jean Valjean's silence, he endeavored to force him to talk. He jostled his shoulder in an attempt to catch a sight of his profile, and he exclaimed, without, however, raising his tone. "Apropos of that quagmire, you're a hardy animal, why didn't you toss the man in there?" Jean Valjean preserved silence. Thénardier resumed, pushing the rag which served him as a cravat to the level of his Adam's apple, a gesture which completes the capable air of a serious man. "After all, you acted wisely. The workmen, when they come tomorrow to stop up that hole, would certainly have found the stiff abandoned there, and it might have been possible, thread by thread, straw by straw, to pick up the scent and reach you. Someone has passed through the sewer. Who? Where did he get out? Was he seen to come out? The police are full of cleverness. The sewer is treacherous and tells tales of you. Such a find is a rarity, it attracts attention, very few people make use of the sewers for their affairs, while the river belongs to everybody. The river is the true grave. At the end of a month they fish up your man in the nets at St. Cloud. Well, what does one care for that? It's carrion." Who killed that man? Paris. And justice makes no inquiries. You have done well. The more loquacious Thénardier became, the more mute was Jean Valjean. Again Thénardier shook him by the shoulder. Now let's settle this business, let's go shares, you have seen my key, show me your money. Thénardier was haggard, fierce, suspicious, rather menacing, yet amicable. There was one singular circumstance, Thénardier's manners were not simple, he had not the air of being wholly at his ease, while affecting an air of mystery, he spoke low, from time to time he laid his finger on his mouth, and muttered, "Hush," it was difficult to divine why. There was no one there except themselves. Jean Valjean thought that other ruffians might possibly be concealed in some nook, not very far off, and that Thénardier did not care to share with them. Thénardier resumed. Let's settle up, how much did the stiff have in his bags? Jean Valjean searched his pockets. It was his habit, as the reader will remember, to always have some money about him. The mournful life of expedience to which he had been condemned imposed this as a law upon him. On this occasion, however, he had been caught unprepared. When donning his uniform of a National Guardsman on the preceding evening, he had forgotten, dolefully absorbed as he was, to take his pocket-book. He had only some small change in his fob. He turned out his pocket, all soaked with ooze, and spread out on the banquette of the vault 1 Louis d'or, 2 5-franc pieces, and 5 or 6 large sous. Thénardier thrust out his lower lip with a significant twist of the neck. You knocked him over cheap, said he. He set to feeling the pockets of Jean Valjean and Marius, with the greatest familiarity. Jean Valjean, who was chiefly concerned in keeping his back to the light, let him have his way. While handling Marius' coat, Thénardier, with the skill of a pickpocket, and without being noticed by Jean Valjean, tore off a strip which he concealed under his blouse, probably thinking that this morsel of stuff might serve, later on, to identify the assassinated man and the assassin. However, he found no more than the 30 francs. That's true, said he, both of you together have no more than that. And, forgetting his motto, half shares, he took all. He hesitated a little over the large sous. After due reflection, he took them also, muttering. Never mind, you cut folks' throats too cheap altogether. That done, he once more drew the big key from under his blouse. Now, my friend, you must leave, it's like the fair here, you pay when you go out, you have paid, now clear out. And he began to laugh. Had he, in lending to this stranger the aid of his key, and in making some other man than himself emerge from that portal, the pure and disinterested intention of rescuing an assassin? We may be permitted to doubt this. Thénardier helped Jean Valjean to replace Marius on his shoulders, then he betook himself to the grating on tiptoe, and barefooted, making Jean Valjean a sign to follow him, looked out, laid his finger on his mouth, and remained for several seconds, as though in suspense. His inspection finished, he placed the key in the lock. The bolt slipped back and the gate swung open. It neither grated nor squeaked. It moved very softly. It was obvious that this gate and those hinges, carefully oiled, were in the habit of opening more frequently than was supposed. This softness was suspicious, it hinted at furtive goings and comings, silent entrances and exits of nocturnal men, and the wolf-like tread of crime. The sewer was evidently an accomplice of some mysterious band. This taciturn grating was a receiver of stolen goods. Thénardier opened the gate a little way, allowing just sufficient space for Jean Valjean to pass out, closed the grating again, gave the key a double turn in the lock and plunged back into the darkness, without making any more noise than a breath. He seemed to walk with the velvet paws of a tiger. A moment later, that hideous providence had retreated into the invisibility. Jean Valjean found himself in the open air. Chapter 9, Marius produces on someone who is a judge of the matter, the effect of being dead. He allowed Marius to slide down upon the shore. They were in the open air. The miasmas, darkness, horror lay behind him. The pure, healthful, living, joyous air that was easy to breathe inundated him. Everywhere around him reigned silence, but that charming silence when the sun has set in an unclouded azure sky. Twilight had descended, night was drawing on, the great deliverer, the friend of all those who need a mantle of darkness that they may escape from an anguish. The sky presented itself in all directions like an enormous calm. The river flowed to his feet with the sound of a kiss. The aerial dialogue of the nests bidding each other good night in the elms of the Champs-Élysées was audible. A few stars, daintily piercing the pale blue of the zenith, and visible to reverie alone, formed imperceptible little splendors amid the immensity. Evening was unfolding over the head of Jean Valjean all the sweetness of the infinite. It was that exquisite and undecided hour which says neither yes nor no. Night was already sufficiently advanced to render it possible to lose oneself at a little distance, and yet there was sufficient daylight to permit of recognition at close quarters. For several seconds, Jean Valjean was irresistibly overcome by that august and caressing serenity. Such moments of oblivion do come to men, suffering refrains from harassing the unhappy wretch, everything is eclipsed in the thoughts, peace broods over the dreamer like night, and, beneath the twilight which beams and in imitation of the sky which is illuminated, the soul becomes studded with stars. Jean Valjean could not refrain from contemplating that vast, clear shadow which rested over him. Thoughtfully he bathed in the sea of ecstasy and prayer in the majestic silence of the eternal heavens. Then he bent down swiftly to Marius, as though the sentiment of duty had returned to him, and, dipping up water in the hollow of his hand, he gently sprinkled a few drops on the latter's face. Marius' eyelids did not open, but his half-open mouth still breathed. Jean Valjean was on the point of dipping his hand in the river once more, when, all at once, he experienced an indescribable embarrassment, such as a person feels when there is someone behind him whom he does not see. We have already alluded to this impression, with which everyone is familiar. He turned round. Someone was, in fact, behind him, as there had been a short while before. A man of lofty stature, enveloped in a long coat, with folded arms, and bearing in his right fist a bludgeon of which the leaden head was visible, stood a few paces in the rear of the spot where Jean Valjean was crouching over Marius. With the aid of the darkness, it seemed a sort of apparition. An ordinary man would have been alarmed because of the twilight, a thoughtful man on account of the bludgeon. Jean Valjean recognized Javert. The reader has divined, no doubt, that Thénardier's pursuer was no other than Javert. Javert, after his unlooked-for escape from the barricade, had betaken himself to the prefecture of police, had rendered a verbal account to the prefect in person in a brief audience, had then immediately gone on duty again, which implied, the note, the reader will recollect, which had been captured on his person, a certain surveillance of the shore on the right bank of the Seine near the Champs-Élysées, which had, for some time past, aroused the attention of the police. There he had caught sight of Thénardier and had followed him. The reader knows the rest. Thus it will be easily understood that grating, so obligingly opened to Jean Valjean, was a bit of cleverness on Thénardier's part. Thénardier intuitively felt that Javert was still there. The man spied upon has a scent which never deceives him. It was necessary to fling a bone to that sleuth-hound. An assassin, what a godsend! Such an opportunity must never be allowed to slip. Thénardier, by putting Jean Valjean outside in his stead, provided a prey for the police, forced them to relinquish his scent, made them forget him in a bigger adventure, repaid Javert for his waiting, which always flatters a spy, earned 30 francs, and counted with certainty, so far as he himself was concerned, on escaping with the aid of this diversion. Jean Valjean had fallen from one danger upon another. These two encounters, this falling one after the other, from Thénardier upon Javert, was a rude shock. Javert did not recognize Jean Valjean, who, as we have stated, no longer looked like himself. He did not unfold his arms, he made sure of his bludgeon in his fist, by an imperceptible movement, and said in a curt, calm voice. Who are you? I. Who is I? Jean Valjean. Javert thrust his bludgeon between his teeth, bent his knees, inclined his body, laid his two powerful hands on the shoulders of Jean Valjean, which were clamped within them as in a couple of vices, scrutinized him, and recognized him. Their faces almost touched. Javert's look was terrible. Jean Valjean remained inert beneath Javert's grasp, like a lion submitting to the claws of a lynx. Inspector Javert, said he, you have me in your power. Moreover, I have regarded myself as your prisoner ever since this morning. I did not give you my address with any intention of escaping from you. Take me, only grant me one favor. Javert did not appear to hear him. He kept his eyes riveted on Jean Valjean. His chin being contracted, thrust his lips upwards towards his nose, a sign of savage reverie. At length he released Jean Valjean, straightened himself stiffly up without bending, grasped his bludgeon again firmly, and, as though in a dream, he murmured rather than uttered this question. What are you doing here, and who is this man? He still abstained from addressing Jean Valjean as thou. Jean Valjean replied, and the sound of his voice appeared to rouse Javert. It is with regard to him that I desire to speak to you. Dispose of me as you see fit, but first help me to carry him home. That is all that I ask of you. Javert's face contracted, as was always the case when anyone seemed to think him capable of making a concession. Nevertheless, he did not say no. Again he bent over, drew from his pocket a handkerchief which he moistened in the water and with which he then wiped Marius' blood-stained brow. This man was at the barricade, said he in a low voice and as though speaking to himself. He is the one they called Marius. A spy of the first quality, who had observed everything, listened to everything, and taken in everything, even when he thought that he was to die, who had played the spy even in his agony, and who, with his elbows leaning on the first step of the sepulchre, had taken notes. He seized Marius' hand and felt his pulse. He is wounded, said Jean Valjean. He is a dead man, said Javert. Jean Valjean replied. No, not yet. So you have brought him thither from the barricade, remarked Javert. His preoccupation must indeed have been very profound for him not to insist on this alarming rescue through the sewer, and for him not to even notice Jean Valjean's silence after his question. Jean Valjean, on his side, seemed to have but one thought. He resumed. He lives in the Marais, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, with his grandfather. I do not recollect his name. Jean Valjean fumbled in Marius' coat, pulled out his pocket-book, opened it at the page which Marius had penciled, and held it out to Javert. There was still sufficient light to admit of reading. Besides this, Javert possessed in his eye the feline phosphorescence of night birds. He deciphered the few lines written by Marius, and muttered, Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, no 6. Then he exclaimed, Coachman. The reader will remember that the hackney coach was waiting in case of need. Javert kept Marius' pocket-book. A moment later, the carriage, which had descended by the inclined plane of the watering place, was on the shore. Marius was laid upon the back seat, and Javert seated himself on the front seat beside Jean Valjean. The door slammed, and the carriage drove rapidly away, ascending the quays in the direction of the Bastille. They quitted the quays and entered the streets. The coachman, a black form on his box, whipped up his thin horses. A glacial silence reigned in the carriage. Marius, motionless, with his body resting in the corner, and his head drooping on his breast, his arms hanging, his legs stiff, seemed to be awaiting only a coffin. Jean Valjean seemed made of shadow, and Javert of stone, and in that vehicle full of night, whose interior, every time that it passed in front of a street lantern, appeared to be turned lividly wan, as by an intermittent flash of lightning, chance had united and seemed to be bringing face to face the three forms of tragic immobility. The corpse, the spectre, and the statue. Chapter 10, Return of the son who was prodigal of his life. At every jolt over the pavement, a drop of blood trickled from Marius' hair. Night had fully closed in when the carriage arrived at number 6, Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Javert was the first to alight. He made sure with one glance of the number on the carriage gate, and, raising the heavy knocker of beaten iron, embellished in the old style, with a male goat and a satyr confronting each other, he gave a violent peal. The gate opened a little way and Javert gave it a push. The porter half made his appearance yawning, vaguely awake, and with a candle in his hand. Everyone in the house was asleep. People go to bed betimes in the Marais, especially on days when there is a revolt. This good, old quarter, terrified at the revolution, takes refuge in slumber, as children, when they hear the bugaboo coming, hide their heads hastily under their coverlet. In the meantime Jean Valjean and the coachman had taken Marius out of the carriage, Jean Valjean supporting him under the armpits, and the coachman under the knees. As they thus bore Marius, Jean Valjean slipped his hand under the latter's clothes, which were broadly rent, felt his breast, and assured himself that his heart was still beating. It was even beating a little less feebly, as though the movement of the carriage had brought about a certain fresh access of life. Javert addressed the porter in a tone befitting the government, and the presence of the porter of a factious person. Some person whose name is Gillenormand. Here, what do you want with him? His son is brought back. His son, said the porter stupidly. He is dead. Jean Valjean, who, soiled and tattered, stood behind Javert, and whom the porter was surveying with some horror, made a sign to him with his head that this was not so. The porter did not appear to understand either Javert's words or Jean Valjean's sign. Javert continued. He went to the barricade, and here he is. To the barricade, ejaculated the porter. He has got himself killed. Go waken his father. The porter did not stir. Go along with you, repeated Javert. And he added. There will be a funeral here tomorrow. For Javert, the usual incidents of the public highway were categorically classed, which is the beginning of foresight and surveillance, and each contingency had its own compartment. All possible facts were arranged in drawers, as it were, whence they emerged on occasion, in variable quantities, in the street, uproar, revolt, carnival, and funeral. The porter contented himself with waking Basque. Basque woke Nicolette, Nicolette roused Great-Aunt Gillenormand. As for the grandfather, they let him sleep on, thinking that he would hear about the matter early enough in any case. Marius was carried up to the first floor, without anyone in the other parts of the house being aware of the fact, and deposited on an old sofa in M. Gillenormand's antechamber, and while Basque went in search of a physician, and while Nicolette opened the linen presses, Jean Valjean felt Javert touch him on the shoulder. He understood and descended the stairs, having behind him the step of Javert who was following him. The porter watched them take their departure as he had watched their arrival, in terrified somnolence. They entered the carriage once more, and the coachman mounted his box. Inspector Javert, said Jean, grant me yet another favor. What is it? Demanded Javert roughly. Let me go home for one instant, then you shall do whatever you like with me. Javert remained silent for a few moments, with his chin drawn back into the collar of his great coat, then he lowered the glass in front. Driver, said he, Rue de l'Homme Arme, no 7. Chapter 11, Concussion in the Absolute. They did not open their lips again during the whole space of their ride. What did Jean Valjean want? To finish what he had begun, to warn Cosette, to tell her where Marius was, to give her, possibly, some other useful information, to take, if he could, certain final measures. As for himself, so far as he was personally concerned, all was over. He had been seized by Javert and had not resisted. Any other man than himself in like situation would, perhaps, have had some vague thoughts connected with the rope which Thénardier had given him, and of the bars of the first cell that he should enter, but, let us impress it upon the reader, after the bishop, there had existed in Jean Valjean a profound hesitation in the presence of any violence, even when directed against himself. Suicide, that mysterious act of violence against the unknown which may contain, in a measure, the death of the soul, was impossible to Jean Valjean. At the entrance to the Rue Delhomme Arm, the carriage halted, the way being too narrow to admit of the entrance of vehicles. Javert and Jean Valjean alighted. The coachman humbly represented to Monsieur l'Inspector, that the Utrecht velvet of his carriage was all spotted with the blood of the assassinated man, and with mire from the assassin. That is the way he understood it. He added that an indemnity was due him. At the same time, drawing his certificate book from his pocket, he begged the inspector to have the goodness to write him a bit of an attestation. Javert thrust aside the book which the coachman held out to him, and said, "How much do you want, including your time of waiting and the drive?" "It comes to 7 hours and a quarter," replied the man, "and my velvet was perfectly new. 80 francs, Mr. Inspector." Javert drew 4 Napoleons from his pocket and dismissed the carriage. Jean Valjean fancied that it was Javert's intention to conduct him on foot to the post of the Blancs Manteau or to the post of the Archives, both of which are close at hand. They entered the street. It was deserted as usual. Javert followed Jean Valjean. They reached number 7. Jean Valjean knocked. The door opened. "It is well," said Javert. "Go upstairs," he added with a strange expression, and as though he were exerting an effort in speaking in this manner. "I will wait for you here." Jean Valjean looked at Javert. This mode of procedure was but little in accord with Javert's habits. However, he could not be greatly surprised that Javert should now have a sort of haughty confidence in him, the confidence of the cat which grants the mouse liberty to the length of its claws, seeing that Jean Valjean had made up his mind to surrender himself and to make an end of it. He pushed open the door, entered the house, called to the porter who was in bed and who had pulled the cord from his couch, "It is I," and ascended the stairs. On arriving at the first floor, he paused. All sorrowful roads have their stations. The window on the landing place, which was a sash window, was open. As in many ancient houses, the staircase got its light from without and had a view on the street. The street lantern, situated directly opposite, cast some light on the stairs, and thus effected some economy in illumination. Jean Valjean, either for the sake of getting the air, or mechanically, thrust his head out of this window. He leaned out over the street. It is short, and the lantern lighted it from end to end. Jean Valjean was overwhelmed with amazement, there was no longer anyone there. Javert had taken his departure. Chapter 12, The Grandfather. Basque and the porter had carried Marius into the drawing room, as he still lay stretched out, motionless, on the sofa upon which he had been placed on his arrival. The doctor who had been sent for had hastened thither. Aunt Gillenormand had risen. Aunt Gillenormand went and came, in a fright, wringing her hands and incapable of doing anything but saying, "Heavens, is it possible?" At times she added, "Everything will be covered with blood." When her first horror had passed off, a certain philosophy of the situation penetrated her mind, and took form in the exclamation, "It was bound to end in this way." She did not go so far as, "I told you so," which is customary on this sort of occasion. At the physician's orders, a camp bed had been prepared beside the sofa. The doctor examined Marius, and after having found that his pulse was still beating, that the wounded man had no very deep wound on his breast, and that the blood on the corners of his lips proceeded from his nostrils, he had him placed flat on the bed, without a pillow, with his head on the same level as his body, and even a trifle lower, and with his bust bare in order to facilitate respiration. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, on perceiving that they were undressing Marius, withdrew. She set herself to telling her beads in her own chamber. The trunk had not suffered any internal injury, a bullet, deadened by the pocket-book, had turned aside and made the tour of his ribs with a hideous laceration, which was of no great depth, and consequently, not dangerous. The long, underground journey had completed the dislocation of the broken collarbone, and the disorder there was serious. The arms had been slashed with saber cuts. Not a single scar disfigured his face, but his head was fairly covered with cuts. What would be the result of these wounds on the head? Would they stop short at the hairy cuticle, or would they attack the brain? As yet, this could not be decided. A grave symptom was that they had caused a swoon, and that people do not always recover from such swoons. Moreover, the wounded man had been exhausted by hemorrhage. From the waist down, the barricade had protected the lower part of the body from injury. Basque and Nicolette tore up linen and prepared bandages, Nicolette sewed them, Basque rolled them. As lint was lacking, the doctor, for the time being, arrested the bleeding with layers of wadding. Beside the bed, 3 candles burned on a table where the case of surgical instruments lay spread out. The doctor bathed Marius' face and hair with cold water. A full pail was reddened in an instant. The porter, candle in hand, lighted them. The doctor seemed to be pondering sadly. From time to time, he made a negative sign with his head, as though replying to some question which he had inwardly addressed to himself. A bad sign for the sick man are these mysterious dialogues of the doctor with himself. At the moment when the doctor was wiping Marius' face, and lightly touching his still closed eyes with his finger, a door opened at the end of the drawing room, and a long, pallid figure made its appearance. This was the grandfather. The revolt had, for the past 2 days, deeply agitated, enraged and engrossed the mind of M. Gillenormand. He had not been able to sleep on the previous night, and he had been in a fever all day long. In the evening, he had gone to bed very early, recommending that everything in the house should be well barred, and he had fallen into a doze through sheer fatigue. Old men sleep lightly. M. Gillenormand's chamber adjoined the drawing room, and in spite of all the precautions that had been taken, the noise had awakened him. Surprised at the rift of light which he saw under his door, he had risen from his bed, and had groped his way thither. He stood astonished on the threshold, one hand on the handle of the half-open door, with his head bent a little forward and quivering, his body wrapped in a white dressing gown, which was straight and as destitute of folds as a winding sheet, and he had the air of a phantom who is gazing into a tomb. He saw the bed, and on the mattress that young man, bleeding, white with a waxen whiteness, with closed eyes and gaping mouth, and pallid lips, stripped to the waist, slashed all over with crimson wounds, motionless and brilliantly lighted up. The grandfather trembled from head to foot as powerfully as ossified limbs can tremble. His eyes, whose cornea were yellow on account of his great age, were veiled in a sort of vitreous glitter, his whole face assumed in an instant the earthy angles of a skull, his arms fell pendant, as though a spring had broken, and his amazement was betrayed by the outspreading of the fingers of his 2 aged hands, which quivered all over. His knees formed an angle in front, allowing, through the opening in his dressing gown, a view of his poor bare legs, all bristling with white hairs, and he murmured, "Marius." "Sir," said Basque, "Monsieur has just been brought back." He went to the barricade, and "He is dead," cried the old man in a terrible voice. "Ah, the rascal!" Then a sort of sepulchral transformation straightened up this centenarian as erect as a young man. "Sir," said he, "you are the doctor. Begin by telling me one thing. He is dead, is he not?" The doctor, who was at the highest pitch of anxiety, remained silent. M. Gillenormand wrung his hands with an outburst of terrible laughter. "He is dead, he is dead, he is dead, he has got himself killed on the barricades, out of hatred to me, he did that to spite me. Ah, you blood drinker, this is the way he returns to me, misery of my life, he is dead." He went to the window, threw it wide open as though he were stifling, and, erect before the darkness, he began to talk into the street, to the night. "Pierced, sabred, exterminated, slashed, hacked in pieces, just look at that, the villain. He knew well that I was waiting for him, and that I had had his room arranged, and that I had placed at the head of my bed his portrait taken when he was a little child. He knew well that he had only to come back, and that I had been recalling him for years, and that I remained by my fireside, with my hands on my knees, not knowing what to do, and that I was mad over it. You knew well, that you had but to return and to say, 'It is I,' and you would have been the master of the house, and that I should have obeyed you, and that you could have done whatever you pleased with your old numbskull of a grandfather. You knew that well, and you said, 'No, he is a royalist, I will not go,' and you went to the barricades, and you got yourself killed out of malice, to revenge yourself for what I said to you about Monsieur le Duc de Berry. It is infamous. Go to bed then and sleep tranquilly. He is dead, and this is my awakening." The doctor, who was beginning to be uneasy in both quarters, quitted Marius for a moment, went to M. Gillenormand, and took his arm. The grandfather turned round, gazed at him with eyes which seemed exaggerated in size and bloodshot, and said to him calmly, "I thank you, sir. I am composed. I am a man. I witnessed the death of Louis XVI. I know how to bear events. One thing is terrible, and that is to think that it is your newspapers which do all the mischief. You will have scribblers, chatterers, lawyers, orators, tribunes, discussions, progress, enlightenment, the rights of man, the liberty of the press, and this is the way that your children will be brought home to you. Ah, Marius, it is abominable, killed, dead before me, a barricade, ah, the scamp. Doctor, you live in this quarter, I believe? Oh, I know you well. I see your cabriolet pass my window. I am going to tell you. You are wrong to think that I am angry. One does not fly into a rage against a dead man. That would be stupid. This is a child whom I have reared. I was already old while he was very young. He played in the Tuileries garden with his little shovel and his little chair, and in order that the inspectors might not grumble, I stopped up the holes that he made in the earth with his shovel. With my cane. One day he exclaimed, 'Down with Louis XVIII. And off he went. It was no fault of mine. He was all rosy and blonde. His mother is dead. Have you ever noticed that all little children are blonde? Why is it so? He is the son of one of those brigands of the lawyer, but children are innocent of their father's crimes. I remember when he was no higher than that. He could not manage to pronounce his ds. He had a way of talking that was so sweet and indistinct that you would have thought it was a bird chirping. I remember that once, in front of the Hercules Farnese, people formed a circle to admire him and marvel at him. He was so handsome, was that child. He had a head such as you see in pictures. I talked in a deep voice, and I frightened him with my cane, but he knew very well that it was only to make him laugh. In the morning, when he entered my room, I grumbled, but he was like the sunlight to me, all the same. One cannot defend oneself against those brats. They take hold of you, they hold you fast. They never let you go again. The truth is, that there never was a Cupid like that child. Now, what can you say for your Lafayettes, your Benjamin Constants, and your Tirequeer de Courcelles who have killed him? This cannot be allowed to pass in this fashion. He approached Marius, who still lay livid and motionless, and to whom the physician had returned, and began once more to wring his hands. The old man's pallid lips moved as though mechanically, and permitted the passage of words that were barely audible, like breaths in the death agony. Ah, heartless lad, ah, club bist, ah, wretch, ah, Septembrist. Reproaches in the low voice of an agonizing man, addressed to a corpse. Little by little, as it is always indispensable that internal eruptions should come to the light, the sequence of words returned, but the grandfather appeared no longer to have the strength to utter them. His voice was so weak, and extinct, that it seemed to come from the other side of an abyss. It is all the same to me, I am going to die too, that I am, and to think that there is not a hussy in Paris who would not have been delighted to make this wretch happy, a scamp who, instead of amusing himself and enjoying life, went off to fight and get himself shot down like a brute, and for whom? Why, for the Republic, instead of going to dance at the Chaumiere, as it is the duty of young folks to do. What's the use of being 20 years old? The Republic, accursed pretty folly, poor mothers. Beget fine boys, do. Come, he is dead. That will make 2 funerals under the same carriage gate. So you have got yourself arranged like this for the sake of General Lamarck's handsome eyes. What had that General Lamarck done to you? A slasher. A chatterbox. To get oneself killed for a dead man. If that isn't enough to drive anyone mad. Just think of it. At 20. And without so much as turning his head to see whether he was not leaving something behind him. That's the way poor, good old fellows are forced to die alone, nowadays. Perish in your corner, owl. Well, after all, so much the better, that is what I was hoping for. This will kill me on the spot. I am too old, I am 100 years old, I am 100,000 years old, I ought, by rights, to have been dead long ago. This blow puts an end to it. So all is over, what happiness. What is the good of making him inhale ammonia and all that parcel of drugs? You are wasting your trouble, you fool of a doctor. Come, he's dead, completely dead. I know all about it, I am dead myself too. He hasn't done things by half. Yes, this age is infamous, infamous, and that's what I think of you, of your ideas, of your systems, of your masters, of your oracles, of your doctors, of your scapegraces of writers, of your rascally philosophers, and of all the revolutions which, for the last 60 years, have been frightening the flocks of crows in the Tuileries. But you were pitiless in getting yourself killed like this. I shall not even grieve over your death, do you understand, you assassin? At that moment, Marius slowly opened his eyes, and his glance, still dimmed by lethargic wonder, rested on M. Gillenormand. Marius, cried the old man. Marius, my little Marius, my child, my well-beloved son, you open your eyes, you gaze upon me, you are alive, thanks. And he fell fainting. Book 4th, Javert derailed. Chapter I. Javert passed slowly down the Rue de l'Homme. He walked with drooping head for the first time in his life, and likewise, for the first time in his life, with his hands behind his back. Up to that day, Javert had borrowed from Napoleon's attitudes, only that which is expressive of resolution, with arms folded across the chest, that which is expressive of uncertainty, with the hands behind the back, had been unknown to him. Now, a change had taken place, his whole person, slow and sombre, was stamped with anxiety. He plunged into the silent streets. Nevertheless, he followed one given direction. He took the shortest cut to the Seine, reached the Quai des Ormes, skirted the quay, passed the Grève, and halted at some distance from the post of the Place du Châtelet, at the angle of the Pont Notre Dame. There, between the Notre Dame and the Pont au Change on the one hand, and the Quai de la Mégisserie and the Quai Auxiliary Fleurs on the other, the Seine forms a sort of square lake, traversed by a rapid. This point of the Seine is dreaded by mariners. Nothing is more dangerous than this rapid, hemmed in, at that epoch, and irritated by the piles of the mill on the bridge, now demolished. The two bridges, situated thus close together, augment the peril. The water hurries in formidable wise through the arches. It rolls in vast and terrible waves, it accumulates and piles up there, the flood attacks the piles of the bridges as though in an effort to pluck them up with great liquid ropes. Men who fall in there never reappear, the best of swimmers are drowned there. Javert leaned both elbows on the parapet, his chin resting in both hands, and, while his nails were mechanically twined in the abundance of his whiskers, he meditated. A novelty, a revolution, a catastrophe had just taken place in the depths of his being, and he had something upon which to examine himself. Javert was undergoing horrible suffering. For several hours, Javert had ceased to be simple. He was troubled, that brain, so limpid in its blindness, had lost its transparency, that crystal was clouded. Javert felt duty divided within his conscience, and he could not conceal the fact from himself. When he had so unexpectedly encountered Jean Valjean on the banks of the Seine, there had been in him something of the wolf which regains his grip on his prey, and of the dog who finds his master again. He beheld before him two paths, both equally straight, but he beheld two, and that terrified him, who had never in all his life known more than one straight line. And, the poignant anguish lay in this, that the two paths were contrary to each other. One of these straight lines excluded the other. Which of the two was the true one? His situation was indescribable. To owe his life to a malefactor, to accept that debt and to repay it, to be, in spite of himself, on a level with a fugitive from justice, and to repay his service with another service, to allow it to be said to him, go, and to say to the latter in his turn, be free, to sacrifice to personal motives duty, that general obligation, and to be conscious, in those personal motives, of something that was also general, and, perchance, superior, to betray society in order to remain true to his conscience, that all these absurdities should be realized and should accumulate upon him, this was what overwhelmed him. One thing had amazed him, this was that Jean Valjean should have done him a favor, and one thing petrified him, that he, Javert, should have done Jean Valjean a favor. Where did he stand? He sought to comprehend his position, and could no longer find his bearings. What was he to do now? To deliver up Jean Valjean was bad, to leave Jean Valjean at liberty was bad. In the first case, the man of authority fell lower than the man of the galleys, in the second, a convict rose above the law, and set his foot upon it. In both cases, dishonor for him, Javert. There was disgrace in any resolution at which he might arrive. Destiny has some extremities which rise perpendicularly from the impossible, and beyond which life is no longer anything but a precipice. Javert had reached one of those extremities. One of his anxieties consisted in being constrained to think. The very violence of all these conflicting emotions forced him to it. Thought was something to which he was unused, and which was peculiarly painful. In thought there always exists a certain amount of internal rebellion, and it irritated him to have that within him. Thought on any subject whatever, outside of the restricted circle of his functions, would have been for him in any case useless and a fatigue. Thought on the day which had just passed was a torture. Nevertheless, it was indispensable that he should take a look into his conscience, after such shocks, and render to himself an account of himself. What he had just done made him shudder. He, Javert, had seen fit to decide, contrary to all the regulations of the police, contrary to the whole social and judicial organization, contrary to the entire code, upon a release. This had suited him, he had substituted his own affairs for the affairs of the public. Was not this unjustifiable? Every time that he brought himself face to face with this deed without a name which he had committed, he trembled from head to foot. Upon what should he decide? One sole resource remained to him, to return in all haste to the Rue de l'Homme, and commit Jean Valjean to prison. It was clear that that was what he ought to do. He could not. Something barred his way in that direction. Something? What? Is there in the world anything outside of the tribunals, executory sentences, the police, and the authorities? Javert was overwhelmed. A galley slave sacred. A convict who could not be touched by the law. And that the deed of Javert. Was it not a fearful thing that Javert and Jean Valjean, the man made to proceed with vigor, the man made to submit, that these two men who were both the things of the law, should have come to such a pass, that both of them had set themselves above the law? What then? Such enormities were to happen and no one was to be punished. Jean Valjean, stronger than the whole social order, was to remain at liberty, and he, Javert, was to go on eating the government's bread. His reverie gradually became terrible. He might, athwart this reverie, have also reproached himself on the subject of that insurgent who had been taken to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, but he never even thought of that. The lesser fault was lost in the greater. Besides, that insurgent was, obviously, a dead man, and, legally, death puts an end to pursuit. Jean Valjean was the load which weighed upon his spirit. Jean Valjean disconcerted him. All the axioms which had served him as points of support all his life long, had crumbled away in the presence of this man. Jean Valjean's generosity towards him, Javert, crushed him. Other facts which he now recalled, and which he had formerly treated as lies and folly, now recurred to him as realities. Madeleine reappeared behind Jean Valjean, and the two figures were superposed in such fashion that they now formed but one, which was venerable. Javert felt that something terrible was penetrating his soul, admiration for a convict. Respect for a galley slave, is that a possible thing? He shuddered at it, yet could not escape from it. In vain did he struggle, he was reduced to confess, in his inmost heart, the sublimity of that wretch. This was odious. A benevolent malefactor, merciful, gentle, helpful, clement, a convict, returning good for evil, giving back pardon for hatred, preferring pity to vengeance, preferring to ruin himself rather than to ruin his enemy, saving him who had smitten him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more nearly akin to an angel than to a man. Javert was constrained to admit to himself that this monster existed. Things could not go on in this manner. Certainly, and we insist upon this point, he had not yielded without resistance to that monster, to that infamous angel, to that hideous hero, who enraged almost as much as he amazed him. 20 times, as he sat in that carriage face to face with Jean Valjean, the legal tiger had roared within him. A score of times he had been tempted to fling himself upon Jean Valjean, to seize him and devour him, that is to say, to arrest him. What more simple, in fact? To cry out at the first post that they passed, "Here is a fugitive from justice, who has broken his ban," to summon the gendarmes and say to them, "This man is yours," then to go off, leaving that condemned man there, to ignore the rest and not to meddle further in the matter. This man is forever a prisoner of the law may do with him what it will. What could be more just? Javert had said all this to himself, he had wished to pass beyond, to act, to apprehend the man, and then, as at present, he had not been able to do it. And every time that his arm had been raised convulsively towards Jean Valjean's collar, his hand had fallen back again, as beneath an enormous weight, and in the depths of his thought he had heard a voice, a strange voice crying to him, "It is well, deliver up your Saviour, then have the basin of Pontius Pilate brought and wash your claws." Then his reflections reverted to himself, and beside Jean Valjean glorified he beheld himself, Javert, degraded. A convict was his benefactor. But then, why had he permitted that man to leave him alive? He had the right to be killed in that barricade. He should have asserted that right. It would have been better to summon the other insurgents to his succor against Jean Valjean, to get himself shot by force. His supreme anguish was the loss of certainty. He felt that he had been uprooted. The code was no longer anything more than a stump in his hand. He had to deal with scruples of an unknown species. There had taken place within him a sentimental revelation entirely distinct from legal affirmation, his only standard of measurement hitherto. To remain in his former uprightness did not suffice. A whole order of unexpected facts had cropped up and subjugated him. A whole new world was dawning on his soul, kindness accepted and repaid, devotion, mercy, indulgence, violences committed by pity on austerity, respect for persons, no more definitive condemnation, no more conviction, the possibility of a tear in the eye of the law, no one knows what justice according to God, running in inverse sense to justice according to men. He perceived amid the shadows the terrible rising of an unknown moral sun, it horrified and dazzled him. An owl forced to the gaze of an eagle. He said to himself that it was true that there were exceptional cases, that authority might be put out of countenance, that the rule might be inadequate in the presence of a fact, that everything could not be framed within the text of the code, that the unforeseen compelled obedience, that the virtue of a convict might set a snare for the virtue of the functionary, that destiny did indulge in such ambushes, and he reflected with despair that he himself had not even been fortified against a surprise. He was forced to acknowledge that goodness did exist. This convict had been good. And he himself, unprecedented circumstance, had just been good also. So he was becoming depraved. He found that he was a coward. He conceived a horror of himself. Javert's ideal was not to be human, to be grand, to be sublime, it was to be irreproachable. Now, he had just failed in this. How had he come to such a pass? How had all this happened? He could not have told himself. He clasped his head in both hands, but in spite of all that he could do, he could not contrive to explain it to himself. He had certainly always entertained the intention of restoring Jean Valjean to the law of which Jean Valjean was the captive, and of which he, Javert, was the slave. Not for a single instant while he held him in his grasp had he confessed to himself that he entertained the idea of releasing him. It was, in some sort, without his consciousness, that his hand had relaxed and had let him go free. All sorts of interrogation points flashed before his eyes. He put questions to himself, and made replies to himself, and his replies frightened him. He asked himself, what has that convict done, that desperate fellow, whom I have pursued even to persecution, and who has had me under his foot, and who could have avenged himself, and who owed it both to his rancor and to his safety, in leaving me my life, in showing mercy upon me, his duty, know something more, and I in showing mercy upon him in my turn, what have I done, my duty, know something more, so there is something beyond duty. Here he took fright, his balance became disjointed, one of the scales fell into the abyss, the other rose heavenward, and Javert was no less terrified by the one which was on high than by the one which was below. Without being in the least in the world what is called Voltairian or a philosopher, or incredulous, being, on the contrary, respectful by instinct, towards the established church. He knew it only as an august fragment of the social whole, order was his dogma, and sufficed for him. Ever since he had attained to man's estate and the rank of a functionary, he had centered nearly all his religion in the police. Being, and here we employ words without the least irony and in their most serious acceptation, being, as we have said, a spy as other men are priests. He had a superior, Mjiske, up to that day he had never dreamed of that other superior, God. This new chief, God, he became unexpectedly conscious of, and he felt embarrassed by him. This unforeseen presence threw him off his bearings, he did not know what to do with this superior, he, who was not ignorant of the fact that the subordinate is bound always to bow, that he must not disobey, nor find fault, nor discuss, and that, in the presence of a superior who amazes him too greatly, the inferior has no other resource than that of handing in his resignation. But how was he to set about handing in his resignation to God? However things might stand, and it was to this point that he reverted constantly, one fact dominated everything else for him, and that was, that he had just committed a terrible infraction of the law. He had just shut his eyes on an escaped convict who had broken his ban. He had just set a galley slave at large. He had just robbed the laws of a man who belonged to them. That was what he had done. He no longer understood himself. The very reasons for his action escaped him, only their vertigo was left with him. Up to that moment he had lived with that blind faith which gloomy probity engenders. This faith had quitted him, this probity had deserted him. All that he had believed in melted away. Truths which he did not wish to recognize were besieging him, inexorably. Henceforth, he must be a different man. He was suffering from the strange pains of a conscience abruptly operated on for the cataract. He saw that which it was repugnant to him to behold. He felt himself emptied, useless. Put out of joint with his past life, turned out, dissolved. Authority was dead within him. He had no longer any reason for existing. A terrible situation. To be touched. To be granite and to doubt. To be the statue of chastisement cast in one piece in the mold of the law, and suddenly to become aware of the fact that one cherishes beneath one's breast of bronze something absurd and disobedient which almost resembles a heart. To come to the pass of returning good for good, although one has said to oneself up to that day that good is evil. To be the watchdog, and to lick the intruder's hand. To be ice and melt. To be the pincers and to turn into a hand. To suddenly feel one's fingers opening. To relax one's grip, what a terrible thing. The man projectile no longer acquainted with his route and retreating. To be obliged to confess this to oneself. Infallibility is not infallible, there may exist error in the dogma, all has not been said when a code speaks, society is not perfect, authority is complicated with vacillation, a crack is possible in the immutable, judges are but men, the law may err, tribunals may make a mistake. To behold a rift in the immense blue pane of the firmament. That which was passing in Javert was the femme-pou of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the crushing of a probity which had been irresistibly launched in a straight line and was breaking against God. It certainly was singular that the stoker of order, that the engineer of authority, mounted on the blind iron horse with its rigid road, could be unseated by a flash of light. That the immovable, the direct, the correct, the geometrical, the passive, the perfect, could bend. That there should exist for the locomotive a road to Damascus. God, always within man, and refractory, he, the true conscience, to the false, a prohibition to the spark to die out, an order to the ray to remember the sun, an injunction to the soul to recognize the veritable absolute when confronted with the fictitious absolute. Humanity which cannot be lost, the human heart indestructible, that splendid phenomenon, the finest, perhaps, of all our interior marvels. Did Javert understand this? Did Javert penetrate it? Did Javert account for it to himself? Evidently he did not. But beneath the pressure of that incontestable incomprehensibility he felt his brain bursting. He was less the man transfigured than the victim of this prodigy. In all this he perceived only the tremendous difficulty of existence. It seemed to him that, henceforth, his respiration was repressed forever. He was not accustomed to having something unknown hanging over his head. Up to this point, everything above him had been, to his gaze, merely a smooth, limpid and simple surface. There was nothing incomprehensible, nothing obscure, nothing that was not defined, regularly disposed, linked, precise, circumscribed, exact, limited, closed, fully provided for. Authority was a plain surface, there was no fall in it, no dizziness in its presence. Javert had never beheld the unknown except from below. The irregular, the unforeseen, the disordered opening of chaos, the possible slip over a precipice, this was the work of the lower regions, of rebels, of the wicked, of wretches. Now Javert threw himself back, and he was suddenly terrified by this unprecedented apparition, a gulf on high. What? One was dismantled from top to bottom. One was disconcerted, absolutely. In what could one trust? That which had been agreed upon was giving way. What? The defect in society's armor could be discovered by a magnanimous wretch. What? An honest servitor of the law could suddenly find himself caught between two crimes, the crime of allowing a man to escape and the crime of arresting him. Everything was not settled in the orders given by the state to the functionary. There might be blind alleys in duty. What? All this was real. Was it true that an ex-ruffian, weighed down with convictions, could rise erect and end by being in the right? Was this credible? Were there cases in which the law should retire before transfigured crime, and stammer its excuses? Yes, that was the state of the case. And Javert saw it. And Javert had touched it. And not only could he not deny it, but he had taken part in it. These were realities. It was abominable that actual facts could reach such deformity. If facts did their duty, they would confine themselves to being proofs of the law. Facts, it is God who sends them. Was anarchy, then, on the point of now descending from on high? Thus, and in the exaggeration of anguish, and the optical illusion of consternation, all that might have corrected and restrained this impression was effaced, and society, and the human race, and the universe were, henceforth, summed up in his eyes, in one simple and terrible feature. Thus the penal laws, the thing judged, the force due to legislation, the decrees of the sovereign courts, the magistracy, the government, prevention, repression, official cruelty, wisdom, legal infallibility. The principle of authority, all the dogmas on which rest political and civil security, sovereignty, justice, public truth, all this was rubbish, a shapeless mass, chaos. He himself, Javert, the spy of order, incorruptibility in the service of the police, the bulldog providence of society, vanquished and hurled to earth, and, erect, at the summit of all that ruin, a man with a green cap on his head and a halo round his brow. This was the astounding confusion to which he had come. This was the fearful vision which he bore within his soul. Was this to be endured? No. A violent state, if ever such existed. There were only two ways of escaping from it. One was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean, and restore to his cell the convict from the galleys. The other. Javert quitted the parapet, and, with head erect this time, betook himself, with a firm tread, towards the station house indicated by a lantern at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On arriving there, he saw through the window a sergeant of police, and he entered. Policemen recognize each other by the very way in which they open the door of a station house. Javert mentioned his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and seated himself at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. On a table lay a pen, a leaden inkstand and paper, provided in the event of possible reports and the orders of the night patrols. This table, still completed by its straw-seated chair, is an institution. It exists in all police stations. It is invariably ornamented with a boxwood saucer filled with sawdust and a wafer box of cardboard filled with red wafers, and it forms the lowest stage of official style. It is there that the literature of the state has its beginning. Javert took a pen and a sheet of paper, and began to write. This is what he wrote. A few observations for the good of the service. In the first place, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to cast his eyes on this. Secondly, prisoners, on arriving after examination, take off their shoes and stand barefoot on the flagstones while they are being searched. Many of them cough on their return to prison. This entails hospital expenses. Thirdly, the mode of keeping track of a man with relays of police agents from distance to distance, is good, but, on important occasions, it is requisite that at least two agents should never lose sight of each other, so that, in case one agent should, for any cause, grow weak in his service, the other may supervise him and take his place. Fourthly, it is inexplicable why the special regulation of the prison of the Madelonnettes interdicts the prisoner from having a chair, even by paying for it. Fifthly, in the Madelonnettes there are only 2 bars to the canteen, so that the canteen woman can touch the prisoners with her hand. Sixthly, the prisoners called barkers, who summon the other prisoners to the parlor, force the prisoner to pay them 2 sous to call his name distinctly. This is a theft. Seventhly, for a broken thread 10 sous are withheld in the weaving shop. This is an abuse of the contractor, since the cloth is none the worse for it. Eighthly, it is annoying for visitors to law force to be obliged to traverse the boys' court in order to reach the parlor of Saint Marie l'Egyptian. Ninthly, it is a fact that any day gendarmes can be overheard relating in the courtyard of the prefecture the interrogations put by the magistrates to prisoners. For a gendarme, who should be sworn to secrecy, to repeat what he has heard in the examination room is a grave disorder. Tenthly, Madame Henry is an honest woman, her canteen is very neat, but it is bad to have a woman keep the wicket to the mouse trap of the secret cells. This is unworthy of the conciergerie of a great civilization. Javert wrote these lines in his calmest and most correct chirography, not omitting a single comma, and making the paper screech under his pen. Below the last line he signed. Javert, Inspector of the First Class. The Post of the Place du Châtelet. June 7, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Javert dried the fresh ink on the paper, folded it like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back, "Note for the administration," left it on the table, and quitted the post. The glazed and grated door fell to behind him. Again he traversed the Place du Châtelet diagonally, regained the quay, and returned with automatic precision to the very point which he had abandoned a quarter of an hour previously, leaned on his elbows and found himself again in the same attitude on the same paving stone of the parapet. He did not appear to have stirred. The darkness was complete. It was the sepulchral moment which follows midnight. A ceiling of clouds concealed the stars. Not a single light burned in the houses of the city, no one was passing, all of the streets and quays which could be seen were deserted, Notre Dame and the towers of the courthouse seemed features of the night. A street lantern reddened the margin of the quay. The outlines of the bridges lay shapeless in the mist one behind the other. Recent rains had swollen the river. The spot where Javert was leaning was, it will be remembered, situated precisely over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly above that formidable spiral of whirlpools which loose and knot themselves again like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and gazed. All was black. Nothing was to be distinguished. A sound of foam was audible, but the river could not be seen. At moments, in that dizzy depth, a gleam of light appeared, and undulated vaguely, water possessing the power of taking light, no one knows whence, and converting it into a snake. The light vanished, and all became indistinct once more. Immensity seemed thrown open there. What lay below was not water, it was a gulf. The wall of the quay, abrupt, confused, mingled with the vapors, instantly concealed from sight, produced the effect of an escarpment of the infinite. Nothing was to be seen, but the hostile chill of the water and the stale odor of the wet stones could be felt. A fierce breath rose from this abyss. The flood in the river, divined rather than perceived, the tragic whispering of the waves, the melancholy vastness of the arches of the bridge, the imaginable fall into that gloomy void, into all that shadow was full of horror. Javert remained motionless for several minutes, gazing at this opening of shadow, he considered the invisible with a fixity that resembled attention. The water roared. All at once he took off his hat and placed it on the edge of the quay. A moment later, a tall black figure, which a belated passer-by in the distance might have taken for a phantom, appeared erect upon the parapet of the quay, bent over towards the Seine, then drew itself up again, and fell straight down into the shadows. A dull splash followed, and the shadow alone was in the secret of the convulsions of that obscure form which had disappeared beneath the water. Book 5th, Grandson and Grandfather. Chapter 1, in which the tree with the zinc plaster appears again. Some time after the events which we have just recorded, Sieur Boulatruelle experienced a lively emotion. Sieur Boulatruelle was that road mender of Montfermeil whom the reader has already seen in the gloomy parts of this book. Boulatruelle, as the reader may, perchance, recall, was a man who was occupied with diverse and troublesome matters. He broke stones and damaged travellers on the highway. Road mender and thief as he was, he cherished one dream: he believed in the treasures buried in the forest of Montfermeil. He hoped some day to find the money in the earth at the foot of a tree. In the meanwhile, he lived to search the pockets of passers-by. Nevertheless, for an instant, he was prudent. He had just escaped neatly. He had been, as the reader is aware, picked up in Jondret's garret in company with the other ruffians. Utility of a vice, his drunkenness had been his salvation. The authorities had never been able to make out whether he had been there in the quality of a robber or a man who had been robbed. An order of nol pros equi, founded on his well-authenticated state of intoxication on the evening of the ambush, had set him at liberty. He had taken to his heels. He had returned to his road from Gagny to Ligny, to make, under administrative supervision, broken stone for the good of the state. With downcast mien, in a very pensive mood, his ardor for theft somewhat cooled, but he was addicted none the less tenderly to the wine which had recently saved him. As for the lively emotion which he had experienced a short time after his return to his road mender's turf-thatched cot, here it is. One morning, Boulatruelle, while on his way as was his wont, to his work, and possibly also to his ambush, a little before daybreak caught sight, through the branches of the trees, of a man, whose back alone he saw, but the shape of whose shoulders, as it seemed to him at that distance and in the early dusk, was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Boulatruelle, although intoxicated, had a correct and lucid memory, a defensive arm that is indispensable to anyone who is at all in conflict with legal order. Where the deuce have I seen something like that man yonder, he said to himself. But he could make himself no answer, except that the man resembled someone of whom his memory preserved a confused trace. However, apart from the identity which he could not manage to catch, Boulatruelle put things together and made calculations. This man did not belong in the countryside. He had just arrived there. On foot, evidently. No public conveyance passes through Montfermeil at that hour. He had walked all night. Whence came he? Not from a very great distance, for he had neither haversack, nor bundle. From Paris, no doubt. Why was he in these woods? Why was he there at such an hour? What had he come there for? Boulatruelle thought of the treasure. By dint of ransacking his memory, he recalled in a vague way that he had already, many years before, had a similar alarm in connection with a man who produced on him the effect that he might well be this very individual. By the deuce, said Boulatruelle, I'll find him again. I'll discover the parish of that parishioner. This prowler of Patron Minette has a reason, and I'll know it. People can't have secrets in my forest if I don't have a finger in the pie. He took his pickaxe, which was very sharply pointed. There now, he grumbled, is something that will search the earth in a man. And, as one knots one thread to another thread, he took up the line of march at his best pace in the direction which the man must follow, and set out across the thickets. When he had compassed 100 strides, the day, which was already beginning to break, came to his assistance. Footprints stamped in the sand, weeds trodden down here and there, heather crushed, young branches in the brushwood bent and in the act of straightening themselves up again with the graceful deliberation of the arms of a pretty woman who stretches herself when she wakes, pointed out to him a sort of track. He followed it, then lost it. Time was flying. He plunged deeper into the woods and came to a sort of eminence. An early huntsman who was passing in the distance along a path, whistling the air of Guillory, suggested to him the idea of climbing a tree. Old as he was agile. There stood close at hand a beech tree of great size, worthy of Tityrus and of Boulatruelle. Boulatruelle ascended the beech as high as he was able. The idea was a good one. On scrutinizing the solitary waste on the side where the forest is thoroughly entangled and wild, Boulatruelle suddenly caught sight of his man. Hardly had he got his eye upon him when he lost sight of him. The man entered, or rather, glided into, an open glade, at a considerable distance, masked by large trees, but with which Boulatruelle was perfectly familiar, on account of having noticed, near a large pile of porous stones, an ailing chestnut tree bandaged with a sheet of zinc nailed directly upon the bark. This glade was the one which was formerly called the Blaira Bottom. The heap of stones, destined for no one knows what employment, which was visible there 30 years ago, is doubtless still there. Nothing equals a heap of stones in longevity, unless it is a board fence. They are temporary expedients. What a reason for lasting! Boulatruelle, with the rapidity of joy, dropped rather than descended from the tree. The lair was unearthed, the question now was to seize the beast. That famous treasure of his dreams was probably there. It was no small matter to reach that glade. By the beaten paths, which indulge in 1,000 teasing zigzags, it required a good quarter of an hour. In a beeline, through the underbrush, which is peculiarly dense, very thorny, and very aggressive in that locality, a full half-hour was necessary. Boulatruelle committed the error of not comprehending this. He believed in the straight line, a respectable optical illusion which ruins many a man. The thicket, bristling as it was, struck him as the best road. "Let's take to the wolves' Rue de Rivoli," said he. Boulatruelle, accustomed to taking crooked courses, was on this occasion guilty of the fault of going straight. He flung himself resolutely into the tangle of undergrowth. He had to deal with holly bushes, nettles, hawthorns, eglantines, thistles, and very irascible brambles. He was much lacerated. At the bottom of the ravine he found water which he was obliged to traverse. At last he reached the Blaira Bottom, after the lapse of 40 minutes, sweating, soaked, breathless, scratched, and ferocious. There was no one in the glade. Boulatruelle rushed to the heap of stones. It was in its place. It had not been carried off. As for the man, he had vanished in the forest. He had made his escape. Where? In what direction? Into what thicket? Impossible to guess. And, heartrending to say, there, behind the pile of stones, in front of the tree with the sheet of zinc, was freshly turned earth, a pickaxe, abandoned or forgotten, and a hole. The hole was empty. "Thief!" shrieked Boulatruelle, shaking his fist at the horizon. Chapter 2, Marius, emerging from civil war, makes ready for domestic war. For a long time, Marius was neither dead nor alive. For many weeks he lay in a fever accompanied by delirium, and by tolerably grave cerebral symptoms, caused more by the shocks of the wounds on the head than by the wounds themselves. He repeated Cossette's name for whole nights in the melancholy loquacity of fever, and with the sombre obstinacy of agony. The extent of some of the lesions presented a serious danger, the suppuration of large wounds being always liable to become reabsorbed, and consequently, to kill the sick man, under certain atmospheric conditions, at every change of weather, at the slightest storm. The physician was uneasy. Above all things, he repeated, let the wounded man be subjected to no emotion. The dressing of the wounds was complicated and difficult, the fixation of apparatus and bandages by cerecloths not having been invented as yet, at that epoch. Nicolette used up a sheet as big as the ceiling, as she put it, for lint. It was not without difficulty that the chloruretted lotions and the nitrate of silver overcame the gangrene. As long as there was any danger, M. Gillenormand, seated in despair at his grandson's pillow, was, like Marius, neither alive nor dead. Every day, sometimes twice a day, a very well-dressed gentleman with white hair, such was the description given by the porter, came to inquire about the wounded man, and left a large package of lint for the dressings. Finally, on the 7th of September, 4 months to a day, after the sorrowful night when he had been brought back to his grandfather in a dying condition, the doctor declared that he would answer for Marius. Convalescence began. But Marius was forced to remain for 2 months more stretched out on a long chair, on account of the results called up by the fracture of his collarbone. There always is a last wound like that which will not close, and which prolongs the dressings indefinitely, to the great annoyance of the sick person. However, this long illness and this long convalescence saved him from all pursuit. In France, there is no wrath, not even of a public character, which 6 months will not extinguish. Revolts, in the present state of society, are so much the fault of everyone, that they are followed by a certain necessity of shutting the eyes. Let us add, that the inexcusable Gisquet order, which enjoined doctors to lodge information against the wounded, having outraged public opinion, and not opinion alone, but the king first of all, the wounded were covered and protected by this indignation, and, with the exception of those who had been made prisoners in the very act of combat, the councils of war did not dare to trouble anyone. So Marius was left in peace. M. Gillenormand first passed through all manner of anguish, and then through every form of ecstasy. It was found difficult to prevent his passing every night beside the wounded man. He had his big armchair carried to Marius' bedside. He required his daughter to take the finest linen in the house for compresses and bandages. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, like a sage and elderly person, contrived to spare the fine linen, while allowing the grandfather to think that he was obeyed. M. Gillenormand would not permit anyone to explain to him, that for the preparation of lint batiste is not nearly so good as coarse linen, nor new linen as old linen. He was present at all the dressings of the wounds from which Mademoiselle Gillenormand modestly absented herself. When the dead flesh was cut away with scissors, he said, "Aie, nothing was more touching than to see him with his gentle, senile palsy, offer the wounded man a cup of his cooling draught." He overwhelmed the doctor with questions. He did not observe that he asked the same ones over and over again. On the day when the doctor announced to him that Marius was out of danger, the good man was in a delirium. He made his porter a present of 3 louis. That evening, on his return to his own chamber, he danced a gavotte, using his thumb and forefinger as castanets, and he sang the following song. Jean est né au faubourg. Vrai nid d'un berger. J'adore son jupon. Frapon. Amour, tu vis nl. Car c'est dans sa prunelle. Que tu mets ton carquois. Narquois. Moi, j'ai la chante, et j'aime. Plus que Diane mim. Jean etses ders tetons. Bretons. 61. Then he knelt upon a chair, and Basque, who was watching him through the half-open door, made sure that he was praying. Up to that time, he had not believed in God. At each succeeding phase of improvement, which became more and more pronounced, the grandfather raved. He executed a multitude of mechanical actions full of joy. He ascended and descended the stairs, without knowing why. A pretty female neighbor was amazed one morning at receiving a big bouquet. It was M. Gillenormand who had sent it to her. The husband made a jealous scene. M. Gillenormand tried to draw Nicolette upon his knees. He called Marius, "MLE Baron," he shouted, "Long live the Republic." Every moment, he kept asking the doctor, is he no longer in danger? He gazed upon Marius with the eyes of a grandmother. He brooded over him while he ate. He no longer knew himself, he no longer rendered himself an account of himself. Marius was the master of the house, there was abdication in his joy, he was the grandson of his grandson. In the state of joy in which he then was, he was the most venerable of children. In his fear lest he might fatigue or annoy the convalescent, he stepped behind him to smile. He was content, joyous, delighted, charming, young. His white locks added a gentle majesty to the gay radiance of his visage. When grace is mingled with wrinkles, it is adorable. There is an indescribable aurora in beaming old age. As for Marius, as he allowed them to dress his wounds and care for him, he had but one fixed idea, Cosette. After the fever and delirium had left him, he did not again pronounce her name, and it might have been supposed that he no longer thought of her. He held his peace, precisely because his soul was there. He did not know what had become of Cosette. The whole affair of the Rue de la Chanvrerie was like a cloud in his memory. Shadows that were almost indistinct floated through his mind. Eponine, Gavroche, Mabouf, the Thénardiers, all his friends gloomily intermingled with the smoke of the barricade. The strange passage of M. Fauchelevent through that adventure produced on him the effect of a puzzle in a tempest. He understood nothing connected with his own life. He did not know how nor by whom he had been saved, and no one of those around him knew this. All that they had been able to tell him was, that he had been brought home at night in a hackney coach, to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Past, present, future were nothing more to him than the mist of a vague idea, but in that fog there was one immovable point, one clear and precise outline, something made of granite, a resolution, a will, to find Cosette once more. For him, the idea of life was not distinct from the idea of Cosette. He had decreed in his heart that he would not accept the one without the other, and he was immovably resolved to exact of any person whatever, who should desire to force him to live, from his grandfather, from fate, from hell, the restitution of his vanished Eden. He did not conceal from himself the fact that obstacles existed. Let us here emphasize one detail: he was not won over and was but little softened by all the solicitude and tenderness of his grandfather. In the first place, he was not in the secret, then, in his reveries of an invalid, which were still feverish, possibly, he distrusted this tenderness as a strange and novel thing, which had for its object his conquest. He remained cold. The grandfather absolutely wasted his poor old smile. Marius said to himself that it was all right so long as he, Marius, did not speak, and let things take their course, but that when it became a question of Cosette, he would find another face, and that his grandfather's true attitude would be unmasked. Then there would be an unpleasant scene, a recrudescence of family questions, a confrontation of positions, every sort of sarcasm and all manner of objections at one and the same time, fauchelevent, couplevent, fortune, poverty, a stone about his neck, the future. Violent resistance, conclusion, a refusal. Marius stiffened himself in advance. And then, in proportion as he regained life, the old ulcers of his memory opened once more, he reflected again on the past. Colonel Pontmercy placed himself once more between M. Gillenormand and him, Marius. He told himself that he had no true kindness to expect from a person who had been so unjust and so hard to his father. And with health, there returned to him a sort of harshness towards his grandfather. The old man was gently pained by this. M. Gillenormand, without however allowing it to appear, observed that Marius, ever since the latter had been brought back to him and had regained consciousness, had not once called him father. It is true that he did not say monsieur to him, but he contrived not to say either the one or the other, by means of a certain way of turning his phrases. Obviously, a crisis was approaching. As almost always happens in such cases, Marius skirmished before giving battle, by way of proving himself. This is called feeling the ground. One morning it came to pass that M. Gillenormand spoke slightingly of the convention, apropos of a newspaper which had fallen into his hands, and gave vent to a royalist harangue on Danton, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. The men of '93 were giants, said Marius with severity. The old man held his peace, and uttered not a sound during the remainder of that day. Marius, who had always present to his mind the inflexible grandfather of his early years, interpreted this silence as a profound concentration of wrath, augured from it a hot conflict, and augmented his preparations for the fray in the inmost recesses of his mind. He decided that, in case of a refusal, he would tear off his bandages, dislocate his collarbone, that he would lay bare all the wounds which he had left, and would reject all food. His wounds were his munitions of war. He would have Cosette or die. He awaited the propitious moment with the crafty patience of the sick. That moment arrived. Chapter 3, Marius attacked. One day, M. Gillenormand, while his daughter was putting in order the phials and cups on the marble of the commode, bent over Marius and said to him in his tenderest accents, "Look here, my little Marius, if I were in your place, I would eat meat now in preference to fish. A fried sole is excellent to begin a convalescence with, but a good cutlet is needed to put a sick man on his feet." Marius, who had almost entirely recovered his strength, collected the whole of it, drew himself up into a sitting posture, laid his two clenched fists on the sheets of his bed, looked his grandfather in the face, assumed a terrible air, and said, "This leads me to say something to you." "What is it?" "That I wish to marry." "Agreed," said his grandfather, and he burst out laughing. "How agreed?" "Yes, agreed, you shall have your little girl." Marius, stunned and overwhelmed with the dazzling shock, trembled in every limb. M. Gillenormand went on. "Yes, you shall have her, that pretty little girl of yours. She comes every day in the shape of an old gentleman to inquire after you ever since you were wounded. She has passed her time in weeping and making lint. I have made inquiries. She lives in the Rue Delhomme Arm, number 7. Ah, there we have it. Ah, so you want her? Well, you shall have her. You are caught. You had arranged your little plot. You had said to yourself, I'm going to signify this squarely to my grandfather, to that mummy of the Regency and of the Directory, to that ancient beau, to that Durante turned gerant. He has indulged in his frivolities also, that he has, and he has had his love affairs, and his grisettes and his cassettes. He has made his Russell, he has had his wings, he has eaten of the bread of spring, he certainly must remember it. Ah! You take the cockchafer by the horns. That's good. I offer you a cutlet and you answer me, by the way, I want to marry. There's a transition for you. Ah! You reckoned on a bickering. You do not know that I am an old coward. What do you say to that? You are vexed? You did not expect to find your grandfather still more foolish than yourself. You are wasting the discourse which you meant to bestow upon me, Mr. Lawyer, and that's vexatious. Well, so much the worse, rage away. I'll do whatever you wish, and that cuts you short, imbecile. Listen. I have made my inquiries. I'm cunning too. She is charming, she is discreet. It is not true about the Lancer. She has made heaps of lint, she's a jewel, she adores you. If you had died, there would have been 3 of us, her coffin would have accompanied mine. I have had an idea, ever since you have been better, of simply planting her at your bedside, but it is only in romances that young girls are brought to the bedsides of handsome young wounded men who interest them. It is not done. What would your aunt have said to it? You were nude 3/4 of the time, my good fellow. Ask Nicolette, who has not left you for a moment. If there was any possibility of having a woman here. And then, what would the doctor have said? A pretty girl does not cure a man of fever. In short, it's all right, let us say no more about it. All's said, all's done, it's all settled, take her. Such is my ferocity. You see, I perceived that you did not love me. I said to myself, here now, I have my little cassette right under my hand, I'm going to give her to him, he will be obliged to love me a little then, or he must tell the reason why. Ah. So you thought that the old man was going to storm, to put on a big voice, to shout no, and to lift his cane at all that Aurora. Not a bit of it. Cassette, so be it, love, so be it, I ask nothing better. Pray take the trouble of getting married, sir. Be happy, my well-beloved child. That said, the old man burst forth into sobs. And he seized Marius' head, and pressed it with both arms against his breast, and both fell to weeping. This is one of the forms of supreme happiness. Father, cried Marius. Ah, so you love me, said the old man. An ineffable moment ensued. They were choking and could not speak. At length the old man stammered. Come, his mouth is unstopped at last, he has said, Father to me. Marius disengaged his head from his grandfather's arms, and said gently. But, father, now that I am quite well, it seems to me that I might see her. Agreed again, you shall see her tomorrow. Father. What? Why not today? Well, today then let it be today, you have called me father 3 times, and it is worth it, I will attend to it, she shall be brought hither. Agreed, I tell you it has already been put into verse. This is the ending of the elegy of the Jeune Malade by André Chenier, whose throat was cut by the RAS. By the giants of 93. M. Gillenormand fancied that he detected a faint frown on the part of Marius, who, in truth, as we must admit, was no longer listening to him, and who was thinking far more of Cassette than of 1793. The grandfather, trembling at having so inopportunely introduced André Chenier, resumed precipitately. Cut his throat is not the word, the fact is that the great revolutionary geniuses, who were not malicious, that is incontestable, who were heroes, Perdie, found that André Chenier embarrassed them somewhat, and they had him gilet. That is to say, those great men on the 7th of Thermidor, besought André Chenier, in the interests of public safety, to be so good as to go. M. Gillenormand, clutched by the throat by his own phrase, could not proceed. Being able neither to finish it nor to retract it, while his daughter arranged the pillow behind Marius, who was overwhelmed with so many emotions, the old man rushed headlong, with as much rapidity as his age permitted, from the bed-chamber, shut the door behind him, and, purple, choking and foaming at the mouth, his eyes starting from his head, he found himself nose to nose with honest Basque, who was blacking boots in the anteroom. He seized Basque by the collar, and shouted full in his face in fury, by the 100,000 javots of the devil, those ruffians did assassinate him. Who, sir? André Chenier. Yes, sir, said Basque in alarm. Chapter 4, Mademoiselle Gillenormand ends by no longer thinking it a bad thing that M. Fauchelevent should have entered with something under his arm. Cassette and Marius beheld each other once more. What that interview was like we decline to say. There are things which one must not attempt to depict, the son is one of them. The entire family, including Basque and Nicolette, were assembled in Marius' chamber at the moment when Cassette entered it. Precisely at that moment, the grandfather was on the point of blowing his nose, he stopped short, holding his nose in his handkerchief, and gazing over it at Cassette. She appeared on the threshold, it seemed to him that she was surrounded by a glory. Adorable, he exclaimed. Then he blew his nose noisily. Cassette was intoxicated, delighted, frightened, in heaven. She was as thoroughly alarmed as anyone can be by happiness. She stammered, all pale, yet flushed, she wanted to fling herself into Marius' arms, and dared not. Ashamed of loving in the presence of all these people. People are pitiless towards happy lovers, they remain when the latter most desire to be left alone. Lovers have no need of any people whatever. With Cassette, and behind her, there had entered a man with white hair who was grave yet smiling, though with a vague and heartrending smile. It was Monsieur Fauchelevent, it was Jean Valjean. He was very well dressed, as the porter had said, entirely in black, in perfectly new garments, and with a white cravat. The porter was 1,000 leagues from recognizing in this correct bourgeois, in this probable notary, the fear-inspiring bearer of the corpse, who had sprung up at his door on the night of the 7th of June, tattered, muddy, hideous, haggard, his face masked in blood and mire, supporting in his arms the fainting Marius. Still, his porter's scent was aroused. When M. Fauchelevent arrived with Cassette, the porter had not been able to refrain from communicating to his wife this aside, I don't know why it is, but I can't help fancying that I've seen that face before. M. Fauchelevent in Marius' chamber, remained apart near the door. He had under his arm, a package which bore considerable resemblance to an octavo volume enveloped in paper. The enveloping paper was of a greenish hue, and appeared to be mouldy. Does the gentleman always have books like that under his arm? Mademoiselle Gillenormand, who did not like books, demanded in a low tone of Nicolette. Well, retorted M. Gillenormand, who had overheard her, in the same tone, he's a learned man. What then, is that his fault? Monsieur Ballard, one of my acquaintances, never walked out without a book under his arm either, and he always had some old volume hugged to his heart like that. And, with a bow, he said aloud. Monsieur Tranchelevant. Father Gillenormand did not do it intentionally, but an attention to proper names was an aristocratic habit of his. Monsieur Tranchelevant, I have the honor of asking you, on behalf of my grandson, Baron Marius Pontmercy, for the hand of Mademoiselle. Monsieur Tranchelevant bowed. That's settled, said the grandfather. And, turning to Marius and Cosette, with both arms extended in blessing, he cried. Permission to adore each other. They did not require him to repeat it twice. So much the worse. The chirping began. They talked low. Marius, resting on his elbow on his reclining chair, Cosette standing beside him. Oh, heavens, murmured Cosette, I see you once again, it is thou, it is you, the idea of going and fighting like that, but why, it is horrible I have been dead for 4 months oh, how wicked it was of you to go to that battle, what had I done to you, I pardon you, but you will never do it again. A little while ago, when they came to tell us to come to you, I still thought that I was about to die, but it was from joy I was so sad, I have not taken the time to dress myself, I must frighten people with my looks. What will your relatives say to see me in a crumpled collar? Do speak. You let me do all the talking. We are still in the Rue de l'Homme Arme. It seems that your shoulder was terrible. They told me that you could put your fist in it. And then, it seems that they cut your flesh with the scissors. That is frightful. I have cried till I have no eyes left. It is queer that a person can suffer like that. Your grandfather has a very kindly air. Don't disturb yourself, don't rise on your elbow. You will injure yourself. Oh! How happy I am! So our unhappiness is over. I am quite foolish. I had things to say to you, and I no longer know in the least what they were. Do you still love me? We live in the Rue de l'Homme Arme. There is no garden. I made lint all the time. Stay, sir, look, it is your fault, I have a callus on my fingers. Angel, said Marius. Angel is the only word in the language which cannot be worn out. No other word could resist the merciless use which lovers make of it. Then as there were spectators, they paused and said not a word more, contenting themselves with softly touching each other's hands. M. Gillenormand turned towards those who were in the room and cried. Talk loud, the rest of you make a noise, you people behind the scenes come, a little uproar, the deuce, so that the children can chatter at their ease. And, approaching Marius and Cosette, he said to them in a very low voice. Call each other thou don't stand on ceremony. Aunt Gillenormand looked on in amazement at this eruption of light in her elderly household. There was nothing aggressive about this amazement, it was not the least in the world like the scandalized and envious glance of an owl at 2 turtle doves, it was the stupid eye of a poor innocent 57 years of age, it was a life which had been a failure gazing at that triumph, love. Mademoiselle Gillenormand Sr., said her father to her, I told you that this is what would happen to you. He remained silent for a moment, and then added. Look at the happiness of others. Then he turned to Cosette. How pretty she is, how pretty she is, she's a groytie so you are going to have that all to yourself, you scamp, ah, my rogue, you are getting off nicely with me, you are happy, if I were not 15 years too old, we would fight with swords to see which of us should have her come now, I am in love with you, mademoiselle it's perfectly simple it is your right you are in the right ah, what a sweet, charming little wedding this will make, our parish is Saint Denis du Saint Sacrament, but I will get a dispensation so that you can be married at Saint Paul. The church is better. It was built by the Jesuits. It is more coquettish. It is opposite the fountain of Cardinal de Biragui. The masterpiece of Jesuit architecture is at Namur. It is called Saint Lou. You must go there after you are married. It is worth the journey. Mademoiselle, I am quite of your mind, I think girls ought to marry, that is what they are made for. There is a certain Saint Catherine whom I should always like to see uncoiffed. 62 It's a fine thing to remain a spinster, but it is chilly. The Bible says, multiply. In order to save the people, Jeanne d'Arc is needed, but in order to make people, what is needed is Mother Goose. So, marry, my beauties. I really do not see the use in remaining a spinster. I know that they have their chapel apart in the church, and that they fall back on the Society of the Virgin, but, sapristi, a handsome husband, a fine fellow, and at the expiration of a year, a big, blonde brat who nurses lustily, and who has fine rolls of fat on his thighs, and who muses up your breast in handfuls with his little rosy paws, laughing the while like the dawn, that's better than holding a candle at vespers, and chanting Therese Ebernia. The grandfather executed a pirouette on his 80-year-old heels, and began to talk again like a spring that has broken loose once more. Ainsi, ornant les cours de tes rivasseries. Alcip, ilest don vrai, dans pour tout te maries. 63. By the way. What is it, father? Have not you an intimate friend? Yes, Courfeyrac. What has become of him? He is dead. That is good. He seated himself near them, made Cassette sit down, and took their forehands in his aged and wrinkled hands. She is exquisite, this darling, she's a masterpiece, this Cassette, she is a very little girl and a very great lady, she will only be a baroness, which is a come down for her, she was born a marquise, what eyelashes she has, get it well fixed in your noddles, my children, that you are in the true road, love each other, be foolish about it, love is the folly of men and the wit of God, adore each other only, he added, suddenly becoming gloomy, what a misfortune, it has just occurred to me. More than half of what I possess is swallowed up in an annuity, so long as I live, it will not matter, but after my death, a score of years hence, ah! My poor children, you will not have a sou. Your beautiful white hands, Madame la Baronne, will do the devil the honor of pulling him by the tail. 64. At this point they heard a grave and tranquil voice say, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent possesses 600,000 francs. It was the voice of Jean Valjean. So far he had not uttered a single word, no one seemed to be aware that he was there, and he had remained standing erect and motionless, behind all these happy people. What has Mademoiselle Euphrasie to do with the question? Inquired the startled grandfather. I am she, replied Cassette. 600,000 francs, resumed M. Gillenormand. Minus 14 or 15,000 francs, possibly, said Jean Valjean. And he laid on the table the package which Mademoiselle Gillenormand had mistaken for a book. Jean Valjean himself opened the package, it was a bundle of banknotes. They were turned over and counted. There were 500 notes for 1,000 francs each, and 168 of 500. In all, 584,000 francs. This is a fine book, said M. Gillenormand. 584,000 francs, murmured the aunt. This arranges things well, does it not, Mademoiselle Gillenormand senior, said the grandfather. That devil of a Marius has ferreted out the nest of a millionaire grisette in his tree of dreams, just trust to the love affairs of young folks now, will you, students find studentesses with 600,000 francs, Cherubino works better than Rothschild. 584,000 francs, repeated Mademoiselle Gillenormand, in a low tone. 584, one might as well say 600,000. As for Marius and Cassette, they were gazing at each other while this was going on, they hardly heeded this detail. Chapter 5, Deposit your money in a forest rather than with a notary. The reader has, no doubt, understood, without necessitating a lengthy explanation, that Jean Valjean, after the Champ Mathieu affair, had been able, thanks to his first escape of a few days' duration, to come to Paris and to withdraw in season, from the hands of Laffitte, the sum earned by him, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, at Montreuil-sur-Mer, and that fearing that he might be recaptured, which eventually happened, he had buried and hidden that sum in the forest of Montfermeil, in the locality known as the Blaire Bottom. The sum, 630,000 francs, all in bank bills, was not very bulky, and was contained in a box, only, in order to preserve the box from dampness, he had placed it in a coffer filled with chestnut shavings. In the same coffer he had placed his other treasures, the bishop's candlesticks. It will be remembered that he had carried off the candlesticks when he made his escape from Montreuil-sur-Mer. The man seen one evening for the first time by Boulatruelle, was Jean Valjean. Later on, every time that Jean Valjean needed money, he went to get it in the Blaire Bottom. Hence the absences which we have mentioned. He had a pickaxe somewhere in the heather, in a hiding place known to himself alone. When he beheld Marius convalescent, feeling that the hour was at hand, when that money might prove of service, he had gone to get it, it was he again, whom Boulatruelle had seen in the woods, but on this occasion, in the morning instead of in the evening. Boulatruelle inherited his pickaxe. The actual sum was 584,500 francs. Jean Valjean withdrew the 500 francs for himself, we shall see hereafter, he thought. The difference between that sum and the 630,000 francs withdrawn from Laffitte represented his expenditure in 10 years, from 1823 to 1833. The 5 years of his stay in the convent had cost only 5,000 francs. Jean Valjean set the 2 candlesticks on the chimney-piece, where they glittered to the great admiration of Toussaint. Moreover, Jean Valjean knew that he was delivered from Javert. The story had been told in his presence, and he had verified the fact in the Moniteur, how a police inspector named Javert had been found drowned under a boat belonging to some laundresses, between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf, and that a writing left by this man, otherwise irreproachable and highly esteemed by his superiors, pointed to a fit of mental aberration and a suicide. In fact, thought Jean Valjean, since he left me at liberty, once having got me in his power, he must have been already mad. Chapter 6, the 2 old men do everything, each one after his own fashion, to render Cassette happy. Everything was made ready for the wedding. The doctor, on being consulted, declared that it might take place in February. It was then December. A few ravishing weeks of perfect happiness passed. The grandfather was not the least happy of them all. He remained for a quarter of an hour at a time gazing at Cassette. The wonderful, beautiful girl, he exclaimed. And she has so sweet and good an air, she is, without exception, the most charming girl that I have ever seen in my life. Later on, she'll have virtues with an odor of violets. How graceful, one cannot live otherwise than nobly with such a creature. Marius, my boy, you are a baron, you are rich, don't go to pettifogging, I beg of you. Cosette and Marius had passed abruptly from the sepulchre to paradise. The transition had not been softened, and they would have been stunned, had they not been dazzled by it. Do you understand anything about it? Said Marius to Cosette. No, replied Cosette, but it seems to me that the good God is caring for us. Jean Valjean did everything, smoothed away every difficulty, arranged everything, made everything easy. He hastened towards Cosette's happiness with as much ardor, and, apparently with as much joy, as Cosette herself. As he had been a mayor, he understood how to solve that delicate problem, with the secret of which he alone was acquainted, Cosette's civil status. If he were to announce her origin bluntly, it might prevent the marriage, who knows? He extricated Cosette from all difficulties. He concocted for her a family of dead people, a sure means of not encountering any objections. Cosette was the only scion of an extinct family. Cosette was not his own daughter, but the daughter of the other Fauchelevent. Two brothers Fauchelevent had been gardeners to the convent of the Petit Picpus. Inquiry was made at that convent, the very best information and the most respectable references abounded. The good nuns, not very apt and but little inclined to fathom questions of paternity, and not attaching any importance to the matter, had never understood exactly of which of the two Fauchelevents Cosette was the daughter. They said what was wanted and they said it with zeal. An acte de notariat was drawn up. Cosette became in the eyes of the law, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent. She was declared an orphan, both father and mother being dead. Jean Valjean so arranged it that he was appointed, under the name of Fauchelevent, as Cosette's guardian, with M. Gillenormand as supervising guardian over him. As for the 580,000 francs, they constituted a legacy bequeathed to Cosette by a dead person, who desired to remain unknown. The original legacy had consisted of 594,000 francs, but 10,000 francs had been expended on the education of Mademoiselle Euphrasie, 5,000 francs of that amount having been paid to the convent. This legacy, deposited in the hands of a third party, was to be turned over to Cosette at her majority, or at the date of her marriage. This, taken as a whole, was very acceptable, as the reader will perceive, especially when the sum due was 500,000. There were some peculiarities here and there, it is true, but they were not noticed. One of the interested parties had his eyes blindfolded by love, the others by the 600,000 francs. Cosette learned that she was not the daughter of that old man whom she had so long called father. He was merely a kinsman, another Fauchelevent was her real father. At any other time this would have broken her heart. But at the ineffable moment which she was then passing through, it cast but a slight shadow, a faint cloud, and she was so full of joy that the cloud did not last long. She had Marius. The young man arrived, the old man was effaced, such is life. And then, Cosette had, for long years, been habituated to seeing enigmas around her. Every being who has had a mysterious childhood is always prepared for certain renunciations. Nevertheless, she continued to call Jean Valjean, father. Cosette, happy as the angels, was enthusiastic over Father Gillenormand. It is true that he overwhelmed her with gallant compliments and presents. While Jean Valjean was building up for Cosette a normal situation in society and an unassailable status, M. Gillenormand was superintending the basket of wedding gifts. Nothing so amused him as being magnificent. He had given to Cosette a robe of binge guipure which had descended to him from his own grandmother. These fashions come up again, said he, ancient things are the rage, and the young women of my old age dress like the old women of my childhood. He rifled his respectable chests of drawers in coromandel lacquer, with swelling fronts, which had not been opened for years. Let us hear the confession of these dowagers, he said, let us see what they have in their paunches. He noisily violated the pot-bellied drawers of all his wives, of all his mistresses and of all his grandmothers. Pekings, damasks, lampas, painted moires, robes of shot gros de tours, India kerchiefs embroidered in gold that could be washed, dauphines without a right or wrong side, in the piece, Genoa and Alençon point lace, parures in antique goldsmith's work, ivory bonbon boxes ornamented with microscopic battles, gewgaws and ribbons. He lavished everything on Cosette. Cosette, amazed, desperately in love with Marius, and wild with gratitude towards M. Gillenormand, dreamed of a happiness without limit clothed in satin and velvet. Her wedding basket seemed to her to be upheld by seraphim. Her soul flew out into the azure depths, with wings of Mechlin lace. The intoxication of the lovers was only equalled, as we have already said, by the ecstasy of the grandfather. A sort of flourish of trumpets went on in the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Every morning, a fresh offering of bric-a-brac from the grandfather to Cosette. All possible knick-knacks glittered around her. One day Marius, who was fond of talking gravely in the midst of his bliss, said, apropos of I know not what incident. The men of the Revolution are so great, that they have the prestige of the ages, like Cato and like Phocion, and each one of them seems to me an antique memory. Moire antique, exclaimed the old gentleman. Thanks, Marius, that is precisely the idea of which I was in search. And on the following day, a magnificent dress of rose-colored moire antique was added to Cosette's wedding presents. From these fripperies, the grandfather extracted a bit of wisdom. Love is all very well, but there must be something else to go with it. The useless must be mingled with happiness. Happiness is only the necessary season that enormously with the superfluous. For me a palace and her heart and the Louvre, her heart and the grand waterworks of Versailles. Give me my shepherdess and try to make her a duchess. Fetch me Phyllis crowned with cornflowers, and add 100,000 francs income. Open for me a bucolic perspective as far as you can see, beneath a marble colonnade. I consent to the bucolic and also to the fairy spectacle of marble and gold. Dry happiness resembles dry bread. One eats, but one does not dine. I want the superfluous, the useless, the extravagant, excess, that which serves no purpose. I remember to have seen, in the Cathedral of Strasbourg, a clock, as tall as a 3-story house which marked the hours, which had the kindness to indicate the hour, but which had not the air of being made for that, and which, after having struck midday, or midnight, midday, the hour of the sun, or midnight, the hour of love, or any other hour that you like, gave you the moon and the stars, the earth and the sea, birds and fishes, Phoebus and Phoebe, and a host of things which emerged from a niche, and the 12 apostles, and the Emperor Charles V, and Eponine, and Sabinus, and a throng of little gilded goodmen, who played on the trumpet to boot. Without reckoning delicious chimes which it sprinkled through the air, on every occasion, without anyone's knowing why. Is a petty bald clock face which merely tells the hour equal to that? For my part, I am of the opinion of the big clock of Strasbourg, and I prefer it to the cuckoo clock from the Black Forest. M. Gillenormand talked nonsense in connection with the wedding, and all the fripperies of the 18th century passed pell-mell through his dithyrambs. You are ignorant of the art of festivals. You do not know how to organize a day of enjoyment in this age, he exclaimed. Your 19th century is weak. It lacks excess. It ignores the rich, it ignores the noble in everything. It is clean-shaven. Your third estate is insipid, colorless, odorless, and shapeless. The dreams of your bourgeois who set up, as they express it, a pretty boudoir freshly decorated, violet, ebony and calico make way, make way. The Sieur Curmudgeon is marrying Mademoiselle Clutchpenny. Sumptuousness and splendor. A Louis d'Or has been stuck to a candle. There's the epic for you. My demand is that I may flee from it beyond the Sarmatians. Ah! In 1787, I predict that all was lost, from the day when I beheld the Duc de Rohan, Prince de Leon, Duc de Chabot, Duc de Montbazon, Marquis de Soubise, Vicomte de Thouars, peer of France, go to Longchamps in a tape coup. That has borne its fruits. In this century, men attend to business, they gamble on change, they win money, they are stingy. People take care of their surfaces and varnish them. Everyone is dressed as though just out of a bandbox, washed, soaped, scraped, shaved, combed, waked, smoothed, rubbed, brushed, cleaned on the outside, irreproachable, polished as a pebble, discreet, neat, and at the same time, death of my life, in the depths of their consciences they have dung heaps and cesspools that are enough to make a cowherd who blows his nose in his fingers, recoil. I grant to this age the device, dirty cleanliness. Don't be vexed, Marius, give me permission to speak. I say no evil of the people. As you see, I am always harping on your people, but do look favorably on my dealing a bit of a slap to the bourgeoisie. I belong to it. He who loves well lashes well. Thereupon, I say plainly, that nowadays people marry, but that they no longer know how to marry. Ah! It is true, I regret the grace of the ancient manners. I regret everything about them, their elegance, their chivalry, those courteous and delicate ways, that joyous luxury which every one possessed, music forming part of the wedding, a symphony above stairs, a beating of drums below stairs. The dances, the joyous faces round the table, the fine-spun gallant compliments, the songs, the fireworks, the frank laughter, the devil's own row, the huge knots of ribbon. I regret the bride's garter. The bride's garter is cousin to the girdle of Venus. On what does the war of Troy turn? On Helen's garter, parbleu! Why did they fight? Why did Dium the divine break over the head of Marians that great brazen helmet of 10 points? Why did Achilles and Hector hew each other up with vast blows of their lances? Because Helen allowed Paris to take her garter. With Cosette's garter, Homer would construct the Iliad. He would put in his poem, a loquacious old fellow, like me, and he would call him Nestor. My friends, in bygone days, in those amiable days of yore, people married wisely, they had a good contract, and then they had a good carouse. As soon as Cujas had taken his departure, Gamaco entered. But, in sooth, the stomach is an agreeable beast which demands its due, and which wants to have its wedding also. People supped well, and had at table a beautiful neighbor without a gamp so that her throat was only moderately concealed. Oh! The large laughing mouths, and how gay we were in those days! Youth was a bouquet, every young man terminated in a branch of lilacs or a tuft of roses, whether he was a shepherd or a warrior, and if, by chance, one was a captain of dragoons, one found means to call oneself Florian. People thought much of looking well. They embroidered and tinted themselves. A bourgeois had the air of a flower, a marquis had the air of a precious stone. People had no straps to their boots, they had no boots. They were spruce, shining, waved, lustrous, fluttering, dainty, coquettish, which did not at all prevent their wearing swords by their sides. The hummingbird has beak and claws. That was the day of the gallant Indies. One of the sides of that century was delicate, the other was magnificent, and by the green cabbages. People amused themselves. Today, people are serious. The bourgeois is avaricious, the bourgeoise is a prude, your century is unfortunate. People would drive away the graces as being too low in the neck. Alas! Beauty is concealed as though it were ugliness. Since the revolution, everything, including the ballet dancers, has had its trousers. A mountebank dancer must be grave, your rigadoons are doctrinarian. It is necessary to be majestic. People would be greatly annoyed if they did not carry their chins in their cravats. The ideal of an urchin of 20 when he marries, is to resemble M. Royer Collard. And do you know what one arrives at with that majesty? At being petty. Learn this, joy is not only joyous, it is great. But be in love gaily then, what the deuce. Marry, when you marry, with fever and giddiness and tumult and the uproar of happiness. Be grave in church, well and good. But, as soon as the mass is finished, sarpejao. You must make a dream whirl around the bride. A marriage should be royal and chimerical. It should promenade its ceremony from the cathedral of Reims to the pagoda of Chanteloup. I have a horror of a paltry wedding. Ventrigoulette. Be in Olympus for that one day, at least. Be one of the gods. Ah! People might be sylphs. Games and laughter, argyrospides, they are stupids. My friends, every recently made bridegroom ought to be Prince Aldobrandini. Profit by that unique minute in life to soar away to the Empyrean with the swans and the eagles, even if you do have to fall back on the morrow into the bourgeoisie of the frogs. Don't economize on the nuptials, do not prune them of their splendors, don't scrimp on the day when you beam. The wedding is not the housekeeping. Oh! If I were to carry out my fancy, it would be gallant, violins would be heard under the trees. Here is my program, sky blue and silver. I would mingle with the festival the rural divinities, I would convoke the dryads and the nereids. The nuptials of Amphitrite, a rosy cloud, nymphs with well-dressed locks and entirely naked. An academician offering quatrains to the goddess, a chariot drawn by marine monsters. Triton trottate devant, et tyrite de sa conque. Des suns si ravis sans tu il ravis eat quiconque. 65. There's a festive program, there's a good one, or else I know nothing of such matters, deuce take it. While the grandfather, in full lyrical effusion, was listening to himself, Cosette and Marius grew intoxicated as they gazed freely at each other. Aunt Gillenormand surveyed all this with her imperturbable placidity. Within the last 5 or 6 months she had experienced a certain amount of emotions. Marius returned, Marius brought back bleeding, Marius brought back from a barricade, Marius dead, then living, Marius reconciled, Marius betrothed, Marius wedding a poor girl, Marius wedding a millionairess. The 600,000 francs had been her last surprise. Then, her indifference of a girl taking her first communion returned to her. She went regularly to service, told her beads, read her euchology, mumbled aves in one corner of the house, while I love you was being whispered in the other, and she beheld Marius and Cosette in a vague way, like two shadows. The shadow was herself. There is a certain state of inert asceticism in which the soul, neutralized by torpor, a stranger to that which may be designated as the business of living, receives no impressions, either human, or pleasant or painful, with the exception of earthquakes and catastrophes. This devotion, as Father Gillenormand said to his daughter, corresponds to a cold in the head. You smell nothing of life. Neither any bad, nor any good odor. Moreover, the 600,000 francs had settled the elderly spinster's indecision. Her father had acquired the habit of taking her so little into account, that he had not consulted her in the matter of consent to Marius' marriage. He had acted impetuously, according to his wont, having, a despot turned slave, but a single thought, to satisfy Marius. As for the aunt, it had not even occurred to him that the aunt existed, and that she could have an opinion of her own, and, sheep as she was, this had vexed her. Somewhat resentful in her inmost soul, but impassible externally, she had said to herself, my father has settled the question of the marriage without reference to me, I shall settle the question of the inheritance without consulting him. She was rich, in fact, and her father was not. She had reserved her decision on this point. It is probable that, had the match been a poor one, she would have left him poor. So much the worse for my nephew, he is wedding a beggar, let him be a beggar himself, but Cosette's $500,000 pleased the aunt, and altered her inward situation so far as this pair of lovers were concerned. One owes some consideration to 600,000 francs, and it was evident that she could not do otherwise than leave her fortune to these young people, since they did not need it. It was arranged that the couple should live with the grandfather, M. Gillenormand insisted on resigning to them his chamber, the finest in the house. That will make me young again, he said. It's an old plan of mine. I have always entertained the idea of having a wedding in my chamber. He furnished this chamber with a multitude of elegant trifles. He had the ceiling and walls hung with an extraordinary stuff, which he had by him in the piece, and which he believed to have emanated from Utrecht, with a buttercup-coloured satin ground, covered with velvet auricula blossoms. It was with that stuff, said he, that the bed of the Duchesse d'Anville at La Roche-Guyon was draped. On the chimney-piece, he set a little figure in Saxe porcelain, carrying a muff against her nude stomach. M. Gillenormand's library became the lawyer's study, which Marius needed, a study, it will be remembered, being required by the Council of the Order. Chapter 7, The Effects of Dreams Mingled with Happiness. The lovers saw each other every day. Cosette came with M. Fauchelevent. This is reversing things, said Mademoiselle Gillenormand, to have the bride come to the house to do the courting like this, but Marius' convalescence had caused the habit to become established, and the armchairs of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, better adapted to interviews than the straw chairs of the Rue de l'Homme Arme, had rooted it. Marius and M. Fauchelevent saw each other, but did not address each other. It seemed as though this had been agreed upon. Every girl needs a chaperone. Cosette could not have come without M. Fauchelevent. In Marius' eyes, M. Fauchelevent was the condition attached to Cosette. He accepted it. By dint of discussing political matters, vaguely and without precision, from the point of view of the general amelioration of the fate of all men, they came to say a little more than yes and no once, on the subject of education, which Marius wished to have free and obligatory, multiplied under all forms, lavished on every one, like the air and the sun, in a word, respirable for the entire population. They were in unison, and they almost conversed. M. Fauchelevent talked well, and even with a certain loftiness of language, still he lacked something indescribable. M. Fauchelevent possessed something less and also something more, than a man of the world. Marius, inwardly, and in the depths of his thought, surrounded with all sorts of mute questions this M. Fauchelevent, who was to him simply benevolent and cold. There were moments when doubts as to his own recollections occurred to him. There was a void in his memory, a black spot, an abyss excavated by 4 months of agony. Many things had been lost therein. He had come to the point of asking himself whether it were really a fact that he had seen M. Fauchelevent, so serious and so calm a man, in the barricade. This was not, however, the only stupor which the apparitions and the disappearances of the past had left in his mind. It must not be supposed that he was delivered from all those obsessions of the memory which force us, even when happy, even when satisfied, to glance sadly behind us. The head which does not turn backwards towards horizons that have vanished contains neither thought nor love. At times, Marius clasped his face between his hands, and the vague and tumultuous past traversed the twilight which reigned in his brain. Again he beheld Mabeuf fall, he heard Gavroche singing amid the grape shot, he felt beneath his lips the cold brow of Eponine, Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Bossuet, Grantaire. All his friends rose erect before him, then dispersed into thin air. Were all those dear, sorrowful, valiant, charming, or tragic beings merely dreams? Had they actually existed? The revolt had enveloped everything in its smoke. These great fevers create great dreams. He questioned himself. He felt himself. All these vanished realities made him dizzy. Where were they all then? Was it really true that all were dead? A fall into the shadows had carried off all except himself. It all seemed to him to have disappeared as though behind the curtain of a theatre. There are curtains like this which drop in life. God passes on to the following act. And he himself, was he actually the same man? He, the poor man, was rich. He, the abandoned, had a family. He, the despairing, was to marry Cosette. It seemed to him that he had traversed a tomb, and that he had entered into it black and had emerged from it white, and in that tomb the others had remained. At certain moments, all these beings of the past, returned and present, formed a circle around him, and overshadowed him. Then he thought of Cosette, and recovered his serenity, but nothing less than this felicity could have sufficed to efface that catastrophe. M. Fauchelevent almost occupied a place among these vanished beings. Marius hesitated to believe that the Fauchelevent of the barricade was the same as this Fauchelevent in flesh and blood, sitting so gravely beside Cosette. The first was, probably, one of those nightmares occasioned and brought back by his hours of delirium. However, the natures of both men were rigid. No question from Marius to M. Fauchelevent was possible. Such an idea had not even occurred to him. We have already indicated this characteristic detail. Two men who have a secret in common, and who, by a sort of tacit agreement, exchange not a word on the subject, are less rare than is commonly supposed. Once only, did Marius make the attempt. He introduced into the conversation the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and, turning to M. Fauchelevent, he said to him, "Of course, you are acquainted with that street." "What street?" "The Rue de la Chanvrerie." "I have no idea of the name of that street," replied M. Fauchelevent, in the most natural manner in the world. The response which bore upon the name of the street and not upon the street itself, appeared to Marius to be more conclusive than it really was. Decidedly, thought he, I have been dreaming, I have been subject to a hallucination. It was someone who resembled him. Fauchelevent was not there. Chapter 8, Two Men Impossible to Find. Marius' enchantment, great as it was, could not efface from his mind other preoccupations. While the wedding was in preparation, and while awaiting the date fixed upon, he caused difficult and scrupulous retrospective researches to be made. He owed gratitude in various quarters, he owed it on his father's account, he owed it on his own. There was Thénardier, there was the unknown man who had brought him, Marius, back to M. Gillenormand. Marius endeavored to find these two men, not intending to marry, to be happy, and to forget them, and fearing that, were these debts of gratitude not discharged, they would leave a shadow on his life, which promised so brightly for the future. It was impossible for him to leave all these arrears of suffering behind him, and he wished, before entering joyously into the future, to obtain acquittance from the past. That Thénardier was a villain detracted nothing from the fact that he had saved Colonel Pontmercy. Thénardier was a ruffian in the eyes of all the world except Marius. And Marius, ignorant of the real scene in the battlefield of Waterloo, was not aware of the peculiar detail, that his father, so far as Thénardier was concerned, was in the strange position of being indebted to the latter for his life, without being indebted to him for any gratitude. None of the various agents whom Marius employed succeeded in discovering any trace of Thénardier. Obliteration appeared to be complete in that quarter. Madame Thénardier had died in prison pending the trial. Thénardier and his daughter Azelma, the only two remaining of that lamentable group, had plunged back into the gloom. The gulf of the social unknown had silently closed above those beings. On the surface there was not visible so much as that quiver, that trembling, those obscure concentric circles which announce that something has fallen in, and that the plummet may be dropped. Madame Thénardier being dead, Boulatruelle being eliminated from the case, Claquesous having disappeared, the principal persons accused having escaped from prison, the trial connected with the ambush in the Gorbeau house had come to nothing. That affair had remained rather obscure. The bench of assizes had been obliged to content themselves with two subordinates. Punchot, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail, and Demiliard, alias Dumilliards, who had been inconsistently condemned, after a hearing of both sides of the case, to 10 years in the galleys. Hard labor for life had been the sentence pronounced against the escaped and contumacious accomplices. Thénardier, the head and leader, had been, through contumacy, likewise condemned to death. This sentence was the only information remaining about Thénardier, casting upon that buried name its sinister light like a candle beside a bier. Moreover, by thrusting Thénardier back into the very remotest depths, through a fear of being recaptured, this sentence added to the density of the shadows which enveloped this man. As for the other person, as for the unknown man who had saved Marius, the researches were at first to some extent successful, then came to an abrupt conclusion. They succeeded in finding the carriage which had brought Marius to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire on the evening of the 6th of June. The coachman declared that, on the 6th of June, in obedience to the commands of a police agent, he had stood from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until nightfall on the Quai des Champs-Élysées, above the outlet of the Grand Sewer, that, towards 9 o'clock in the evening, the grating of the sewer, which abuts on the bank of the river, had opened, that a man had emerged therefrom, bearing on his shoulders another man, who seemed to be dead, that the agent, who was on the watch at that point, had arrested the living man and had seized the dead man, that, at the order of the police agent, he, the coachman, had taken all those folks into his carriage, that they had first driven to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, that they had there deposited the dead man, that the dead man was Monsieur Marius, and that he, the coachman, recognized him perfectly, although he was alive this time, that afterwards, they had entered the vehicle again, that he had whipped up his horses, a few paces from the gate of the archives. They had called to him to halt, that there, in the street, they had paid him and left him, and that the police agent had led the other man away, that he knew nothing more, that the night had been very dark. Marius, as we have said, recalled nothing. He only remembered that he had been seized from behind by an energetic hand at the moment when he was falling backwards into the barricade, then, everything vanished so far as he was concerned. He had only regained consciousness at M. Gillenormand's. He was lost in conjectures. He could not doubt his own identity. Still, how had it come to pass that, having fallen in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, he had been picked up by the police agent on the banks of the Seine, near the Pont des Invalides? Someone had carried him from the Quartier des Halles to the Champs-Élysées. And how? Through the sewer. Unheard of devotion. Someone? Who? This was the man for whom Marius was searching. Of this man, who was his savior, nothing, not a trace, not the faintest indication. Marius, although forced to preserve great reserve, in that direction, pushed his inquiries as far as the prefecture of police. There, no more than elsewhere, did the information obtained lead to any enlightenment. The prefecture knew less about the matter than did the hackney coachman. They had no knowledge of any arrest having been made on the 6th of June at the mouth of the Grand Sewer. No report of any agent had been received there upon this matter, which was regarded at the prefecture as a fable. The invention of this fable was attributed to the coachman. A coachman who wants a gratuity is capable of anything, even of imagination. The fact was assured, nevertheless, and Marius could not doubt it, unless he doubted his own identity, as we have just said. Everything about this singular enigma was inexplicable. What had become of that man, that mysterious man, whom the coachman had seen emerge from the grating of the grand sewer bearing upon his back the unconscious Marius, and whom the police agent on the watch had arrested in the very act of rescuing an insurgent? What had become of the agent himself? Why had this agent preserved silence? Had the man succeeded in making his escape? Had he bribed the agent? Why did this man give no sign of life to Marius, who owed everything to him? His disinterestedness was no less tremendous than his devotion. Why had not that man appeared again? Perhaps he was above compensation, but no one is above gratitude. Was he dead? Who was the man? What sort of a face had he? No one could tell him this. The coachman answered, the night was very dark. Basque and Nicolette, all in a flutter, had looked only at their young master all covered with blood. The porter, whose candle had lighted the tragic arrival of Marius, had been the only one to take note of the man in question, and this is the description that he gave. That man was terrible. Marius had the blood-stained clothing which he had worn when he had been brought back to his grandfather preserved, in the hope that it would prove of service in his researches. On examining the coat, it was found that one skirt had been torn in a singular way. A piece was missing. One evening, Marius was speaking in the presence of Cosette and Jean Valjean of the whole of that singular adventure, of the innumerable inquiries which he had made, and of the fruitlessness of his efforts. The cold countenance of Monsieur Fauchelevent angered him. He exclaimed, with a vivacity which had something of wrath in it. Yes, that man, whoever he may have been, was sublime. Do you know what he did, sir? He intervened like an archangel. He must have flung himself into the midst of the battle, have stolen me away, have opened the sewer, have dragged me into it and have carried me through it. He must have traversed more than a league and a half in those frightful subterranean galleries, bent over, weighed down, in the dark, in the cesspool, more than a league and a half, sir, with the corpse upon his back, and with what object? With the sole object of saving the corpse. And that corpse I was. He said to himself, there may still be a glimpse of life there, perchance, I will risk my own existence for that miserable spark, and his existence he risked not once but 20 times. And every step was a danger. The proof of it is, that on emerging from the sewer, he was arrested. Do you know, sir, that that man did all this? And he had no recompense to expect. What was I? An insurgent. What was I? One of the conquered. Oh! If Cosette's 600,000 francs were mine. They are yours, interrupted Jean Valjean. Well, resumed Marius, I would give them all to find that man once more. Jean Valjean remained silent. Book 6th, The Sleepless Night. Chapter 1, the 16th of February, 1833. The night of the 16th to the 17th of February, 1833, was a blessed night. Above its shadows heaven stood open. It was the wedding night of Marius and Cosette. The day had been adorable. It had not been the grand festival dreamed by the grandfather, a fairy spectacle, with the confusion of cherubim and cupids over the heads of the bridal pair, a marriage worthy to form the subject of a painting to be placed over a door, but it had been sweet and smiling. The manner of marriage in 1833 was not the same as it is today. France had not yet borrowed from England that supreme delicacy of carrying off one's wife, of fleeing, on coming out of church, of hiding oneself with shame from one's happiness, and of combining the ways of a bankrupt with the delights of the Song of Songs. People had not yet grasped to the full the chastity, exquisiteness, and decency of jolting their paradise in a posting chaise, of breaking up their mystery with click-clacks, of taking for a nuptial bed the bed of an inn, and of leaving behind them, in a commonplace chamber, at so much a night, the most sacred of the souvenirs of life mingled pell-mell with the tête-à-tête of the conductor of the diligence and the maidservant of the inn. In this second half of the 19th century in which we are now living, the mayor and his scarf, the priest and his chasuble, the law and God no longer suffice, they must be eked out by the postilion de l'ingénieur, a blue waistcoat turned up with red, and with bell buttons, a plaque like a vent brace, knee breeches of green leather, oaths to the Norman horses with their tails knotted up, false galloons, varnished hat, long powdered locks, an enormous whip and tall boots. France does not yet carry elegance to the length of doing like the English nobility, and raining down on the post-chaise of the bridal pair a hailstorm of slippers trodden down at heel and of worn-out shoes, in memory of Churchill, afterwards Marlborough or Malbrouck, who was assailed on his wedding day by the wrath of an ant which brought him good luck. Old shoes and slippers do not, as yet, form a part of our nuptial celebrations, but patience, as good taste continues to spread, we shall come to that. In 1833, 100 years ago, marriage was not conducted at a full trot. Strange to say, at that epoch, people still imagined that a wedding was a private and social festival, that a patriarchal banquet does not spoil a domestic solemnity, that gaiety, even in excess, provided it be honest, and decent, does happiness no harm, and that, in short, it is a good and a venerable thing that the fusion of these two destinies whence a family is destined to spring, should begin at home, and that the household should thenceforth have its nuptial chamber as its witness. And people were so immodest as to marry in their own homes. The marriage took place, therefore, in accordance with this now superannuated fashion, at M. Gillenormand's house. Natural and commonplace as this matter of marrying is, the banns to publish, the papers to be drawn up, the mayoralty, and the church produce some complication. They could not get ready before the 16th of February. Now, we note this detail, for the pure satisfaction of being exact, it chanced that the 16th fell on Shrove Tuesday. Hesitations, scruples, particularly on the part of Aunt Gillenormand. Shrove Tuesday, exclaimed the grandfather, so much the better. There is a proverb. Mariage en Mardi Gras. En aura point en Ingrid 66. Let us proceed. Here goes for the 16th. Do you want to delay, Marius? No, certainly not, replied the lover. Let us marry, then, cried the grandfather. Accordingly, the marriage took place on the 16th, notwithstanding the public merrymaking. It rained that day, but there is always in the sky a tiny scrap of blue at the service of happiness, which lovers see, even when the rest of creation is under an umbrella. On the preceding evening, Jean Valjean handed to Marius, in the presence of M. Gillenormand, the 584,000 francs. As the marriage was taking place under the regime of community of property, the papers had been simple. Henceforth, Toussaint was of no use to Jean Valjean. Cosette inherited her and promoted her to the rank of lady's maid. As for Jean Valjean, a beautiful chamber in the Gillenormand house had been furnished expressly for him, and Cosette had said to him in such an irresistible manner, "Father, I entreat you," that she had almost persuaded him to promise that he would come and occupy it. A few days before that fixed on for the marriage, an accident happened to Jean Valjean. He crushed the thumb of his right hand. This was not a serious matter, and he had not allowed anyone to trouble himself about it, nor to dress it, nor even to see his hurt, not even Cosette. Nevertheless, this had forced him to swathe his hand in a linen bandage, and to carry his arm in a sling, and had prevented his signing. M. Gillenormand, in his capacity of Cosette's supervising guardian, had supplied his place. We will not conduct the reader either to the mayor's office or to the church. One does not follow a pair of lovers to that extent, and one is accustomed to turn one's back on the drama as soon as it puts a wedding nosegay in its buttonhole. We will confine ourselves to noting an incident which, though unnoticed by the wedding party, marked the transit from the Rue des Filles du Calvaire to the Church of St. Paul. At that epoch, the northern extremity of the Rue St. Louis was in process of repaving. It was barred off, beginning with the Rue du Parc Royal. It was impossible for the wedding carriages to go directly to St. Paul. They were obliged to alter their course, and the simplest way was to turn through the boulevard. One of the invited guests observed that it was Shrove Tuesday, and that there would be a jam of vehicles. Why? Asked M. Gillenormand. Because of the maskers. Capital, said the grandfather, let us go that way. These young folks are on the way to be married, they are about to enter the serious part of life. This will prepare them for seeing a bit of the masquerade. They went by way of the boulevard. The first wedding coach held Cosette and Aunt Gillenormand, M. Gillenormand and Jean Valjean. Marius, still separated from his betrothed according to usage, did not come until the second. The nuptial train, on emerging from the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, became entangled in a long procession of vehicles which formed an endless chain from the Madeleine to the Bastille, and from the Bastille to the Madeleine. Maskers abounded on the boulevard. In spite of the fact that it was raining at intervals, Merry Andrew, Pantaloon and Clown persisted. In the good humor of that winter of 1833, Paris had disguised itself as Venice. Such Shrove Tuesdays are no longer to be seen nowadays. Everything which exists being a scattered carnival, there is no longer any carnival. The sidewalks were overflowing with pedestrians and the windows with curious spectators. The terraces which crown the peristyles of the theatres were bordered with spectators. Besides the maskers, they stared at that procession, peculiar to Shrove Tuesday as to Longchamps, of vehicles of every description, citadines, tapissières, carrioles, cabriolets marching in order, rigorously riveted to each other by the police regulations, and locked into rails, as it were. Anyone in these vehicles is at once a spectator and a spectacle. Police sergeants maintained, on the sides of the boulevard, these two interminable parallel files, moving in contrary directions, and saw to it that nothing interfered with that double current, those two brooks of carriages, flowing, the one downstream, the other upstream, the one towards the Chaussée d'Antin, the other towards the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The carriages of the peers of France and of the ambassadors, emblazoned with coats of arms, held the middle of the way. Going and coming freely. Certain joyous and magnificent trains, notably that of the Boeuf Gras, had the same privilege. In this gaiety of Paris, England cracked her whip. Lord Seymour's post-chaise, harassed by a nickname from the populace, passed with great noise. In the double file, along which the municipal guards galloped like sheep dogs, honest family coaches, loaded down with great aunts and grandmothers, displayed at their doors fresh groups of children in disguise, clowns of 7 years of age, columbines of 6, ravishing little creatures, who felt that they formed an official part of the public mirth, who were imbued with the dignity of their harlequinade, and who possessed the gravity of functionaries. From time to time, a hitch arose somewhere in the procession of vehicles, one or other of the two lateral files halted until the knot was disentangled, one carriage delayed sufficed to paralyze the whole line. Then they set out again on the march. The wedding carriages were in the file proceeding towards the Bastille, and skirting the right side of the boulevard. At the top of the Pont Auxiliary Chou, there was a stoppage. Nearly at the same moment, the other file, which was proceeding towards the Madeleine, halted also. At that point of the file there was a carriage load of maskers. These carriages, or to speak more correctly, these wagon loads of maskers are very familiar to Parisians. If they were missing on a Shrove Tuesday, or at the Mid-Lent, it would be taken in bad part, and people would say, there's something behind that, probably the ministry is about to undergo a change. A pile of Cassandras, Harlequins, and Columbines, jolted along high above the passers-by, all possible grotesquenesses, from the Turk to the savage, Hercules supporting marquises, fishwives who would have made Rabelais stop up his ears just as the Maenads made Aristophanes drop his eyes, tow wigs, pink tights, dandified hats, spectacles of a grimacer, three-cornered hats of Janot tormented with a butterfly, shouts directed at pedestrians, fists on hips, bold attitudes, bare shoulders, immodesty unchained, a chaos of shamelessness driven by a coachman crowned with flowers. This is what that institution was like. Greece stood in need of the chariot of Thespis, France stands in need of the hackney coach of Vade. Everything can be parroted, even parody. The Saturnalia, that grimace of antique beauty, ends, through exaggeration after exaggeration, in Shrove Tuesday, and the Bacchanal, formerly crowned with sprays of vine leaves and grapes, inundated with sunshine, displaying her marble breast in a divine semi-nudity, having at the present day lost her shape under the soaked rags of the north, has finally come to be called the Jack Pudding. The tradition of carriage loads of maskers runs back to the most ancient days of the monarchy. The accounts of Louis XI. Allot to the bailiff of the palace 20 sous, Tournois, for 3 coaches of masquerades in the crossroads. In our day, these noisy heaps of creatures are accustomed to have themselves driven in some ancient cuckoo carriage, whose imperial they load down, or they overwhelm a hired landau, with its top thrown back, with their tumultuous groups. 20 of them ride in a carriage intended for 6. They cling to the seats, to the rumble, on the cheeks of the hood, on the shafts. They even bestride the carriage lamps. They stand, sit, lie, with their knees drawn up in a knot, and their legs hanging. The women sit on the men's laps. Far away, above the throng of heads, their wild pyramid is visible. These carriage loads form mountains of mirth in the midst of the rout. Collet, Panard, and Pyrrhon flow from it, enriched with slang. This carriage, which has become colossal through its freight, has an air of conquest. Uproar reigns in front, tumult behind. People vociferate, shout, howl, there they break forth and writhe with enjoyment, gaiety roars, sarcasm flames forth, joviality is flaunted like a red flag, 2 jades their drag farce blossomed forth into an apotheosis, it is the triumphal car of laughter. A laughter that is too cynical to be frank. In truth, this laughter is suspicious. This laughter has a mission. It is charged with proving the carnival to the Parisians. These fishwife vehicles, in which one feels one knows not what shadows, set the philosopher to thinking. There is government therein. There one lays one's finger on a mysterious affinity between public men and public women. It certainly is sad that turpitude heaped up should give a sum total of gaiety, that by piling ignominy upon opprobrium the people should be enticed, that the system of spying, and serving as caryatids to prostitution should amuse the rabble when it confronts them, that the crowd loves to behold that monstrous living pile of tinsel rags, half dung, half light, roll by on 4 wheels howling and laughing, that they should clap their hands at this glory composed of all shames, that there would be no festival for the populace, did not the police promenade in their midst these sorts of 20-headed hydras of joy. But what can be done about it? These beribboned and beflowered tumbrils of mire are insulted and pardoned by the laughter of the public. The laughter of all is the accomplice of universal degradation. Certain unhealthy festivals disaggregate the people and convert them into the populace. And populaces, like tyrants, require buffoons. The king has Roquelaure, the populace has the Merry Andrew. Paris is a great, mad city on every occasion that it is a great sublime city. There the carnival forms part of politics. Paris, let us confess it, willingly allows infamy to furnish it with comedy. She only demands of her masters, when she has masters, one thing, paint me the mud. Rome was of the same mind. She loved Nero. Nero was a titanic light ermine. Chance ordained, as we have just said, that one of these shapeless clusters of masked men and women, dragged about on a vast calash, should halt on the left of the boulevard, while the wedding train halted on the right. The carriage load of masks caught sight of the wedding carriage containing the bridal party opposite them on the other side of the boulevard. "Hello," said a masker, here's a wedding. A sham wedding, retorted another. We are the genuine article. And, being too far off to accost the wedding party, and fearing also, the rebuke of the police, the two maskers turned their eyes elsewhere. At the end of another minute, the carriage load of maskers had their hands full, the multitude set to yelling, which is the crowd's caress to masquerades, and the two maskers who had just spoken had to face the throng with their comrades, and did not find the entire repertory of projectiles of the fish markets too extensive to retort to the enormous verbal attacks of the populace. A frightful exchange of metaphors took place between the maskers and the crowd. In the meanwhile, two other maskers in the same carriage, a Spaniard with an enormous nose, an elderly air, and huge black moustache, and a gaunt fishwife, who was quite a young girl, masked with a Lu 67 had also noticed the wedding, and while their companions and the passers-by were exchanging insults, they had held a dialogue in a low voice. Their aside was covered by the tumult and was lost in it. The gusts of rain had drenched the front of the vehicle, which was wide open. The breezes of February are not warm, as the fishwife, clad in a low-necked gown, replied to the Spaniard. She shivered, laughed and coughed. Here is their dialogue. Say, now. What, Daddy? Do you see that old cove? What old cove? Yonder, in the first wedding cart, on our side. The one with his arm hung up in a black cravat. Yes. Well. I'm sure that I know him. Ah. I'm willing that they should cut my throat, and I'm ready to swear that I never said either you, thou, or I, in my life, if I don't know that Parisian. Pantanoise. Paris in Pantin today. Can you see the bride if you stoop down? No. And the bridegroom? There's no bridegroom in that trap. Bah. Unless it's the old fellow. Try to get a sight of the bride by stooping very low. I can't. Never mind, that old cove who has something the matter with his paw I know, and that I'm positive. And what good does it do to know him? No one can tell, sometimes it does. I don't care a hang for old fellows, that I don't. I know him. Know him, if you want to. How the devil does he come to be one of the wedding party? We are in it, too. Where does that wedding come from? How should I know? Listen. Well, what? There's one thing you ought to do. What's that? Get off of our trap and spin that wedding. What for? To find out where it goes, and what it is. Hurry up and jump down, Trot, my girl, your legs are young. I can't quit the vehicle. Why not? I'm hired. Ah, the devil. I owe my fishwife day to the prefecture. That's true. If I leave the cart, the first inspector who gets his eye on me will arrest me, you know that well enough. Yes, I do. I'm bought by the government for today. All the same, that old fellow bothers me. Do the old fellows bother you? But you're not a young girl. He's in the first carriage. Well. In the bride's trap. What then? So he is the father. What concern is that of mine? I tell you that he's the father. As if he were the only father. Listen. What? I can't go out otherwise than masked. Here I'm concealed, no one knows that I'm here, but tomorrow, there will be no more maskers. It's Ash Wednesday. I run the risk of being nabbed. I must sneak back into my hole, but you are free. Not particularly. More than I am, at any rate. Well, what of that? You must try to find out where that wedding party went to. Where it went? Yes. I know. Where is it going then? To the Cadran Bleu. In the first place, it's not in that direction. Well, to La Rapée. Or elsewhere. Its free wedding parties are at liberty. That's not the point at all. I tell you that you must try to learn for me what that wedding is, who that old cove belongs to, and where that wedding pair lives. I like that. That would be queer. It's so easy to find out a wedding party that passed through the street on a Shrove Tuesday, a week afterwards a pin in a haymow. It ain't possible. That don't matter, you must try, you understand me, Azelma. The two files resumed their movement on both sides of the boulevard, in opposite directions, and the carriage of the maskers lost sight of the trap of the bride. Chapter 2, Jean Valjean still wears his arm in a sling. To realize one's dream. To whom is this accorded? There must be elections for this in heaven. We are all candidates, unknown to ourselves. The angels vote. Cosette and Marius had been elected. Cosette, both at the mayor's office and at church, was dazzling and touching. Toussaint, assisted by Nicolette, had dressed her. Cosette wore over a petticoat of white taffeta, her robe of binch guipure, a veil of English point, a necklace of fine pearls, a wreath of orange flowers. All this was white, and, from the midst of that whiteness she beamed forth. It was an exquisite candor, expanding and becoming transfigured in the light. One would have pronounced her a virgin on the point of turning into a goddess. Marius' handsome hair was lustrous and perfumed. Here and there, beneath the thick curls, pale lines, the scars of the barricade, were visible. The grandfather, haughty, with head held high, amalgamating more than ever in his toilet and his manners all the elegances of the Epic of Barras, escorted Cosette. He took the place of Jean Valjean, who, on account of his arm being still in a sling, could not give his hand to the bride. Jean Valjean, dressed in black, followed them with a smile. Monsieur Fauchelevent, said the grandfather to him, this is a fine day. I vote for the end of afflictions and sorrows henceforth, there must be no sadness anywhere. Pardieu, I decree joy, evil has no right to exist. That there should be any unhappy man is, in sooth, a disgrace to the azure of the sky. Evil does not come from man, who is good at bottom. All human miseries have for their capital and central government hell, otherwise, known as the devil's Tuileries. Good, here I am uttering demagogical words. As far as I am concerned, I have no longer any political opinions. Let all men be rich, that is to say, mirthful, and I confine myself to that. When, at the conclusion of all the ceremonies, after having pronounced before the mayor and before the priest all possible yeses, after having signed the registers at the municipality and at the sacristy, after having exchanged their rings, after having knelt side by side under the pall of white moire in the smoke of the censer, they arrived, hand in hand, admired and envied by all, Marius in black, she in white, preceded by the Swiss, with the epaulets of a colonel, tapping the pavement with his halberd, between two rows of astonished spectators, at the portals of the church, both leaves of which were thrown wide open, ready to enter their carriage again, and all being finished, Cosette still could not believe that it was real. She looked at Marius, she looked at the crowd, she looked at the sky, it seemed as though she feared that she should wake up from her dream. Her amazed and uneasy air added something indescribably enchanting to her beauty. They entered the same carriage to return home. Marius beside Cosette, M. Gillenormand and Jean Valjean sat opposite them, Aunt Gillenormand had withdrawn 1 degree, and was in the second vehicle. My children, said the grandfather, here you are, Monsieur Le Baron and Madame la Baronne, with an income of 30,000 livres. And Cosette, nestling close to Marius, caressed his ear with an angelic whisper, so it is true, my name is Marius, I am Madame Thou. These two creatures were resplendent. They had reached that irrevocable and irrecoverable moment, at the dazzling intersection of all youth and all joy. They realized the verses of Jean Prouvaire, they were 40 years old taken together. It was marriage sublimated, these two children were two lilies. They did not see each other, they did not contemplate each other. Cosette perceived Marius in the midst of a glory, Marius perceived Cosette on an altar. And on that altar, and in that glory, the two apotheoses mingling, in the background, one knows not how, behind a cloud for Cosette, in a flash for Marius, there was the ideal thing, the real thing, the meeting of the kiss and the dream, the nuptial pillow. All the torments through which they had passed came back to them in intoxication. It seemed to them that their sorrows, their sleepless nights, their tears, their anguish, their terrors, their despair, converted into caresses and rays of light, rendered still more charming the charming hour which was approaching, and that their griefs were but so many handmaidens who were preparing the toilet of joy. How good it is to have suffered! Their unhappiness formed a halo round their happiness. The long agony of their love was terminating in an ascension. It was the same enchantment in two souls, tinged with voluptuousness in Marius, and with modesty in Cosette. They said to each other in low tones, we will go back to take a look at our little garden in the Rue Plumet. The folds of Cosette's gown lay across Marius. Such a day is an ineffable mixture of dream and of reality. One possesses and one supposes. One still has time before one to divine. The emotion on that day, of being at midday and of dreaming of midnight, is indescribable. The delights of these two hearts overflowed upon the crowd, and inspired the passers-by with cheerfulness. People halted in the Rue Saint-Antoine, in front of St. Paul, to gaze through the windows of the carriage at the orange flowers quivering on Cosette's head. Then they returned home to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Marius, triumphant and radiant, mounted side by side with Cosette the staircase up which he had been borne in a dying condition. The poor, who had trooped to the door, and who shared their purses, blessed them. There were flowers everywhere. The house was no less fragrant than the church, after the incense, roses. They thought they heard voices caroling in the infinite, they had God in their hearts, destiny appeared to them like a ceiling of stars, above their heads they beheld the light of a rising Sunday. All at once, the clock struck. Marius glanced at Cosette's charming bare arm, and at the rosy things which were vaguely visible through the lace of her bodice, and Cosette, intercepting Marius' glance, blushed to her very hair. Quite a number of old family friends of the Gillenormand family had been invited, they pressed about Cosette. Each one vied with the rest in saluting her as Madame la Baronne. The officer, Théodule Gillenormand, now a captain, had come from Chartres, where he was stationed in garrison, to be present at the wedding of his cousin Pontmercy. Cosette did not recognize him. He, on his side, habituated as he was to have women consider him handsome, retained no more recollection of Cosette than of any other woman. How right I was not to believe in that story about the Lancer, said Father Gillenormand, to himself. Cosette had never been more tender with Jean Valjean. She was in unison with Father Gillenormand, while he erected joy into aphorisms and maxims, she exhaled goodness like a perfume. Happiness desires that all the world should be happy. She regained, for the purpose of addressing Jean Valjean, inflections of voice belonging to the time when she was a little girl. She caressed him with her smile. A banquet had been spread in the dining room. Illumination as brilliant as the daylight is the necessary seasoning of a great joy. Mist and obscurity are not accepted by the happy. They do not consent to be black. The night, yes, the shadows, no, if there is no sun, one must be made. The dining room was full of gay things. In the center, above the white and glittering table, was a Venetian lustre with flat plates, with all sorts of colored birds, blue, violet, red, and green, perched amid the candles, around the chandelier, girandoles, on the walls, sconces with triple and quintuple branches, mirrors, silverware, glassware, plate, porcelain, faience, pottery, gold and silversmith's work, all was sparkling and gay. The empty spaces between the candelabra were filled in with bouquets, so that where there was not a light, there was a flower. In the antechamber, 3 violins and a flute softly played quartets by Haydn. Jean Valjean had seated himself on a chair in the drawing room, behind the door, the leaf of which folded back upon him in such a manner as to nearly conceal him. A few moments before they sat down to table, Cosette came, as though inspired by a sudden whim, and made him a deep courtesy, spreading out her bridal toilet with both hands, and with a tenderly roguish glance, she asked him, "Father, are you satisfied?" "Yes," said Jean Valjean, "I am content." "Well, then, laugh." Jean Valjean began to laugh. A few moments later, Basque announced that dinner was served. The guests, preceded by M. Gillenormand with Cosette on his arm, entered the dining room, and arranged themselves in the proper order around the table. 2 large armchairs figured on the right and left of the bride, the first for M. Gillenormand, the other for Jean Valjean. M. Gillenormand took his seat. The other armchair remained empty. They looked about for M. Fauchelevent. He was no longer there. M. Gillenormand questioned Basque. "Do you know where M. Fauchelevent is?" "Sir," replied Basque, "I do, precisely. M. Fauchelevent told me to say to you, sir, that he was suffering, his injured hand was paining him somewhat, and that he could not dine with Monsieur Le Baron and Madame la Baronne, that he begged to be excused, that he would come tomorrow. He has just taken his departure." That empty armchair chilled the effusion of the wedding feast for a moment. But, if M. Fauchelevent was absent, M. Gillenormand was present, and the grandfather beamed for 2. He affirmed that M. Fauchelevent had done well to retire early, if he were suffering, but that it was only a slight ailment. This declaration sufficed. Moreover, what is an obscure corner in such a submersion of joy? Cosette and Marius were passing through one of those egotistical and blessed moments when no other faculty is left to a person than that of receiving happiness. And then, an idea occurred to M. Gillenormand. "Pardieu, this armchair is empty, come hither, Marius, your aunt will permit it, although she has a right to you. This armchair is for you, that is legal and delightful." Fortunatus beside Fortunata, applause from the whole table. Marius took Jean Valjean's place beside Cosette, and things fell out so that Cosette, who had, at first, been saddened by Jean Valjean's absence, ended by being satisfied with it. From the moment when Marius took his place, and was the substitute, Cosette would not have regretted God himself. She set her sweet little foot, shod in white satin, on Marius' foot. The armchair being occupied, M. Fauchelevent was obliterated, and nothing was lacking. And, 5 minutes afterward, the whole table from one end to the other, was laughing with all the animation of forgetfulness. At dessert, M. Gillenormand, rising to his feet, with a glass of champagne in his hand, only half full so that the palsy of his 80 years might not cause an overflow, proposed the health of the married pair. "You shall not escape 2 sermons, he exclaimed. "This morning you had one from the cure, this evening you shall have one from your grandfather. Listen to me, I will give you a bit of advice. Adore each other. I do not make a pack of gyrations, I go straight to the mark. Be happy in all creation, only the turtle doves are wise. Philosophers say, moderate your joys. I say, give rein to your joys. Be as much smitten with each other as fiends be in a rage about it. The philosophers talk stuff and nonsense. I should like to stuff their philosophy down their gullets again. Can there be too many perfumes, too many open rosebuds, too many nightingales singing, too many green leaves, too much aurora in life? Can people love each other too much? Can people please each other too much? Take care, Estelle, thou art too pretty. Have a care, Nemorin, thou art too handsome. Fine stupidity, in sooth. Can people enchant each other too much, cajole each other too much, charm each other too much? Can one be too much alive, too happy? Moderate your joys. Ah, indeed. Down with the philosophers. Wisdom consists in jubilation. Make merry, let us make merry. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? Is the Sanchi diamond called the Sanchi because it belonged to Harley de Sanchi, or because it weighs 600 carats? I know nothing about it. Life is full of such problems. The important point is to possess the Sanchi in happiness. Let us be happy without quibbling and quirking. Let us obey the sun blindly. What is the sun? It is love. He who says love, says woman. Ah! Ah! Behold omnipotence, women! Ask that demagogue of a Marius if he is not the slave of that little tyrant of a cassette. And of his own free will, too, the coward. Woman! There is no Robespierre who keeps his place but woman reigns. I am no longer royalist except towards that royalty. What is Adam? The kingdom of Eve. No 89 for Eve. There has been the royal scepter surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, there has been the imperial scepter surmounted by a globe. There has been the scepter of Charlemagne, which was of iron, there has been the scepter of Louis the Great, which was of gold, the revolution twisted them between its thumb and forefinger, halfpenny straws, it is done with, it is broken, it lies on the earth, there is no longer any scepter, but make me a revolution against that little embroidered handkerchief, which smells of patchouli. I should like to see you do it. Try. Why is it so solid? Because it is a gewgaw. Ah! You are the 19th century? Well, what then? And we have been as foolish as you. Do not imagine that you have effected much change in the universe, because your trip gallant is called the cholera morbus, and because your pourri is called the cachuca. In fact, the women must always be loved. I defy you to escape from that. These friends are our angels. Yes, love, woman, the kiss forms a circle from which I defy you to escape, and, for my own part, I should be only too happy to re-enter it. Which of you has seen the planet Venus? The coquette of the abyss, the Celimene of the ocean, rise in the infinite, calming all here below? The ocean is a rough Alcestis. Well, grumble as he will, when Venus appears he is forced to smile. That brute beast submits. We are all made so. Wrath, tempest, claps of thunder, foam to the very ceiling. A woman enters on the scene, a planet rises, flat on your face. Marius was fighting 6 months ago, today he is married. That is well. Yes, Marius, yes, Cassette, you are in the right. Exist boldly for each other, make us burst with rage that we cannot do the same, idealize each other, catch in your beaks all the tiny blades of felicity that exist on earth, and arrange yourselves a nest for life. Perdie, to love, to be loved, what a fine miracle when one is young. Don't imagine that you have invented that. I, too, have had my dream, I, too, have meditated, I, too, have sighed, I, too, have had a moonlight soul. Love is a child 6,000 years old. Love has the right to a long white beard. Methuselah is a street Arab beside Cupid. For 60 centuries men and women have got out of their scrape by loving. The devil, who is cunning, took to hating man, man, who is still more cunning, took to loving woman. In this way he does more good than the devil does him harm. This craft was discovered in the days of the terrestrial paradise. The invention is old, my friends, but it is perfectly new. Profit by it. Be Daphnis and Chloe, while waiting to become Philemon and Baucis. Manage so that, when you are with each other, nothing shall be lacking to you, and that Cassette may be the sun for Marius, and that Marius may be the universe to Cassette. Cassette, let your fine weather be the smile of your husband, Marius, let your rain be your wife's tears. And let it never rain in your household. You have filched the winning number in the lottery, you have gained the great prize, guard it well, keep it under lock and key, do not squander it, adore each other and snap your fingers at all the rest. Believe what I say to you. It is good sense. And good sense cannot lie. Be a religion to each other. Each man has his own fashion of adoring God. Sapper Lottie. The best way to adore God is to love one's wife. I love thee. That's my catechism. He who loves is orthodox. The oath of Henri IV. Places sanctity somewhere between feasting and drunkenness. Ventre Saint Gris. I don't belong to the religion of that oath. Woman is forgotten in it. This astonishes me on the part of Henri IV. My friends, long live women. I am old, they say, it's astonishing how much I feel in the mood to be young. I should like to go and listen to the bagpipes in the woods. Children who contrive to be beautiful and contented, that intoxicates me. I would like greatly to get married, if anyone would have me. It is impossible to imagine that God could have made us for anything but this, to idolize, to coo, to preen ourselves, to be dove-like, to be dainty, to bill and coo our loves from morn to night. To gaze at one's image in one's little wife, to be proud, to be triumphant, to plume oneself, that is the aim of life. There, let not that displease you which we used to think in our day, when we were young folks. Ah! Virtu bambach! What charming women there were in those days, and what pretty little faces and what lovely lasses! I committed my ravages among them. Then love each other. If people did not love each other, I really do not see what use there would be in having any springtime, and for my own part, I should pray the good God to shut up all the beautiful things that he shows us, and to take away from us and put back in his box the flowers, the birds, and the pretty maidens. My children, receive an old man's blessing. The evening was gay, lively, and agreeable. The grandfather's sovereign good humor gave the keynote to the whole feast, and each person regulated his conduct on that almost centenarian cordiality. They danced a little, they laughed a great deal, it was an amiable wedding. Goodman days of yore might have been invited to it. However, he was present in the person of Father Gillenormand. There was a tumult, then silence. The married pair disappeared. A little after midnight, the Gillenormand house became a temple. Here we pause. On the threshold of wedding night stands a smiling angel with his finger on his lips. The soul enters into contemplation before that sanctuary where the celebration of love takes place. There should be flashes of light athwart such houses. The joy which they contain ought to make its escape through the stones of the walls in brilliancy, and vaguely illuminate the gloom. It is impossible that this sacred and fatal festival should not give off a celestial radiance to the infinite. Love is the sublime crucible wherein the fusion of the man and the woman takes place, the being one, the being triple, the being final, the human trinity proceeds from it. This birth of two souls into one, ought to be an emotion for the gloom. The lover is the priest, the ravished virgin is terrified. Something of that joy ascends to God. Where true marriage is, that is to say, where there is love, the ideal enters in. A nuptial bed makes a nook of dawn amid the shadows. If it were given to the eye of the flesh to scan the formidable and charming visions of the upper life, it is probable that we should behold the forms of night, the winged unknowns, the blue passers of the invisible, bent down. A throng of somber heads, around the luminous house, satisfied, showering benedictions, pointing out to each other the virgin wife gently alarmed, sweetly terrified, and bearing the reflection of human bliss upon their divine countenances. If at that supreme hour, the wedded pair, dazzled with voluptuousness and believing themselves alone, were to listen, they would hear in their chamber a confused rustling of wings. Perfect happiness implies a mutual understanding with the angels. That dark little chamber has all heaven for its ceiling. When two mouths, rendered sacred by love, approach to create, it is impossible that there should not be, above that ineffable kiss, a quivering throughout the immense mystery of stars. These felicities are the true ones. There is no joy outside of these joys. Love is the only ecstasy. All the rest weeps. To love, or to have loved, this suffices. Demand nothing more. There is no other pearl to be found in the shadowy folds of life. To love is a fulfillment. Chapter 3, The Inseparable. What had become of Jean Valjean? Immediately after having laughed, at Cosette's graceful command, when no one was paying any heed to him, Jean Valjean had risen and had gained the antechamber unperceived. This was the very room which, 8 months before, he had entered black with mud, with blood and powder, bringing back the grandson to the grandfather. The old wainscoting was garlanded with foliage and flowers, the musicians were seated on the sofa on which they had laid Marius down. Basque, in a black coat, knee breeches, white stockings, and white gloves, was arranging roses round all of the dishes that were to be served. Jean Valjean pointed to his arm in its sling, charged Basque to explain his absence, and went away. The long windows of the dining room opened on the street. Jean Valjean stood for several minutes, erect and motionless in the darkness, beneath those radiant windows. He listened. The confused sounds of the banquet reached his ear. He heard the loud, commanding tones of the grandfather, the violins, the clatter of the plates, the bursts of laughter, and through all that merry uproar, he distinguished Cosette's sweet and joyous voice. He quitted the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, and returned to the Rue de l'Homme Armé. In order to return thither, he took the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue Culture Sainte-Catherine, and the Blancs Manteau. It was a little longer, but it was the road through which, for the last 3 months, he had become accustomed to pass every day on his way from the Rue de l'Homme Armé to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, in order to avoid the obstructions and the mud in the Rue Vieille du Temple. This road, through which Cosette had passed, excluded for him all possibility of any other itinerary. Jean Valjean entered his lodgings. He lighted his candle and mounted the stairs. The apartment was empty. Even Toussaint was no longer there. Jean Valjean's step made more noise than usual in the chambers. All the cupboards stood open. He penetrated to Cosette's bedroom. There were no sheets on the bed. The pillow, covered with ticking, and without a case or lace, was laid on the blankets folded up on the foot of the mattress, whose covering was visible, and on which no one was ever to sleep again. All the little feminine objects which Cosette was attached to had been carried away, nothing remained except the heavy furniture and the 4 walls. Toussaint's bed was despoiled in like manner. One bed only was made up, and seemed to be waiting someone, and this was Jean Valjean's bed. Jean Valjean looked at the walls, closed some of the cupboard doors, and went and came from one room to another. Then he sought his own chamber once more, and set his candle on a table. He had disengaged his arm from the sling, and he used his right hand as though it did not hurt him. He approached his bed, and his eyes rested. Was it by chance? Was it intentionally? On the inseparable of which Cosette had been jealous, on the little portmanteau which never left him. On his arrival in the Rue de l'Homme Armé, on the 4th of June, he had deposited it on a round table near the head of his bed. He went to this table with a sort of vivacity, took a key from his pocket, and opened the valise. From it he slowly drew forth the garments in which, 10 years before, Cosette had quitted Montfermeil, first the little gown, then the black fichu, then the stout, coarse child's shoes which Cosette might almost have worn still, so tiny were her feet, then the fustian bodice, which was very thick, then the knitted petticoat, next the apron with pockets, then the woolen stockings. These stockings, which still preserved the graceful form of a tiny leg, were no longer than Jean Valjean's hand. All this was black of hue. It was he who had brought those garments to Montfermeil for her. As he removed them from the valise, he laid them on the bed. He fell to thinking. He called up memories. It was in winter, in a very cold month of December, she was shivering, half naked, in rags, her poor little feet were all red in their wooden shoes. He, Jean Valjean, had made her abandon those rags to clothe herself in these mourning habiliments. The mother must have felt pleased in her grave. To see her daughter wearing mourning for her, and, above all, to see that she was properly clothed, and that she was warm. He thought of that forest of Montfermeil, they had traversed it together, Cosette and he thought of what the weather had been, of the leafless trees, of the wood destitute of birds, of the sunless sky, it mattered not, it was charming. He arranged the tiny garments on the bed, the fichu next to the petticoat, the stockings beside the shoes, and he looked at them, one after the other. She was no taller than that, she had her big doll in her arms, she had put her Louis d'or in the pocket of that apron, she had laughed, they walked hand in hand, she had no one in the world but him. Then his venerable, white head fell forward on the bed, that stoical old heart broke, his face was engulfed, so to speak, in Cosette's garments, and if anyone had passed up the stairs at that moment, he would have heard frightful sobs. Chapter 4, The Immortal Liver 68. The old and formidable struggle, of which we have already witnessed so many phases, began once more. Jacob struggled with the angel but one night. Alas! How many times have we beheld Jean Valjean seized bodily by his conscience, in the darkness, and struggling desperately against it. Unheard of conflict. At certain moments the foot slips, at other moments the ground crumbles away underfoot. How many times had that conscience, mad for the good, clasped and overthrown him? How many times had the truth set her knee inexorably upon his breast? How many times, hurled to earth by the light, had he begged for mercy? How many times had that implacable spark, lighted within him, and upon him by the bishop, dazzled him by force when he had wished to be blind? How many times had he risen to his feet in the combat, held fast to the rock, leaning against sophism, dragged in the dust, now getting the upper hand of his conscience, again overthrown by it? How many times, after an equivoque, after the specious and treacherous reasoning of egotism, had he heard his irritated conscience cry in his ear, "A trip, you wretch"? How many times had his refractory thoughts rattled convulsively in his throat, under the evidence of duty? Resistance to God. Funereal sweats. What secret wounds which he alone felt bleed? What excoriations in his lamentable existence? How many times he had risen bleeding, bruised, broken, enlightened, despair in his heart, serenity in his soul. And, vanquished, he had felt himself the conqueror. And, after having dislocated, broken, and rent his conscience with red-hot pincers, it had said to him, as it stood over him, formidable, luminous, and tranquil, "Now, go in peace." But on emerging from so melancholy a conflict, what a lugubrious peace, alas! Nevertheless, that night Jean Valjean felt that he was passing through his final combat. A heart-rending question presented itself. Predestinations are not all direct, they do not open out in a straight avenue before the predestined man, they have blind courts, impassable alleys, obscure turns, disturbing crossroads offering the choice of many ways. Jean Valjean had halted at that moment at the most perilous of these crossroads. He had come to the supreme crossing of good and evil. He had that gloomy intersection beneath his eyes. On this occasion once more, as had happened to him already in other sad vicissitudes, two roads opened out before him, the one tempting, the other alarming. Which was he to take? He was counselled to the one which alarmed him by that mysterious index finger which we all perceive whenever we fix our eyes on the darkness. Once more, Jean Valjean had the choice between the terrible port and the smiling ambush. Is it then true? The soul may recover, but not fate. Frightful thing! An incurable destiny. This is the problem which presented itself to him. In what manner was Jean Valjean to behave in relation to the happiness of Cosette and Marius? It was he who had willed that happiness, it was he who had brought it about, he had, himself, buried it in his entrails, and at that moment, when he reflected on it, he was able to enjoy the sort of satisfaction which an armorer would experience on recognizing his factory mark on a knife, on withdrawing it, all smoking, from his own breast. Cosette had Marius, Marius possessed Cosette. They had everything, even riches. And this was his doing. But what was he, Jean Valjean, to do with this happiness, now that it existed, now that it was there? Should he force himself on this happiness? Should he treat it as belonging to him? No doubt, Cassette did belong to another, but should he, Jean Valjean, retain of Cassette all that he could retain? Should he remain the sort of father, half seen but respected, which he had hitherto been? Should he, without saying a word, bring his past to that future? Should he present himself there, as though he had a right, and should he seat himself, veiled, at that luminous fireside? Should he take those innocent hands into his tragic hands, with a smile? Should he place upon the peaceful fender of the Gillenormand drawing-room those feet of his, which dragged behind them the disgraceful shadow of the law? Should he enter into participation in the fair fortunes of Cassette and Marius? Should he render the obscurity on his brow and the cloud upon theirs still more dense? Should he place his catastrophe as a third associate in their felicity? Should he continue to hold his peace? In a word, should he be the sinister mute of destiny beside these two happy beings? We must have become habituated to fatality and to encounters with it, in order to have the daring to raise our eyes when certain questions appear to us in all their horrible nakedness. Good or evil stands behind this severe interrogation point. What are you going to do? Demands the Sphinx. This habit of trial Jean Valjean possessed. He gazed intently at the Sphinx. He examined the pitiless problem under all its aspects. Cassette, that charming existence, was the raft of this shipwreck. What was he to do? To cling fast to it, or to let go his hold? If he clung to it, he should emerge from disaster, he should ascend again into the sunlight, he should let the bitter water drip from his garments and his hair, he was saved, he should live. And if he let go his hold? Then the abyss. Thus he took sad counsel with his thoughts. Or, to speak more correctly, he fought, he kicked furiously internally, now against his will, now against his conviction. Happily for Jean Valjean that he had been able to weep. That relieved him, possibly. But the beginning was savage. A tempest, more furious than the one which had formerly driven him to Arras, broke loose within him. The past surged up before him facing the present, he compared them and sobbed. The silence of tears once opened, the despairing man writhed. He felt that he had been stopped short. Alas! In this fight to the death between our egotism and our duty, when we thus retreat step by step before our immutable ideal, bewildered, furious, exasperated at having to yield, disputing the ground, hoping for a possible flight, seeking an escape, what an abrupt and sinister resistance does the foot of the wall offer in our rear? To feel the sacred shadow which forms an obstacle. The invisible inexorable, what an obsession! Then, one is never done with conscience. Make your choice, Brutus, make your choice, Cato. It is fathomless, since it is God. One flings into that well the labor of one's whole life, one flings in one's fortune, one flings in one's riches, one flings in one's success, one flings in one's liberty or fatherland, one flings in one's well-being, one flings in one's repose, one flings in one's joy. More. 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 Empty the vase. Tip the urn. One must finish by flinging in one's heart. Somewhere in the fog of the ancient hells, there is a ton like that. Is not one pardonable, if one at last refuses? Can the inexhaustible have any right? Are not chains which are endless above human strength? Who would blame Sisyphus and Jean Valjean for saying, "It is enough"? The obedience of matter is limited by friction, is there no limit to the obedience of the soul? If perpetual motion is impossible, can perpetual self-sacrifice be exacted? The first step is nothing, it is the last which is difficult. What was the Champ Matthew affair in comparison with Cassette's marriage and of that which it entailed? What is a re-entrance into the galleys, compared to entrance into the void? Oh, first step that must be descended, how sombre art thou! Oh, second step, how black art thou! How could he refrain from turning aside his head this time? Martyrdom is sublimation, corrosive sublimation. It is a torture which consecrates. One can consent to it for the first hour, one seats oneself on the throne of glowing iron, one places on one's head the crown of hot iron, one accepts the globe of red-hot iron, one takes the scepter of red-hot iron, but the mantle of flame still remains to be donned, and comes there not a moment when the miserable flesh revolts and when one abdicates from suffering? At length, Jean Valjean entered into the peace of exhaustion. He weighed, he reflected, he considered the alternatives, the mysterious balance of light and darkness. Should he impose his galleys on those two dazzling children, or should he consummate his irremediable engulfment by himself? On one side lay the sacrifice of Cassette, on the other that of himself. At what solution should he arrive? What decision did he come to? What resolution did he take? What was his own inward definitive response to the unbribable interrogatory of fatality? What door did he decide to open? Which side of his life did he resolve upon closing and condemning? Among all the unfathomable precipices which surrounded him, which was his choice? What extremity did he accept? To which of the gulfs did he nod his head? His dizzy reverie lasted all night long. He remained there until daylight, in the same attitude, bent double over that bed, prostrate beneath the enormity of fate, crushed, perchance, alas! With clenched fists, with arms outspread at right angles, like a man crucified who has been unnailed, and flung face down on the earth. There he remained for 12 hours, the 12 long hours of a long winter's night, ice cold, without once raising his head, and without uttering a word. He was as motionless as a corpse, while his thoughts wallowed on the earth and soared, now like the hydra, now like the eagle. Anyone to behold him thus motionless would have pronounced him dead. All at once he shuddered convulsively, and his mouth, glued to Cosette's garments, kissed them, then it could be seen that he was alive. Who could see? Since Jean Valjean was alone, and there was no one there. The one who is in the shadows. Book 7th, The Last Draught from the Cup. Chapter 1, The Seventh Circle and the Eighth Heaven. The days that follow weddings are solitary. People respect the meditations of the happy pair. And also, their tardy slumbers, to some degree. The tumult of visits and congratulations only begins later on. On the morning of the 17th of February, it was a little past midday when Basque, with napkin and feather duster under his arm, busy in setting his antechamber to rights, heard a light tap at the door. There had been no ring, which was discreet on such a day. Basque opened the door, and beheld M. Fauchelevent. He introduced him into the drawing-room, still encumbered and topsy-turvy, and which bore the air of a field of battle after the joys of the preceding evening. "Dame, sir," remarked Basque, "we all woke up late." "Is your master up?" asked Jean Valjean. "How is monsieur's arm?" replied Basque. "Better is your master up." "Which one, the old one or the new one?" "Monsieur Pontmercy." "Monsieur le Baron," said Basque, drawing himself up. "A man is a baron most of all to his servants. He counts for something with them, they are what a philosopher would call, bespattered with the title, and that flatters them." Marius, be it said in passing, a militant republican as he had proved, was now a baron in spite of himself. A small revolution had taken place in the family in connection with this title. It was now M. Gillenormand who clung to it, and Marius who detached himself from it. But Colonel Pontmercy had written, "My son will bear my title." Marius obeyed. And then, Cosette, in whom the woman was beginning to dawn, was delighted to be a baroness. "Monsieur le Baron," repeated Basque. "I will go and see. I will tell him that M. Fauchelevent is here." "No, do not tell him that it is I. Tell him that someone wishes to speak to him in private, and mention no name." "Ah!" ejaculated Basque. "I wish to surprise him." "Ah!" ejaculated Basque once more, emitting his second "ah," as an explanation of the first. And he left the room. Jean Valjean remained alone. The drawing-room, as we have just said, was in great disorder. It seemed as though, by lending an ear, one might still hear the vague noise of the wedding. On the polished floor lay all sorts of flowers which had fallen from garlands and head-dresses. The wax candles, burned to stumps, added stalactites of wax to the crystal drops of the chandeliers. Not a single piece of furniture was in its place. In the corners, 3 or 4 armchairs, drawn close together in a circle, had the appearance of continuing a conversation. The whole effect was cheerful. A certain grace still lingers round a dead feast. It has been a happy thing. On the chairs in disarray, among those fading flowers, beneath those extinct lights, people have thought of joy. The sun had succeeded to the chandelier, and made its way gaily into the drawing-room. Several minutes elapsed. Jean Valjean stood motionless on the spot where Basque had left him. He was very pale. His eyes were hollow, and so sunken in his head by sleeplessness that they nearly disappeared in their orbits. His black coat bore the weary folds of a garment that has been up all night. The elbows were whitened with the down which the friction of cloth against linen leaves behind it. Jean Valjean stared at the window outlined on the polished floor at his feet by the sun. There came a sound at the door, and he raised his eyes. Marius entered, his head well up, his mouth smiling, an indescribable light on his countenance, his brow expanded, his eyes triumphant. He had not slept either. "It is you, father," he exclaimed, on catching sight of Jean Valjean. "That idiot of a Basque had such a mysterious air, but you have come too early. It is only 12:30. Cosette is asleep." That word, father, said to M. Fauchelevent by Marius, signified supreme felicity. There had always existed, as the reader knows, a lofty wall, a coldness and a constraint between them, ice which must be broken or melted. Marius had reached that point of intoxication when the wall was lowered, when the ice dissolved, and when M. Fauchelevent was to him, as to Cosette, a father. He continued, his words poured forth, as is the peculiarity of divine paroxysms of joy. "How glad I am to see you! If you only knew how we missed you yesterday. Good morning, father. How is your hand? Better, is it not?" And, satisfied with the favorable reply which he had made to himself, he pursued. "We have both been talking about you. Cosette loves you so dearly. You must not forget that you have a chamber here. We want nothing more to do with the Rue de l'Homme Arme. We will have no more of it at all. How could you go to live in a street like that, which is sickly, which is disagreeable, which is ugly, which has a barrier at one end, where one is cold, and into which one cannot enter? you are to come and install yourself here in this very day or you will have to deal with Cassette. She means to lead us all by the nose, I warn you. You have your own chamber here, it is close to ours, it opens on the garden, the trouble with the clock has been attended to, the bed is made, it is all ready, you have only to take possession of it. Near your bed Cassette has placed a huge, old, easy chair covered with Utrecht velvet and she has said to it, stretch out your arms to him. A nightingale comes to the clump of acacias opposite your windows, every spring. In 2 months more you will have it. You will have its nest on your left and ours on your right. By night it will sing, and by day Cassette will prattle. Your chamber faces due south. Cassette will arrange your books for you, your voyages of Captain Cook and the other Vancouvers and all your affairs. I believe that there is a little valise to which you are attached, I have fixed upon a corner of honor for that. You have conquered my grandfather, you suit him. We will live together. Do you play whist? You will overwhelm my grandfather with delight if you play whist. It is you who shall take Cassette to walk on the days when I am at the courts, you shall give her your arm, you know, as you used to, in the Luxembourg. We are absolutely resolved to be happy. And you shall be included in it, in our happiness, do you hear, father? Come, will you breakfast with us today? Sir, said Jean Valjean, I have something to say to you. I am an ex-convict. The limit of shrill sounds perceptible can be overleaped, as well in the case of the mind as in that of the ear. These words, I am an ex-convict, proceeding from the mouth of M. Fauchelevent and entering the ear of Marius overshot the possible. It seemed to him that something had just been said to him, but he did not know what. He stood with his mouth wide open. Then he perceived that the man who was addressing him was frightful. Wholly absorbed in his own dazzled state, he had not, up to that moment, observed the other man's terrible pallor. Jean Valjean untied the black cravat which supported his right arm, unrolled the linen from around his hand, bared his thumb and showed it to Marius. There is nothing the matter with my hand, said he. Marius looked at the thumb. There has not been anything the matter with it, went on Jean Valjean. There was, in fact, no trace of any injury. Jean Valjean continued. It was fitting that I should be absent from your marriage. I absented myself as much as was in my power, so I invented this injury in order that I might not commit a forgery, that I might not introduce a flaw into the marriage documents, in order that I might escape from signing. Marius stammered. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of it is, replied Jean Valjean, that I have been in the galleys. You are driving me mad, exclaimed Marius in terror. Monsieur Pontmercy, said Jean Valjean, I was 19 years in the galleys for theft then, I was condemned for life for theft, for a second offence at the present moment, I have broken my ban. In vain did Marius recoil before the reality, refuse the fact, resist the evidence, he was forced to give way. He began to understand, and, as always happens in such cases, he understood too much. An inward shudder of hideous enlightenment flashed through him, an idea which made him quiver traversed his mind. He caught a glimpse of a wretched destiny for himself in the future. Say all, he cried. You are Cassette's father. And he retreated a couple of paces with a movement of indescribable horror. Jean Valjean elevated his head with so much majesty of attitude that he seemed to grow even to the ceiling. It is necessary that you should believe me here, sir, although our oath to others may not be received in law. Here he paused, then, with the sort of sovereign and sepulchral authority, he added, articulating slowly, and emphasizing the syllables. You will believe me, I the father of Cassette, before God, no Monsieur Le Baron Pontmercy, I am a peasant of Faverolles. I earned my living by pruning trees. My name is not Fauchelevent, but Jean Valjean. I am not related to Cassette. Reassure yourself. Marius stammered. Who will prove that to me? I since I tell you so. Marius looked at the man. He was melancholy yet tranquil. No lie could proceed from such a calm. That which is icy is sincere. The truth could be felt in that chill of the tomb. I believe you, said Marius. Jean Valjean bent his head, as though taking note of this, and continued. What am I to Cassette, a passer-by 10 years ago? I did not know that she was in existence. I love her. It is true one loves a child whom one has seen when very young, being old oneself when one is old, one feels oneself a grandfather towards all little children. You may, it seems to me, suppose that I have something which resembles a heart. She was an orphan without either father or mother. She needed me. That is why I began to love her. Children are so weak that the first comer, even a man like me, can become their protector. I have fulfilled this duty towards Cassette. I do not think that so slight a thing can be called a good action, but if it be a good action, well, say that I have done it. Register this attenuating circumstance. Today, Cassette passes out of my life, our two roads part. Henceforth, I can do nothing for her. She is Madame Pontmercy. Her providence has changed. And Cassette gains by the change. All is well. As for the 600,000 francs, you do not mention them to me. But I forestall your thought, they are a deposit. How did that deposit come into my hands? What does that matter? I restore the deposit. Nothing more can be demanded of me. I complete the restitution by announcing my true name. That concerns me. I have a reason for desiring that you should know who I am. And Jean Valjean looked Marius full in the face. All that Marius experienced was tumultuous and incoherent. Certain gusts of destiny produce these billows in our souls. We have all undergone moments of trouble in which everything within us is dispersed. We say the first things that occur to us, which are not always precisely those which should be said. There are sudden revelations which one cannot bear, and which intoxicate like baleful wine. Marius was stupefied by the novel situation which presented itself to him, to the point of addressing that man almost like a person who was angry with him for this avowal. "But why," he exclaimed, "do you tell me all this? Who forces you to do so? You could have kept your secret to yourself. You are neither denounced, nor tracked, nor pursued. You have a reason for wantonly making such a revelation. Conclude there is something more. In what connection do you make this confession? What is your motive?" "My motive," replied Jean Valjean in a voice so low and dull that one would have said that he was talking to himself rather than to Marius. "From what motive, in fact, has this convict just said I am a convict? Well, yes, the motive is strange. It is out of honesty. Stay, the unfortunate point is that I have a thread in my heart, which keeps me fast. It is when one is old that sort of thread is particularly solid. All life falls in ruin around one resists. Had I been able to tear out that thread, to break it, to undo the knot or to cut it, to go far away, I should have been safe. I had only to go away. There are diligences in the Rue Boulot. Why, you are happy, I am going. I have tried to break that thread, I have jerked at it, it would not break, I tore my heart with it. Then I said, I cannot live anywhere else than here. I must stay. Well, yes, you are right, I am a fool. Why not simply remain here? You offer me a chamber in this house. Madame Pontmercy is sincerely attached to me," she said to the armchair. "Stretch out your arms to him. Your grandfather demands nothing better than to have me. I suit him. We shall live together. And take our meals in common. I shall give Cosette my arm. Madame Pontmercy, excuse me, it is a habit. We shall have but one roof, one table, one fire, the same chimney corner in winter, the same promenade in summer. That is joy, that is happiness, that is everything. We shall live as one family." One family. At that word, Jean Valjean became wild. He folded his arms, glared at the floor beneath his feet as though he would have excavated an abyss therein, and his voice suddenly rose in thundering tones. "As one family? No, I belong to no family. I do not belong to yours. I do not belong to any family of men in houses where people are among themselves. I am superfluous. There are families, but there is nothing of the sort for me. I am an unlucky wretch. I am left outside. Did I have a father and mother? I almost doubted on the day when I gave that child in marriage. All came to an end. I have seen her happy, and that she is with a man whom she loves, and that there exists here a kind old man. A household of 2 angels, and all joys in that house, and that it was well. I said to myself, enter thou not. I could have lied, it is true, have deceived you all, and remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. So long as it was for her, I could lie, but now it would be for myself, and I must not. It was sufficient for me to hold my peace, it is true, and all would go on. You ask me what has forced me to speak? A very odd thing, my conscience. To hold my peace was very easy, however. I passed the night in trying to persuade myself to it. You questioned me, and what I have just said to you is so extraordinary that you have the right to do it. Well, yes, I have passed the night in alleging reasons to myself, and I gave myself very good reasons. I have done what I could. But there are 2 things in which I have not succeeded, in breaking the thread that holds me fixed, riveted and sealed here by the heart, or in silencing someone who speaks softly to me when I am alone. That is why I have come hither to tell you everything this morning. Everything or nearly everything. It is useless to tell you that which concerns only myself, I keep that to myself. You know the essential points. So I have taken my mystery and have brought it to you. And I have disemboweled my secret before your eyes. It was not a resolution that was easy to take. I struggled all night long. Ah! You think that I did not tell myself that this was no Champ Matthew affair? That by concealing my name I was doing no one any injury, that the name of Fauchelevent had been given to me by Fauchelevent himself, out of gratitude for a service rendered to him, and that I might assuredly keep it, and that I should be happy in that chamber which you offer me, that I should not be in anyone's way, that I should be in my own little corner, and that, while you would have Cosette, I should have the idea that I was in the same house with her. Each one of us would have had his share of happiness. If I continued to be Monsieur Fauchelevent, that would arrange everything. Yes, with the exception of my soul. There was joy everywhere upon my surface, but the bottom of my soul remained black. It is not enough to be happy, one must be content. Thus I should have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent, thus I should have concealed my true visage, thus, in the presence of your expansion, I should have had an enigma, thus, in the midst of your full noonday, I should have had shadows, thus. Without crying where, I should have simply introduced the galleys to your fireside, I should have taken my seat at your table with the thought that if you knew who I was, you would drive me from it, I should have allowed myself to be served by domestics who, had they known, would have said, "How horrible," I should have touched you with my elbow, which you have a right to dislike, I should have filched your clasps of the hand. There would have existed in your house a division of respect between venerable Whitelocks and tainted Whitelocks, at your most intimate hours, when all hearts thought themselves open to the very bottom to all the rest, when we four were together, your grandfather, you two and myself, a stranger would have been present. I should have been side by side with you in your existence, having for my only care not to disarrange the cover of my dreadful pit. Thus, I, a dead man, should have thrust myself upon you who are living beings. I should have condemned her to myself forever. You and Cassette and I would have had all three of our heads in the green cap. Does it not make you shudder? I am only the most crushed of men, I should have been the most monstrous of men. And I should have committed that crime every day. And I should have had that face of night upon my visage every day. Every day. And I should have communicated to you a share in my taint every day. Every day. To you, my dearly beloved, my children, to you, my innocent creatures. Is it nothing to hold one's peace? Is it a simple matter to keep silence? No, it is not simple. There is a silence which lies. And my lie, and my fraud and my indignity, and my cowardice and my treason and my crime, I should have drained drop by drop, I should have spit it out, then swallowed it again, I should have finished at midnight and have begun again at midday, and my good morning would have lied, and my good night would have lied, and I should have slept on it, I should have eaten it, with my bread. And I should have looked Cassette in the face, and I should have responded to the smile of the angel by the smile of the damned soul, and I should have been an abominable villain. Why should I do it? In order to be happy. In order to be happy. Have I the right to be happy? I stand outside of life, sir. Jean Valjean paused. Marius listened. Such chains of ideas and of anguishes cannot be interrupted. Jean Valjean lowered his voice once more, but it was no longer a dull voice, it was a sinister voice. You ask why I speak, I am neither denounced, nor pursued, nor tracked, you say yes, I am denounced, yes, I am tracked, by whom? By myself. It is I who bar the passage to myself, and I drag myself, and I push myself, and I arrest myself, and I execute myself, and when one holds oneself, one is firmly held. And, seizing a handful of his own coat by the nape of the neck and extending it towards Marius. Do you see that fist? He continued. Don't you think that it holds that collar in such a wise as not to release it? Well, conscience is another grasp. If one desires to be happy, sir, one must never understand duty, for, as soon as one has comprehended it, it is implacable. One would say that it punished you for comprehending it, but no, it rewards you, for it places you in a hell, where you feel God beside you. One has no sooner lacerated his own entrails than he is at peace with himself. And, with a poignant accent, he added, Monsieur Pontmercy, this is not common sense, I am an honest man. It is by degrading myself in your eyes that I elevate myself in my own. This has happened to me once before, but it was less painful then, it was a mere nothing. Yes, an honest man I should not be so if, through my fault, you had continued to esteem me. Now that you despise me, I am so. I have that fatality hanging over me that, not being able to ever have anything but stolen consideration, that consideration humiliates me, and crushes me inwardly, and, in order that I may respect myself, it is necessary that I should be despised. Then I straighten up again. I am a galley slave who obeys his conscience. I know well that that is most improbable. But what would you have me do about it? It is the fact. I have entered into engagements with myself, I keep them. There are encounters which bind us, there are chances which involve us in duties. You see, Monsieur Pontmercy, various things have happened to me in the course of my life. Again Jean Valjean paused, swallowing his saliva with an effort, as though his words had a bitter aftertaste, and then he went on. When one has such a horror hanging over one has not the right to make others share it without their knowledge, one has not the right to make them slip over one's own precipice without their perceiving it, one has not the right to let one's red blouse drag upon them, one has no right to slyly encumber with one's misery the happiness of others. It is hideous to approach those who are healthy, and to touch them in the dark with one's ulcer in spite of the fact that Fauchelevent lent me his name. I have no right to use it, he could give it to me, but I could not take it. A name is an I. You see, sir, that I have thought somewhat, I have read a little, although I am a peasant, and you see that I express myself properly. I understand things. I have procured myself an education. Well, yes, to abstract a name and to place oneself under it is dishonest. Letters of the alphabet can be filched, like a purse or a watch. To be a false signature in flesh and blood, to be a living false key. To enter the house of honest people by picking their lock, never more to look straight forward, to forever eye askance, to be infamous within the eye, no. 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 It is better to suffer, to bleed, to weep, to tear one's skin from the flesh with one's nails, to pass nights writhing in anguish, to devour oneself body and soul. That is why I have just told you all this. Wantonly, as you say. He drew a painful breath, and hurled this final word. In days gone by, I stole a loaf of bread in order to live. Today, in order to live, I will not steal a name. To live, interrupted Marius. You do not need that name in order to live. Ah, I understand the matter, said Jean Valjean, raising and lowering his head several times in succession. A silence ensued. Both held their peace, each plunged in a gulf of thoughts. Marius was sitting near a table and resting the corner of his mouth on one of his fingers, which was folded back. Jean Valjean was pacing to and fro. He paused before a mirror, and remained motionless. Then, as though replying to some inward course of reasoning, he said, as he gazed at the mirror, which he did not see. While, at present, I am relieved. He took up his march again, and walked to the other end of the drawing room. At the moment when he turned round, he perceived that Marius was watching his walk. Then he said, with an inexpressible intonation, I drag my leg a little, now you understand why. Then he turned fully round towards Marius. And now, sir, imagine this, I have said nothing, I have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent, I have taken my place in your house, I am one of you, I am in my chamber, I come to breakfast in the morning in slippers, in the evening all three of us go to the play, I accompany Madame Pontmercy to the Tuileries, and to the Place Royale, we are together, you think me your equal, one fine day you are there, and I am there, we are conversing, we are laughing, all at once, you hear a voice shouting this name, Jean Valjean, and behold, that terrible hand, the police, darts from the darkness, and abruptly tears off my mask. Again he paused. Marius had sprung to his feet with a shudder. Jean Valjean resumed. What do you say to that? Marius' silence answered for him. Jean Valjean continued. You see that I am right in not holding my peace. Be happy, be in heaven, be the angel of an angel, exist in the sun, be content therewith, and do not trouble yourself about the means which a poor damned wretch takes to open his breast and force his duty to come forth. You have before you, sir, a wretched man. Marius slowly crossed the room, and, when he was quite close to Jean Valjean, he offered the latter his hand. But Marius was obliged to step up and take that hand which was not offered. Jean Valjean let him have his own way, and it seemed to Marius that he pressed a hand of marble. My grandfather has friends, said Marius, I will procure your pardon. It is useless, replied Jean Valjean. I am believed to be dead, and that suffices. The dead are not subjected to surveillance, they are supposed to rot in peace. Death is the same thing as pardon. And, disengaging the hand which Marius held, he added, with a sort of inexorable dignity. Moreover, the friend to whom I have recourse is the doing of my duty, and I need but one pardon, that of my conscience. At that moment, a door at the other end of the drawing room opened gently halfway, and in the opening Cosette's head appeared. They saw only her sweet face, her hair was in charming disorder, her eyelids were still swollen with sleep. She made the movement of a bird, which thrusts its head out of its nest, glanced first at her husband, then at Jean Valjean, and cried to them with a smile, so that they seemed to behold a smile at the heart of a rose. I will wager that you are talking politics. How stupid that is, instead of being with me. Jean Valjean shuddered. Cosette, stammered Marius. And he paused. One would have said that they were two criminals. Cosette, who was radiant, continued to gaze at both of them. There was something in her eyes like gleams of paradise. I have caught you in the very act, said Cosette. Just now, I heard my father Fauchelevent through the door saying, conscience. Doing my duty. That is politics, indeed it is. I will not have it. People should not talk politics the very next day. It is not right. You are mistaken, Cosette, said Marius, we are talking business, we are discussing the best investment of your 600,000 francs. That is not it at all, interrupted Cosette. I am coming, does anybody want me here? And, passing resolutely through the door, she entered the drawing room. She was dressed in a voluminous white dressing gown, with 1,000 folds and large sleeves which, starting from the neck, fell to her feet. In the golden heavens of some ancient Gothic pictures, there are these charming sacks fit to clothe the angels. She contemplated herself from head to foot in a long mirror, then exclaimed, in an outburst of ineffable ecstasy. There was once a king and a queen, oh, how happy I am! That said, she made a curtsy to Marius and to Jean Valjean. There, said she, I am going to install myself near you in an easy chair, we breakfast in half an hour, you shall say anything you like, I know well that men must talk, and I will be very good. Marius took her by the arm and said lovingly to her. We are talking business. By the way, said Cosette, I have opened my window, a flock of pierrots has arrived in the garden, birds, not maskers. Today is Ash Wednesday, but not for the birds. I tell you that we are talking business. Go, my little Cosette, leave us alone for a moment, we are talking figures that will bore you. You have a charming cravat on this morning, Marius, you are very dandified. Monseigneur, no, it will not bore me. I assure you that it will bore you. No, since it is you I shall not understand you, but I shall listen to you when one hears the voices of those whom one loves. One does not need to understand the words that they utter that we should be here together, that is all that I desire. I shall remain with you, bah! You are my beloved Cassette, impossible. Impossible. Yes. Very good, said Cassette. I was going to tell you some news. I could have told you that your grandfather is still asleep, that your aunt is at mass, that the chimney in my father Fauchelevent's room smokes, that Nicolette has sent for the chimney sweep, that Toussaint and Nicolette have already quarrelled, that Nicolette makes sport of Toussaint. Stammer, well, you shall know nothing. Ah, it is impossible. You shall see, gentlemen, that I, in my turn, can say, it is impossible. Then who will be caught, I beseech you? My little Marius, let me stay here with you too. I swear to you, that it is indispensable that we should be alone. Well, am I anybody? Jean Valjean had not uttered a single word. Cassette turned to him. In the first place, father, I want you to come and embrace me. What do you mean by not saying anything instead of taking my part? Who gave me such a father as that? You must perceive that my family life is very unhappy. My husband beats me. Come, embrace me instantly. Jean Valjean approached. Cassette turned toward Marius. As for you, I shall make a face at you. Then she presented her brow to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean advanced a step toward her. Cassette recoiled. Father, you are pale. Does your arm hurt you? It is well, said Jean Valjean. Did you sleep badly? No. Are you sad? No. Embrace me if you are well. If you sleep well, if you are content, I will not scold you. And again she offered him her brow. Jean Valjean dropped a kiss upon that brow whereon rested a celestial gleam. Smile. Jean Valjean obeyed. It was the smile of a spectre. Now, defend me against my husband. Cassette. Ejaculated Marius. Get angry, father. Say that I must stay. You can certainly talk before me. So you think me very silly. What you say is astonishing. Business. Placing money in a bank, a great matter. Truly men make mysteries out of nothing. I am very pretty this morning. Look at me, Marius. And with an adorable shrug of the shoulders, and an indescribably exquisite pout, she glanced at Marius. I love you, said Marius. I adore you, said Cassette. And they fell irresistibly into each other's arms. Now, said Cassette, adjusting a fold of her dressing gown, with a triumphant little grimace, I shall stay. No, not that, said Marius, in a supplicating tone. We have to finish something. Still no. Marius assumed a grave tone. I assure you, Cassette, that it is impossible. Ah, you put on your man's voice, sir. That is well. I go. You, father, have not upheld me. Monsieur my father, monsieur my husband, you are tyrants. I shall go and tell grandpapa. If you think that I am going to return and talk platitudes to you, you are mistaken. I am proud. I shall wait for you. Now you shall see, that it is you who are going to be bored without me. I am going, it is well. And she left the room. 2 seconds later, the door opened once more. Her fresh and rosy head was again thrust between the two leaves, and she cried to them. I am very angry indeed. The door closed again, and the shadows descended once more. It was as though a ray of sunlight should have suddenly traversed the night, without itself being conscious of it. Marius made sure that the door was securely closed. Poor Cassette, he murmured, when she finds out. At that word Jean Valjean trembled in every limb. He fixed on Marius a bewildered eye. Cassette, oh yes, it is true, you are going to tell Cassette about this. That is right. Stay, I had not thought of that. One has the strength for one thing, but not for another. Sir, I conjure you, I entreat now, sir, give me your most sacred word of honor, that you will not tell her. Is it not enough that you should know it? I have been able to say it myself without being forced to it. I could have told it to the universe, to the whole world, it was all one to me. But she does not know what it is. It would terrify her. What, a convict? We should be obliged to explain matters to her, to say to her, he is a man who has been in the galleys. She saw the chain gang pass by one day. Oh! My God! He dropped into an armchair and hid his face in his hands. His grief was not audible, but from the quivering of his shoulders it was evident that he was weeping. Silent tears, terrible tears. There is something of suffocation in the sob. He was seized with a sort of convulsion. He threw himself against the back of the chair as though to gain breath, letting his arms fall, and allowing Marius to see his face inundated with tears, and Marius heard him murmur, so low that his voice seemed to issue from fathomless depths. Oh, would that I could die! Be at your ease, said Marius, I will keep your secret for myself alone. And, less touched, perhaps, than he ought to have been, but forced, for the last hour, to familiarize himself with something as unexpected as it was dreadful, gradually beholding the convict superposed before his very eyes, upon M. Fauchelevent, overcome, little by that lugubrious reality, and led, by the natural inclination of the situation, to recognize the space which had just been placed between that man and himself, Marius added. It is impossible that I should not speak a word to you with regard to the deposit which you have so faithfully and honestly remitted. That is an act of probity. It is just that some recompense should be bestowed on you. Fix the sum yourself, it shall be counted out to you. Do not fear to set it very high. I thank you, sir, replied Jean Valjean, gently. He remained in thought for a moment, mechanically passing the tip of his forefinger across his thumbnail, then he lifted up his voice. All is nearly over, but one last thing remains for me. What is it? Jean Valjean struggled with what seemed a last hesitation, and, without voice, without breath, he stammered rather than said. Now that you know, do you think, sir, you, who are the master, that I ought not to see Cosette any more? I think that would be better, replied Marius coldly. I shall never see her more, murmured Jean Valjean. And he directed his steps towards the door. He laid his hand on the knob, the latch yielded, the door opened. Jean Valjean pushed it open far enough to pass through, stood motionless for a second, then closed the door again and turned to Marius. He was no longer pale, he was livid. There were no longer any tears in his eyes, but only a sort of tragic flame. His voice had regained a strange composure. Stay, sir, he said. If you will allow it, I will come to see her. I assure you that I desire it greatly. If I had not cared to see Cosette, I should not have made to you the confession that I have made. I should have gone away, but, as I desired to remain in the place where Cosette is, and to continue to see her, I had to tell you about it honestly. You follow my reasoning, do you not? It is a matter easily understood. You see, I have had her with me for more than 9 years. We lived first in that hut on the boulevard, then in the convent, then near the Luxembourg. That was where you saw her for the first time. You remember her blue plush hat. Then we went to the Quartier des Invalides, where there was a railing on a garden, the Rue Plumet. I lived in a little back courtyard, whence I could hear her piano. That was my life. We never left each other. That lasted for 9 years and some months. I was like her own father, and she was my child. I do not know whether you understand, Monsieur Pontmercy, but to go away now, never to see her again, never to speak to her again, to no longer have anything, would be hard. If you do not disapprove of it, I will come to see Cosette from time to time. I will not come often. I will not remain long. You shall give orders that I am to be received in the little waiting room on the ground floor. I could enter perfectly well by the back door, but that might create surprise perhaps, and it would be better, I think, for me to enter by the usual door. Truly, sir, I should like to see a little more of Cosette. As rarely as you please. Put yourself in my place, I have nothing left but that. And then, we must be cautious. If I no longer come at all, it would produce a bad effect, it would be considered singular. What I can do, by the way, is to come in the afternoon, when night is beginning to fall. You shall come every evening, said Marius, and Cosette will be waiting for you. You are kind, sir, said Jean Valjean. Marius saluted Jean Valjean, happiness escorted despair to the door, and these two men parted. Chapter 2, The Obscurities Which a Revelation Can Contain. Marius was quite upset. The sort of estrangement which he had always felt towards the man beside whom he had seen Cosette, was now explained to him. There was something enigmatic about that person, of which his instinct had warned him. This enigma was the most hideous of disgraces, the galleys. This Fauchelevent was the convict Jean Valjean. To abruptly find such a secret in the midst of one's happiness resembles the discovery of a scorpion in a nest of turtle doves. Was the happiness of Marius and Cosette thenceforth condemned to such a neighborhood? Was this an accomplished fact? Did the acceptance of that man form a part of the marriage now consummated? Was there nothing to be done? Had Marius wedded the convict as well? In vain may one be crowned with light and joy, in vain may one taste the grand purple hour of life, happy love, such shocks would force even the archangel in his ecstasy, even the demigod in his glory, to shudder. As is always the case in changes of view of this nature, Marius asked himself whether he had nothing with which to reproach himself. Had he been wanting in divination? Had he been wanting in prudence? Had he involuntarily dulled his wits? A little, perhaps. Had he entered upon this love affair, which had ended in his marriage to Cosette, without taking sufficient precautions to throw light upon the surroundings? He admitted, it is thus, by a series of successive admissions of ourselves in regard to ourselves, that life amends us, little by little. He admitted the chimerical and visionary side of his nature, a sort of internal cloud peculiar to many organizations, and which, in paroxysms of passion and sorrow, dilates as the temperature of the soul changes, and invades the entire man, to such a degree as to render him nothing more than a conscience bathed in a mist. We have more than once indicated this characteristic element of Marius' individuality. He recalled that, in the intoxication of his love, in the Rue Plumet, during those 6 or 7 ecstatic weeks, he had not even spoken to Cosette of that drama in the Gorbeau hovel, where the victim had taken up such a singular line of silence during the struggle and the ensuing flight. How had it happened that he had not mentioned this to Cosette? Yet it was so near and so terrible. How had it come to pass that he had not even named the Thénardiers, and, particularly, on the day when he had encountered Éponine? He now found it almost difficult to explain his silence of that time. Nevertheless, he could account for it. He recalled his benumbed state, his intoxication with Cosette, love absorbing everything, that catching away of each other into the ideal, and perhaps also, like the imperceptible quantity of reason mingled with this violent and charming state of the soul, a vague, dull instinct impelling him to conceal and abolish in his memory that redoubtable adventure, contact with which he dreaded, in which he did not wish to play any part, his agency in which he had kept secret, and in which he could be neither narrator nor witness without being an accuser. Moreover, these few weeks had been a flash of lightning, there had been no time for anything except love. In short, having weighed everything, turned everything over in his mind, examined everything, whatever might have been the consequences if he had told Cosette about the Gorbeau ambush, even if he had discovered that Jean Valjean was a convict, would that have changed him, Marius? Would that have changed her, Cosette? Would he have drawn back? Would he have adored her any the less? Would he have refrained from marrying her? No, then there was nothing to regret, nothing with which he need reproach himself. All was well. There is a deity for those drunken men who are called lovers. Marius, blind, had followed the path which he would have chosen had he been in full possession of his sight. Love had bandaged his eyes, in order to lead him whither? To paradise. But this paradise was henceforth complicated with an infernal accompaniment. Marius' ancient estrangement towards this man, towards this Fauchelevent who had turned into Jean Valjean, was at present mingled with horror. In this horror, let us state, there was some pity, and even a certain surprise. This thief guilty of a second offence, had restored that deposit. And what a deposit! 600,000 francs. He alone was in the secret of that deposit. He might have kept it all, he had restored it all. Moreover, he had himself revealed his situation. Nothing forced him to this. If anyone learned who he was, it was through himself. In this avowal there was something more than acceptance of humiliation, there was acceptance of peril. For a condemned man, a mask is not a mask, it is a shelter. A false name is security, and he had rejected that false name. He, the galley slave, might have hidden himself forever in an honest family, he had withstood this temptation. And with what motive? Through a conscientious scruple. He himself explained this with the irresistible accents of truth. In short, whatever this Jean Valjean might be, he was, undoubtedly, a conscience which was awakening. There existed some mysterious rehabilitation which had begun, and, to all appearances, scruples had for a long time already controlled this man. Such fits of justice and goodness are not characteristic of vulgar natures. An awakening of conscience is grandeur of soul. Jean Valjean was sincere. This sincerity, visible, palpable, irrefragable, evident from the very grief that it caused him, rendered inquiries useless, and conferred authority on all that that man had said. Here, for Marius, there was a strange reversal of situations. What breathed from M. Fauchelevent? Distrust. What did Jean Valjean inspire? Confidence. In the mysterious balance of this Jean Valjean which the pensive Marius struck, he admitted the active principle, he admitted the passive principle, and he tried to reach a balance. But all this went on as in a storm. Marius, while endeavoring to form a clear idea of this man, and while pursuing Jean Valjean, so to speak, in the depths of his thought, lost him and found him again in a fatal mist. The deposit honestly restored, the probity of the confession, these were good. This produced a lightening of the cloud, then the cloud became black once more. Troubled as were Marius' memories, a shadow of them returned to him. After all, what was that adventure in the Jondrette attic? Why had that man taken to flight on the arrival of the police, instead of entering a complaint? Here Marius found the answer. Because that man was a fugitive from justice, who had broken his ban. Another question, why had that man come to the barricade? For Marius now once more distinctly beheld that recollection which had reappeared in his emotions like sympathetic ink at the application of heat. This man had been in the barricade. He had not fought there. What had he come there for? In the presence of this question a spectre sprang up and replied, Javert. Marius recalled perfectly now that funereal sight of Jean Valjean dragging the pinioned Javert out of the barricade, and he still heard behind the corner of the little Rue Mondétour that frightful pistol shot. Obviously, there was hatred between that police spy and the galley slave. The one was in the other's way. Jean Valjean had gone to the barricade for the purpose of revenging himself. He had arrived late. He probably knew that Javert was a prisoner there. The Corsican vendetta has penetrated to certain lower strata and has become the law there. It is so simple that it does not astonish souls which are but half turned towards good, and those hearts are so constituted that a criminal, who is in the path of repentance, may be scrupulous in the matter of theft and unscrupulous in the matter of vengeance. Jean Valjean had killed Javert. At least, that seemed to be evident. This was the final question, to be sure, but to this there was no reply. This question Marius felt like pincers. How had it come to pass that Jean Valjean's existence had elbowed that of Cosette for so long a period? What melancholy sport of Providence was that which had placed that child in contact with that man? Are there then chains for two which are forged on high? And does God take pleasure in coupling the angel with the demon? So a crime and an innocence can be roommates in the mysterious galleys of wretchedness? In that defiling of condemned persons which is called human destiny, can two brows pass side by side, the one ingenuous, the other formidable, the one all bathed in the divine whiteness of dawn, the other forever blemished by the flash of an eternal lightning? Who could have arranged that inexplicable pairing off? In what manner, in consequence of what prodigy, had any community of life been established between this celestial little creature and that old criminal? Who could have bound the lamb to the wolf, and, what was still more incomprehensible, have attached the wolf to the lamb? For the wolf loved the lamb, for the fierce creature adored the feeble one, for, during the space of 9 years, the angel had had the monster as her point of support. Cosette's childhood and girlhood, her advent in the daylight, her virginal growth towards life and light, had been sheltered by that hideous devotion. Here questions exfoliated, so to speak, into innumerable enigmas, abysses yawned at the bottoms of abysses, and Marius could no longer bend over Jean Valjean without becoming dizzy. What was this man precipice? The old symbols of Genesis are eternal, in human society, such as it now exists, and until a broader day shall effect a change in it, there will always be two men, the one superior, the other subterranean, the one which is according to good is Abel, the other which is according to evil is Cain. What was this tender Cain? What was this ruffian religiously absorbed in the adoration of a virgin, watching over her, rearing her, guarding her, dignifying her, and enveloping her, impure as he was himself, with purity? What was that cesspool which had venerated that innocence to such a point as not to leave upon it a single spot? What was this Jean Valjean educating Cosette? What was this figure of the shadows which had for its only object the preservation of the rising of a star from every shadow and from every cloud? That was Jean Valjean's secret, that was also God's secret. In the presence of this double secret, Marius recoiled. The one, in some sort, reassured him as to the other. God was as visible in this affair as was Jean Valjean. God has his instruments. He makes use of the tool which he wills. He is not responsible to men. Do we know how God sets about the work? Jean Valjean had labored over Cosette. He had, to some extent, made that soul. That was incontestable. Well, what then? The workman was horrible, but the work was admirable. God produces his miracles as seems good to him. He had constructed that charming Cosette, and he had employed Jean Valjean. It had pleased him to choose this strange collaborator for himself. What account have we to demand of him? Is this the first time that the dung heap has aided the spring to create the rose? Marius made himself these replies, and declared to himself that they were good. He had not dared to press Jean Valjean on all the points which we have just indicated, but he did not confess to himself that he did not dare to do it. He adored Cosette, he possessed Cosette, Cosette was splendidly pure. That was sufficient for him. What enlightenment did he need? Cosette was a light. Does light require enlightenment? He had everything, what more could he desire? All, is not that enough? Jean Valjean's personal affairs did not concern him. And bending over the fatal shadow of that man, he clung fast, convulsively, to the solemn declaration of that unhappy wretch, I am nothing to Cosette. 10 years ago I did not know that she was in existence. Jean Valjean was a passer-by. He had said so himself. Well, he had passed. Whatever he was, his part was finished. Henceforth, there remained Marius to fulfill the part of Providence to Cosette. Cosette had sought the azure in a person like herself, in her lover, her husband, her celestial male. Cosette, as she took her flight, winged and transfigured, left behind her on the earth her hideous and empty chrysalis, Jean Valjean. In whatever circle of ideas Marius revolved, he always returned to a certain horror for Jean Valjean. A sacred horror, perhaps, for, as we have just pointed out, he felt a quid divinum in that man. But do what he would, and seek what extenuation he would, he was certainly forced to fall back upon this: the man was a convict, that is to say, a being who has not even a place in the social ladder, since he is lower than the very lowest rung. After the very last of men comes the convict. The convict is no longer, so to speak, in the semblance of the living. The law has deprived him of the entire quantity of humanity of which it can deprive a man. Marius, on penal questions, still held to the inexorable system, though he was a democrat and he entertained all the ideas of the law on the subject of those whom the law strikes. He had not yet accomplished all progress, we admit. He had not yet come to distinguish between that which is written by man and that which is written by God, between law and right. He had not examined and weighed the right which man takes to dispose of the irrevocable and the irreparable. He was not shocked by the word vindicte. He found it quite simple that certain breaches of the written law should be followed by eternal suffering, and he accepted, as the process of civilization, social damnation. He still stood at this point, though safe to advance infallibly later on, since his nature was good, and, at bottom, wholly formed of latent progress. In this stage of his ideas, Jean Valjean appeared to him hideous and repulsive. He was a man reproved, he was the convict. That word was for him like the sound of the trump on the day of judgment, and, after having reflected upon Jean Valjean for a long time, his final gesture had been to turn away his head. Vade retro. Marius, if we must recognize and even insist upon the fact, while interrogating Jean Valjean to such a point that Jean Valjean had said, "You are confessing me," had not, nevertheless, put to him 2 or 3 decisive questions. It was not that they had not presented themselves to his mind, but that he had been afraid of them. The Jondrette attic? The barricade? Javert? Who knows where these revelations would have stopped? Jean Valjean did not seem like a man who would draw back, and who knows whether Marius, after having urged him on, would not have himself desired to hold him back? Has it not happened to all of us, in certain supreme conjunctures, to stop our ears in order that we may not hear the reply, after we have asked a question? It is especially when one loves that one gives way to these exhibitions of cowardice. It is not wise to question sinister situations to the last point, particularly when the indissoluble side of our life is fatally intermingled with them. What a terrible light might have proceeded from the despairing explanations of Jean Valjean, and who knows whether that hideous glare would not have darted forth as far as Cosette? Who knows whether a sort of infernal glow would not have lingered behind it on the brow of that angel? The spattering of a lightning flashes of the thunder also. Fatality has points of juncture where innocence itself is stamped with crime by the gloomy law of the reflections which give color. The purest figures may forever preserve the reflection of a horrible association. Rightly or wrongly, Marius had been afraid. He already knew too much. He sought to dull his senses rather than to gain further light. In dismay he bore off Cosette in his arms and shut his eyes to Jean Valjean. That man was the night, the living and horrible night. How should he dare to seek the bottom of it? It is a terrible thing to interrogate the shadow. Who knows what its reply will be? The dawn may be blackened forever by it. In this state of mind the thought that that man would, henceforth, come into any contact whatever with Cosette was a heart-rending perplexity to Marius. He now almost reproached himself for not having put those formidable questions, before which he had recoiled, and from which an implacable and definitive decision might have sprung. He felt that he was too good, too gentle, too weak, if we must say the word. This weakness had led him to an imprudent concession. He had allowed himself to be touched. He had been in the wrong. He ought to have simply and purely rejected Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean played the part of fire, and that is what he should have done, and have freed his house from that man. He was vexed with himself, he was angry with that whirlwind of emotions which had deafened, blinded, and carried him away. He was displeased with himself. What was he to do now? Jean Valjean's visits were profoundly repugnant to him. What was the use in having that man in his house? What did the man want? Here, he became dismayed, he did not wish to dig down, he did not wish to penetrate deeply, he did not wish to sound himself. He had promised, he had allowed himself to be drawn into a promise, Jean Valjean held his promise, one must keep one's word even to a convict, above all to a convict. Still, his first duty was to Cosette. In short, he was carried away by the repugnance which dominated him. Marius turned over all this confusion of ideas in his mind, passing from one to the other, and moved by all of them. Hence arose a profound trouble. It was not easy for him to hide this trouble from Cosette, but love is a talent, and Marius succeeded in doing it. However, without any apparent object, he questioned Cosette, who was as candid as a dove is white and who suspected nothing. He talked of her childhood and her youth, and he became more and more convinced that that convict had been everything good, paternal, and respectable that a man can be towards Cosette. All that Marius had caught a glimpse of and had surmised was real. That sinister nettle had loved and protected that lily. Book 8, Fading Away of the Twilight. Chapter 1, The Lower Chamber. On the following day, at nightfall, Jean Valjean knocked at the carriage gate of the Gillenormand house. It was Basque who received him. Basque was in the courtyard at the appointed hour, as though he had received his orders. It sometimes happens that one says to a servant, "You will watch for Mr. So-and-so," when he arrives. Basque addressed Jean Valjean without waiting for the latter to approach him. "Monsieur le Baron has charged me to inquire whether Monsieur desires to go upstairs or to remain below." "I will remain below," replied Jean Valjean. Basque, who was perfectly respectful, opened the door of the waiting room and said, "I will go and inform Madame." The room which Jean Valjean entered was a damp, vaulted room on the ground floor, which served as a cellar on occasion, which opened on the street, was paved with red squares and was badly lighted by a grated window. This chamber was not one of those which are harassed by the feather duster, the Pope's head brush, and the broom. The dust rested tranquilly there. Persecution of the spiders was not organized there. A fine web, which spread far and wide, and was very black and ornamented with dead flies, formed a wheel on one of the window panes. The room, which was small and low-ceiled, was furnished with a heap of empty bottles piled up in one corner. The wall, which was daubed with an ochre yellow wash, was scaling off in large flakes. At one end there was a chimney piece painted in black with a narrow shelf. A fire was burning there, which indicated that Jean Valjean's reply, "I will remain below," had been foreseen. 2 armchairs were placed at the 2 corners of the fireplace. Between the chairs an old bedside rug, which displayed more foundation thread than wool, had been spread by way of a carpet. The chamber was lighted by the fire on the hearth and the twilight falling through the window. Jean Valjean was fatigued. 4 days he had neither eaten nor slept. He threw himself into one of the armchairs. Basque returned, set a lighted candle on the chimney piece and retired. Jean Valjean, his head drooping and his chin resting on his breast, perceived neither Basque nor the candle. All at once, he drew himself up with a start. Cosette was standing beside him. He had not seen her enter, but he had felt that she was there. He turned round. He gazed at her. She was adorably lovely. But what he was contemplating with that profound gaze was not her beauty but her soul. "Well," exclaimed Cosette, "father, I knew that you were peculiar, but I never should have expected this. What an idea! Marius told me that you wish me to receive you here." "Yes, it is my wish." "I expected that reply. Good, I warn you that I am going to make a scene for you. Let us begin at the beginning. Embrace me, father." And she offered him her cheek. Jean Valjean remained motionless. "You do not stir. I take note of it." Attitude of guilt. "But never mind, I pardon you." Jesus Christ said, "Offer the other cheek. Here it is." And she presented her other cheek. Jean Valjean did not move. It seemed as though his feet were nailed to the pavement. "This is becoming serious," said Cosette. "What have I done to you? I declare that I am perplexed. You owe me reparation. You will dine with us." "I have dined." "That is not true. I will get M. Gillenormand to scold you. Grandfathers are made to reprimand fathers. Come, go upstairs with me to the drawing room immediately." "Impossible." Here Cosette lost ground a little. She ceased to command and passed to questioning. "But why, and you choose the ugliest chamber in the house in which to see me? It's horrible here." "Thou knowest." Jean Valjean caught himself up. "You know, madame, that I am peculiar. I have my freaks." Cosette struck her tiny hands together. "Madame, you know more novelties. What is the meaning of this?" Jean Valjean directed upon her that heartrending smile to which he occasionally had recourse. "You wish to be madame. You are so." "Not for you, father." "Do not call me father." "What?" "Call me Monsieur Jean." "Jean, if you like." "You are no longer my father. I am no longer Cosette." "Monsieur Jean, what does this mean? Why, these are revolutions, aren't they? What has taken place? Come, look me in the face. And you won't live with us, and you won't have my chamber. What have I done to you? Has anything happened?" "Nothing." "Well then, everything is as usual. Why do you change your name?" "You have changed yours, surely." He smiled again with the same smile as before and added, "Since you are Madame Pontmercy, I certainly can be Monsieur Jean." "I don't understand anything about it all. This is idiotic. I shall ask permission of my husband for you to be Monsieur Jean. I hope that he will not consent to it. You cause me a great deal of pain. One does have freaks, but one does not cause one's little Cosette grief. That is wrong. You have no right to be wicked, you who are so good." He made no reply. She seized his hands with vivacity, and raising them to her face with an irresistible movement, she pressed them against her neck beneath her chin, which is a gesture of profound tenderness. "Oh," she said to him, "be good." And she went on. "This is what I call being good, being nice and coming and living here. There are birds here as there are in the Rue Plumet, living with us, quitting that hole of a Rue de l'Homme, not giving us riddles to guess, being like all the rest of the world, dining with us, breakfasting with us, being my father." He loosed her hands. "You no longer need a father, you have a husband." Cosette became angry. "I no longer need a father. One really does not know what to say to things like that, which are not common sense." "If Toussaint were here," resumed Jean Valjean, "like a person who is driven to seek authorities, and who clutches at every branch, she would be the first to agree that it is true that I have always had ways of my own. There is nothing new in this. I always have loved my black corner. But it is cold here. One cannot see distinctly. It is abominable, that it is, to wish to be Monsieur Jean. I will not have you say you to me." "Just now, as I was coming hither," replied Jean Valjean, "I saw a piece of furniture in the Rue St. Louis. It was at a cabinet maker's. If I were a pretty woman, I would treat myself to that bit of furniture. A very neat toilet table in the reigning style, what you call rosewood. I think it is inlaid. The mirror is quite large. There are drawers. It is pretty." "Ho, the villainous bear," replied Cosette. And with supreme grace, setting her teeth and drawing back her lips, she blew at Jean Valjean. She was a grace copying a cat. "I am furious," she resumed. "Ever since yesterday, you have made me rage. all of you. I am greatly vexed. I don't understand. You do not defend me against Marius. Marius will not uphold me against you. I am all alone. I arrange a chamber prettily. If I could have put the good God there, I would have done it. My chamber is left on my hands. My lodger sends me into bankruptcy. I order a nice little dinner of Nicolette. We will have nothing to do with your dinner, madam, and my father Fauchelevent wants me to call him Monsieur Jean, and to receive him in a frightful, old, ugly cellar, where the walls have beards, and where the crystal consists of empty bottles, and the curtains are of spiders' webs. You are singular, I admit, that is your style, but people who get married are granted a truce. You ought not to have begun being singular again instantly. So you are going to be perfectly contented in your abominable Rudel home arm. I was very desperate indeed there, that I was. What have you against me? You cause me a great deal of grief. Fie. And, becoming suddenly serious, she gazed intently at Jean Valjean and added, are you angry with me because I am happy? Ingenuousness sometimes unconsciously penetrates deep. This question, which was simple for Cosette, was profound for Jean Valjean. Cosette had meant to scratch, and she lacerated. Jean Valjean turned pale. He remained for a moment without replying, then, with an inexpressible intonation, and speaking to himself, he murmured, her happiness was the object of my life. Now God may sign my dismissal. Cosette, thou art happy, my day is over. Ah, you have said thou to me, exclaimed Cosette. And she sprang to his neck. Jean Valjean, in bewilderment, strained her wildly to his breast. It almost seemed to him as though he were taking her back. Thanks, father, said Cosette. This enthusiastic impulse was on the point of becoming poignant for Jean Valjean. He gently removed Cosette's arms, and took his hat. Well, said Cosette. I leave you, madam, they are waiting for you. And, from the threshold, he added, I have said thou to you tell your husband that this shall not happen again. Pardon me. Jean Valjean quitted the room, leaving Cosette stupefied at this enigma to call farewell. Chapter 2, Another Step Backwards. On the following day, at the same hour, Jean Valjean came. Cosette asked him no questions, was no longer astonished, no longer exclaimed that she was cold, no longer spoke of the drawing room, she avoided saying either father or Monsieur Jean. She allowed herself to be addressed as you. She allowed herself to be called madam. Only, her joy had undergone a certain diminution. She would have been sad, if sadness had been possible to her. It is probable that she had had with Marius one of those conversations in which the beloved man says what he pleases, explains nothing, and satisfies the beloved woman. The curiosity of lovers does not extend very far beyond their own love. The lower room had made a little toilet. Basque had suppressed the bottles, and Nicolette the spiders. All the days which followed brought Jean Valjean at the same hour. He came every day, because he had not the strength to take Marius' words otherwise than literally. Marius arranged matters so as to be absent at the hours when Jean Valjean came. The house grew accustomed to the novel ways of M. Fauchelevent. Toussaint helped in this direction. Monsieur has always been like that, she repeated. The grandfather issued this decree, he's an original, and all was said. Moreover, at the age of 96, no bond is any longer possible, all is merely juxtaposition, a newcomer is in the way. There is no longer any room, all habits are acquired. M. Fauchelevent, M. Tranchelevent, Father Gillenormand asked nothing better than to be relieved from that gentleman. He added, nothing is more common than those originals, they do all sorts of queer things, they have no reason. The Marquis de Canaples was still worse, he bought a palace that he might lodge in the garret. These are fantastic appearances that people affect. No one caught a glimpse of the sinister foundation. And moreover, who could have guessed such a thing? There are marshes of this description in India. The water seems extraordinary, inexplicable, rippling though there is no wind, and agitated where it should be calm. One gazes at the surface of these causeless ebullitions, one does not perceive the hydra which crawls on the bottom. Many men have a secret monster in this same manner, a dragon which gnaws them, a despair which inhabits their night. Such a man resembles other men, he goes and comes. No one knows that he bears within him a frightful parasitic pain with 1,000 teeth, which lives within the unhappy man, and of which he is dying. No one knows that this man is a gulf. He is stagnant but deep. From time to time, a trouble of which the onlooker understands nothing appears on his surface. A mysterious wrinkle is formed, then vanishes, then reappears, an air bubble rises and bursts. It is the breathing of the unknown beast. Certain strange habits, arriving at the hour when other people are taking their leave, keeping in the background when other people are displaying themselves, preserving on all occasions what may be designated as the wall-colored mantle, seeking the solitary walk, preferring the deserted street, avoiding any share in conversation, avoiding crowds and festivals, seeming at one's ease and living poorly, having one's key in one's pocket, and one's candle at the porter's lodge, however rich one may be, entering by the side door, ascending the private staircase, all these insignificant singularities, fugitive folds on the surface, often proceed from a formidable foundation. Many weeks passed in this manner. A new life gradually took possession of Cosette, the relations which marriage creates, visits, the care of the house, pleasures, great matters. Cosette's pleasures were not costly, they consisted in one thing, being with Marius. The great occupation of her life was to go out with him, to remain with him. It was for them a joy that was always fresh, to go out arm in arm, in the face of the sun, in the open street, without hiding themselves, before the whole world, both of them completely alone. Cosette had one vexation. Toussaint could not get on with Nicolette, the soldering of two elderly maids being impossible, and she went away. The grandfather was well, Marius argued a case here and there, Aunt Gillenormand peacefully led that life aside which sufficed for her, beside the new household. Jean Valjean came every day. The address as thou disappeared, the you, the madame, the Monsieur Jean, rendered him another person to Cosette. The care which he had himself taken to detach her from him was succeeding. She became more and more gay and less tender. Yet she still loved him sincerely, and he felt it. One day she said to him suddenly, "You used to be my father, you are no longer my father, you were my uncle, you are no longer my uncle, you were Monsieur Fauchelevent, you are Jean. Who are you then? I don't like all this. If I did not know how good you are, I should be afraid of you." He still lived in the Rue Delhomme Arm, because he could not make up his mind to remove to a distance from the quarter where Cosette dwelt. At first, he only remained a few minutes with Cosette, and then went away. Little by little he acquired the habit of making his visits less brief. One would have said that he was taking advantage of the authorization of the days which were lengthening. He arrived earlier and departed later. One day Cosette chanced to say "father" to him. A flash of joy illuminated Jean Valjean's melancholy old countenance. He caught her up. "Say Jean." "Ah, truly," she replied with a burst of laughter. "Monsieur Jean, that is right," said he. And he turned aside so that she might not see him wipe his eyes. Chapter 3, They recall the garden of the Rue Plumet. This was the last time. After that last flash of light, complete extinction ensued. No more familiarity, no more good morning with a kiss, never more that word so profoundly sweet, "my father." He was at his own request and through his own complicity driven out of all his happinesses one after the other, and he had this sorrow, that after having lost Cosette wholly in one day, he was afterwards obliged to lose her again in detail. The eye eventually becomes accustomed to the light of a cellar. In short, it sufficed for him to have an apparition of Cosette every day. His whole life was concentrated in that 1 hour. He seated himself close to her, he gazed at her in silence, or he talked to her of years gone by, of her childhood, of the convent, of her little friends of those bygone days. One afternoon, it was on one of those early days in April, already warm and fresh, the moment of the sun's great gaiety, the gardens which surrounded the windows of Marius and Cosette felt the emotion of waking, the hawthorn was on the point of budding, a jeweled garniture of gilly flowers spread over the ancient walls, snapdragons yawned through the crevices of the stones, amid the grass there was a charming beginning of daisies, and buttercups, the white butterflies of the year were making their first appearance. The wind, that minstrel of the eternal wedding, was trying in the trees the first notes of that grand, auroral symphony which the old poets called the springtide. Marius said to Cosette, "We said that we would go back to take a look at our garden in the Rue Plumet. Let us go thither, we must not be ungrateful," and away they flitted, like two swallows towards the spring. This garden of the Rue Plumet produced on them the effect of the dawn. They already had behind them in life something which was like the springtime of their love. The house in the Rue Plumet, being held on a lease, still belonged to Cosette. They went to that garden and that house. There they found themselves again, there they forgot themselves. That evening, at the usual hour, Jean Valjean came to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. "Madame went out with Monsieur and has not yet returned," Basque said to him. He seated himself in silence, and waited an hour. Cosette did not return. He departed with drooping head. Cosette was so intoxicated with her walk to their garden, and so joyous at having lived a whole day in her past, that she talked of nothing else on the morrow. She did not notice that she had not seen Jean Valjean. "In what way did you go thither?" Jean Valjean asked her. "On foot." "And how did you return?" "In a hackney carriage." For some time, Jean Valjean had noticed the economical life led by the young people. He was troubled by it. Marius' economy was severe, and that word had its absolute meaning for Jean Valjean. He hazarded a query. "Why do you not have a carriage of your own? A pretty coupe would only cost you 500 francs a month. You are rich." "I don't know," replied Cosette. "It is like Toussaint," resumed Jean Valjean. "She is gone, you have not replaced her. Why? Nicolette suffices. But you ought to have a maid." "Have I not, Marius? You ought to have a house of your own servants, a carriage, a box at the theatre. There is nothing too fine for you. Why not profit by your riches? Wealth adds to happiness." Cosette made no reply. Jean Valjean's visits were not abridged. Far from it. When it is the heart which is slipping, one does not halt on the downward slope. When Jean Valjean wished to prolong his visit and to induce forgetfulness of the hour, he sang the praises of Marius. He pronounced him handsome, noble, courageous, witty, eloquent, good. Cassette outdid him. Jean Valjean began again. They were never weary. Marius, that word was inexhaustible, those 6 letters contained volumes. In this manner, Jean Valjean contrived to remain a long time. It was so sweet to see Cassette, to forget by her side. It alleviated his wounds. It frequently happened that Basque came twice to announce, M. Gillenormand sends me to remind Madame la Baronne that dinner is served. On those days, Jean Valjean was very thoughtful on his return home. Was there, then, any truth in that comparison of the chrysalis which had presented itself to the mind of Marius? Was Jean Valjean really a chrysalis who would persist, and who would come to visit his butterfly? One day he remained still longer than usual. On the following day he observed that there was no fire on the hearth. Hello, he thought. No fire, and he furnished the explanation for himself. It is perfectly simple, it is April, the cold weather has ceased. Heavens, how cold it is here, exclaimed Cassette when she entered. Why, no, said Jean Valjean. Was it you who told Basque not to make a fire then? Yes, since we are now in the month of May. But we have a fire until June. One is needed all the year in this cellar. I thought that a fire was unnecessary. That is exactly like one of your ideas, retorted Cassette. On the following day there was a fire. But the 2 armchairs were arranged at the other end of the room near the door. What is the meaning of this, thought Jean Valjean. He went for the armchairs and restored them to their ordinary place near the hearth. This fire lighted once more encouraged him, however. He prolonged the conversation even beyond its customary limits. As he rose to take his leave, Cassette said to him. My husband said a queer thing to me yesterday. What was it? He said to me, Cassette, we have an income of 30,000 livres, 27 that you own, and 3 that my grandfather gives me. I replied, that makes 30. He went on, would you have the courage to live on the 3,000? I answered, yes, on nothing provided that it was with you. And then I asked, why do you say that to me? He replied, I wanted to know. Jean Valjean found not a word to answer. Cassette probably expected some explanation from him. He listened in gloomy silence. He went back to the Rue d'Homme. He was so deeply absorbed that he mistook the door, and instead of entering his own house, he entered the adjoining dwelling. It was only after having ascended nearly 2 stories that he perceived his error and went down again. His mind was swarming with conjectures. It was evident that Marius had his doubts as to the origin of the 600,000 francs, that he feared some source that was not pure, who knows? That he had even, perhaps, discovered that the money came from him, Jean Valjean, that he hesitated before this suspicious fortune, and was disinclined to take it as his own, preferring that both he and Cassette should remain poor, rather than that they should be rich with wealth that was not clean. Moreover, Jean Valjean began vaguely to surmise that he was being shown the door. On the following day, he underwent something like a shock on entering the ground floor room. The armchairs had disappeared. There was not a single chair of any sort. Ah, what's this? Exclaimed Cassette as she entered. No chairs, where are the armchairs? They are no longer here, replied Jean Valjean. This is too much. Jean Valjean stammered. It was I who told Basque to remove them. And your reason? I have only a few minutes to stay today. A brief stay is no reason for remaining standing. I think that Basque needed the chairs for the drawing room. Why? You have company this evening, no doubt. We expect no one. Jean Valjean had not another word to say. Cassette shrugged her shoulders. To have the chairs carried off, the other day you had the fire put out. How odd you are. Adieu, murmured Jean Valjean. He did not say, adieu, Cassette, but he had not the strength to say, adieu, madame. He went away utterly overwhelmed. This time he had understood. On the following day he did not come. Cassette only observed the fact in the evening. Why, said she, Monsieur Jean has not been here today. And she felt a slight twinge at her heart, but she hardly perceived it, being immediately diverted by a kiss from Marius.